Chapter 1, Bannerman, 1/3. Summary: Lord Stark called his banners, and the Wells sent their second son, Matrim. He always knew he'd have to do his duty in whatever form it came, but duty isn't such an easy thing to know when you march against your king in civil war. Half-remembered dreams of another world don't help, but by Odin's beard you'll stand tall in defense of your lord, no matter the odds. Chapter 1, Bannerman. There was a charred, burnt piece of pigskin pinned to the scrap of parchment from Winterfell, and 3 words, "The North remembers." Maester Gwain's fingers still trembled as sleet beat against the shutters to the rookery. Matrim Wells ran his finger against the impression of House Stark's signet ring and clenched his free hand into a fist. War. It had finally happened, then. A minor lord dreaming strange dreams wasn't enough to butterfly away the death of a warden of the realm. Time for war, indeed. Matt swallowed hard. Maester Gwain placed a hand on his shoulder, and he looked back up to the maester's pale, drawn face. He patted the man's hand. "It will be well, Maester. I'll come home covered in glory and honors from Lord Stark and whoever winds up king." "Will it though, Lord Matt? I fear for what could happen should things go badly, and perhaps worse, as well." Matt shrugged and didn't let the anger he felt show. He should have ridden south with Brandon and kept him from whatever ill fate befell him there. But he hadn't wanted to go to a Sauron wedding, and so stayed at Queenswell. His hands tightened into fists once again, and he took a breath. Stalking through home infuriated at something he couldn't have prevented even if he'd been there, axe in hand and armored, would do no good. "I need to speak with Cregan and Mother." Matt set off from the Maester's tower at a brisk walk, moving through halls that had sheltered generations of his family, from the first, nearly mythical Baron Wells. Windows next to tapestries allowed natural light to illuminate them, detailing scenes from the glorious history of House Wells. Matt trailed his fingers along them as he passed by. One showed a lord of the well being flayed by a Bolton while a Stark army came on his rear. Another showed the founding of the family Baron, sheltering Queen in the north Arryn Stark in his farm's well from a truly monstrous-looking Bolton, his tongue lolling out and knife held at the ready to flay Baron. Matt grinned, looked at the amber eyes of his ancestor, done in minute stitching of precious gold thread. The tapestry had been the work of a long, long winter by the women that had made it. Another showed a shield wall, shields decorated with the sigil of the Wells on them, holding a hill against wildling invaders. It was a long, long history of service the Wells could boast claim to, and Matt was proud to be able to continue that tradition, even if it meant war in the south. He found his mother walking into the Lord's solar. "Mother, a moment." She stopped, looked at him. "I have bad news," he began. "The Stark calls us to war." There has half a heartbeat where her face wasn't the norm of cool and collected, where he could see a mother's fear for her sons, and then it was gone, and she was as cool as when she had executed a wildling raider after his father Alaric had died, and before Cregan was old enough to swing the sword himself. He followed her in, and thus found his older brother sitting behind the ornate weirwood desk, woodland creatures frolicking and chasing each other carved into the front side of it, beneath the watchful gaze of a huge dire wolf. The fireplace held a roaring flame, heating the room. Matt glanced past his older brother's head ducked over a thick tome, quill scratching busily. Their mother shot Matt a look, her grey eyes warm. Matt cleared his throat, and Cregan looked up. "Matt," he said, and pushed his chair back out from where he'd been sitting. He came around the desk, punched Matt in the arm. "And Mother? What brings the both of you here at the same time?" Matt inclined his head to their mother, to let her go first. She gave a weary sigh, undid the hasty bun that her hair had been done up in. "Good news first, then? Well, your chit of a wife has delivered a healthy babe, Cregan, and the succession is secure. You've a son. Congratulations. Your wife is well, too." Matt clapped his brother on the back, and the brothers grinned at each other. "I must go see him, then. Let's all go. I want my son to meet his uncle and grandmother. By the gods! And he'll need a name and clothing and so much to do." "Time for the bad news, then, older brother," Matt started. "Lord Stark has called the banners." Cregan cursed heavily, and their mother sat. "I'll be leading our men south, of course. The Lord can't exactly leave with an infant to raise and teach the lessons of leading to, can he?" "You smug little shit," Cregan said. "By the gods, I'll go south with Lord Stark and make you regent for the boy, and I'll thrash you to make sure you can't march, do you hear me?" Their mother cleared her throat, and stood. Matt stopped before he could respond in kind. She looked at Cregan, with his short brown hair so unlike Matt's own. "The solution, my sons, is simple. The Stark has called. House Wells has 2 sons, and they will both answer in their own ways. Cregan will remain here with his son, and write to the hand of the king, tell him you forbade it, but Matrim has raised half the men and marched south in support of the Stark. You have remained in the north, to try to rally loyal men to the Targaryen banner and take Winterfell from the Starks." Cregan began protesting, and Matt grinned. He thought he could see where this was headed, and his mother's cleverness was always a joy to learn from. Hush, boy. You'll do no such damned thing, of course. Except keep half our forces here, should the worst happen in the south and the Stark needs more men. Then she turned her cool grey glare on him. Matrim will do exactly as I just said, and for the love of the gods, Matrim, as the Starks protect us in this life and the next, so we do our best to protect them in this. Make sure you remember it in the south. Mother, that's wrong. Cregan wasn't angry, but Matt could hear that he clearly wasn't a believer in the idea that their mother had outlined. And burning your liegeman to death while his son strangles himself trying to rescue his father is so right? Letting your son kidnap and rape the daughter of that same lord is right. There was no mere hint of displeasure in their mother's voice now. Mindful of the servants, she was hissing her words, but the hiss was furious. The Targaryens have spat on the Starks too many times. They broke the pact of ice and fire, and your lord Rickard Stark is dead, his heir Brandon dead, his daughter mayhaps raped to death by that silver prince, and you protest to me of wrong. Cregan, Matt broke in. Deceit can be perfectly fine if it's to defeat your enemy after they've proven they're monsters, not men. Ares is no man. What he did was ill done, and proves he's a monster that needs unseated. I mean to back the Ned as far as he will go, to my last dying breath if need be. We serve the Starks, and we serve our people by protecting them. We can't protect them if the King of the Seven Kingdoms is a madman that delights in burning his liegemen. You know your duty, my sons, Mother told them. Now give me a hug before you start seeing to mustering the men and arguing about who to take and who to leave from the villages. They hugged her as she wished, and she went to see to Cregan's wife, while the two brothers settled into a pair chairs by the fireplace with a decanter of mead. Matt settled back, booted feet kicked out. I'll take the master at arms Theon, Matt told his brother. No, damn your eyes. You'll take Theon, and the best huskarl and archer, and leave me who, exactly to train the dregs if you take all the best men. Cregan's protest was probably more than just for the sake of it, Matt decided, but he could still throw him a bone. Let me take the second best officers, then, and all the professionals with experience from the household troops. You'll still have Theon and the best officers. Chapter 1, Bannerman, 2/3. In the end, Matt marched from Queenswell the third day after the summons arrived at the head of nearly 700 men. Over half the forces Queenswell could call, for all the last war had been over 20 years ago, and Matt not even born yet. Riders had been busy all the day after the Raven, and Matt met the men that he'd be leading as they came in, shaking each man's hand and thanking him for coming. They came in from the farms and villages, holdfasts and manors, the leading men and the middling men. At the end of the day before they marched, Matt took a tally. He had 150 men with the heavy armor and weapons necessary to be counted as a huskarl or man-at-arms, 150 archers with weirwood bows carefully and ritually gathered and carved from downed weirwood trees, and 400 men with long spears or pikes and small, round shields. Every eighth man had brought the horse or pony they used on their farms, and they had stakes with which to fortify their camps at night. He sat his own horse, wearing a long plaid over his breeches and shirt, the Wells banner of a plain stone well built like a wall with crenellations in hand. His men were arrayed before him, and Matrim's heart leapt into his throat at the thought he'd be leading them south, to war. The last time he'd fought, it had been under command of his father Alaric and beside the household troops to put down a band of wildlings. He grinned. His officers sat beside him, Artos and John the Grey, from the Huskarls. Torin and Ewan, from the archers. Edric, John the Small, and Harlan, with the pikemen. His father had said that the best speeches were the shortest speeches. I'm going south, my friends, to see what service Lord Stark will have of my axe and sword, and I hope you will come with me. Perhaps we shall even find loot and plunder in service of vengeance against Ares the monstrous, Ares the madman, after we put him down like a rabid dog. Let us go. He didn't look back to Queenswell. They passed the outlying farms that fed the castle and town beneath its sheltering walls, the stands of trees on ground too rough to be worth clearing and putting under the plough, and weirwoods with the faces of their gods carved into them. He stopped inclining his head to them after the 10th, but he marked them all the same. The sound of 700 marching men, and several dozen horses drawing extra arrows and foodstuffs on wagons was like no other on the earth, and it was all his. Matt couldn't stop smiling. He turned in the saddle to all his officers, and passed the Wells banner to the piper they'd brought with them, a young man named Hugo. At first the men sang, because marching was boring and there wasn't much else they could do besides put one foot in front of the other. After the sun reached his zenith in the sky, and then began to descend, they stopped singing. Conversations were low and muted, but Matt felt that morale was good. After all, the last time a northern force had ridden south, they wound up with a Lord Stark as hand of the king for a brief time. That first night, they camped beneath the ruins of a beacon tower that had once served to let Queenswell warn Winterfell of an oncoming Bolton force. With the coming of the Targaryens and the cessation of Bolton attempts to overthrow the Starks, the beacon towers had slowly been left to the ruin of time. Now it served to watch as his men slumbered beneath plaids, cloaks, and tunics after a dinner of whatever each man had brought to the muster. Matt sat with his officers around a fire, his own plaid cast aside. "There'll be rain tomorrow," John the Grey said. Then he spat into the fire and took a swig from his mead horn. "We need to get into the habit of setting watches and digging latrines and all the things that make real war work, not the glory stuff those Sautrons go on about," Torrhen said. He was older, a veteran of the Ninepenny King War, and Matt knew that he'd either listen to Torrhen's suggestions, or wind up paying for it in the long run. His father had had good advice about that, listen to counsel wiser than his own, but at the end of the day, the command was his, and so the decisions, too. "We'll work up a watch rotation tomorrow on the march," Matt said. "And include me. I'll sleep while I can, and deal with what my men do." "Good," grunted Ewan of Weeping Weirwood. "It's important for the commander to be with his men. I served the last Lord Bolton as an archer for 10 or so years. He was a cold one, him, and didn't care for us as made up his retinue." I'd heard tell about Bolton," Edric Pike said. He grimaced, then took a deep draught from his ale. "Word had it his wife weren't so fond of him, so he had to take what most husbands are given free, if you take my meaning." Matt said as he stood. "I met him, once when I fostered at Winterfell. He didn't like Lord Stark or the Lordling Stark, near as I could tell. Or me, at that. Still, there's a reason we left half the men on their farms, and it isn't because I think the Targaryens will actually raise an army this far north." He clasped each man's hand and back, and left them to their reminiscing and drink. Chapter 1, Bannerman, 3/3. Deep Deeds. An archer acting as a scout spotted the column at midday, 2 days from Winterfell by Matt's reckoning. It was behind them, bearing no banner. He wheeled his horse around to look, and tried to count their numbers. He lost the count twice before he took a breath and thought about Theon the Master-at-Arms' trick for it: draw imaginary squares around what he guessed to be a unit, and then scale it up to cover the entire force. That gave him a count of around 2,500 men. "Shite," he said. "Then, stop the march." It took too long for his men to stop, and put on their armor, and start forming in their units. Long enough that if the column behind them had been ready they could have fallen on Matt's men before they'd gone from marching column to battle line themselves. He cursed the long peace for degrading skills, and himself and his brother for not insisting more forcefully that the men that owed military service practice more often. But the enemy didn't appear ready either, and so he had precious time for his men to form their units, archers in front of the infantry and half his huscarls on each side of the pikemen, 5 men deep. Matt cursed the poverty of his family. Huscarls on horses were men-at-arms not on foot and stiffening the spines of his pikemen and archers, even if he trusted the farm boys to stand, but huscarl on foot weren't cavalry. They formed in front of the wagons and horses, guarded by the youngest boys, and Matt almost jumped out of his saddle to hurry and arm. "Hurry up! Come on, get in line!" He chivied his men, aided by his officers, and finally everyone was in place and armored, and he was wearing chainmail and his spectacled and plumed helmet, shield slung on his back and long axe in hand. John the Small glanced at Matt, and then he drove the butt spike on the Wells family banner into the dirt in front of his pikemen. "They'll have to come and take it, Lord Matt," he promised. "I know it, John, and we'll make them pay dearly." Across the field, someone unfurled a flayed man banner, and Matrim grunted. This Wells shield wall dying to defend Winterfell from this Bolton force wouldn't be the first time these hills had seen such a sight, he knew, and probably it wouldn't be the last. Mayhaps when the bloodletting was done and the crow feeders finished their bloody work, the Stark might ride back this way to avenge the men fallen earliest in this conflict in his service. A rider was coming from the other force, itself shaking out into line, and Matt swung himself back into his saddle. He let his long axe dangle low, ready for killing work. If it did come down to the killing, he promised himself that he'd die well, rather than under a flaying knife begging for mercy that wouldn't come. His opposite wore a pink cloak over black chain mail, a black great helm, rich fawnskin gloves, and crossed sword belts. His pale grey courser was a fine horse, well-formed and with a good gait, and Matt felt a sharp pang of jealousy for the wealth the Boltons enjoyed, not nearly as much as the Manderleys, but still more than the Wells. An undercurrent of fear and hate tinged it, and they stared at each other through helmet eye holes and slits, respectively. Wells men had been flayed by Boltons for centuries, until finally the Starks stamped on the Red Kings enough that they learned the lesson, and minded it. Matrim swallowed, glad for the face mask of his helmet and the high collar of his chainmail to hide his nervousness. Many truths of body language were hidden by cold iron armor. Matt would show this Bolton a hard truth of his own. Who remembers? The word startled Matt out of him, readying himself to attack the man and his horse, and die well. He almost clicked his tongue at his horse rusher in his startlement, but he managed to still himself from the go-forward command rusher had been trained to. "The North remembers," Matrim gave the traditional reply. The man took off his helmet and shook out his long black hair, smiling cheerfully. It looked out of place on the man's plain features, except for his eyes. His eyes, even with the smile, made Matt's knees want to knock together in fear. He mastered it, breathing in deep. He thought about the hate, and the times the Wells had helped sack the dread fort, and smiled to himself. Then he schooled his face back to blank expressionlessness, slid his axe into the loops for it to hang from his saddle, and removed his own helmet. Little Lordling Wells. Riding to Winterfell, are we? Bolton's voice was mild, a touch warm, and perhaps a bit wary. Matt told himself that Bolton was remembering the times that the Wells Fort Fedwell banner had topped the Dreadfort's walls, too, and gave his own smile. He hoped it cooled the man. I am, Matt said. The Stark has called, and I go wherever he leads. I know my place. Unsaid was all that lay between their families, the generations of bloodletting to defend, or get it, the Starks. Personal violence. Duels. Raping of captured womenfolk and peasant girls, the Wells emptying their fields and farms to throw forces in the way of Bolton advances on Winterfell and buying bitter time for the rest of the Stark oath men to muster. It is a new era, Matrim Wells. Perhaps it is time to let the past grudges go, and lay with the dead where they belong, and make our oaths to Eddard Stark as friends. Fat chance, Matt wanted to say. Fat chance, and as soon as the war in the south finished, he'd be telling his brother to renovate and refortify the beacon towers, and Queenswell to boot. He wanted to say it, make it easy for the old grudges and hurts and angers to continue into this new era. Instead, he forced himself to smile again. We can make our oath to Lord Stark beneath the same heart tree and old god, and let all men fear the vengeance of the North. Chapter 2, Oaths. Winterfell was grand and huge, and all that it had been last Matrim had been there. It was also not entirely what he had expected, even with his memories of fostering there. But it seemed diminished, too, and he knew that with Rickard Stark gone, and Brandon perhaps dead, it likely would remain that way. His troops were split from Bolton's by the steward that met them outside Wintertown and quartered there. The steward led him, Bolton, and their senior-most officers to the castle yard, where they were greeted personally by Eddard Stark. His face was as long as Matt remembered it, but the eyes held more sorrow and weight in them, and the hair was growing long from whatever Sauron style it had been cut to. Stark wore no armor, only a long plaid over his breeches, shirt, and grey doublet stitched with a wolf's head on the front. The ringing of a hammer on metal punctuated their greetings to their lord, as the castle's blacksmith went about his work, seemingly intent on letting even Moat Cailin know the Northmen were coming. Stark clasped hands with them both, welcoming them to Winterfell. It is not often that the men of the Well and Dreadfort make common cause, he added. It pleases me that my bannermen set aside their feuds and anger when the need arises. Going unsaid was what that need precisely was, but they all knew it, and knew, to boot, that it was grim tidings that had brought them together and grim work they would be about. Maester Luwin has received ravens from the houses of the north, Stark went on. The Glovers have met with the forces of the clansmen in the mountains, and expect to arrive a sennight from now. The Lakes have mustered and will combine with the Umbers on their way, and the Umbers reported that they were perhaps a fortnight from arrival. The Karstarks picked up your trail, and will be here 2 or 3 days behind you. The Skagosi have promised to put 10 hulls into the water, but I have my doubts about even that. The southern houses will all add their forces to ours as we go south, the day after the Umbers arrive. The Manderleys will add 40 hulls to the Skagosi, entirely separate from their force in the field. Sending the full muster for every house would be folly, but lightly rests the rule of Winterfell on Skagos, Matt said. I'd expect nothing less from cannibals and worse. Skagos will wait if we must take ship east, Bolton said. Cannibals aside, a strong showing for a land with no navy. I will send a raven home, with your permission, Lord Stark, and order Bethany to begin building a few ships myself. Still, I fear the worst should the royal fleet put troops on our shores with all our men in the south and at war. That's what the Skagosi and Manderleys are putting ships to sea for, Bolton, Matrim said. Certainly the northern fleet won't be strong enough to fight a battle at sea, but contest any kind of landing? Sure enough they'd be able to do that. Gods above know what the Skagosi are capable of, because I don't. Stark led them into the great hall from the yard, where some men were eating a mid-afternoon meal. Winter is ending now, but it is always coming, my lords, Stark said. Winter is coming, and there are but 2 Starks left in the north. I will set down a will and succession, to have it settled and done before all the rest of my bannermen arrive. It will confirm Benyon and then Lina as my heirs should the worst happen in the war we ride to. I will have you both, and Lord Cerwyn, set your signatures to it as witnesses, and send copies to White Harbour, the Dread Fort, Carhold, and the Last Hearth should enemy soldiers set foot in our beloved north. You honor us, Lord Eddard, Matt said. Speaking so directly with the Stark was, odd, he felt. Eddard had been gone for the Vale to foster with Jonaran when Matt had arrived to finish growing from boy to man at Winterfell, taken in by his father's Lord Rickard. Had things been different, perhaps Matt would have been swearing to Brandon and holding a holdfast for him. But the wheel had turned as it did, and so his return to Winterfell came at the heels of a war, and a new Lord Stark. He watched Stark greet his men, some of them murmured and some not, how they clasped hands and nodded. Eddard had to have been back in Winterfell only a short time before the ravens had been sent, but it seemed that it was long enough for the people of Winterfell to be comfortable with the new situation. Honor us indeed, Roose said. Still, we must plan for after the war. What is to become of your sister? There was a pause for a heartbeat, and then it stretched out. Matt would have sworn that Stark's face grew even longer and more solemn. I will find her and bring her home, Stark promised. She is a Stark, and a Stark's place is Winterfell. What's to become of her betrothal to Robert Baratheon, my lord? Roose went on. Matt knew what happened when men stole women, and knew it was likely, too, that Lyanna was being raped into senselessness by Rhaegar, as horrible as that truth was. As Lord Stark I will annul it, and let Lyanna decide what she wishes to do when she's home. He didn't say better or healed. Suspecting Roose's thrust of the conversation, Matrim wanted to beg off from further discussion, uneasy at the idea that Bolton would even now be trying to bargain for a betrothal to Eddard's sister. While still missing and perhaps being raped nightly, at that. Bloody flayed man is cold. If ever the Lady Lyanna should need shelter, Queenswell is always ready to protect the daughters of winter. The promise came easily to him, because Matrim remembered the debts his family owed the Starks, and he would see that debt through until his last dying breath. He didn't leave, though, and Stark sent a serving boy to find Lord Cerwyn to meet them in his solar. Major Cerwyn was waiting outside the solar for them, and greeted them with a murmured Lord Stark, and nods to Matt and Bolton. He wore a thick chestnut brown beard to match his hair, and his blue eyes watched Bolton carefully. Major remembered the tales of Stark and Bolton wars, and the costs they reaped. The desk and hearth in the Lord's solar were decorated with snarling wolves, running wolves, leaping wolves, in a word, wolves of all stripes and types. It was an old desk, had been there with Rickard Stark when he strapped Matt's arse for kissing one of the kitchen girls and making sure he understood what would happen if he put a babe in her. It had burned Matt then, to be strapped like a boy of 8 or 9 years instead of the man he thought himself at 15, but now, 5 years on, winter ending and war approaching, he understood. He hadn't lain with her, either, but she'd done well and married one of the Stark household archers. Stark went to sit at the desk, and the next few moments were filled with the sound of quill scratching on parchment. Finally, he set the quill down and read it aloud. It was as he said: in the event of his death or crippling, Winterfell and the North went to Benyon, then Lyanna. As actual lords, Roose and Medgar set their signatures and then signet rings to it first. Then Matt hurried his own Matrim wells of Queenswell, and pressed his signet ring of 2 crenellated water wells against the hot wax. Stark looked to them, and nodded. It is done, my lords. The succession to the North is affirmed, and you have my thanks. My maester will see it dispatched. Your days are your own until we prepare to depart. I ask only that you keep the North's peace amongst yourselves, and see your men keep discipline in the winter town. Although room has begun to open up there, the winter wasn't as harsh as we feared, and thus not as many old men as might be expected went hunting in the middle or end. Jamie Roberts, I think you'll like the next 2 sections especially, my friend. And now, part 2 of chapter 2, Oaths. Deep wells, deep deeds. The trappings of civilization seemed to fall away as he knelt beneath the heart tree in Winterfell's Godswood, listening to the wind, the murmurings and whisperings of the oaks and beeches in the wood. The melancholic face seemed to stare back at him, whispering, you don't belong here, you're not from here, we are not your gods. Matrim knew, as he knew once from half-remembered dreams and feelings, that he had lived in a world of logic and science, faith of any stripe diminished, but the lifetime he'd had to become accustomed to the old gods of his now home helped. Can you hear my prayers, All-Father? Does Odinson the Thunderer help throw back the frost giants from this realm? Does Tyr dispense justice? What should I even pray for? Victory in war, the safety of this Wells family and the Starks they owe allegiance and loyalty to? The old gods were the gods he had been raised with in this world, in the north of Westeros, but they had never made him feel welcome. Perhaps that was the secret, that they made no man feel welcome, for their worshippers had been the children of the forest. Or are they the children? In the end, he decided, it didn't matter. He knelt before the sad face of this god, and prayed to his old gods, Odin the Allfather, thunderous and mighty Thor, protector of all the realms from the frost giants, and Tyr of the single hand, mighty in war and wise in justice. It comforted him, to think of them on the other end of the heart tree listening, and so he asked not for glory for himself, but to preserve the last remnants of the Stark family, that they might know some peace at the end of the war. No answer was forthcoming, but the imagined murmuring from the trees seemed to diminish. That was fine, Matrim Wells decided. Lack of affirmation or no, he thought he knew what was to come. The march south. 2 battles, the whirling mess of stony September and the pitched grinder of the trident. The carrion eaters would feast off the work of the spear and sword warriors of the kingdoms, and so too would the men know better than the carrion eaters. He knew, too, his duty, and that was to serve and defend the Starks. Even from their own mistakes. Lyanna, he thought, and knew what would have happened. But he was here, now, and perhaps things would be different. Matt thought about a dance stolen beneath this very same weirwood. The snow had been fresh and spotty beneath all the cover the gods would provided from the elements, but the weirwood had been weeping. He thought, and made a prayer to Lothan, and made an oath. Benyon had laughed, made a jest about Matt going wildling. He'd flushed, he remembered, not entirely displeased at the thought, but then her betrothal to Robert had been announced, and the course for war set. Now the realm will bleed. Gods curse you both, Robert and Rhaegar. Whether Lionel loved Rhaegar or not, the realm would bleed. The trees stilled at the thought, their murmuring dying, and he knew it couldn't be the wind that had driven it. It was a windless day with snow still on the ground around Winterfell, and so there was no wind to have driven their previous susurrations. Matt stood from where he'd been sitting, uneasy at the thought that he had been communing with his gods in this world. In the last, they never spoke, and when people claimed they did, innocents died for it. There were dragons, and there will be dragons. Perhaps the old gods do murmur at men through the trees and weirwoods. Either way, he'd come here for a moment of peace and quiet, a break from drilling with his men and officers, marching, counter-marching, shaking from marching column to battle line. Now his break was over, the Umbers had arrived, and tonight they would make their oaths to Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. Why should we fight to crown a Southerner, he asked himself. We bent the knee to dragon lords and dragons, and the dragon lords are weak and mad, and dragons are dead and gone for the nonce. No army could ever make it past the neck. Moat Cailin was unbreakable from the south, and the Crannogmen would ensure no force ever made it through the swamps and fens. The army was nearing 15,000 strong, and only grain convoys from White Harbor were keeping it fed. Stark's decision rather than strip Winterfell and Wintertown's granaries before the end of winter. He turned to leave after one last bow to the Heart Tree, and saw Benyon Stark watching him. Matrim inclined his head respectfully to the air of winter in the north, and Benyon grinned. Matrim. I had to ride back from Last Hearth with the Umber forces, I was fostering there, with the Great Jan. It's good to see you, Benyon. Matt returned his grin, glad to see the now young man. He would be 15 now, and Winterfell couldn't be without a Stark. Eddard would have ordered Ben's return home from Last Hearth with the same raven ordering the Umbers to march. Ben's sharp features grew solemn. I'm glad you're riding south with Ned, Matt. Harrenhal was a disaster. After Rhaegar crowned Lyanna Queen of Love and Beauty, nothing's gone right. Matt embraced the younger man, patting him on the back. It'll be well, Ben. We will find your sister and put Rhaegar to the sword, and avenge the murders of your father and Brandon. Good, he said savagely. I hope you kill Aerys and Rhaegar and the King's Guard and everyone that's loyal to the Mad King. Matt patted Benyon's back again and then released him. I was just leaving if you've come to pray, Matt said. We're taking the oaths tonight, and I'm here in Cregan's place. Ben nodded. I'll be at the feast and ceremony. Benyon said. I'm glad you're my friend. Matrim didn't really have an answer for that, but accepted it nonetheless. The torches planted around the gods would cast odd shadows across the snow. Eddard Stark stood in front of the weirwood, beside the pond with wisps of steam rising from it. Benyon stood next to him. The assembled lords of the north would make their oaths tonight, with the Heir Tree of Winterfell as witness to affirm their loyalty to their chief for all time. Matt knew the lords that they met on the way south would make their oaths before whatever weirwoods were handy. But here, now, this rite would be done with all the ceremony and ritual it demanded, a tradition that stretched back to Brandon the Builder accepting the fealty of his lords following the raising of the wall. The weight of the years seemed to press against Matt's shoulders, the knowledge that in peace and in war he would be making his cause the Starks, no matter their fortunes in peace or in war. It was right. Let the weight of the years sit heavy on my shoulders. This is a duty. Duty is heavier than a mountain, death lighter than a feather. They were all dressed the same, Matt and these lords of the north, and the Stark brothers with long and solemn faces. They wore breeches and their boots, and that was it. They were shirtless, as the first man to swear to the Starks had been, and they would seal their oaths with blood beneath the weirwood in the center of Winterfell's God's Wood. The words for this ceremony were old, older than Queenswell and the Wells, older than the Andals, older than the Stark wars with the Boltons. Ancient. Who comes before the Heart Tree? Benyon, as his brother's heir and now right-hand man, spoke the words first. Medgar Cerwyn, as the first and closest lord to arrive, stepped out from among the assembled lords, and would go first. I, Medgar of House Cerwyn and Castle Cerwyn come before the Heart Tree and the old gods, and the Stark of House Stark and Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, to affirm my oaths to House Stark, and to make my loyalty known, now and for all time. Let the gods bear witness. The Cerwyns were perhaps the first of the Stark bannermen, and so Medgar made his oath first. He finished it by drawing blood from his palm with a stone dagger, letting it drip onto the ground before the Heart Tree, and then smearing the bark. Roose went next, and then it was Matrim's turn. I, Matrim of House Wells and Queenswell come before the Heart Tree and the gods, and Eddard Stark, the Stark of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, to affirm my oaths to House Stark." He shivered when the wind picked up, feeling his skin prickle and goosebumps rise. He did his best to ignore it, though, and tried not to think that the gods were watching them. He drew his dagger. "By the gods to which this iron is holy, I will to Eddard Stark be true as his man. I will love all that he loves, and hate that which he hates, according to the laws of the gods and the order of the world, by blood and by deed. My sword is yours." He drew the dagger across his palm, ignored the pain, and let the first drops hit the ground before the heart tree, and then smeared his palm's blood on the white bark, staining it red. After that, the Karstarks, Glovers and clan chieftains from the mountains, lakes, and umbers made their oaths. The wind picked up, rushing and howling, and the heart tree dropped leaves. A leaf for every man that had made an oath. Matt shivered, and told himself it was only the wind. Then came Stark's oath. "I will provide justice, mercy, and a place at my hearth for all that need them." The Stark's oath began, and when he finished, Eddard finished it by making a cut in his own palm, too. The blood stained the snow red, and stained the weirwood darker red. They finished the ritual with the hand-clasping ceremony, where they knelt before Eddard and entreated him to provide them aid and succor should they need it, while vowing fidelity and loyalty to him, aid and shelter to him and his heirs from this day until the end of all days. Matt's goosebumps stayed, and he felt inexplicably warm, even with the wind howling and snow on the ground at the tail end of this winter. No one wanted to break the seeming moment of the ceremony, but finally Lord Stark was first, his face drawn tight. The weight of the oaths that he had received seemed to bear down on him, and Matt thought about duty, a mountain, and a feather. It seemed there was a weight on his shoulders, as well. "There is food in the Great Hall, my lords. I must apologize that your men cannot all join us, but perhaps this might be best as a war council, for now." Slowly, with stiff knees, most of the assembled lords began making their way to their feet. For now, enmities and grudges of the past were allowed to lie as near half the lords of the north, or their chosen stand-ins, made their way from the Godswood to the Great Hall of Winterfell. The hearths in the Great Hall were roaring merrily, and serving girls were ladling hearty helpings of stew into trenchers of yesterday's bread. Matt gladly accepted his, and a horn of ale, strong and frothy and dark, everything ale should be to celebrate an oath-taking ceremony. War in the north during lulls in the deepest depths of cruel winter was to be appreciated. It freed men to die in service of home and Stark, and ease the burden on the granaries of the north. All the lords took seats at a single of the long tables below the dais, with Lord Stark and Benyon at the head of it. They had brought no daughters or wives, and Matt knew he had had a hard time getting his men to do the same. Women with the camp eased a man's burdens of the heart, loins, and doing the washing, but they also needed protecting from raids and strikes by enemy forces. "I had the damnedest time getting my brave lads to leave behind their sweethearts and wives," Alake said. "That's why I brought older men and left my sons at home," Great Jon Umber acknowledged after sucking down most of a chicken, booming voice loud enough for Moat Cailin to hear. "2 brave sons to carry on my legacy if I should fall in this winter war, and my oldest just married. No, my lords, though we've a lull in the winter now, our Lord Stark's words are even truer. Winter has come, winter has receded a touch, but winter will come again, even harsher and crueler. We will let the South know the truth of the words," Matrim added. "And then, with relish, we will show them why only 2 of the dragons ever came past the neck, and what becomes a dragon lord without a dragon. Bran and Rickard Stark's shades demand justice done, and I mean to slide my dagger through Aerys Mad King's ribs before a heart tree." Umber, Karstark, and all the clan chiefs from the mountains agreed with that sentiment, and raised toasts to Matrim, his brother Cregan, and his new nephew who would remain nameless till summer came, though Cregan had promised him that the boy would become Rickard Wells, should he survive the winter. Lord Stark brought an end to the toasting and wishes for plentiful sons and long lives by standing and raising a hand. "This is a meal and war council, my lords. We must discuss the line of march." Rickard Karstark stood, smiling easily, flanked by his 2 sons, still sitting. "My lords, my Lord Stark, as a loyal bannerman to you, our liege, it is my honor to accept the position of vanguard, and leading the march, as surely these must go the Karstark forces as a cadet house of House Stark." Anything after that was cut off by jeers and shouts from the assembled men, led by Great Jon Umber. Matt took a note of who refrained from such shouting: himself, Bolton, the 2 Stark brothers, and the Flint of the Old Flints, a cousin to Lord Stark. The shouts continued for perhaps 30 heartbeats, but Lord Stark's face stayed solemn. "I'll not march behind Karstarks," Umber roared. "We were defending the north when the first Karstark was suckling at his mother's teat, by the gods. The honor belongs to us." Karstark took offense and opened his mouth to retort, but Eddard Stark stood again. "I will have no quarrels among my bannermen about the van," he started slowly. He looked around the room, eyes lingering on Matt and Bolton, sitting next to each other, and then he paused. "There will be no van. We are marching to war and must maintain good order. The army of the north will have a marching order. First, the light horsemen from the clans, to act as our scouts and eyes. We are safe enough in the north, true, but it will be 3 se'nights before we reach the neck and perhaps an army waiting to pounce. Then the Lords Bolton and Wells. They didn't murder each other on their way to Winterfell. Perhaps they can repeat the feat on our way south. Is that a joke? From Eddard Stark? Perhaps it is. Matt grinned, to show there was no offense taken. That wasn't to say that he hadn't considered ways to shorten Roos's height by a head, of course. Just in case. After the laughter from the joke finished, and all the plans for marching order and where and when to rest every 4th day, the feasting council broke up and left the great hall. Finally, Matrim was the only one left, the fires in the hearths dimming, as he stared at the spot where he'd asked Lyanna Stark to marry him. Winterfell's lords were buried with swords across the statues over their tombs, to keep their vengeful spectres in the crypts where they belonged. But what did they do for girls too young to know the consequences, but old enough to think themselves wise enough to make drastic decisions? There was no answer that Matt could find. Chapter 3, Southerly. It seemed that the gods were pleased with the oath-taking in Winterfell. The weather turned warmer, but not warm enough to melt the snow on the ground and flood the King's Road south with mud and mire the army. As a result, the army of the north made good progress. Matt was kept busy. His men marched at the head of the column, and he rode up and down the portion that was his, encouraging, joking, and letting them know he cared and was there. At nights, they camped beneath the stars, wrapped in cloaks and plaids, fires and bellies fed by the bread and meat and vegetables of the small folk of the north, who rejoiced to see their lord, even if he rode to war after the deaths of his father and brother. 8 days after having set out from Winterfell, after the Manderleys and the houses sworn to them had joined the march, after Dustin, Stout, and Rhyswell forces were welcomed with open arms by the rest of the lords, and the houses Flint Knot of the mountains had sent word they were camped with the forces of the Crannogman, there was another oath-taking before a smiling weirwood. Red sap ran from the mouth, and afterwards Matrim sat, stared south and brooded. Lightning cracked miles away, west of where they camped. The ruins of an ancient fortress loomed over them, remnants of one of the interminable wars between petty kings in the north before the Starks subjugated the others and rose to dominance. Matt had found a skull one day while taking a turn at ploughing a field for rye, and there had been an arrowhead in the skull. They'd buried it, because chances were good that it was the skull of a man fallen in honorable service of the Wells. And if it had been a Bolton man, well, he wouldn't haunt the land that way. He was sharing his campfire that night with Artos and Grajon, the officers of his men-at-arms. Artos' beard was dripping with ale, a gift from the village of the sobbing weirwood, and he scrubbed at his hauberk of mail with handfuls of sand, brought by the Manderleys in barrels for that purpose. His archer and pike officers were with their men, taking the mood and feel of the formations and subunits, something Matt had done his best to drill into them, hard. He wanted a unit that could rival the Golden Company for their discipline and endurance. What he had was not that. They say the Golden Company has never broken and run, John the Grey said. A veteran of the Ninepenny King's War, he had started life as a freeholding tenant of Matt's family, too poor to be anything but a pikeman. War had made him wealthy enough to become a man-at-arms, and now he was the headman of the village with the grimacing weirwood. He had feasted Alaric Wells before Matt's father died putting down a wildling band, and regretted bitterly that he hadn't ridden beside his lord as he felt he should have. They say so, Matt acknowledged. But discipline and having never broken has never met northern archers with weirwood bows, either. You're all freemen, tied to my family by choice and loyalty, not those serfs tied to the land and lords they have in the south. A free man fighting to defend home and hearth are worth 5 pressed peasants. He didn't mention that if some men had refused to answer Queenswell's summons, they'd be evicted and their homes burned by their neighbours and Cregan. Artos spat. But tain't us and the men-at-arms I'm worried about, laird, 'tis the archers and pikes. Matt was too, but not as much as Artos seemed to be. Why do you think we've been drilling the men every damn day? And they had. After the march. On rest days in the mornings. In the afternoons on rest days, they competed, sword fights. Ball games. Archery contests. It felt more like a traveling festival than an army marching to war at times, but when the fighting came, and they created a feast for the carrion eaters, they all would be grateful for the extra practice and drill. And because they were his men, and he loved them for following him south into war, Matt slept rough like they did and shared what they ate. Not for him, the big tents that Lord Manderley had brought, or the fine wines that Bolton and Manderley shared by a fire. Matt drilled with them, too. Every time his men practiced different formations, whether a line, or a deadly pike skiltron of circular or rectangular shape, or a mixed formation, all his men in a jumble. He'd asked Manderley's knights for help, to give his men a cavalry troop to practice themselves against with no danger of being gored by a lance if a man was out of position or didn't have his shield up. In return, Matt's men gave Manderley's knights something to do that wasn't currying their horses or taking care of their gear. Golden Company on the mind, John. Artos' voice wasn't mocking, but he knew the other man's history as well as Matt. The answer came. They can attack with their pikes, laird, he addressed Matt. We need to be able to as well. You're right, Matt said. Every pikeman has a hand axe or dirk and shield. That's a question better asked of the pike officers, but I think so, my lord. Matt nodded at Arto's answer, then smiled. Tell the men. Next rest day, that will be a full day of drill. If the men-at-arms can hold off an attack from the pikes, a double ration of ale or mead for each man, and I'll pay. If the pikes break through them, the same to them. Oh, and Artos, John? I'll be taking part tomorrow with the pikes. The meeting broke up, Artos and John to go tell the pike officers and then their men, Matt to brood alone. He stared southwest, where the thunderheads crackled and boomed miles away, and when he fell asleep beneath his plaid he dreamed of a war in a desert. Matt stood next to Manderley and Sirwin, across from the Lords Riswell and Bolton, and at the head of the table in the inn of the King's Road South stood Lord Stark. His arms were crossed while he stared at a map, and most of the rest of the lords stared at Eddard Stark. Matrim was looking at the map. All of them save Manderley were painfully raw-boned and thin after the winter, where Matt's memories of the summer had them broad and powerful. Good lords sleep rough with their men, and eat what they're eating. If they're eating, his father had said. He wondered sometimes if his father had suspected, when Matt asked to be sent to Winterfell at 12, suspected that his younger son wasn't quite from around the area, as it were. It was gone and done, now, and Alaric Wells buried beneath the Queen's Swell, soared above his tomb while he became food for worms. In the here and now, though, the inn they stood in had cast open all the shutters and dozens of candles burned merrily, the better for the lords of the north to speak their pieces. The map Eddard and Matt stared at was of the Riverlands, and a raven's parchment message lay atop it. Dirk thrust through it, the map, and into the table below at the place where Robert Baratheon had perhaps been wounded. I have conjecture and scraps of news, but I believe the strategic picture in the south looks like this. Robert defeated 3 separate forces in a day-long engagement at Summer Hall, Eddard started. He has bent the Stormlands back to his will, and now the full muster of the Storm Lords marches at his command. Robert has fallen back into the Stormlands, following a defeat at the hands of Randall Tarley at the head of a force from the Reach. Jon Arryn has settled the Vale, and he and Hoster Tully are attempting to settle the lords of the Riverlands that feel their oaths to the Tullus aren't so pressing. I have received a raven from King's Landing, signed by the Queen, her daughter the Princess Shaina, and Princess Elia. They beseech the North to return to the King's peace, and promise that if we help settle the other rebels, Aerys shall be dealt with by rigor. Eddard's face was grimmer than even usual. Matt spat on the dirt floor beneath the table. Forgive me for speaking out of turn, my lord. He will settle his father like he settled your sister out of reach and hidden away at best. Then he will demand we lend him our swords to finish with Baratheon, Arryn, and Tully houses bound to our Lord Starks by oaths of brotherhood fostering and a betrothal, a fostering, and a betrothal. Let's show him the color of his guts with our steel. Little Lord Lingmat's not much wrong, John Umber rumbled. There were sacred oaths undertaken by Lords Ricard and Arryn, Lords Ricard and Robert, Lords Ricard and Tully. Sworn in their septs, and before Winterfell's heart tree. I stood as witness, he said, tugging at his beard. I stood as witness, I say, and I mean to stand as witness, for Lord Eddard Stark when he swings the sword and puts down Aerys and Rigor for the evil things they have done. But what about the innocents, if there is such a thing, in House Targaryen? Ricard Karstark said. I don't mean to see Aerys and his foul son disinherited, only for the Bae-Bagon or child Viserys to be just as monstrous as the king and crown prince. The princesses can be betrothed and then married off, Bolton broke in. Preferably far from King's Landing and where no men will gather swords and lances to the cause of seeing themselves beside the girls as king in the Red Keep. Major Sirwin sneered through his beard. Aiming for a princess for yourself, Bolton. Roose turned his pale, cool eyes on the man wearing a tabard with his family's battle axe on it over ring mail, and Sirwin paled slightly. If I were, I assure you, I wouldn't be so naive as to announce it before gods and men while still married to the Lady Bethany, who is, I pray, with child once more. Forgive me, lords, but is the Princess Shaina not betrothed to the Prince Viserys, as is the Targaryen way? That came from Flint of Widow's Watch, a thicker-set man with broad shoulders and a guarded face. We don't know, Howland Reed said. He wore armor of bronze scales over a dark green tunic and brown breeches, and carried a long 3-pronged spear and a small, round leather shield. We don't have any men in King's Landing to get us information about what Aerys is doing or thinking, and Rigor has dropped from view. Either way, Lord Stark interrupted. We are men of the North. We do not slaughter babes in arms, or children innocent of the folly of their father's decisions. It would be worse than turning a child seeking shelter away during winter. His face never ceased being solemn, Matt knew. Not after they'd ridden south, leaving Benyon sniffling and trying manfully to not cry. It is nearly midday. Our march was not nearly as difficult as it might have been, with the weather permitting. Now comes the hard marching, and harder fighting. Let us take a break, and then we shall discuss commands. Matt made his way out of the inn and to the grove of weirwoods that this village tended. He was joined by Eddard Stark, and the two of them knelt before a long, grim face that could have passed for Stark's cousin. Matrim tried to pray to the gods in the trees, the spirits of the cold northern land he called home now, but after a moment ceased. It felt wrong, but it would probably feel wrong to pray to his first gods, here, somewhere sacred to the gods in the trees. But what if they're the same gods? Then it's moot, and your prayers will be heard, or not, all the same. Matt knew his place, and so once he had finished his loose prayer, he waited for Stark to break their silence. Finally, the man did. I did not want this war, he said. But it has been forced upon me, upon the north. War is bad for the land and people. Matt waited. Stark would explain, or he wouldn't, and Matt pressing him would do nothing. If a king may have no friends, for all in the realm look to him for protection and justice, a high lord may have few. Matrim shrugged. I am the son of a lord, my lord. As the people that look to my family owe us duty and labor, loyalty and trust, so do I have a duty to the people that look to us. I must ride to their defense when they need it, whether it be in war or in a court of law. I carry the justice of the Starks at my hip, and as I carry your justice, so must you carry the justice of all the north at your hip and on your shoulders. Death is lighter than a feather, lord, but duty heavier than any mountain. What you must ask yourself, lord, is if this war is a duty or a personal affair. Matt shrugged again, and Stark closed his eyes, shoulders slumped as they knelt before the heart tree. I would be a liar, Matrim Wells, if I said that I would not take pleasure in extracting vengeance for my father and brother. But this war is a duty. A north that appears weak is a weak north, for there will be men that whisper the Starks can't even avenge the deaths of a lord and his son, let alone raiding or being taken advantage of. Then you know your duty, my lord. A weak north is a vulnerable north, and is winter not coming. Chapter 4, Riverlands and Crownlands. River Run lay at the confluence of the Tumblestone and Red Fork rivers, with a huge ditch on the west side that could be filled by a sluice gate. Matrim stared at it as Lord Stark rode out the castle beside Hoster and Brynden Tully, and Jonaran, who had led his forces out of the Vale. Its walls were built from reddish sandstone, quarried from the gods knew where. They say Catelyn Tully is a fine-looking woman, Matt, rumbled Torgon Flint of the Mountain Flints, sitting a hardy dappled mountain pony, his braided beard reaching down to his chest from beneath a spectacled helmet like Matt's. You're married, uncle, Matrim replied idly. He patted his horse's neck, and then switched to rubbing the beast's coat, grimacing when the gate stayed open behind Stark and men-at-arms and lords followed the Tullis. What your lovely aunt doesn't know won't hurt her, lad. The thick man grumbled, then took a swig from a canteen. Sides, Uncle Torgon continued, I hear tell from Lord Fat Lamprey that the Ned is to marry the Tully girl in place of the Bran. It might be pleasing to the gods to see that oath honored, Matt said. He thought about a girl with dark hair and eyes, pale as the fresh snow, and then he thought about a promise made beneath Winterfell's heart tree to himself. But I think it might please Lord Arryn to bring 15 or 20,000 men to the army, more. We'd best be about getting down to see what the word is. Gods or not, but I'd not refuse that kind of price for 15,000 men for the war, Torgon leered, and Matt was cheered by his uncle's easy, but harmless, lechery. They started down the cleared hill overlooking the reddish castle, and he could see Bolton and Manderley, the other mountain chieftains, all the other lords of the north moving to meet the 3 high lords of the realm riding out. Show me the man that would, and I'll show you a ruddy septon, mad on his gods. The area around the drawbridge across the Tumblestone had been cleared of trees at some point in the past, to allow for a sally by cavalry or men-at-arms, and when Ned Stark slid from the back of his grey horse, long cloak brushing the ground, the northern lords went to their knees. He motioned them to stand, and his eyes ran over all of them, before finally settling on Matt and his uncle. Lord Flint. Eddard Stark said, respectful but firm. Matt suspected that he was still trying on the mantle of Lord Stark, molding himself to the needs of the title. You'll take your men, and the forces of the Wools, the Norreys, your nephew's men, and Lord Tully's vassal, Lord Shawnee. You're to act as a strong scouting force to the southeast, and start acquiring grain to feed the army. We must discover if the forces of the Crownlands have mustered yet. Don't force a fight you can't win, but if you think the odds and circumstances favorable, by all means, don't shirk from killing them before they can join the Targaryen army. Matrim grinned while his uncle nodded. A fight meant ransoms, and ransoms meant he might make himself and his family wealthy enough to attract small folk settlers from the south to cut back the huge forests that dominated so much of the north, to put more land under the plough. His uncle stroked his beard, then dragged Matt aside. The lords Shawnee, Wool, and Norrey followed. Brandon Norrey looked like a goateed fox, thin and clever-looking and half a head taller than Torgon, while Hugo Wool had a long beard hanging down to his large gut, barely contained by a shirt of mail. Shawnee was the best armored of all of them, his breastplate and gorget and greaves putting the northerners' shirts of mail to shame. His reddish-brown hair was worn pulled back, and he had a blunt, open face. He scowled at them. Torgon clapped Lord Shawnee on the back, grinning. Cheer up, Riverlander. First to march means first to fight, and first to fight means first to kill. I'm Torgen, this is my sisters Get Matrim Wells, and those re Hugo Wool and Brandon Norrie, ruddy half-wildling, they are, and always sharpening their daggers and looking at my back. Torgen mentioned Matt with warmth in his eyes and a smile, softening the seemingly harsh words. Your mother was a bleeding ewe, Flint, Norrie smiled coolly, and I had her like you Flints have all your sheep, the back 2 legs held up in my boots. Wool interrupted him with a laugh, deep and booming, and punched a fist into an open hand. All this talk of having mothers and sharpening daggers. We march to war, my brave lads, and the Stark demands our cooperation, no matter how much I'd like to see you both strung up like a chicken gizzard before the gods. Forgive me, my lords, the Riverlander broke in, fish-crested helmet held under one hand. But as indelible as your argument is, if we're to set out, needs must that it be soon. The Stantons and Buckwells together can muster near 3,000 men, and they're the closest lords of the Crownlands to the Riverlands. I'd not see them burning our people and castles. Matrim shrugged. Reasonable enough to me, uncle, lords. We're the first to march, and first to fight. Let's strike a blow against the Mad King's forces. Torgen ordered them all to collect their men and make ready to march immediately, to meet by the road that followed the Red Fork east. Matt left the clearing by the drawbridge of Riverrun. The Riverlands were gorgeous rolling hills and streams and rivers, stands of trees between the farms, not much wilderness. Not like his home, not like the north, with its huge swathes of land untouched by man. He wanted to grin, but then he thought about Andal invasions, and drew his lips tight. Artos and John met him by the wells portion of the northerner camp, beneath the fortified well that his family had as their sigil, their mail coats on and belted tight at the waist, helmets held under their arms. His heart beat faster in his chest, with pride at his family banner, and tried to keep from grinning. We're to march beside the Wools, Norreis, Flints, and a river lord named Shawnee. We're going to scout southeast, see if and where the Crownland lords are gathering their swords, and start collecting corn and livestock to help feed the main body of the army with. He thought about getting the chance to drive a sword through Ares' heart, thought about sticking his sword in slowly, to delight in the man's pain and misery, and then stringing his entrails from a tree he might carve a face into and create a new old god for the south. Then he shook his head. The chances that he'd get to do that were poor to none, as delightful as the idea might be. We'll go tell the other officers to get their men ready, Lord, Artos said. He and John left Matt, and Matt found young Hugo the piper running through some kind of exercise on his reeds and chanters. Up in it, Hugo my lad. We're to scout the border between the Crownlands and Riverlands, and mayhaps strike a blow against Ares' loyal men before they've got their britches pulled up. Small Hugo packed away his pipes carefully, and the two of them set about lowering the Wells family banner from the spear where it fluttered in the wind, cloth flapping. The sounds of men packing their gear from where they'd been sleeping, falling into line for march, all the sounds of war, filling the air. Horses made all their assorted noises, hoofed and neighed and snorted. Men shouted commands and orders, and made ready to march. There was no clear border between the river and Crownlands, even after 2 days marching. The land gradually shifted from rollicking hills and trees and rivers to flatter land, but still just as many trees and streams. It was good, rich land, and Matt decided that he wouldn't mind plowing the ground here, if the chance offered itself for him to become a lord in his own right. Now, though, Lord Shawnee's light cavalry and Uncle Torgen's clansmen on shaggy ponies were driving cattle back to the main army, while some of Wool and Norreis' clansmen cut grain out of a field and ransacked a village of any stored food. Torgen had ordered that there be no rape, because even though it was a war, they were going to be marching through here again in the near future, and that would just be bad policy. To make his uncle's point clear, Matt had executed 2 of Shawnee's men-at-arms and 1 of his own men-at-arms the previous evening. They'd kicked, after he'd taken their heads, their victims watching with blank eyes. He could still feel the dead men's eyes, and their victims watching him as he swung the axe. He was startled when a hand descended on his shoulder. He turned to look, and it was Torgen. Norrie told me what ye did, laddie. Matt nodded, and turned back to watch as some of his archers poked through a wood line, moving to cover the Riverlord's light cavalry while they robbed some poor farmer of his winter wheat, because now Shawnee put them maybe 3/4 of a day's march from Stanton's castle and Torgen wanted infantry covering the raiding cavalry. It isn't easy the first time, is it? No, Matt finally said. It's not. It's different in a fight, or a battle. There, it's them, or me, and I know which my mother would prefer I pick every time. Last evening was. Were ye sick? There's no shame in it. I was sick, my first time. Matt suspected that his gruff uncle was about to launch into the telling of it, but he was rescued from the man's attempt to comfort him, as appreciated as it was, by a sharp whistle from an officer in the archers in the wood line, below the hill from Matt and Torgen. The archer officer sent a runner, and he made the 200-yard sprint fairly fast. He arrived panting but grinning and had stripped down to shirt and breeches. Small folk, my lords, he began after he'd caught his breath. Got scythes and hatchets and sickles anew, but they look ready for a fight, my lords. Torgen flipped the man a silver, and grinned when the man slipped it into a purse around his neck. The grin disappeared, though, when Matt's archers started streaming back across the field. Matt and his uncle spurred their horses forward. God's damned fools, he said. Sheep turds for brains, little arselings. If I've given orders that rape's to be met with death, why would they think we want to kill them? We're in a lull in the bloody God's damned winter, they can just plant their fucking fields again when we leave. 'Tis winter all the same, uncle, Matrim said. This might be the last of their seed corn, and their last hope. Bloody fucking fools, Torgen snarled. He turned his head to Matt. Go get your bloody pikes and men at arms, and form on the field on the far side from the trees. Matt nodded, heart pounding, and turned his horse, trampling some poor peasant's work beneath his horse's iron shoes. He galloped across the field, his horse's hooves sending clods of dirt flying, and the ride back to the rest of the force was fast, urgency lending weight to his spurs. He pulled his horse up short of trampling his men, and was out of the saddle in a heartbeat. Artos, John, Edric, Harlan, he panted. Matrim handed his horse's reins off to Hugo the piper, told him to get the horse with the others, and undid his sword belt from around his tunic. There's small folk massing to try to drive us off the land, he said, and a pikeman helped him pull on his mail hauberk, then belted at the waist. Matrim gave the man his thanks before speaking again. We're probably going to kill them, he added. Pikes will split in two, the Huscarls will march between the two formations of pikes, and we'll discuss the real formation once we reach the field. They set out, Matt at the head of his pikes with Edric, who came from the village with the grim-faced weirwood. He left his shield, and had his long axe slung over one shoulder as they marched. Edric wore a fine one-handed axe at his belt, engraved with ornate knotwork and lines, and carried a pike, his small round shield hanging from his shoulder. It'll be a good first fight, my lord, Edric said, beard bristling. Give the lads a chance to get blooded, lick the blood of the foe from their axes and swords. I'd trust our Nordron lads against any Soutron pissant peasants any day. Matt turned his head to look at the rows and ranks of bearded, grim-faced northerners. Sunlight glinted and flashed off pike heads, on metal helmets and the bosses of shields, and the clangor of all the panoply of men at war was a din and paean to the gods. Sing out, Matt roared, his lungs filled with fine late winter air, crisp and cool. Sing out true, and let these southerners know that the men of the north march. The first song, started by a fine young tenor, was a song of homesickness and duty, about a man going o'er the hills and far away. 4 more songs carried them the mile or so, at a brisk jog, to where Matt's archers were exchanging desultory shots with Crownland's small folk with slings and javelins, and the first few ranks of pikemen broke out into laughter when a cloth-yard-long shaft took a slinger in the throat, fell backwards, and hit another man on his way down. By the gods, if that's all we've got to fight while we're in the south, the women and plunder will be easy pickings. Matt couldn't identify the voice, but he wanted to tell the man that nothing was truly easy, it only appeared so before luring one in. Instead, Edric shouted for silence and his uncle Torgen rode up, axe drawn. Good, the mountain chieftain said. Form your pikes in the center, and heavy infantry and archers on the flank and angling out, like the rune vet, yes. Matt nodded, catching the basic plan. His men would form the 3 battles for the fight, and the formations would be filled out as the other northerners and the Riverlanders arrived. It will be done, Uncle Torgen, Matt said. They formed across what had been a field of winter wheat, now trampled with the marching and counter-marching of men, and Matt swallowed. A fight, even if not a real fight between soldiers, still had the opportunity to leave him draining his life water into the ground, to feast the wolves and ravens. His pikes slung their shields forward, to dangle from around their necks as they set pikes and braced. He stepped forward, jammed his helmet on his head, and gazed across the ploughed field at their foe. Matt tried not to listen to the pounding of his own heart in his ears, amplified by the metal of his helmet. They were a ragged, ill-assorted mob, but he guessed their numbers at nearly thrice his own men, but no match for all the force Stark had dispatched to scout, a mailed fist probing or with a dagger held, should it prove necessary. He narrowed his eyes, trying to see. He beheld a few men in ragged bits of armor, perhaps inherited from fathers or grandfathers. They were trying to bully the small folk into forming a line, slow and fractious compared to his own men. Crows and ravens and eagles circled overhead, somehow sensing a fight approaching, and Matrim felt eyes on him. He turned to look, and saw 2 ravens sitting on a bare tree branch, staring at him silently. If he squinted hard through his eye holes, he could almost see a face in the tree's rough bark. Odin, he thought. Wanderer, if truly you are there, I hope you'll meet the good men we send to you in your corpse hall. The ravens gave a synchronized croak and lifted off the branch at the same time, and Matrim wanted to reach for a hammer amulet that didn't hang around his neck. He swallowed, and turned to look back at the foe, now coming at them across the long field. He turned his head over his shoulder, saw his men with helmet straps tightened, set and ready to meet the foe. One archer was hurriedly trying to change his bowstring, berated by a grim officer as he did so, and Matt's heart raced at the thought that now, at last, he would be doing what he had been born for. The thought came unbidden to him, perhaps whispered in his ear by some nameless god, that if he survived the war, he would need to see a great sacrifice given over on the Isle of Faces, 100 cattle or sheep or even criminals, done in the darkest of night, their entrails left dangling over the tree limbs. That was how it had been done in the old days, when the religion of the first men was still as hard and cruel as winter, not like the softer form practiced now. I will give you gods my beloved horse, he thought, and then went back to the ranks of his pikemen. We're going to kill them all, he told them. The men-at-arms and archers will funnel them into us, because they'll not want to charge arrows and men with big shields and decent mail. They'll think we'll be easy pickings, if they can just get around your pikes. You'll learn them the error of their ways, because we're not going to wait for them to gut themselves on your blades. He took in a deep breath, and then exhaled. Then he breathed in once more. Pikes! He roared. He risked a glance back. His formations were becoming bigger, the other men filling in behind his own. Matt looked forward, then called the next command, prepare to advance. Braced pikes were hefted, the first 5 ranks of men leveling their weapons to point forward, a very angry hedgehog of Northmen. Advance! He screamed the last word, stepping forward with the first rank of his men, axe hefted and wishing desperately he'd brought his shield as the group facing them sent stones and rough javelins their way. They advanced deliberately, going forward to crush the foe under the rolling inertia of a block of attacking pikes, eager to win the first battle of the war for their cause. There was no singing now, only the grunting of men as they fought to keep their 12-foot shafts under control, curses and mutters as spent rocks and javelins rattled against helmets or armor or shields after expending their energy on the rows of pikes waving in the air. They clashed against the peasants with stolid dull thwunks, pikes penetrating flesh and guts, punching through rough wool clothing and makeshift wooden armor, and then Matrim was amongst the foe. He wanted to feel bad as the first strike of his axe split a man's head in two, that these people stood no chance, but he knew they'd have given his men no chance at surviving if they could have. The man's club fell from his lifeless hands to the furrowed dirt below. An eagle shrieked, and a man screamed as a pike's point went in. The first 2 rows of small folk were stopped, and dropped in their tracks. His pikemen grunted, men working in unison to knock aside clubs and makeshift spears of scythes so another man could thrust his point into soft throats or eyes or groins. Matt blocked a blow from a wicked cudgel with nails jutting out of it, a makeshift morning star, with the haft of his axe, and head-butted his attacker. The man staggered back, his brown eyes wide and unseeing, and Matrim took the heartbeat of breath it bought him to step back into the sheltering storm of steel and wood that were his men's pikes. The Northerners drove forward with grunts, battering at the bad armor and reaping a grim toll on the men with no armor. Matt waited, and when his men's formation started to stagger and break because now they were stepping over bodies, he stepped forward once more. Someone drove forward with a dagger, and Matt knocked it away with the haft of his axe, crushing the man's fingers. Someone else came at him with a sickle, trying to cut him, and Matt let the blow bounce off his mail, and he punished the man for his courage by punching him with a mailed fist. He finished by hooking the man's rough wooden shield down, his own breath harsh and ragged in his ears, and then twisting the axe in his hands and driving it back up, into the man's jaw. The man fell back, his green eyes wide and fearful, hands reaching up to try to staunch the flow of blood, and a pike head pistoned forward, taking the man in his throat. A miscast stone bounced off Matt's helmet, and he turned to look at where it had come from. He saw the end of the fight. The small folk were taking steps backwards, glancing over their shoulders as they shuffled away from his men's bloody pike points, and the stench of burst guts and death hung over the impromptu battlefield. Matt spat, and turned his back to the peasants. He didn't look at the bodies, but now that the fighting, as quick as it had sprung up, was finished, some of his pikemen and archers were going through the bodies. He turned, and Harlan was there with a wineskin. We need to find a bloody septon or septa to help bury them. Matrim said. Fucking fools. A group of archers were exchanging wagers about who could hit a fleeing man. They were stopped by Iwan, who slashed the air in front of their bows with his own bow's stave, distracting them. They wanted a fight, my lord, and weren't willing to turn and run. 'Tis no fault but theirs, and only the gods know why they wanted it, Harlan said. Artos strolled up to stand with them, and he cast an eye about, stroking his beard. Probably the horse taking all their bloody grain, Matt said. Stupid shits, Artos said, and Matt thought it telling that he couldn't decide whether Artos was referring to the horsemen or the small folk. And the men are even stupider for trying to loot them. Oi, you cunts. Cut it out. His lordship will see you get some coin when we sack some place, quit trying to rob dead men poorer than wildlings. One archer made a rude gesture at the clump of men around Matt, and Artos rolled his shoulders back. To go thump him, presumably. Matt laid a hand on the wiry man's shoulder. Peace, he told him. They did well. But I'll enforce a stricter discipline if we sack a village or castle. He had no need to describe his stricter discipline, they knew already, from yesterday. See to the wounded and about prisoners, he ordered. He looked away from the dead men being picked over by his men for whatever coin or valuables they might have had, the lifeblood of the men staining the field, men that had plowed and sown and harvested this field, weeded it, taken care of it so it would feed them. And now they watered and fed the field. He swallowed, trying to keep himself from being sick. This hadn't been a fight, it had been a slaughter, and worse, these people hadn't deserved it. Now their widows and children would likely starve, and Matt could claim their deaths as his fault, too. We are at war, he told himself. I have marched south at my lord's orders, and they would have killed men entrusted to my command by their families and my brother. It was small comfort, and he knew that he would dream of dead men's eyes pleading with him silently that night. Torgen arrived on his shaggy pony, after a while, with Norei and Shawnee. Well done, Northman, the river lord said. Torgen and Norei echoed the sentiment, Matt's uncle including a pat on the shoulder. They were just peasants, uncle. Just angry peasants scared of a lasting winter. Matt cast a glance to the sky, and thought of choosers of the dead, circling overhead as eagles and swans, taking the bravest of the dead men to All-Father's Hall. There will be no harvest of souls for the corpse maidens today, he thought bitterly, for all that the small folk had done their best to drive his men from their field and keep them from taking their grain. Odin, keep them from Niflheim. They deserve a seat in the corpse hall. Not all fights will be as clear as we might wish, Norei said. Why, many's a time I've raided your sheep-plowing uncle's lands for a chance at his wife, and now here we are, fighting aside each other. Torgen growled. At the Stark's command, and never ye forget, 'tis his forbearance as keeps me from holding a hall burning for you and all your rat-faced kin. Matt ignored his uncle and Norei as they fell to quarreling, turning and walking away. He knew, of course, that the army had to have grain and meat to feed its bellies, a twisting, sinuous snake made of thousands of men and horses, armored in iron with thousands of pikes and swords. But the reality of coming up with that grain and meat, that stuck in his throat and made him want to be sick. He couldn't, though. He could not appear weak before the other lords, even his uncle, and especially not men that would trust him with power over their lives and deaths. He slipped into the treeline his archers had poked through what seemed like days ago, but was perhaps an hour. Though he had no heart tree before him, Matrim knelt. His mind went blank of whatever prayers he might have whispered or thought, and instead he tried not to weep. He stayed there for a long while, long enough that now he could hear men digging graves, and at peace for the moment, he stood and went back to his men, knees popping as he dusted off the knees of his breeches. Lord. One of his pikemen nodded. The man was leaning on a spade, his pike and 5 more propped against each other to form a rough cone against the now darkening sky. You men did well, Matt said. You did well, and I shall see you all paid 4 silver wolves each for your courage today. Cheers erupted, and one man slapped him on the back. I don't deserve this, he thought. He forced a smile to thank their enthusiasm and made his withdrawal. He could not seek solitude again, and he had no desire to wrestle with the bad mood threatening to overtake him. He left his men cleaning up the dead, and went and found a tree to sit under. John the Grey found him cleaning his axe blade with a scrap of linen cloth. The bearded soldier settled across from Matt, his own axe across his knees. "'T isn't like the songs they sing, Laird," John said. "Especially not that kind of fight. Still, and you didn't lose your head or get us all killed, which is better than most with their first command. The next one, against real soldiers, that'll help. That gets your blood flowing, heart racing like a horse, all galloping and thumping. That's better than sex, it is." Matt half remembered a man from his dreams, bearded and wearing green and brown splotched clothing saying much the same thing. "War is the greatest team sport on the face of the planet, boys." He didn't know if it was a dream or a memory, but John seemed to think the same sort of thing. He passed a wineskin to Matt, who took it gratefully and drank down the red, some rot-gut stuff from a few miles away, perhaps. Wine and women at the same time help with the bad ones. John accepted the scrap of linen from Matt, and set to cleaning his own axe. "Nothing makes me harder in a fight. I suggest you find a woman, because I've seen the wine take men and make them stupid, put an evil spirit in them." Matrim knew the evil spirit that John spoke of. Men that went to war came home, and the war came back with them. Night terrors, reliving their battles, finding solace in beating those weaker than them or the bottle. Some, but not all. Matt knew his father had had them. "Anyway, Lord. I'll see to settling the men." The talk had helped, Matrim thought as John left, whistling a cheerful tune. It had helped, but he knew that there would be times he remembered it and hated himself for killing peasants simply looking to not starve. They gambled and rolled the dice, against soldiers. They lost. Their widows should blame them, he told himself, and stood. He had work to do. Their shades would haunt him in time, but now there was work to be done. Perhaps their shades would haunt him less if he helped give them a decent burial. The village headman was on his knees, wringing his hands, and a group of Wells archers were beside Matrim, with arrows on their strings, held and ready to draw back. This was the third such scene he had been in charge of, and it still settled with him just as much as the first. "Please, my lord, please, we need the grain." Lord Stanton took what we had set aside for tithes to the faith, and the faith took from our seed corn to make it up. "You will be beggaring us, my lord." He was a painfully thin man, flaps of skin hanging from his jowls, and Matt tried not to let the man's pleas sway him. The village was clumped together, all 80 or so of them huddled against a wall of the rough September, trying not weep as pikemen ransacked their homes and barns for grain and livestock. Matt was seated on a rough stool, axe held across his lap, helmet between his feet and shield propped against a stool leg. In the distance off to the southeast, there was rain, foretelling a dismal and gloomy afternoon and evening. He blinked, trying to clear some of the wool from his thoughts. "I understand, master, I really do." Matt swallowed, and tried to keep his face schooled and stern, a copy of his father's lordly face when dealing with recalcitrant farmers squabbling about property lines or whose bull begot a calf on another man's cow. "I understand," he repeated. "But I would rather my men take your grain peaceably, and leave you what we can, than sack the village and leave you dead. My gods, my lord, we will starve. The women will weep and wail, and babes cry for want of milk from their mothers." He was interrupted in his haranguing of Matt's stone-heartedness by a girl of the village, about 17 or 18. She had pretty, striking blue eyes that made Matt want to squirm in shame, long black hair and pretty, unscarred skin. "You're a bastard and a son of a bitch and a cruel man," she shouted, and bent down to pick something up. She came back up, and threw whatever it was. A rock, flying true, hit Matt in the nose. He took the blow silently, placed his axe on the ground, then stood. He reached a hand up, and his fingertips came away bloody. His pulse quickened, and he felt the want to fight, the urge to lash back out. It pounded in his chest, the desire to fight or run, and he mastered himself by counting to 20. "Briary! By the gods, girl, be silent!" The headman crawled to Matt's feet, beseeching him to spare the foolish girl. She had been addled in the head ever since her father died, and Matt backhanded the man. "You will both be silent," he said. The girl had been seized by a pair of archers, the both of them grinning. Perhaps evilly, if Matt stopped to consider it. He didn't. Instead he tightened his hand into a fist. The girl struggled against the archers. "You think me evil, girl," he said. "Evil for condemning your village, your home, to starvation. Evil for taking all your grain, all your pigs and sheep and cattle?" "Yes," he said when she nodded. "Yet I have done this in 3 other villages, and only one offered my men pitched battle. We killed those people, like we will kill you if you attempt to kill us. I am not cruel or evil or even, as you said, a son of a bitch. I am doing my duty to my men to see that they don't starve while we do our best to kill the king and his men. But those villages are still standing, their men alive and women unraped, because I ordered it so. Just like yours will be, unless we are attacked." One of the archers forced the girl's hand to wave at him. "Shall we take her hand, my lord?" Matt shook his head, eyeing the girl. The sleeves of her dress were pushed up, as though she'd been doing washing, and he thought about John the Grey's words. He stared at her, long enough she finally flushed and ducked her head away, and he grinned. "Leave her," he said. In one hand, he took the hand she had used to cast the stone. His other he formed into a fist, and then slammed it into her stomach. She slumped over, gasping. At his nod the archers backed away, letting her fall. One of them leered at her, but the shorter one looked like he'd smelled something foul. "Let this be a lesson," Matt said. He knelt in front of her and she cringed away. He undid the laces of a mail mitten and pulled it off to dangle from the sleeve of his hauberk. With his ungloved hand, he reached forward and tilted her chin up, so she was looking him in the eyes. She tried to jerk away, but he tightened his grip on her jaw and stilled her. After a moment, he released her. Then he slapped her. She cried out and drew back fearfully, and then spat at him, hand covering her cheek. "Take all their food. If anyone resists, kill them." He stood and turned away from the girl. Actions, even courageous ones, have consequences. Next time, think twice before throwing stones at armored men, even ones that restrict themselves to the pillage part of rape and pillage. His men set to with a will, happy to be stealing anything not nailed down or too heavy to carry. He sat back down on his stool, and watched, face schooled to impassiveness. His archers laughed about it, and he saw 2 of them covering the girl especially. Good. Let her know fear, and let them learn to keep a tighter eye on small folk. Finally, the day over half done, and with a cool wind rising, the work was done. The food was loaded onto the horses of the men that had them, and his men began to reform. One man's stirrup strap broke, and ignoring the jeers from his friends, he set it to rights. Once the men were mounted and on their way back to the army, nearly 200 of them, the rest of Matt's force started marching to the next one. They stopped after what Matt judged to be a mile, and started making camp. The weather was softer here in the south, and where men had huddled together under cloaks and plaids, as close to fires as they could get without singeing themselves, now they were content to merely sleep on them, looking up at the stars and whispering quietly. Matt sat with his back against a tree, boots off, watching his men. At some point in the night, the group of men that had ridden to the army yesterday trickled their way back. One man swung off his horse, and hurried to a campfire. A whispered argument ensued, and then he picked his way with care to where Matt sat. The man squatted in front of him, armor rustling against itself, and in the darkness Matt could see him grinning. "Word from the army, m'lord." Matt recognized the voice. Torren, one of the professional men-at-arms from Queenswell, and a few years older than Matt. He'd helped Matt learn how to properly hold a shield, for the shield wall. So few of his men, including himself, had yet to stand in that great killing test, where boys became men. "Gods, see me stand when my time comes." Matt nodded for the man to continue. Then, realizing his mistake, he whispered, "What news, Torren?" "Lord Stark says we're to swing back towards the northwest and meet up with the army. He got word from Lord Baratheon, who is headed northwest to try to meet up with Stark, Arryn, and Tully in the southeast of the Riverlands. He wants us to avoid a fight if we can, but if we can't, to try to mask our movements so they can't see we're trying to meet up with his lordship. And keep sending grain, of course." Maitrim nodded again. He cursed, and Torren laughed. "I wanted the chance to kill Crownlanders too, Lord, but we'll still get it. Maybe just not tomorrow, Maitrim affirmed. "We'll show them the color of their guts. Now go get to sleep, Torren. There'll be killing work, and soon." The men-at-arms, armor still rustling, left Matt to his own devices. He lay flat, back still to the tree, using his plaid as a pillow, and tried to sleep. Armored corpses. The dead, piled high as far as the eye could see. Nothing but snow for miles. The end of the world, then. A huge wolf stalked the land, stalking him. He had armor, a shield strapped to a handless arm, and a sword. He knew, as a blind man knows darkness, that his death was coming. A death it might be, but not the death, the final one that would send him to a doom. He welcomed it, and grinned. The wolf came at him, as fast as lightning. He managed to strike it, but then it had his hand in its huge jaws, snarling, and he met his death with a song on his lips. When Maitrim Wells woke the next day, his weak hand was nothing but pain. When he examined it, he found a length of twine, as thin as a silk ribbon, wrapped tight around his hand, cutting off the blood flow to it. He must have gotten tangled in the night, and it affected his dreams. He undid the twine, and placed it in his belt pouch. Swinging nearly 2,500 men north and west, away from enemy forces they knew had been ahead of them, and now were behind, was hard. Men grumbled, and cast glances behind them. But Torgen trusted the other lords with him, even if some of them were Norey and Wool, and they trusted the men that helped lead, the officers and under-officers. The last of their horsemen arrived a day into the new course of march, and Torgen deployed Shawnee and his own light cavalry to act as a screening force to their rear, securing them from being smashed from behind by the enemy. They forced their way along small, old tracks that led from village to village, small out-of-the-way places where the Lord came by infrequently, if at all. There were places in the north like that, trackless wilderness that made up so much of what the Starks, Karstarks, Flints, and more, ruled. Matt was proud of the fact that he'd been to every village that looked to Queenswell for protection and justice, broken bread and shared mead with the leading men, dandled children upon his knee and kissed maids beneath weirwood trees. "Come on, you hard sons of bitches," Ewan exhorted. "Do you want to live forever to grow old and die of the cold and endless shits and your prick won't keep stiff?" "Gods no," John the Small exclaimed. He was leading the first of the pikemen, his own pike slung over his shoulder. His bushy eyebrows were wild with excitement, bristling at Matt from beneath the man's hat. "I want to die at 32, Artos bellowed. "I want to die with my axe buried in a thin-blooded Southron's skull, and his friends running in terror at Artos of weeping weirwood. There's a winter coming, and I mean to be dead and buried before I have to suffer waking up with my cock soft and my wife seeking a younger man to bed her. She'll have no trouble with that, Artos. Just tell her Torren with the pikes is coming courting, and she'll go all weak need, because you certainly haven't been servicing her." A chorus of voices, nearly 40 in all if Matt had to guess, claimed that their names were Torren, too, and they'd like to drop by. He grinned, but Artos' face drew taut, and Matt knew now was probably a good time to step in. "A craven fears death in battle, lads, but even if the spears never find him in old age, the ailments of an old man will. I certainly don't want to live to be hoary and bedecked with frost and snow," Maitrim said. "And what better way to go, than a hero's death with your sword brothers beside you, and the foe dead at your feet?" Some joker couldn't resist, and called out, "In bed with your wife, Lord." Matt took no offense, for he had no wife, and the good-natured joking helped ease the miles a man had to march on weary feet. When at last they came to a village large enough to be worth the trouble of stopping at, Matt stayed on his horse, and his men took a break while they let Shawnee's foot soldiers take on the task of going through the village for livestock and stored seed corn and vegetables. He closed his eyes and breathed in deep of the air of the south, and was interrupted from trying to steal a nap in the saddle by a commotion in the village common. Stifling a yawn, Matrim prodded his horse forwards once more, and found the village headman on his knees, a sword at his throat. Anger quickened his heart, stoking fury and rage into preparedness to kill. His hand drifted to his axe. Two men had the headman by his arms, forcing his neck out, and the man with the sword was toying with it, making slow motions along the villager's throat, heavily implying he was but a moment from sending the point straight in. The headman was blubbering, trying to plead for his life, and three of the soldiers were laughing, mocking his attempts at saving his own skin. By the gods, Matt said. What are you men doing here? Take that sword away, we're here to take their food, not their lives. Fuck off, savage, one of the men at arms spat, and the four others drew their swords, too. Tristy Shawnee arrived, fish-plumed helmet held under his arm as his horse cantered up. Unhand your axe, Northman, Shawnee ordered. Matt found himself wanting to copy the soldier, spit and start a fight. His grip tightened for a heartbeat, but then the numbers and circumstances exerted themselves. Bloody gods damned Southron bastard, Matt thought uncharitably. Stupid prick. Self-righteous ass of a seer. With his men outside of the village resting, and the mountain clansmen acting as security for this raid, Matt knew the fight would go badly for him. He complied, lifting his hand from where the axe dangled on his saddle. So why are you threatening a man of the small folk that can't hurt brave knights in armor? He mocked them, going for their identity as knights and brave men. They hid their fucking grain, a second soldier spat, and Matrim kept himself from grinning. So the girl did something about us rather than lie in the dirt and whine. Brave. Stupid, so stupid, but brave, too. So move on, Matt suggested. We don't have the time to sack the village entirely, hunting for hidden food, and any man that takes the opportunity to rape will lose his cock or his life. You savages are the ones most like to rape, and make human sacrifices to your foul tree gods. Matt drew his sword rather than his axe, because he was still on horseback and they weren't. He looked at them, the four men on the ground and Shawnee. The cool calculation of murder made itself easy. If he killed one of the ones being quiet first, and then the most belligerent one fast enough, he might knock the fight out of the group of them. His grip on the sword hilt tightened, and the situation reminded him of the similarity of when he had greeted Roose Bolton before arriving at Winterfell. He had made himself ready to die, but now he didn't want to. There were women to swive, a wife to eventually marry, children to father, and a Stark to serve. Sauerons aren't worth it, a part of him whispered, the insular Northman part. But they were just poor people trying to get along as best they could, and they hadn't asked for the war, or for their homes to be ransacked and their food stolen. Now, facing someone else doing it, it was all too easy to see how he would have appeared the villain. Matrim didn't like being confronted with a perspective where he was the monster, but he understood it. They were stopped from the violence inching closer by a clansman with a stalk of wheat in his mouth cantering up on a shaggy mountain pony. The flint says ensure you're sure that there's na grain to be found, Laird Shawnee, and 'tis time to be movin' on. Go and try to steal a march on the wee cunt what's been worn in the villages and if we find to be hangin' like a coney, I what? Matt wanted to grin at the look of puzzlement on the River Lord's face, but provided a translation for the man. He nodded, short and sharp, and his brown eyes watched Matt watch his men leave the village, but they didn't say anything to each other, and once the men were marching out, Matt spurred his horse into a gallop. He raced ahead of the column of marching men, horse throwing up dirt behind them, and as they moved ahead the men began to fall behind, until finally it was just Matrim and his horse on the dirt track. He slowed to a trot, something his horse could keep up for miles and miles, and he stopped only to piss against a tree. He finally caught up to her after probably 6 miles, and circling around 2 villages. His horse caught up to her own fast, and by the time she realized that there was a chase to run, she had already lost. Matt caught the reins of her own horse, an older, smaller pony, and she looked frightened at his appearance. Her blue eyes widened in fear, and he felt a tinge of guilt. He crushed it, ruthlessly. So, Briary, he said. Thought you'd do a little good deed, follow us while we swung back to meet up with the main army, and warn any villages you met that we were going to take their food, did you? No, my lord, she lied, and her defiance and anger lit her face up. Matt wanted her, then, but he settled for forcing the reins of her horse from her hands and tying them to his own horse. He swung out of his saddle, and walked close to her. Even with the height disadvantage, he could see she was scared of him, no doubt remembering the punch and slap, the humiliation. He laid a hand on her thigh, and she tried to flinch back. Gods, but you're fucking brave, he said. Brave, but stupid. You're lucky it was me, he said. He picked her up out of the saddle, grunted, and settled her on the ground. From his saddlebag he drew a knife. He used it to eat with, but he pressed it into her hand. He took a gold dragon from his purse on his belt, and pressed that into her hand, too. She looked startled. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Because courage deserves a reward, even if it's stupid. Misguided courage is likely to get you murdered as do any good. Take the knife, keep it hidden unless you need to use it. Take the dragon, keep it hidden unless you need to use it. Now go home, and stay there. There's armies all across the Southron kingdoms, Matrim said. And quite a few of them won't be as stupidly decent as I mention this to no one, do you hear? He swung back into the saddle and left her standing there, staring after him as he rode back to his men, and hoped she would make her way all right. Chapter 5, The Shield Wall. Matt sat his horse on the side of the rough dirt road, sipping from a canteen beneath an old beech. 3 weeks of war had scarred the land, and now his marching men sent folks running whenever they saw his men coming. A sow snuffled a few feet from his horse's hooves, trying to find early beech mast. His men were marching hard, trying to surprise Lord Stanton's forces from the north, cutting between where Buckwell's men were supposed to be approaching from and where Torgen Flint had offered battle to the first of the Crownland lords. Matrim had a day to slip north, and flank the enemy. The small folk watched his men, warily, and he saw 2 or 3 men fingering knives and reaping hooks. He whistled, and they looked up at him. He grinned, slowly, and loosened his sword in its sheath at his hip. A group of his pikemen turned, looked, and then laughed derisively, and Matrim's grin widened. One of the men spat, and herded his wife and grubby children away from the rough road. Another, a man that hadn't fingered a weapon, makeshift or true, pulled a woolen cap off his head, wrung it in both hands, and then approached Matt. A brave man, even if he's near petrified with fear, Matrim thought. All me pardons, my lord, the man said, bowing and scraping and trying not to let his fear of Matt show. All me pardons, but, beggin' your pardon, my lord, are you a lord? Matt shrugged. I am the son of a lord, yes, he said. He corked the canteen and hung it back on his saddle. My lord, well, seeing as you're a lord, and our lord has gone off for the wars, my lord, the Septon, lord it's my little girl, lord, she's not but 8 or 9 and his holiness is doing things with her, things what ain't proper, lord, things for married men and women. Matrim blinked. He thought about what the man had said for a heartbeat, then slid out of his saddle. He could feel his pulse roaring at the thought, the wrongness, the evil that would have to dwell in a man's heart to be capable of such a thing. His hand dropped to his sword hilt, and he squeezed, imagining his hands around this Septon's neck. Where is the Septon? The Crownlands were good land like the Riverlands, rich and fertile, and Matt wondered if the richness of the land helped create the evil in some of the men that lived in such rich lands, but the logic of it seemed incorrect. Rather than worry at it like a dog with a bone, he let it drop. He had bigger issues than what drove men to evil, at the moment. The man's eyes widened at the movement, and he swallowed audibly. This way, my lord, he said, and pointed towards a small house next to the 7-sided wood building that served as the September. Matt's armor clinked against itself, and as they drew closer to the house, footsteps muffled by the dirt, he could hear a grunting. I know what he said, he thought, but I did not think the Septon would be so blatant. Matt kicked the door off its rough hinges, and barged in. The home was dark, ill-lit, and with no windows to provide sun when there were no clouds. The girl's father darted around Matrim before he could reach the bed and dragged the grunting Septon with his robes rucked up to his arse off of the cowering girl. The man hit the priest once, twice, then a third time, breaking his nose. The Septon spluttered, and enraged, Matrim seized him from the angry father and punched the Septon in the face. He fell back on the bed. Matt shoved the father out of the house, and now he filled the one-room home, nearly scraping the thatching that formed the roof with his head. You filthy pig, Matrim said, and drew his dirk. I am a holy man, a man of the gods. Who are you, to lay hands on me? The Septon stood, and tried to back away from Matt, only to fall backwards onto the bed. The girl's father came back into the hut behind Matt, and the girl scrambled off the bed and away from the Septon. See to your daughter, he told the father, and then kicked the priest off of the bed. The anger and rage coursed through him, and he was ready for a fight. He grabbed the man by the front of his robe and dragged him into the weak early spring sunlight. Do you think the gods would like you in their heavens, priest? A rutting, cowardly piece of scum that has to take his pleasure from a girl not yet flowered or ready for marriage because no woman will have him. Or do you prefer boys, but don't want hung for your unnaturalness? The Septon blinked several times in rapid succession, trying to clear his eyes. In the light, Matrim got a good look at his face, pock-scarred and pimply. The man, aside from his fat belly, had a pinched and weaselly face, and Matrim spat. I am a man of the gods, he said again. Matt nodded, his face blank. Clearly you are an educated man, too. Tell me, what is the king's punishment for rape? The hate and anger in him were wanting to make their way out, have him beat the man to death, but Matt tightened his grip on his dirk, reined himself in. There is my rights, I demand a trial. The septon shrieked. It's gelding. Matt roared, cutting through the man's further demands for a trial. The punishment for rape is gelding or the wall, and they don't need fat useless septons at the wall that eat and whore the night's watch into more poverty. On your knees, priest, or I will take your legs. The man refused, and Matt grinned. He drove a boot into the man's knee, and the man collapsed, howling. Your gods have abandoned you, priest, and I am your judge and executioner. You have done wicked, evil things, septon. But you will not beg me for mercy, bastard. You will beg the small folk who you have harmed and done ill to. No, he gasped through tears and the pain. No, he said again. I refuse. The gods will see me a martyr to your heathen, pagan ways, and I will be transported to the heavens. Your gods are not here, and if I knew of a heart tree close by I'd dangle your guts from the branches as an offering to the true gods. Someone jeered, taunting him, and Matt stepped away. Who else dares accuse this man of misdeeds? Tell me what he's done, what evil he's caused. For a moment, there was mostly silence, broken only by his still marching men and the septon's sobs of pain. And then the dam burst. He raped my girl. He stole our seed corn as a tithe, even though we already gave him his due. He had my son hung by the Lord for thievin', my lord, but my boy weren't no thief. On they went, the litany of venal and petty sins a septon charged with the shepherding of people's souls could get away with. Matt let every person speak their piece, every man and woman, and at last he turned back to the septon. The Lord's duty to his people is to protect them, give them shelter and succor when they need. I am not the Lord here, but I know justice, septon. The wall, or your life. The wall is not for the likes of me, filthy heathen, the man spat, spittle dribbling down his chin. His eyes rolled madly, and he stained the front of his robes with fear urine, the stench harsh on the otherwise beautiful spring day. The gods will strike you down in your wickedness, afflict you with the pox and bloody mare and you will die shitting your guts out, screaming for your mother. I was so hoping you'd say that, Matrim told him. The man's eyes widened for a heartbeat, and in that heartbeat Matt stepped back close to him, close enough to smell his breath and the fear, see the hate in his eyes. He drove his dirk deep, between two ribs and into the man's heart, and he grasped at Matrim, clawed at him, trying to stay on his knees. Odin, bar him from your corpse hall for eternity. He let the septon stay against him for a moment, perhaps 40 slow heartbeats long enough to hear the man's last breath, his death rattle, and then let the man fall backwards, lifelessly. Do you say justice is done, people? That you accused this man, saw him condemned and executed in accordance with the laws of gods and man? I, said a man broader than most, his face grim. You gave us justice, Lord, and we thank ye. Please don't burn our home. I'm done here, Matrim promised. And my men will leave your homes alone. You might see about sending word to your lord, though, and ask if he'll send a new septon. He cleaned the dirk on the dead man's robes, and left the body in the dirt, for the small folk to bury or leave to rot as they'd please. He swung back into his horse's saddle, clicked his tongue, and set off after his men. The woods were thinning where they'd been cut back for firewood around yet another interminable open field. Matt debated with himself if it would be worth trying to keep his men under control as they filtered through the trees, to take advantage of the cover the trees offered from any enemy skirmishers. He could hear the clash of metal on metal, men's screams as their life water drained into the ground. Matt made his decision. He swung out of his saddle. He left his axe in the leather loop on the saddle, and hefted his shield. Pikes to form on either side of the men at arms, archers ahead of us. You'll shoot into the side of the enemy while we cross the field, and then pull back once we're close enough to charge them, Matt ordered. One of the men at arms yelled for the rest to form the boar's tusk, a wedge of heavily armored men with shields, and Matt bullied his way through his men to the front rank. My lord, you can't take the tip, you're commanding, someone said, and Matt drew the aventail of mail up to his helmet and another man helped him secure it. I can and I will, Matrim Wells said. I am your lord's brother, I have been trusted with the command, and I will not ask men to perform the most dangerous task while I shirk and hide behind their shields. Form on me. They complied with more, but muted, grumbling, and his heart swelled when Artos and the Grey John pressed their shields tight against his back. With these men I will deliver Lord Stark a victory they will sing of for ages to come. He drew his dirk. The dirk is for oath-taking and the shield wall, where you're close enough to smell a man's fear and hate and what he had for breakfast, or his woman's quim from the night before, his father had said the last time they had ridden beside each other. Hurrah! The shout signaled that each man was in position, ready to go. Forward! He led them, left foot first, shield up high covering him, and the shields of his men stayed tight against his back, swords, spears and axes pointed forward. Ahead of them, the banner with the black wings of House Stanton dipped, and horns blew their low notes. Gods, see me! Through the eyeholes in his helmet, Matt could see men trying to turn to address his men and himself. His men were going forward with all the inexorable force of a rock rolling downhill, and then the first shots from his archers started landing. The range was too close, almost too close, and men went down with arrows having penetrated their mail and even some helmets. Matt grinned inside his helmet as his archers started taunting the enemy. He wiped the grin off when Stanton got his men turned, faster than Matt had expected. He swallowed, opened his mouth. He tried to shout, but it came out too low. He forced himself to take a deeper breath, and then lifted his sword to point into the air. At the curse. For winter fell and the Starks. Hurrah! His men responded, calls of Queenswell and the Wells, Matrim, ringing in his ears, and his men's pikes hit an instant before Matt was at the enemy line himself. He had time to see one man with a nasal helmet scowl back at him from beneath the man's huge red beard, and then a spear glanced off his helmet, driving his head back. He stumbled, bounced off his men's shields, and then they pushed him forward. An axe tried to hook his shield, but Matt drove it forward, fouling the man's attempt, and slashed his dirk at the man's throat. It bounced off the man's gorget. His heart thundered in his chest, loud enough that surely everyone could hear him, and his balls were tight against his body as he tried to reset his shield in front of him. Thrust, you yellow excuse for a lordling. Your father fucking taught you better than that. In his fear, Matt had forgotten one of the first lessons he'd learned as a boy, trying to hold a full-sized man's shield up to build strength. The dirk was for oath-taking and the shield wall, and for stabbing. He grinned and shoved his shield forward. It caught on one man's kite shield bosses clanging against each other, and Matt thrust his dirk at the man. It caught in his throat, because his shield was out of position, and blood spurted up and into the man's beard. He fell backwards. You'll never know if you're a killer of men until you stand in the wall, shield to shield, near crushed between your shield, and that of the man behind you, and take another man's life in the wall. The shield wall is different from an open fight, and from executing a man. There is nothing like it, and I fear it. Alaric Wells had died when Matt was 17, and even though it had been the wildling axe that caused the mortal wound, Matt had released the bandages and allowed his father to bleed to death beneath the open sky rather than be in pain on the slow and torturous ride back to the castle. That was different from this. The fight against the small folk, and the fight he had been in against the wildlings, those were all different from this. Matrim Wells discovered he was a killer of men. The battle rage overtook him, coursed through his veins, and he felt his body was afire. He blocked a sword thrust with his shield, watched one of his men's pikes down the line smash through a man's ill-repaired helmet, leveled his shield and punched it into a man's face. There was a hole in the enemy line, now, and none of them seemed eager to fill it. Matrim stepped into it. Out of the diminished corner of his eye Matrim watched as one of the Stanton men tried to turn to stab him in the side, and was cut down in turn by one of Matt's men. He stepped forward, shoving against an enemy shield, and lost himself to the fighting. When Matrim came to his senses, he was straddling the chest of a man in good plate harness, struggling to drive his dirk into the eye slits in the man's bassinet. Please, sir, please for the love of the gods, I yield. One hand wrapped around the dirk handle, the other on the moonstone in the pommel trying to thrust downwards. Two of his men, archers both, were fighting to keep him from killing the pleading man beneath him. Disgusted, Matt curled his lip and let the dirk drop to the ground. You can let go of me now, he said, and tried to blink through the crust of blood on one eye. He rolled off the man he had been inches from murdering, and tried to ignore the man's gasps of thanks. Someone pressed his dirk back into his hand, and Matt's grip tightened around it involuntarily. He sat up, his movements stiff and sore. There was a gash in his thigh where his mail had been broken, and several on his shield arm where his shield had first splintered and then broken. Did we win? He looked around. Broken bodies were strewn across the field and the stench of blood and innards hung heavy over the plowed but unseeded ground. Men were picking over them, searching for coin or valuables to loot. One man shrugged. He helped the man in plate harness that Matt had been trying to kill to a sitting position. Who can say, Lord? We didn't run from the field, they seemed to. Gods, you reaped them like wheat. You stepped into the hole you made in their shield wall, Lord, and then you killed your way through 4 or 5 ranks of them. Matt shivered, suddenly cold, and wanted to puke his guts out. His stomach churned, and he tried to stand. The gash in his thigh pained him, and he sat back down before he fell back down. 4 or 5. And then gods alone know how many in the ruin of their shield wall. Did you see, O gods? I have harvested a new table for your corpse hall, Odin. Let them greet me as friends when my time comes. A man-at-arms came staggering up, a gash in the sleeve of his mail. He stopped, then bowed. You need to come, and fast, Lord, he said. He carried his helmet under his arm, a spear in the other hand. It's John the Grey, Lord. He's badly, and asking for you. One of his men needed him. Matt forced himself to stand, and a man handed him a spear. He used it to help him walk, and they started down the field, picking their way carefully over the dead. Is there any word from my uncle? Matt wanted a drink of water. The thirst burned in his throat, hot and prickling. The man-at-arms leading the way shook his head without turning to look back, and Matrim feared the worst. He dry swallowed, and then grimaced at the sight of an archer wearing a crenellated well on his tunic laying face up, eyes unseeing and a second smile stretching bloody and red below a pair of thin lips. I hope the sword girls and shield maidens took you. What was his name? The man-at-arms shrugged, and Matt frowned. He turned to the two archers that were following, the man in plate following them. One of them shrugged, as well. The other's mouth was drawn tight. He was Ronald, Lord, from the same village as Artos. Matrim nodded, and marked the name. Men, all of them his own, started picking their way from where they had been looting the corpses, and now a fair few of his archers stood in mail coats, all of them still decorated with the blood of their previous owners. Matt pressed his lips tight together and tightened his grip on the spear's stolid, reassuring ash haft. He could see gaps where men had died, and he tried to concentrate on the task at hand. When they arrived at John the Grey, there was a cluster of men around him. Matt knelt, pain blackening his thoughts, and John opened his eyes. There was fresh blood in his beard, and a rough bandage made from a tunic across his middle, where a huge gash had been rent in his mail, and everything stained with blood. Lord. John coughed weakly. Shhh, Matrim said. Save your strength, man, we'll find you a maester and then you'll live long enough to see me carried home to Queenswell on a shield. He took John's hand and squeezed, as hard as he could. It hurts, my lord, he whispered. Matt leaned in close, to hear better, and John's beard brushed his ear, painting it with blood. He seemed to gather strength from Matt's closeness. Do it, Lord. Fast and peacefully, like you did for your day, and you'd want me to do for you. You know where to thrust. Matt sat back up, shocked, and John's eyes seemed to dim. He whispered something, and then Matt caught Alaric, your lads are bra, and then it faded to inaudibility. Matt's hand drifted to his hip, where the dirk sat, and he swallowed heavily. Leave us, he said. One man made to protest, and Matrim cut it off with a savage gesture. I said leave us. John's grip on his hand was fading, and he was starting to whimper now. He placed the spear in John's other hand, closing the fingers around the haft as close as he could. Matt kept his eyes on John's, even unseeing as they were, and he drew the dirk as he heard the shuffle of footsteps turning and leaving. Matt swallowed again. Are you sure? He whispered. There was no answer, save for an almost imperceptible squeeze of his hand, and Matt nodded. Go with the gods, John. Till Valhalla. He drove the dirk home, into the man's heart. Then he wept. His tears left runnels in the dirt on his face. John had been there, with a calm word or wink whenever Matt had thought he'd lost the thread of leading his men, and so had helped bind them tighter to each other. Matt knelt there, dirk discarded to the side, hand clutching John's lifeless one, and finally he was shaken out of his weeping by Ewan, the second man in charge of the archers. Lord. We have a rider from the rest of the force. They've been pushed in the flank by Buckwell's men, and the enemy are pressing them hard. It never ends. Gods, but I am ready to sleep. Instead, he placed John's limp hand across his chest, and turned to the archer. Tell Baron, of Queenswell's men-at-arms, that he's to take John's place as an officer. Find the other officers, tell them we're marching. Standing was painful, but it had to be done. The wound in his leg throbbed, and Matrim wondered how he had taken it. He shook his head. I cannot grieve now. It must wait until later. As best Matt could guess, his men had fallen on the flank of Stanton's forces, shattering them, while the fighting between the rest of his uncle's men and Buckwell's continued, perhaps a mile distant. He groaned as he stood, and someone passed him a spear to lean on. Form the archers up front, pikes behind, and men-at-arms last, he decided. I'll march with the pikes. Matrim stooped and picked up a long kite-shaped shield, unsplintered or broken by the clash of iron and steel. He wanted to see John's body home, to the north, to be buried near the weirwood grove by the village the man had come from. Instead, there was his duty to be seen to, duty to his still living men, his uncle, Lord Stark. Heavier than a mountain. The first steps were pain, and face locked into a silent snarl, Matrim forced himself through it. Once the muscles around his wound were loosened, the following steps weren't as bad. They would come back for the bodies to bury them properly, and raise a cairn so that forever after, men would know of the steadfastness of his men. I swear it, by the gods, old, new, and mine. That was his duty as their warlord. As their warlord, too, he'd have a duty to see to their wives and children. I can't worry about that now. He had another fight to win, and he considered only victory, because defeat would be ruinous for him and the force his uncle commanded. ruinous for both of them. It was less than a mile to the fighting. His fight must have only taken a few moments, if the forces of Torgon, Wool and Norei, and the River Lord were still fighting Buckwell's men, and that meant that his men would help ease some of the pressure his uncle's forces were surely feeling. The pen of the spear and sword storm rose to the skies, and Matrim felt his heart quicken again. He wasn't sure if it was fear or anger. His knees wanted to knock together, and the roaring in his ears of his own pulse started a throbbing ache in his head. Gods, he thought, and drew his sword. The killing work had been going on for a while now, and the field was stained with blood as they emerged to the right of his uncle's forces. A runner approached them, carrying only a sword hitched high around his chest, and when he stopped in front of Matt, he was out of breath. Laird, he said in the thicker accent of the more rural areas of the north and the mountain clansmen. Your uncle's gone down, an arrow in his cheek. He is no dead, but 'tis a close thing, and t'other lairds are near to blows boot the command. Blood and bloody ashes, and the corpses of the gods, Matt thought. He turned to his officers, the men that would help distribute orders and keep discipline. Form up to threaten the enemy flank, he said. And make sure the pikes wear cavalry. Bloody Sautrons have an abundance of horses, and God's willing we'll capture some after this fight. They nodded, the men that trusted him, and in turn were trusted by the lowliest of pikemen, and Matrim turned back to the runner. Take me to the bloody lords, he said. We'll cut through this knot. The man muttered something under his breath, but Matt pretended not to have noticed, and followed the man. There was a lull in the fighting, it seemed, those organic moments where both sides paused to take a step back, breathe in deep, perhaps steal a sip from a canteen or flask, and so the killing paean to the gods had ceased momentarily. Matt did much the same, and stole a drink of water from a bloodied man, panting AMD holding a small circular shield and a small hand axe. You're doing the North's work, and Lord Stark's work aside, man. The man nodded at Matt's words, and kept trying to draw in huge gasping breaths. He said something in the old tongue that Matt didn't catch before he and the runner were gone again, hurrying towards a clump of men at the rear of the solid block of men that made up the fighting formation. They arrived, and found Matt's uncle bleeding profusely from a wound in his cheek, arrow shaft still partially sticking out from where it'd been cut down. Goo, Torgon said. Ma, I hear. Eathcon. What was that? Speak up, Flint, Norei complained. We can't understand a word you're saying. He said. Matt interrupted, eyes narrowed and barely masking his anger. I have the command. So I have the command. Get back to your men, my lords. We're going to finish this fight. You? Gods above, but you're barely a stripling out of his infant dresses, the River Lord complained. Matt started to draw the sword he'd sheathed at some point, anger pounding loud and hot in his chest at the man's continued rudeness. He was beaten to it by one of his uncle's under-officers, a huge bear of a man with long brown hair and braided beard. The man-bear grunted, and drew his huge two-handed sword from where he'd been holding it in the scabbard. T-Laird named his nephew the Matt as commander, he said, nodding at Matt. There is blood of our foes tab spilled, and ye cunts busy quarrelling about what we'll prance boot as commander. Once we're done with yon Sautrons, we shall finish ye for them, and decorate our laird's banner with your skulls. I really don't think that's necessary, Wool began. Matt interrupted him, trying to force himself to come up with a plan, some stratagem, to rescue the day on the fly. He thought he could see a glimmer of it laid out before him, what he would do and what the foe would do. Then see to your men, lords. Shawnee, he turned to the man. You've got a force of heavy cavalry. The man nodded once, short and sharp and unwilling. Let him be unwilling, Matt thought. So long as he obeys, or I will have the reason why out of him at spear point if I must. Good. You will take them, and wait until the foe commits their own. I'm going to take my men at arms and archers and pikes, and then my pikes are going to pretend to rout. If we're lucky, that will bait Buckwell into sending his cavalry at my men. Once they're committed, my pikes will try to reform. If they're not, ignore my men. You must smash the enemy flank, you hear me? Smash their flank. Matt pounded his fist into his open hand for emphasis, snarling. The gods will judge me. The gods, and if they are true, my men will await me in the corpse hall and greet me as friends. If not, then I shall deal with it as it comes. The die will roll. He turned to the man-bear that had spoken up for him. See to my uncle's men, he ordered. The man nodded, grinning. Sure, and 'tis been a rare fight, Laird. That was the lord settled, the cavalry with their orders. What else was there to do but stand, and perhaps, die with his men? He took his leave, made his way back to his soldiers. Edric, Harlan, John, he said when he got there, and they came to stand before him, wearing new coats of mail with rents and gaps where their previous owners had died, proudly exchanging silvers and a few bobs of gold, and Harlan wearing a gold arm ring with glee. He outlined the plan to them, and swallowed hard when he got to the part where it would be their men that trusted them to keep them alive, men that believed Matt and his officers all knew what they were doing, might very well die in an attempt to play bait. So Shawnee's men will come from the flank. Start rolling them, and Artos and Baron will finish it. He ended, and the guild nodded him that there would be widows tomorrow morning, widows that wouldn't know for months they were widows, widows he had made by using his men as bait. I'll stand with you, he promised. Give me a pike. Whatever else Matrim had been going to say was cut off by a huge cheer from across the way, where Buckwell's banners dipped and began moving towards the rebel force once again. Edric shook his head. Gods, but you're thick, aren't you, Lord? It's our job to fight, and your job to come up with a victory. Give us the signal, and we'll have the men running like hares. I'll judge when's best for us to turn on the Sautrons, and then they'll be in for a fight. Matt nodded, throat thick and unable to speak. The courage of his men was touching, and he would do his best to make sure as many of them as possible made it home. This I swear. He heard the wind, and felt he needed to find a spear. He turned, and there was one, sticking out of a corpse wearing Buckwell colors. He seized the spear, drew it out of the body, and stepped forward, between the two armies. Matt felt driven, and he marveled at the strength that had returned to him. He twirled the spear in his hand so that now he could throw it. He looked across the field, and saw Buckwell's infantry coming at them, and the remnants of Stanton's forces. We will win. The inner voice sounded different from his own. Matrim disregarded it, and cast the spear. As it flew, he whispered, Odin, all of them belong to you now. It arced over the infantry, and he grinned as it disappeared behind the foe. Now the meeting of swords begins. He turned and raced back to the line of his own men, wounds forgotten, and planted the kite-shaped shield in the bloody mud and dirt. Here they come, he called. Here they come, and here they shall die against our steel. His men responded with clattering their swords and axes against their shields and chanting the name of Matrim's home. Lina and Bran, he whispered, and drew the mail aventail across his face. Now his world was the metal of his helmet and his hauberk, his sword and a new shield. Someone passed him. He smacked the side of his shield against the shield of the man to his right, ensuring that their formation was tight. He crouched low and leaned forward, and as a spear point clattered off the rim of his shield, Matrim's world became blood and killing again. Matrim awoke to himself when someone prodded at the cut on his arm. He twitched, trying to grasp his sword with a hand that didn't seem to want to work, and pain shot up his arm. He stopped moving his right hand, his sword hand, and began grasping blindly with his left. He seemed to still be in possession of all of his limbs and extremities, and a silent thanks went to the gods. He tried to sit up, but was pressed back by a firm hand against the rings of his mail coat. Next he tried to open his eyes. That succeeded, and then he was looking at the lower rim of his helmet, and beyond it a head of dark hair. He reached his left hand up, to try and undo the aventail of mail. Water, he croaked. A canteen was pressed gently to his lips, and he sucked at it greedily. The hands helped him remove his helmet, and he blinked into the sudden light at the person helping him. It was the girl from before. Bridget. Brita. Barry. No, he remembered. Briary, he croaked again. She frowned down at him. It's a bit different when you're laying on your back without a weapon to hand, isn't it? He closed his eyes, remembered the knife he'd given her, the blade a smaller sibling of his dirk with the weirwood handle and moonstone in the pommel. So this is how I will die. A strip of a girl with a grudge. All Father, welcome me to your corpse hall where we will feast and fight until the end of all days. He wanted to tell her to get it over with, and slide a dagger or sword into his hand so he would go to the gods. Instead, he rasped. 'Tis. He sucked at the canteen again when she offered it, and then she took it away, still staring at his face. He wondered if there was a cut or wound he could not see, but put that out of his mind when she brought the knife, that black steel with white hilt, out from somewhere beneath her short kirtle. He could see her ankles, where the material bunched as she knelt beside him. I didn't understand why you gave me this, at first, she said. And then there was a man, on the road home. She cut herself off, and closed her eyes. The hand resting on his arm was shaking. He reached up with his other hand, still wearing the mail gauntlet, and rested it atop her own. She let him drink again. It's well, he said once he had finished. Then, I understand, Yeken? You do not want to, but your hand is forced, and it happens so fast it seems like there is no other choice, and sometimes there is not. It's a terrible choice, she said. I do not ever want to have to make it again. But it kept me alive, when maybe I wouldn't be otherwise, so here. Take your knife, and keep it. She dropped it onto his chest, and Matrim nodded. Then the knife has served its purpose for you, and I welcome it back. His voice was returning now, but still hoarse. Did I yell, during the fight? But tell me, what are you doing here? My lord fought here. I came to tend to the men from my village, but they all seem to have lived. Your men have pressed me and those like me into helping search for wounded men. Lucky, Matrim said. And I'm sure you'll be able to return home soon. But I'm awake now, and I need to find my men. She smiled, at that. You're in a tent, milord, and one of the men that watched you hit me told me to sit with you until you woke. He didn't know you'd given me the knife, she said. She turned away to fuss with something, and Matt took the opportunity to force himself to a sitting position. It hurt, and made him dizzy. He closed his eyes. Call me Matt, he said. Lord Wells is my brother, Briary. Can you help me with my armor? Briary nodded. He opened his eyes, and she was untying the leather thongs that kept his mail mittens attached to his mail sleeve. Once she had helped him out of his armor, she made to stand most likely to leave. He placed a hand on her arm, and she stilled. Will you sit with me? He bit his lip, suddenly unsure of what he'd asked. She looked at him, glanced at something presumably the tent entrance and then leaned all the way over and placed her lips on his own. He stiffened for a moment, and she drew back. He blinked, and she was trying to school her face to keep it from showing something. He swallowed. If you don't wish to, he began. No. Gods, that's bad. If you think that I'm expecting it of you or demanding it, or anything like that. Not at all, she said. I want to. Matt smiled, and leaned forward. Chapter 6, Back to the Riverlands. Briary sat beneath an ancient oak with her knees tucked under her chin, and watched Matt work beside his men. All of them were stripped to bare chests and breeches, ignoring the chill in the air that had her wrapped in Matt's plaid cloak. Their ribs were visible beneath their skin, and they all had the same whipcord thinness to them, even the men that had had soma extra around their middles and now had flaps of skin hanging loose. All of them bore scars, too, mostly on the arms or forearms. Matt did as well. Some of them came from the daily work of living, scars on the fingers from sewing or punching holes in leather, or hammering nails into wood, scars on forearms where they had made bad cuts with hatchets or knives. Briary knew those scars well. Nearly every man in her village had had them, too. What they hadn't had were the scars on the face, from where helmet and mail didn't cover everything, or on their chests where spear tips had gone through mail. The scars only added to the general air of lean, dangerous, predatory animals. The men were going through the dead of the previous battle, stripping them of armor and laying them with respect in a huge hole in the ground. Each man dead had a few words said over him by a friend or his commander or even Matt himself, face set in a blankness that she didn't like the look of. Then they moved on to the next. Briary frowned when a raven croaked at her from a tree limb, and seemed to stare at Matt. She looked back at him, and her frown deepened when she realized that there was a bloody hole in his breeches. All of them have holes in breeches or shirts. After I fix his, I shall start on the rest for him. I can do that much, at least. Matt looked up, caught her gazing at him with a frown, and he frowned in turn. The raven croaked again, and his eyes moved to watch it. She watched his lips whisper something no one else heard, and a brief incline of his head followed. I thought Northmen worshipped trees, not ravens? The raven lit off with another cry, and a rustle of falling elm leaves. Eerie, Briary thought. Matt turned back to her, and smiled. It softened his flinty features, if not the force of his amber eyes, and she shivered. The air wasn't the only thing that could be chilly. He looked at her for a few heartbeats longer, but then turned back to his work. Then she noticed that they were only laying Northmen in the shared grave, and she shot to her feet. Her natural impulse was to march over to him and demand they treat her fellow Crownlanders with just as much respect as their own dead, and Briary was tempted. She stilled herself, though, and tried to think about Matt's reaction. He would probably agree he'd been nothing but respectful of the dead so far, even if he was the reason that most of the dead were Crownlanders. Thanks to the mother, none of the men from my home have been found dead. And mother, please give me the patience to help curb my temper. She swallowed her inclination to demand when it had served so well at home. The scene before her was all too real, a reminder that Matt wasn't just Matt, he was Matrim Wells, a lord of war, garbed in bright armor with a flashing sword, and he was the one most responsible for this butchery. Heart pounding, she tried not to let her fear of Matrim show as she approached. He's Matt, she told herself. He is Matt, right now. Matt, she started. He turned to look at her again, and his eyes were unreadable as he took in her wearing his cloak. Would it be possible, do you think I know you'd wanted to build a cairn for your men, with some of the shields worked in? Would you add the Crownlanders? It ain't their fault they fought you, they was just doing as they had to, and all. She trailed off, unsure of the look on his face. He smiled at her, perhaps to try to reassure her, and then he turned to one of his men. The man had a long beard, but was shorter and older than Matt. They spoke swiftly, in the tongue that the Northmen still used amongst themselves. The man grimaced at something Matt said, but then laughed when Matt followed it up with something else and an elbow to the ribs. Matt turned back to her, and nodded. We'll add them. They died well, as men should, standing against their foes. They deserve to be honored. The shorter and older man nodded, added something in the Northman tongue, and then turned and began issuing orders. The soldiers began laying their former foes in the mass grave, and Briary smiled at Matt's back. He and another man lifted a body, laid it in the grave, and straightened the arms over the dead man's chest. Asterisk. Matt thought he was dreaming. He thought this because when he had gone to sleep, he had been sheltered under the branches of a sturdy old ash tree. Now he stood on a long plain, unmarred by visible hills or mountains. He turned, and all around him the same featureless grass. He swallowed, and his hand went to the sword hilt at his belt. If this is a dream, 'tis like none I've ever experienced before. Not even the dreams of the other me. He thought he heard a dog howl. He turned again, and there was a line of men standing before him. A huge dog, with bloodstains all over, paced with giant, loping strides behind the men. He felt he should step near the men, a gut feeling that made him clench his hand around his sword's hilt, too. He stepped to the men, and as they drew near each other, the bloody dog the size of a large croft or small hall maintained the same amount of distance between itself and Matt, pacing behind the men always, but further now. Their faces became clear, and Alaric Wells watched his son with eyeless sockets in a rotting face, holding a sword. John the Grey watched his friend's son with worms wiggling beneath his cheeks, and Matt knew the faces of the rest of the men. They're the two wildings that had been his first kills. A murderer he'd taken the head of in the name of Lord Stark while his brother had been visiting one of the villages. Two of his men at arms, grinning with eyeless and decomposing faces, standing with a riverman knight between them. On they went, stretching out to nearly 30 men, and Matt was secretly glad that it appeared only to be men he'd slain himself, and not men he had sown the seeds of their deaths, too. "Oh Matrim," his father said without a tongue, teeth clacking. "And here you are, a killer of men and a lord of war." He tisked at his son, and suddenly Matt felt all of 6 again, standing in the castle's hall before his father's seat, all the eyes on him for some boyhood mischief. "But not that good," Alaric Wells went on. "Only half the men brought to war, to be pissed away in skirmishes that mean nothing against the weakest of the Crownland lords. I should have drowned you like the runt you are, or better yet, sent you to be flayed and made into a pair of gloves and underthings by Roga Bolton. But here you are, flying the banner of your father and our forefathers, and disgracing it." Matt shook his head, trying to deny that he'd piddled away the men that swore to the Wells, but no words came out. "What's the matter, little lordling Matt?" The question from John was mocking, cruel like the man hadn't been in life. "Bolton got your tongue." "I think I'll do what I should have done," Alaric said, and handed his sword to John. "You'll be with me soon, little Matrim, and I shall drown you like the runt of a litter again and again, and hang you, and all the deaths that you have given other men you shall feel 100-fold. A surge of fury rose in Matt then, and he brought his hand and stump up to wrap around his father's neck. "No," he said. Strength and rage filled him, and he snapped the neck of his father's shade with a resounding crack. It echoed across the endless field, and the huge dog sat back onto its haunches and watched him toss aside the pile of bones that no longer wore his father's face. The dog grinned a doggy grin, and it was nothing like the softly adoring grins that the hounds at home wore. It was rather nastier, much more teeth than smile, and Matrim drew his sword with his one hand. "I will not go tonight to the long death, to roll upon the wheel again," he said to himself, or the dog or the men or all of them, and he stepped forward, stump going up to ward off a blow as John drew a dagger from his belt. Asterisk. He woke with a start, and pulled Briary towards him. After they finished making love atop his cloak in the grey pre-dawn light, Matrim kissed Briary. She smiled against his lips, and then wriggled out from underneath him. He rolled to let her, and then pushed himself to standing. He went to the remnants of their fire, stoked it back to life, and added more wood. Around him, the sounds of a camp of soldiers waking began, men speaking quietly so as to not wake their fire partners, grunts and curses as men were stepped on in the dark by other men. Latrines in use. The clatter of cook pots and pans as men began heating meat or wine to help them face the day. Matt tucked his shirt back into his breeches and tied the closing off. He could hear Briary getting back into her kirtle, and he did not smile. The dream still shadowed him, and he swallowed. His heart still pounded, but whether that was the hate he had felt or the love-making with Briary he could not tell. He turned away from her, so she could not see the disquiet he felt. "I must set my mind to work," he told himself. So be it the thing, he thought, and turned his mind to coming days. The force, his force, now, was headed back northwest, their path ahead and behind clear of royalist forces after the battle 4 days ago, and Matt was hoping to be received well by Lord Stark. And why shouldn't he asked himself. He had led a successful flank attack against Stanton, and rescued the fight against Buckwell after his uncle had been injured. Thoughts of glory did not ease his spirit. He turned to the east, where the sun began to rise, where the site of the battle was a mile distant. Though he could not see the cairn without the full strength of day's light, he knew it was there. It brooded heavy over the field where they'd built it, pulled down the stone fences that farmers constructed when their fields threw up rocks to help pile it high. Farmers would be turning up a rich harvest from that field for the next few years, if the war did not kill them all first. Blood and corpses made a field rich, richer perhaps than even the riverlands. Well had the swords of his men drunk deep of the blood of the Crownland soldiers. They'd counted the bodies while they laid them in the common grave. 200 dead northerners and riverlanders, slain with their swords in hand and shields high against the enemy, and near 1500 Crownlanders dead, most cut down after their shield wall had been broken and they tossed down their spears. I do not like butchery of men without weapons, Matrim thought, and it sits ill with me. I need to find a way to prevent such from happening again. They'd taken prisoners, though. 60 knights, sworn to Stanton and Buckwell between them, and 2 of Stanton's sons. Buckwell had died, his antlered helmet crushed beneath a northerner's huge two-handed sword, and the men that Mad had detailed to try to find his sons hadn't done so. The first day after the fight, his men had drunk themselves silly and celebrated still living. The second day, they'd done the grim work of seeing to the dead. The third day they'd moved a mile away from the battle site, and now, on the fourth day, Matt would see about turning his force back to the Riverlands to meet with Lord Stark's main army. Rosy tendrils of the sun's early light began marking clouds in the sky, and Matrim knew he'd brooded enough. He greeted the sun with a smile and closed eyes, letting the warmth of an early spring day wash against his face. He pretended surprise when Briary pressed herself against him, shivering. "Give me your cloak for the day," she said. "'Tis bloody cold out here, and you standing in shirt sleeves alone." Matrim shrugged, then wrapped his arm around her shoulders. She pressed tight against him, and he savored the moment. It ended too soon, when a cry went up. He turned, and his hand dropped to the dirk hanging at his right hip. There was a rider bearing Stark livery, and he carried only a sword, the better to ride fast. He leaned over his horse's neck, spoke with a man, and then descended from the horse to approach Matt. "Lord Wells." The man was lean, but so were near all of the Northmen that had come south. His beard was squared off and neat, and his brown hair was pulled back in a tail. "I've come from Lord Stark," he began. The man patted his horse's neck, calming it. "You're to come with all haste," he went on. "Lord Stark says, all the haste, and try to meet the army at Pink Maiden." Matrim nodded, and set his chin atop Briary's head, arms wrapped around her. He pulled her tight against him, to ward away the chill for her, or the dream for him, he would not admit. "We'll leave today," Matt said. "Will you rest with us, or accept a fresh horse?" "A fresh horse," the man said. "I've 2 more groups like yours to find before the sennight is out, but I won't turn down a wineskin of good mead or ale, and a hot meal." Matt gave the orders, and they were joined by the officers of his men, as well as Norei, Wool, and Tristi Fettershani. Torgon stayed in the tent erected for him, burning with fever where they'd cut the arrow out of his cheek and no one knew whether he would live or die. "I pray he lives." The messenger shared his news, after the urging of the men surrounding him. "It's confirmed that Robert Baratheon won 3 battles in a day at Summer Hall." Cheers erupted, but Matt schooled himself and did his best not to sneer. "But he was defeated at Ashford," Stark's man said around a mouthful of hot porridge with salt and butter. He took a huge quaff from his weak ale, and then went on. "Last as Lord Stark had heard, Bobby Baratheon was riding hell for leather with most of what's left of his horse, heading for our army, see, and his surviving foot have given Fat Mace Tyrell the slip with a forced march and are ensconced safely back in Storm's End." "Gods above," Shawnee swore. "What the bloody hells are we to do if Tyrell catches us once Baratheon passes us up?" The messenger shrugged, and Matt wanted to punch the River Lord's teeth out. Instead, mindful of his men watching, laid a hand on the man's arm. He led the man away, and Norei and Wool started reassuring the other men. "Don't be a fucking fool." Matt put as much pleasantness into his voice as he could, and Shawnee turned to look at him, startled by the derision in Matt's voice. Why would the might of the Reach chase the remnants of an army, even if Baratheon is with it, when they could invest his home and seat and trumpet his weakness to all the kingdoms? "No, if I were the man in charge of hunting Robert, I'd be doing it with men-at-arms and mounted crossbowmen, tracking him like a hound tracks a hart, or a pack of wolves track and kill an elk. Surround him, weaken him, bring him down." Shawnee nodded. That was how men hunted boar, too, and it made sense. Matt chewed the inside of his cheek, suddenly nervous. "But if the man that thrashed Robert at Ashford is in charge, we might very well be in trouble." He ignored the River Lord, turned his head to the skies. He still wanted to thrash the River Lord, but the specter of being hunted by 10,000 Reachmen suddenly made Matt nervous, too. Eyes closed, he tried to think of what the situation and dispersion of forces across the south of Westeros might possibly be. It was in him, the spirit and desire to fight, and he clenched his hand into a fist, tried to master himself and think on the pressing issue. He made his decision and turned to Shawnee. "Your light horse and the clansmen's ponies will scout behind us each day, searching for a trailing force while we march to meet Lord Stark." "You're not to engage," Matt said, and the irony of repeating orders that Stark had given them and they'd promptly skirted the edge of disobeying was not lost on him. "And if you see horses that we haven't taken already, steal them. I want to start getting the men-at-arms and archers all mounted." Shawnee muttered something, and Matrim ignored it. He left the Riverlander standing, and bade farewell to Stark's messenger before the man departed, and wished him luck. He went to wrap his arms around Briary, and pressed her close against him. "I hope you brought your riding arse," he said. "We're headed to the Riverlands." Eddard Stark sat his charger, a reassuring solidness between his thighs, and watched as the archers of the north sent their first arrows into the line of approaching infantrymen armed with pikes and spears. The battle on the enemy's left and Eddard's right were foot soldiers of the loyalist river lords who had slipped away from Hoster Tully's pacification of his lands. The center and right were men of the Crownlands, weaker than they might have been. Eddard was pleased that he had a force in the Crownlands, forcing those lords to leave some troops behind to hunt Torgen Flint and his soldiers. The day was crisp, clear, and the Sautrons were attacking up a rise outside the walls of Stony September. "I hope that Robert is well." They'd had no word from him since a raven had reached Pink Maiden with word of the victories at Summer Hall, and Ned had silently wondered why his friend was heading towards the Reach. This was Ned's first large-scale battle, and he tried not to let his nervousness and fear show. He went to pat his horse's neck, then stopped when he remembered the barding protecting the horse. It was newfangled, the barding, and protected the horse from pikes or lances in a charge. Not all of Ned's mounted men-at-arms had it for their horses, but some did, and he had returned to Winterfell from the Vale, and found it in the stables of Winterfell. Home, he thought, and his thoughts turned to clear, cold streams and fast-running rivers, huge lakes reflecting towering pines and snow-covered fir trees. He'd loved riding the glens and straths with his siblings, but now Lyanna was gone, Brandon dead, and Ben the Stark in Winterfell if he should fall. Deep in his heart, part of him hoped he would. Eddard choked back a curse at his own reminder of the facts. Brandon dead, and now Eddard was in boots he should never have filled. Lord of Winterfell in the north, the Stark betrothal to the Tullis in the air. He'd begged off marrying Catelyn Tully, but the question remained, and Hoster Tully was a prickly sort with his honor, and Eddard didn't know what he'd do. The smart thing would be to marry a daughter of one of his minor bannermen, like the Wells, or a mountain chieftain's daughter, or a bannerman to one of the more powerful houses, like both his grandfathers had done. The Starks had been doing it mostly for centuries, after all, and it kept uncles and grandfathers from thinking they could exert undue influence on Winterfell. And once the Boltons had finally been subjugated, and taken the lesson to heart, it had seemed to work, too. They have never married a Stark. Perhaps that should change, once I have a child or two of my own. Next to him, Wyman Manderly's girth made the man's armor clink against itself as he shifted on his horse. Willem Dustin smiled a grim sort of smile, small axe with a long haft laid across his thighs. "Quit moving, Manderly," Willem snarled. Theo Wool frowned, and then shoved his helmet onto his head. Wyman said nothing. "The flint was supposed to prevent this from happening," Wool said about the gathered Crownland men. "Otherwise, why did you give him my father's men, and the Wool, and his second nephew the Wells?" Eddard opened the snarling wolf visor on his helmet, and turned to the large man. "It was strategy," he said. "I hoped, but did not believe, they would be able to prevent a general muster from forming. It took us too long to march south, though, and I suspect they were too little, too late." "Ah," Wool said, as though Eddard had confirmed something he'd suspected. "You placed men to prevent the enemy from gathering all their men. Like in a raid of the sheep-fucking Littles or Flints, and having men placed to stop their response." "Yes," Eddard nodded. "Like that. I learned it hunting clansmen in the Mountains of the Moon in the Vale with Jonaran." Wool snorted. "Had you come to foster with us, Lord Stark, you'd have learned it too. And more, like swiving, and drinking, and all the best things in life." "It was not my decision," Eddard said. He left it there, and Willem Dustin and Wyman Manderly continued to bicker. He let them, because it was the meaningless sort of thing he'd heard several times before fights. He cast a glance at Mark Riswell, silent, and suspected the man was thinking about his sister Barbary. Siblings brought to mind his own for Eddard, and he tried instead to think about the battle. His infantry were arrayed against the Crown Lords, and the huge banner of the Targaryens showed it was a royal force, but there were no personal banners for either Aerys or Rhaegar. Instead, two griffins rampant faced off against each other, and if Eddard would not have the satisfaction of taking off Rhaegar's head with ice, then Jon Connington would serve to quench the bloodlust of the men of the north. "For now," he added. "Wells had said it best, Bran and Rickard Stark's shades demand justice done, and I mean to slide my dagger through Aerys Mad King's ribs before a heart tree." That wasn't the sort of lust for blood or vengeance that went away easily. His archers were shooting again, and they were chanting as they did. "Lyanna. Rickard. Brandon." He turned to watch, and the flight of arrows slammed home with a vengeance. Enemy soldiers went down screaming, arrows pincushioning them, and Eddard did not smile. To his sides, though, the men around him did. That will serve. He watched as the lines of Southerners began wavering, first pausing in their advance. Then they stopped. Then one man began edging backwards, and then another, and as the final volley of arrows rattled home, they began to run. A shout went up from the Southern knights and mounted men-at-arms, and then their own longbowmen began trotting forward. Now Eddard smiled. I don't understand why the knights aren't covering the foot soldiers, Manderley said to Eddard. They're fucking fools, the lot of them, Riswell said. Eddard agreed, but didn't voice it. We charge now, aye. Wool sounded ready to bathe his sword in the blood of Southern men, and Eddard nodded. Now we charge. He spurred his big bay charger into a walk, and near 2,000 Northern cavalry went with him. They came from below the crest of the hill to the west of where Eddard's infantry were drawn up, good flat ground for a charge, and Eddard hefted his lance. Guiding his charger with his knees, he slapped the visor of his helmet down but left it loose. They went in 3 lines, knees pressed against those of the men next to them, all tight and solid. 3 solid lines of horse flesh and armor, armed with lances and steel swords and axes and maces. Then came the trot, and then came the charge. Hooves pounded the dirt, throwing up clods of soil, and the thunderous sound it made was like nothing else in the world. Behind his visor, Eddard Stark smiled, and thought this is for Brandon. The first line of Sauron archers tried to turn to run, but the northern war horses had been bred in the rills and barrow lands of the north, and they were strong and swift. The impact of his lance jarred Eddard's arm, and it buried itself into the gut of a man wearing mail. Eddard left it, and drew ice from the sword's scabbard, hanging off the side of his destrier. The deadly steel flashed in the light, and his cavalry drove deep into the ranks of the Sauron infantry. He split a man's head in 2 with the first slash, and his armor blocked the thrust of an arrow at him. One of his men-at-arms laughed, loud and deep, and Eddard's charger pranced to the left, dodging a spear thrust aimed for its neck. It bit the man, and lashed out with a hoof. Eddard blocked a cut with ice, and then thrust his sword through a neck. Blood spurted, and Eddard Stark was glad for the battle. Chapter 6. Mat stood with the reins of his horse in his hands to the side of a now well-trod path, waiting for Briary to finish her necessary break. So much of the land south of the neck blended together, with only castles or towns to serve as easily identifiable landmarks. But there seemed to be any number of interminable villages or hamlets, supporting a few farming families. The sound of a horse's harness reached his ears, and Mat turned his head. Triste Shawnee cantered up, breastplate shining, tip of his lance gleaming. Mat sneered. Shawnee scowled back, and sat watching Mat for a few heartbeats. Mat ignored him for a few heartbeats. Finally, he turned to look at Mat. You didn't need to execute my men-at-arms. Mat turned to look back at him, eyebrow lifted. Then he remembered, the rapers. Ah, Mat said. If you'll recall, I took the head of one of my own, too. He took a mild tone, hoping that Shawnee would let the incident of Mat calling him a fool lie. He had no such luck, of course. And then you called me a fucking fool. I won't let such an insult slide, the River Lord said. His scowl hadn't gone away. Instead, it seemed permanent now. Mat changed his own sneer to a blank look of puzzlement. You must forgive me, he said. I was angry, and trying to head off any disruption the men might feel. Disruption? Listen to yourself, you savage. They're soldiers, not thinkers, Shawnee snarled. They don't get disrupted. Mat lifted an eyebrow again. Are you sure? Soldiers are men. Men think. Men thinking that their commanders are scared and don't know what's going on mutiny and dangle those commanders from pikes. A new voice broke in, cheerful and with the same accent of the Crownlands as Briary. He's right, you know, my lord, the voice said. Mat turned to see a septon wearing a simple brown robe, carrying a long staff. Shawnee's face twisted with anger, but he cut off whatever he was going to say and stayed silent in the face of a man wearing the crystal of his faith. Septon, he choked out instead. Matrim stayed silent, and the septon nodded at him. The septon turned to look at Matrim, and he got a good look at the man's face. A blunt, open and cheerful face held warm brown eyes beneath tonsured brown hair, and a crooked nose clearly broken in a fight belied the man's smile. He carried the plain brown staff in one hand, and wagged a finger at Mat with the other. I heard you killed a man, my lord, the septon started. Mat guarded his face and slid his left foot back, hand dropping to the sword hilt at his hip. These aren't your lands, I believe, and there's a process to be followed. It says so in the 7-pointed star, you know well, you wouldn't, but the River Lord here would, and he should have stopped you if he was with you. I was not, Triste Shawnee said, sneering. Well, that settles it then, Lord, I'll just have to ask you to refrain from killing anyone out of hand. You can't just kill House Buckwell small folk or the priests that attend to their immortal souls even if they are the scum of the earth, bless their little hearts. I have to pretend I did not hear he was a septon. And you are? Mat asked, relaxing slightly. The man clearly didn't care that Matt had put an evil man in the ground, even if the spawn of a rotting goat had been a septon. Septon Humphrey, bless the gods, and I am as the seven made me, a man. It's my understanding that you have a collection of Riverlander soldiers with you. They're mine, Shawnee said. Excellent, excellent, I'm here to help provide services for the souls of your men, Lord. He turned to Matt and grinned. Not yours, though, my lord, bless your little heathen heart, there ain't much I can do for you unless you decide that the seven will be your gods now. I can't say that I've given them much thought, Matrim said truthfully. His gods were, not gods this man would like. That's all right, Humphrey patted his arm. The gods work in mysterious ways, Lord, and if you find yourself called to repent your heat Henry, they shall welcome you with open arms. Reassuring, Matrim said with a twitch of his lips, trying not to smile. He did smile when Briary returned, smoothing her skirts. When she arrived, she curtsied first to Shawnee and then the Septon. Lord, Septon, she greeted with a warm smile. She cast a glance at Matt. In response, he lifted his eyebrows. Marvelous. Simply marvelous, Humphrey exclaimed. A messenger of the gods sent to cure the ills of the world. I am delighted, charmed, absolutely enthralled, wonderful lady, and exquisitely at your service. Briary giggled, and Shawnee snorted. Matt reckoned that he and the River Lord would have to have it out soon, and the right way, or else he and his men might leave to appease wounded pride. That would leave Matt's uncle in a tough bind, and with fewer men for a fight if it came to it. Blood and bloody ashes, Matrim thought. Well, father never did say that command was easy. Briary came to stand next to Matt after letting Humphrey kiss her hand, and Shawnee made the introductions between the Septon and Briary. So what brings you around, good Septon? Humphrey smiled, and Matt listened with half an ear as he tried to decide what to do about the River Lord. I came to minister to the souls of men and women alike, fair one, for we are all the children of the gods even when at war. Perhaps even more then, for the soul needs some comfort in such trying times. Old John would have killed him. Father would have tried to reason with him, then killed him if needed. Cregan would take his lead from what our father would have done, but I'm none of them. Tristy Fetter, Matt interrupted. All eyes swung to him. We've gotten off on the wrong foot, I feel, River Lord, and I regret that it fell that way. We're in the Crownlands still, and we must gang together, or assuredly we'll hang together. Not the lovely lady, though? Perhaps she might charm her way out of having travelled with a veritable army of dangerous warriors. I am a soldier, Matrim thought. Not a warrior. Then he smiled. Oh no, Briary said. I don't think you'll lose, she went on. The North soldiers are fierce. Fierce or not, Tristy Fetter spat. They die just as easy as other men, when you stick them in the gut with a sword or spear. As do all men, Humphrey spoke before Matt could take offense. Surely all those on the sidelines of a war say that their men are most fierce, and their prayers to the gods most fervent. By your leave, lords, Lady Briary, I shall go begin meeting the men. The group broke up as Tristy Fetter went to go speak with his knights and Briary followed Humphrey to introduce some of the rivermen she'd become acquainted with. Matt pulled himself into his saddle with a grunt, shifted his sword belt so that the hilt wouldn't grind into his side, and turned the horse's head so he could go check on the rearmost men, some of the mountain clansmen on their tough ponies. The clink of mail startled Matt. He stepped away from the noise, drew his dirk, and turned fast, blade held low and ready to cover his torso. Humphrey appeared, a cheerful smile on his face. Peace, my lord, he said, holding one hand up. Matt's eyes raked over him, fast. He didn't see any mail, but the Septon was wearing that brown robe. A new addition was a second belt, with a dagger hanging at one hip and a military mace with spikes at the other. Looking for a fight, Septon? Matt settled his dirk back into its sheath, and knelt back down, for the repair he was making to the leather harness of his helmet and mail aventail. He was working on replacing the fraying straps, and a new liner. Septon Humphrey sat across from the plank sitting on two stools Matt was using as a workspace, smile gone. Well, Lord Matrim, he began. I was speaking with a few of the men. Not mine, I hope. Matt interrupted. We've no truck with your foreign, Andal gods, and I won't have you rousing the Riverlanders against us as heathens in need of swords in our bellies at night, either, I tell you that now. Of course not, my lord, Humphrey laughed. You heathens hold too closely to your trees with faces in them. Nor was I preaching holy war against half of the army. No, I was speaking with some of the Riverlander bowmen, and they were concerned. Matt grimaced. Blood and guts, he thought. Just what I need. Rivermen concerned and coming to me instead of their lord. What are they saying? He asked, instead. Humphrey cast his eyes to the clear sky, where the sun was just reaching the mid-afternoon position and men slumbered their way through the hottest part of the day. A few things, here and there, Lord, Humphrey dissembled. Matt's temper flared, and he looked up, fast, to catch Humphrey looking away. Out with it, then, Matt demanded. I've not got all day to go around solving problems for my men, and Christopher's men. If you won't tell me, it's not a problem or concern then, is it? I suppose not, Humphrey heaved a sigh. Gods preserve me, but... One of the crossbowmen found a corpse in the riverbank where they draw water. And? Corpses are a star a dozen, Septon. What's different about this one? It's wearing Stark livery. Matrim swore, and his mouth turned downwards in disapproval. I'll come see the man, and then we'll bury him. But I need to finish this, or I'm like to lose my brains. In our next fight. Matt suited words to action and took his time, ensuring his work was even and done well. He tested the new strap by tugging hard, once and then twice. He nodded in satisfaction, then stood and placed the helmet under his arm, and the Septon nodded as well. 'Tis a good thing, to care for men with no claim on you, the Septon said. Matrim frowned, and kept his face forward as he made his way through bedrolls and piles of gear. The day had dawned crisp and cool, but as the sun had risen and the world turned away from the false spring of last year, the heat and humidity had increased. Suffering the sweat in silence, Matrim was at least grateful he wasn't fighting and had had the chance to scrub his mail free of rust with handfuls of sand from the banks of the eponymous rivers that made these lands the Riverlands. He exchanged greetings with the men of his uncles that they passed, and tried to think about after the war. Lord Eddard might be free with land holdings, or Baratheon, if he was crowned as king, and leal service in war typically meant boon favors and prizes afterward. Cert, I shall have to be my own advocate for any kind of advancement or benefice. Gods know Shawnee will like to say nothing in my favor. Thoughts of after the war led to thoughts of Briary, and what she'd do after the war. She probably wouldn't be able to return home, he realized, and then felt a flash of guilt that he'd pulled her away from her home and family with no thought about her future. Trying to shove a purse of coin at her would only lead to bad feeling, and he grimaced. Trouble, Lord. Humphrey was poking his already broken nose where it didn't belong, and Matrim was tempted to break it for him again. He forced down the flash of anger, turning his thoughts instead to home. Home was between the lonely hills and the White Knife, where the tributaries of the headwater that became the White Knife flowed west, fast and clear. Home, Matrim thought, and thought of Queen Swell, strong and resilient, unbroken by the years of war with the Red Kings from the Dread Fort. No, Matrim said, and hoped his tone would be enough to warn Humphrey away. Apparently it wasn't, because the man smiled. A woman is a large commitment, Lord, and one we are sometimes unprepared to take. The tone was gently chiding, and as much as Matt wanted to snarl at the Septon to leave alone, he knew it would be uncourteous of him to do so. Instead, he grunted. Taking it for permission to continue, Humphrey went on. I am married, you know. Not in any formal fashion, of course, but when the path of the small villages and hamlets gets too burdensome, and I find myself longing for home, I turn my feet that way, and return to my wife for a few days or weeks. Until I get tired of her, at least. More importantly, until she gets tired of me. Ha, Matrim said. Funny. So what are you saying, priest? Their walk carried them out of the camp and down to one of numerous riverbanks, where a line of men waited to fill helmets, waterskins, canteens, and wineskins. My wife has children to feed, and I earn no income. Instead they survive on the generosity of the Lord whose land we live on. He sees my wife and children fed, and I see the small folk have their concerns kept abreast of. Certainly you could provide for a wife and small ones with the strength of your sword arm, if your lordly brother did not find it in him to enfeoff you with land and a fortified home. But what kind of life would that be for a woman not raised to it, and far from any of her friends or family? Humphrey spoke sense, Matt knew. But the words felt like an attack, so he turned his mouth in a soundless snarl and whirled to face the Septon, a bunch of the Septon's robe in his clenched fist. Shut up, damn you, or I'll shut you up. Humphrey looked uncomfortable, eyes shifting to the sides and looking behind Matt. Matt turned, and saw Briary watching him with something unreadable in her eyes. He shoved the Septon away with a jerk, tried to school his face, and turned to speak with her. She opened her mouth to speak, but then closed it and turned away. Matt thought he saw tears in her eyes, but he couldn't be sure, and a cough by one of the soldiers to his left caught his attention. Damn, he thought. The infantry led him to the body, and he knelt. The corpse had caught on a log in the river, been halted in its flow downstream, and then washed onto the river bank. He knelt next to it, glanced at the undyed wool tunic the man wore, waterlogged and heavy, and fingered the hole in the stitched dire wolf on the chest. He was moving light, Matt thought aloud. No armor, and that's a crossbow bolt hole in his chest. No sword, either, so someone took that, too, but left him his scabbard. A quick and dirty job, do ye think? Aye, Torgon said from over him. And you'll be needful to apologize to the buggering Septon, later, too, Wyken. Yes, uncle, Matrim said. Who do you think it was? There's N.A. Tellin, Torgon said. Could be disaffected rivermen, could be soldiers from Th Dragons, could be bandits. I'll have some of my riders cast around to see if they can find tracks or traces and such, but if they can't, we'll have to bury the man and be on our way. We can't exactly linger, Lord Stark is waiting for our return. Chapter 7, at Stony September. As much as it galled Matrim to admit, Humphrey was right. He'd be doing Briary no favors taking her back to the north and expecting her to fit into his family, and nor would he be doing her any favors handing her coin and expecting her to make her way back home to her village across the war-torn Crownlands. He sat a horse with her back against his chest, and she'd been silent for the previous 3 miles, where before they had chatted inconsequentially about childhoods, passing beneath the wide shelter of tree branches, ancient and witnesses to gods knew how many armies marching back and forth. The road was old enough to have been worn into a trail sunk deep into the dirt, so that the banks of the roadsides came up to Matt's chest. Briary leaned her head back against his chest, and he fought back the guilt he felt at the thought they'd have to part ways, soon. He wasn't sure how best it'd be done, but she'd been a soldier's woman and a farmer's daughter. She'd be all right, if she had half a chance. I hope. He silenced that line of thought with a grimace, and tried to distract himself by admiring the feel of her backside pressed against him. His reverie was broken when they emerged from the woods onto an open field, and in the distance he could see a walled city. Over the city, huge flocks of dark birds whirled and wheeled, circling over something. The corpse-eaters are going to be glutted, he thought. Men moved among piles of bodies, stripping them of armor and weapons, searching for hidden valuables. Some of the bodies wore golden surcoats with black embroidery he couldn't quite make out, and he wondered if Baratheon men had been caught and slaughtered before they could reach the walls of the town. The songs always spoke of battles as neat affairs, with men in line smiting and being smote, cleaving through breasts and helms and horse necks with great abandon. It was, Matrim reflected, wholly inaccurate. The surrounding death reminded Matt of how close his uncle had come to dying, and how close he could still come. Death came for all, eventually, no matter their wealth or renown. He swallowed, suddenly very aware of the still healing wound in his thigh and where they'd dug splinters from his shield out of his mail and arm, and his foot twitched. The horse, picking up on his sudden case of nerves, snorted and tossed his head. Matt gripped the horse's sides tighter with his knees and kept the reins tight, unwilling to be thrown. More, unwilling to let Briary be thrown. Once had been enough for the both of them, he thought. The horse picked their way through the corpses along the road to the walled town, and Matrim tried to place the name of it. It's not Pink Maiden, we're too far south for that and I know we skirted the God's Eye. Blood and ashes, Matt said. Briary, I need you to get off the horse for a moment. Her face blank, she complied. He did his best not to wince or sigh. Gods rid me of turbulent priests. Once she was safely slid off the horse, he spurred the beast to a trot and rode up to one party of 9 men, checking bodies for valuables. Gratifyingly, they wore manderly livery over their mail, sea green and a glaring mareman with a bronze trident embroidered on their tunics. G-Day, m'lord, one man said. He wore a gold arm ring above his elbow, and seemed a little older than the others. He raised a hand in greeting, then took off his helm and grinned. You look like you've seen some hard fighting, m'lord. It was good to switch to the North's small folk language, Matt reflected, especially after the priest had been chattering with Briary for a while the day before. G-Day, Matt returned. We have. Yourselves, too. Tell me about it. Matt motioned for the column behind him to keep moving, and then he leaned forward over the horse's neck to listen. In the distance, near the tail of Matt's men, one was singing Red is the Rose. We came out of Riverrun headed for Pink Maiden, 10 days ago. One man chimed in agreement, that yes, it was 10 days ago. 'Twas slow going, on account o' a bitter storm, delayed us 3 days out o' Riverrun, spooked damn near all th horses, so o' course the Soutrons bitched and moaned about the delay. But we got word back from your uncle that Yedi managed to beat a couple o' the Crown's lords in a straight fight, so that's as well, Then we get word that Lord Stark's friend Baratheon's been beat at Ashford by the Reachers, the man sneered. There was no love lost between the Manderley family, their leal men, and anyone from the Reach. It made Matt want to grin. Instead he nodded. The man went on, so Lord Robert comes fleeing to us with his tail betwixt his legs, ye ken, and leads John Connington's army, a few thousand men less thanks to ye lads, straight to us. Well, the lords sit and palaver for TWA days, armies camped across from each other and restless like the dickens, and then finally Arryn and Connington have agreed that we're gonna have a fight. Finally, says I, and then Lord Stark pulls the wool over the eyes of the Soutrons and we got Connington's army. Matrim grinned. So we've won, here? Where the bloody ashes is here, anywhere. Stony September, the townsman called it. There's a fine brothel near the centre o' town, too, if ye're so inclined, m'lord. Matrim slipped the man a silver wolf for his trouble, and then merged back into the column. So Lord Stark was here, and he'd won a victory, too. Matt nodded, and somewhat settled with the news, went back to thinking about Briary and Humphrey and the future. He could marry her, of course. Elope, be married by a septon somewhere out of the way, and return with the deed done and his brother unable to gainsay him. Then what? Briary never lived in a castle, or overseen the dozens of people that would wind up in her charge with Matt as the heirs regent if his brother died, or Matt as the lord if both Cregan and his still unnamed son died. More, she might be unwilling to marry. She might not want to go north. She might not want to go north with him. There were any number of things that could go wrong, Matrim fretted, and only a few that could go right. But fretting never solved anything, he told himself. Ask her what she wants to do, and then let that be it. Blood and ashes, Matt, you're no stripling of 14 years. Matt shook his head to try to recenter himself, and thought about the weirwood at home, ancient and mighty. It helped him, and he settled back in the saddle as he rode beneath the walls of stony September and into the town. The buildings were timber and brick and stone, in the style he'd come to associate with the Riverlands and Crownlands, buildings meant to be impermanent and expandable as families and businesses grew. Some, like guild halls, were all stone masonry and solid, and those Matt admired. Nothing seemed built to withstand a snow thunder, though, and he grinned at the reminder that his people were hardier and tougher than the Sautrons. His left hand twinged, and he reached over with the reins still in his right to rub at his wrist. Matrim's attention was diverted when a Riswell heavy cavalryman in good mail harness waved him down. Matt turned his horse and slipped out of the now stopped mass of soldiers that were making their way to the nearest bars and public houses to get a drink of ale in them. "You're Lord Wells." At Matt's nod, the man-at-arms nodded in turn. "Lord Stark wants you. They're at the Peach, where Lord Baratheon insists on holding the strategy meetings." The man added directions and what to look for, and Matrim gave him his thanks. So, time to meet Lord Robert. The Peach was, as the soldier had put it, a brothel. A good one, doing well financially, if the good thatching job and sturdy brick and timber construction was anything to go by. A stream of men wearing Arryn, Stark, Tully, and Baratheon livery went in and out bearing messages, busy at work. Matt slid off his horse and hitched it to a post. He settled in to wait in the entrance to an alley, leaning against a building across from the Peach. He was interrupted a few moments later when a thin waif no older than 15, her green eyes clear and quick, with long brown hair, came up to him. "Give you a suck for a crust o' bread, my lord." Her voice was thin, too. Matt glanced down at her to properly take her appearance in, and his face turned down in a frown. He glanced at the Peach, saw no break in the stream, and looked back at the girl. He slipped a silver wolf out of the purse hung from his neck beneath his mail, and wiggled it at her. "You get this, but I need you to do something for me. Find Septon Humphrey, with men wearing tunics like mine," he gestured at the fortified well he wore, and grinned. "Tell him Matt sent you, and he needs him to take care of it. Can you do that?" Her eyes went wide at the sight of unclipped silver, and she nodded hugely. Humphrey might be a god's bothering Sauron, but he'd see the girl fed and given a place to sleep away from soldiers, at least. She reached out to take it, but at the last inch she glanced to her side, and hesitated. Matt followed the glance, and felt the anger in him, quick and pooling in his gut at the misjustice of men. He was angry and his face hardened when his eyes settled on a man with a cudgel in his belt watching their exchange. Noticing that he'd been noticed, the man sauntered up, all confident bravado and swagger. "Problem, your lordship?" Matrim wanted to grin. The man sounded as annoying as he looked, but he dropped a hand to the cudgel. Matt looked him over fast and judged he'd not need a blade. "No," he said, instead of the things he wanted to tell the son of a bitch. "I was just paying." "Jenny, my lord," the girl said, and sidled closer to Matt. "Jenny," he resumed. "To find my septon and deliver him a message." "My girls don't get paid to run messages, my lord," the pimp, for surely that was what he was, sneered. "More, you're a northern soldier, Anshaw? What use do you have for a septon?" "Whatever use I please," Matt said coolly. "And if I choose to pay a messenger in my employ, I will. I don't think any misbegotten bastard son of a Riverlands whore that spread her legs for any passing barge crew will be able to stop me." The man got angry, as Matt had known he would, and Matt smiled when he pulled the cudgel from his belt. "Jenny," he said. "Step back." A shuffling behind him indicated she had done as ordered, and Matt thought about cruel men with quick fists and anger using them on girls that didn't deserve such. This fight would be a match of anger against anger, and that pleased Matt. It pooled in his guts, and there was no fear this time to match it, no fear of a sword or spear thrust he could not see, only anger and savage confidence. "You have one swing, horse and bastard," Matt told the pimp. The man tried for a savage and vicious swing to the side of Matt's head, surely a killing blow, but Matt saw it as though it were slowed and he stepped back enough to make the man miss. The man tried to correct his blow, but Matt caught the man's arm with his hands, snapped the elbow, and then stepped forward to drive an iron-tipped boot into the man's groin. The pimp doubled over, retching, and tried to roll away. Matt followed with a boot to a knee, sending a sharp crack ringing out, and once he was supporting the man's weight with a fisted hand in his tunic, drove the other mailed fist into the man's nose. "I don't let pimps talk to me like an equal," Matt said. The patter of bare feet on cobbled stone indicated Jenny had run off. The pimp whimpered. A head poked out from the brothel, saw Matt, and waved at him. "Lord Matrim," the Stark soldier called. "His lordship's ready to see you now." Matt nodded, and gestured for the soldier to approach. He came over, took in the scene, then smiled. "He took offense to you talking to one of his girls, Lord Matrim." Matt said. "Small lass named Jenny, brown hair, green eyes. You know her?" The soldier shook his head. "Nah, lord. I'm Merritt, and my wife works at Winterfell. She'd have my guts for garters if I took to Horan while at war with his lordship." "Fair enough." Matt nodded. "I'll sleep ya a silver if you keep this gobshite pinned here till I'm done." "Sounds good to me, lord." "Listen up, cunt," the man started. "His lordship's gone to fuck off TC Lord Stark, and when he's back he wants you still here. Now with that knee I don't think you're going to be running off anywhere very soon, but you need to ken that 'tis a bad idea to try and scarper, aye." The man nodded, still bleeding from his nose, and Matt dusted blood from his mail with a handkerchief pulled from the pouch on his belt. He crossed the street, entered the brothel, and was greeted by another man in Stark colours. "Lord Stark's up on the second floor, in the first room on the right. There's meat pasties and ale, if you're hungry or thirsty. You wells dinna like the Boltons, right?" At Matt's nod, the soldier sighed. "TCH, he sounded. Well, Bolton's in there, too, clamouring for a command for hisself." Matt made to spit, glanced up at the ceiling, and decided against it. Instead he muttered, "Bastard." Then, to the soldier, "Thanks, mate." He made his way through the main room of the brothel, ignored the fleshly delights on display, and waved off one of the girls trying to twine herself through his legs. The stairs had been built for someone with a shorter stride, so Matt had to duck his head halfway up to avoid whacking it on the low ceiling over the steps. "Bloody ashes," he said. At the top of the stairs, turned to the right and knocked. Lord Stark's voice bade him enter, and so Matrim did. "Lord Stark," he said, and went to one knee, head bowed. "Get up, Matrim, up, I say," Eddard said. They clasped hands after Matt stood, and Eddard smiled. It was taut and grim, but still a smile. "Your uncle was in to see me first thing he made it through the gates, and near talked my ear off with praise for everyone that went with him but you. I asked, and he said that it wasn't his place to speak well of his least favourite nephew, but if I asked, which I did, he finally allowed that you'd done well, and taken command after he went down to an arrow. Lord Flint spoke well of you, once Lord Stark got him to," Bolton said. Matrim grinned, and exchanged hand clasps and greetings with the assembled lords of the north. His uncle's report to Lord Stark made, Torgon Flint was probably regaling some of the girls in the Peach with tales of his daring do and cunning. At Lord Stark's asking, he ran over what he had been up, and covered everything except bribery and killing a septon. What Lord Stark didn't know couldn't hurt him, after all. After Matt had finished his recounting, Lord Stark nodded. Then he gestured to the meat pies and ale, and Matrim helped himself. He had stuffed half a pasty into his mouth and was chewing furiously when Lord Stark turned to Roose Bolton. "When we march for King's Landing, I'm giving you the van," he told Roose. Matt nearly choked to death when his brain caught up to his ears, but by then Stark had moved on and was issuing orders for the march to the capital. Matt spluttered, tried not to choke, downed half a tankard of rich, brown ale. He tried not to grimace when he realized what an ass he must look. Matt's error went unnoticed at the clamour from the surrounding Northmen at a Bolton preceding any of them in the line of march, but Stark turned to the map unfurled on the table in the centre of the room. "The greatest part of the Reach's strength has laid siege to Storm's End." Stannis Baratheon's final letter out to Robert indicated that he would hold until he died of starvation himself, or the castle fell through assault. "Robert thinks his brother has enough grit to see it through, but I will be dividing the forces of the north." More clamour and outcry. The north had always marched to war as a unified force. Save when we marched against ourselves in civil war, Matrim thought grimly. He didn't mention that, and neither did any of the other bearded lords. "Robert has asked me to see that we do something to assist the siege of Storm's End. I cannot send troops directly, not through the Crownlands and past King's Landing, but I can send troops to skirt the Westerlands and into the Reach. With this kind of command comes great danger." Stark turned to Matrim, "Burn the Reach. Set the fields and villages afire. Drive the small folk into their lords' castles, where they become useless and hungry mouths to feed. Burn the Reach, and burn it well. You'll be getting." Stark paused, turned to consult a list next to the map, and then nodded his head. At Stark's pause, Karstark broke in. "He's a stripling of 19, with no victories worth mentioning in the same breath as the likes of his father. You canna mean to give him half the strength of the North, Lord Eddard. Stark turned his grey eyes, very cool, onto Karstark. We are fighting a different kind of war, with the very existence of our kingdom in the balance. Matrim Wells has proven himself capable of following orders at an extended distance from myself and other high commanders, and adapting as the field changes if there is a gap in what he has been ordered to do. Most importantly, he is not a lord or lord's heir. Should he fall, House Wells will still have its lord. Stark turned back to Matt, his face unreadable. 2,000 men. Not enough if one of the larger lords of the Reach has dallied in his mustering, not enough if two of the middling lords have dallied, but enough, perhaps, to stay mobile and do what I am requiring you do. We will discuss the lords that will answer to you later, alone. My thanks, my lord, Matt said. He wanted to burst with pride and exultation that he'd been granted an independent command, and with it the chance to help win the war for the North. Instead, his stomach suddenly felt very queer and he wanted to puke. 2,000 men, looking to him for direction. He very much wanted to be sick all over Lord Stark's boots. He took a moment to collect himself, and then smiled. Stark's dismissal had been clear, and so Matt left so that his lord could discuss things with his lord's banner. A quick trip through the brothel later, and Matt was flagged down by a tall, black-haired man with piercing blue eyes, wearing a fine golden tunic with black embroidery, and holding a huge oxhorn of ale or mead in one hand. You're a Northman, aren't you? The man's voice matched his figure, huge and booming. Matt judged from the stag embroidered in black on the man's tunic that he was a Baratheon, and from the whore in one arm and oxhorn of drink in the other, Robert Baratheon. I am, my lord, and have the privilege of being Matrim Wells of Queen Swell. If I judge aright from your tunic and the stag thereof, you're a Baratheon. Robert. Ha. A smart one, too. You're one of Ned's lords. Matt wanted to dislike Baratheon, he really did, but the man had a presence about him, and Matt couldn't help but smile. Merely a second son, my lord. Matt said. Baratheon grinned. It seems half you damn Northerners are in love with my betrothed. I told Ned I'd duel you all, if I had to, but he said Northmen know the value of oaths. He stuck out the hand that had been pawing the whore, and Matt, obligated by social custom and duty, shook it. I know well the value of oaths, my lord. Fealty, service. Betrothal oaths. Wedding oaths. Baratheon's eyebrow shot up, and the smile slid from his face. Matt let his own smile turn cold. Lina, he thought, and did his best not to remember the godswood of Winterfell with fresh fallen snow, earth and water, bronze and iron, ice and fire. What are you saying, you upstart? There was anger in the other man's voice. Good, Matt thought. Let him be angry, and let him be better, for his betrothed. You must be aware, Lord Baratheon, that it is not only Lina you will be marrying. It is the whole North, for she is a Stark of Winterfell, and there are some as say the Stark's fortunes are the North's fortunes. Baratheon's face grew stormy, and Matt remembered too late his history and the laughing storm that nearly threw the realm into civil war. The die are cast, he told himself, and was glad he was wearing his mail and Baratheon had only a dagger at his hip. Then Baratheon took a moment, in the heartbeat before his outburst started, and glanced at the rents in Matt's mail that he had not been able to have repaired, the blood dusting his knuckles from the pimp outside the brothel, and Matt's casual, unconcerned stance. Northmen don't fight in tourneys. It was a statement, not a question, but Matt nodded. So no one that we fight knows what we can or can't do, Matt grinned in response. I'll be around, Lord Baratheon. We're allies, after all. Really, Matt thought, he can't even complain to my lord. What have I said that's worth rebuke? Nothing, he concluded. Matt left the brothel before his distaste of Robert Baratheon overcame the man's natural charisma, and when he emerged into the sunlight he blinked. The Stark soldier he'd asked to keep the pimp pinned had done so, but there was a crowd gathered. Wells shouldered his way through it, to where Septon Humphrey, Jenny, the soldier, and the pimp all stood clustered. A glance among the crowd, and Matt noticed a few girls that looked to be whores, clustered in twos or threes and holding hands, perhaps for support. He grimaced. Ah, the soldier. Lord Matt. How'd your meeting with Lord Stark go? The question was cheerful, and Matt couldn't help but smile. Well. My thanks. I see you've kept this pissant here. My thanks, again. 'Twas no problem, Lord. He didn't seem too eager to disappear after that wall-loping you gave him. Matt nodded. Humphrey was there, mace at his hip and staff in hand, and he nodded at Matrim. I was not aware I am your Septon, my lord. It was news to me, when the delightful young Jenny approached as I was set to take my leave of the rivermen soldiers marching beneath Lord Shawnee's banners, bearing a tale of a gruff northern lord willing to admonish her pimp in a most physical fashion. Admonish him in a physical fashion, eh? He's lucky that's all I've done so far. You saw to feeding her and helping her friends. Matt rounded on the man before Humphrey could speak, and shoved a finger in the man's face. And don't think I've forgotten about you, Whoreson. I needs must make a sacrifice to my tree gods, for seeing my men and I through our fights, and if my Lord Stark will let me, I think I can find someone who won't be needing their entrails. The threat went unstated, but the man's eyes went big, and he started trying to plead with Matt. Septon Humphrey smiled. The faith cannot abide whoremongers, he said. Oftentimes a woman has no choice, but a man that has a strong back, and 2 arms and 2 legs? Such a man is low, in the eyes of the gods, and must be punished for his crimes. The Septon drew his dagger, and stepped forward to stand next to Matt. Matt might not like the man much when he spoke the truth, but was it the Septon's fault the truth was what it was? He could not change the facts, only how he reacted to them. But yes, Lord, to answer your question. The rapturous Jenny has 7 sisters, and a few more she could not find. They're with Briary and the other women, in a barn rented with coin generously supplied by your uncle's delightful, squire. Valet? Either way, 2 of your men with wives volunteered to keep them safe, while you conducted your business. Serving lad, Matrim answered. I'd wager that Uncle Torgon wants me to pay him back, too, the skinflint. Let's be along, then. Septon, if you care to witness a sacrifice, you're welcome to observe, but you must be silent. Perhaps I shall write a book, Septon Humphrey said. He smiled, seemingly delighted at the prospect. At war with the wolves of the north, I might call it. Matrim's private meeting the next day with Lord Stark ended when Robert Baratheon stormed into the room, drink in hand. Matt showed himself out, while Lord Stark saw to his foster brother's demands. They had been close to finishing, anyway. He would be leading 2,000 Northmen southwest, into the Reach. Every man he took would be mounted, Matrim's war would be highly mobile, and being pinned for a fight would mean the deaths of his men, and especially himself. I will not live to be ransomed, he promised himself and his gods. I will die fighting beside my men. Nightfall found him standing in his breeches and shirt only, having spent the day hard at work 3 miles outside Stony September, digging a hole beneath an ash tree. It was deep enough that he could not climb out of it, save for the ramp he had built into the hole. The bottom was pooling with water, ever so slowly, but it would make no difference. Matt needed this hole once. Nightfall came, and so did the men that would witness his sacrifice, his soldiers, Septon Humphrey and the pimp whose name Matrim hadn't cared to learn. Humphrey asked why no one's wives or campaign women were present. He took a drink from a wineskin before he answered. Women have their own ways of speaking to our gods, Septon, Matrim told him. Ways I do not know, and care not to learn. Now you must be silent. The moon began rising in the east, dim and weak. But as the world turned, the moon would grow stronger. As the world turned, Hugo the Piper led forward Matrim's horse, his trusty stallion, the horse Matrim called Biter, and the horse hoofed when he realized that Matt was there. Matrim patted his nose, whispered to him to calm him. He took the lead from Hugo, hand still on Biter's nose, and led him down into the earth. Biter whickered, unsure, but Matt's reassuring noises and the feel of his hand on the horse's nose quieted him. Biter had been a good horse, but sacrifice was, well, sacrifice. The pimp had been gagged, and this was a ritual for men, not women or cravens. Humphrey watched, silent, as Matt accepted both his dirk and a deep bowl carved of wood. I am lucky, he thought, that so much of these rituals are similar to old rites of the north. Then he drove the dagger deep into Biter's neck, at the huge artery that carried the horse's lifeblood through his body. The horse whimpered, sunk to his knees, and tried to press his head against Matt's chest. Matt let Biter rest his head against his chest, and weeping silently, Matt caught the horse's life water in the bowl. They stayed that for how long Matt did not know, until the horse let out his last breath. Tears mixed with blood, as Matt dipped his fingers into the liquid, dark brown in the light of the moon. He first painted a line across his own forehead, then the cheeks, and as his men stepped forward one at a time he did the same for them. Still, no one spoke. When at last his men had been painted, and the blood mostly exhausted, Matt set the bowl next to Biter and painted a line along the horse's about, dark brown against grey. Receive him well, Odin, for he was a mighty steed. Then came the mead. Matt shared a drink with every one of his men in turn, and by the time that was finished he was swaying slightly. Rosy tendrils of pre-dawn light made their way across the sky, and he nodded and spoke. Rest today, and tonight. Tomorrow we prepare for the march. He washed in the river outside the city, and when he'd scrubbed himself clean with sand from the riverbed, Briary was there. Hello, Matrim, she said. Oh, he thought. She handed him a towel, and he used it. She'd also brought him a change of clothing. Then, after he'd clothed himself and piled the towel and bloody shirt and breeches together, they sat on the riverbank in silence. For how long they sat in silence, Matrim could not say. Instead of looking at her, because he was scared of what she might say, and what he needed to say, he watched the river. A pike as long as Matrim was tall let the river current carry it downstream, towards the Crownlands and then eventually perhaps Blackwater Rush outside King's Landing. Dappled brown and green, it played dead for a long while, luring an unsuspecting trout closer. The trout met its death when the pike's head flicked to the side and caught it, and Matt thought that was symbolic of something in his life, but what, he did not want to say. I think maybe we can't be together anymore, Matrim, Briary started. He grimaced, and pulled his knees up to below his chin. He nodded. All right, he said, instead of asking why. It eased the thought that he'd have to tell her himself, but she was beautiful and he tried not to be hurt. He swallowed, but tried to himself that it was for the better. After all, hadn't he been going to tell her that they couldn't be together any longer? Matrim wasn't sure if this was the right way to be doing this, but she'd taken most of the burden from him, and so he had to be grateful for that. Eventually, after he'd said nothing for a while and kept staring at the river, she left, and he let her walk away. When Matrim returned to the town, bloody clothing in hand, he avoided the inn that his men had rousted a group of Vale soldiers from and taken over, avoided the Septs, and made his way to the brothel still serving as Lord Stark and Baratheon's headquarters. A woman might be just what he needed to get his mind off Briary and ready for the war ahead. And they'd launder his shirt and breeches, without question. That, at least, would be worth paying for. He walked through the door, and the soldier from the day before grinned at him. Come to sample some of the wares, m'lord. Matt gave a shrug. I at least need my shirt washed, and there's a hole at the knee of my breeches what needs to be mended. I could do it myself, or pay and then drink ale with some of the other lords of the north. The soldier gave a knowing nod and wink, and went back to standing at the door as Matt made his way into the brothel. A lissom redhead caught his eye, but he decided that he needed to see to his washing before anything like that, so he went through the main room and into the staff area. G'day, he said. I've got a shirt and breeches that need washed and mended, and I know there's washing that's done here. I haven't been to a whorehouse that didn't do their own washing. A busy, older woman with her sleeves rolled up past her elbows took his bundled clothing. That'll be 2 coppers, m'lord, plus anything extra you run up with the girls, and your washing will be done this afternoon. Now out, we've work to be doing. Matrim was shoved unceremoniously back out the door, and into a wide man in front of him. The man wore a sea green tabard with a merman on it, marking him as a Manderly or Manderly soldier, and the man grinned. Matrim Wells, he said delightedly. I'm Marlon Manderly, and my cousin Wyman has given me leave to ask you take me, and 400 of our horse with you, when you attack the Reach. Matt smiled at the man's open grin, and he nodded. Lord Stark wanted me to take some real northern cavalry with me, anyway. I understand the blood feud, myself, friend. Come southwest with me, and be welcome. The offer of 400 real cavalry, big men in good armor on large horses wasn't something to be sneezed at, and so Matrim welcomed it. His thoughts turned to the war in the Reach he'd soon be conducting, and the realization that he'd have 400 heavy cavalrymen, men able to go toe-to-toe with the best chivalry the Reach had to offer, and come out on top if he used them wisely, made his stomach turn. After assuring Marlon Manderly that he'd be more than welcome with Matrim when they headed for the Reach and Manderly had taken his leave to detail his troops, Matt turned to the redhead that had caught his eye. She smiled, and stood. The day dawned, sending pink and orange tendrils across the sky. Matrim knelt, bare-chested, and faced the rising sun. He'd slipped out of the peach and the town, driven by a thought or feeling he could not name. The riverlands smelled like rivers and clean water, but it was not the crisp northern air, tinged with hints of pine and spruce and heather, sheep and shaggy-furred cattle in the distance. He longed to taste that air, ride the hills and glens that the Wells called theirs. Their blood was in that land, blood and sweat and effort, but the blood of the Wells was in the riverlands now, shed where he had bled fighting for his lord. Matt stayed like that in silent contemplation of the gods and blood and the world for a long time. Robert Baratheon found him like that after the sun had risen, but before it had burned away all the early morning mist. Matt stayed where he was, not rising to greet the man, or even speaking to him. It was petty, he knew, because the power imbalance between the two of them was huge, and Matrim was treating Baratheon like he might treat a tenant that had broken the law. Finally, though, Baratheon spoke from behind him. I looked for you at the peach. His voice was rough with rising from slumber, and perhaps a cup of wine already. Matt smiled to himself. I left before dawn, to greet the Sunday. I thought you blokes worshipped the trees, not the Sunday. It wasn't phrased as a question, nor was it really, but Matrim answered it like one. Does the sun not give the trees and plants life? Do the trees and plants not worship the rising sun? Baratheon seemingly took it for an insult. You're a right cunt, Wells, and I think I don't like you. Matrim shrugged. Fair, he said. I think you are an arrogant child not yet grown to emotional maturity and prone to thinking with your cock rather than your brain. I think we are at war because you could not stay loyal to your betrothed, and drove her away from you. To Rhaegar Targaryen's mad lusts went unstated, but Matrim felt that the other man read it from the way the statement hung in the air between them. I heard that tell you gave your horse and a man to the trees night before last. Another question posed as a statement. My horse, I won victories, and the gods saw near all of my men safely through the fighting. Biter was a good horse, smart, loyal, and capable. My favorite hound is not here, and so I gave to the gods the horse that helped me achieve those victories. Human sacrifice was outlawed by Aegon the Conqueror, Wells. Matt's smile turned to a grin, though Robert couldn't see it. I can promise you this, Storm Lord, if you dig the pit where Biter lies, you will find no man, woman, or child. In the distance, a raven gave a gurgling croak that hung in the silence. I don't think you like me, overmuch, Baratheon finally said. Matrim waited a moment, turning over in his mind what he would say. Then he stood, and turned to Baratheon. I don't, he said, mouth tilting downward in a sneer. You think with your prick, you're arrogant, and you won at Summerhall by defeating the Reach Lords in detail, only because they marched before combining their strengths and so handed you your victory. Were she my daughter, and I Rickard Stark, Lyanna would never have been betrothed to you. Matt thought of Brandon Stark, instead, and how alike he and Baratheon would have been had Bran not been murdered by his liege. Either the greatest of friends or the fiercest of foes, he decided. But his friend Brandon was dead, and his lord Eddard, with Sauron concepts of honor. It wasn't for nothing that Andal men still feared northern ships out of the mists with entrails on their prows. Matt liked to think of himself as a classical Northman, in the tradition of Theon Stark or Torrhen Stark, men who did what was necessary. Bran learned the hardest lesson of all. Baratheon has learned no lessons, it seems. Let's have it out like men, then, Wells. Baratheon tilted his chin up, and then sneered. Fists, then, and we shall be quits. Matrim promised. A head taller, more powerfully built, with raw strength on his side, Baratheon would be a terrible foe to try to kill. Matt was thankful it was only fists, and none of his men here to see him. He rolled his shoulders, and Baratheon's blue eyes bore into him. Both raised their fists, tapped them once, and then settled into their stances. Matt lashed out with a jab to the face that Baratheon didn't bother to block. His head rocked back from the force of the blow, and then Baratheon brought it back forward. The man's face was stone, unreadable. His fist caught Matt in the face faster than Matt would have thought he could move it, and he fell backwards, limp. In a field beneath the moon, full, bright, and smiling down, was a girl standing with her back to him, dressed in pale blue and girdled at the waist. She turned, her hair a crown of swaying silk and silver. Where moonlight in her hair began, Matt couldn't rightly say. Her eyes were round and large and lilac with a touch of winter in them, and in her arms a bundle of rowan flowers. She was beautiful. Terrible, but beautiful to behold. She took a step forward, and Matt wanted to run, hands trembling. But the grass clung to his feet, rooting him in place. With every step she took closer, the rowan flowers fell away, scattering, fleeing. He took a breath, to try to master himself from the fear threatening to turn him craven. When she reached him, her hands were empty. It felt wrong, incomplete, so he forced himself and placed his hands in hers. She smiled, and the fear melted away. She rubbed a thumb over the calluses on his hands from hours gripping shield and sword hilt. She opened her mouth, and... Who are you? Her voice was light and pleasant, but for all that he was compelled to answer. Matrim Wells, he said, and she shook her head. Who are you? This time her tone was firm and insistent, and the desire to tell her overwhelmed him. He opened his mouth, to answer truthfully, just so the need to tell that burned in his blood would be over, and... Matrim woke up, the taste of blood in his mouth and a sense of longing choking his heart. The inn, stable, and storage building Matt's men had taken over and crammed into were well constructed, with sturdy stone and timber, and the innkeep's wife changed the rushes weekly, on 7th day. A pious man, he had cleared out when Matt was dragged into the inn by a fistful of his soldiers, half carrying, half dragging their commander. A passel of girls giggled as they shoved his soldiers away, and peered down at Matt. Gods, said one of his officers from a distance. He looks like he lost a fight to a bear. Tain't he too far from truth, if Laird Baratheon's to be accounted truthful. Says they faced up as men, seeing as how they didn't like each other, and he's never been hit so hard in his life. Another man's voice, and Matt tried to blink blearily. The wine poured into his eye made him splutter. 'Twas time my nephew learned that there's consequences to shooting his mouth off, and he's lucky he learned it at the end of a fist. Alaric Wells had been a tall, powerful man in life. His two sons seemingly had inherited all his physical traits, but it delighted him that they had inherited his wife's brains, which he had made no complaints about. In death, as Matt remembered him, he had been small and withdrawn in on himself, mumbling and whispering as the shades of their fathers drew nearer to welcome him. Alaric Wells had had enough fire left in his spirit before he died to demand of Matt that he make it fast and merciful. Torn between obeying his father as a good son should, or being accursed by the gods for kinslaying, he had finally followed his father's last order to him: make it fast, lad, and protect your brother. Alone, in the God's Wood at Queenswell, before the heart tree that seemed to stare into his soul, Matt had sat silently for a day and a night, not thinking, not praying, just existing. Finally, he had realized that he was not truly a patricide that would have required forethought or even anger. Alaric Wells had been the man to wrap Matrim Wells' fingers around a sword hilt, one day when Matt had been 6 or 7 years of age, in the depths of a winter and his mother laboring in the birthing bed. I carry a sword at my hip, and you will in the future, because the sword is the symbol of our authority, as nobility. It is a symbol of our burdens to bear, protection and justice for our folk. We have been blessed to be above other men in life, but that does not mean we can abuse them, Alaric Wells said to Matt as their fingers curled around the hilt of the sword. A man's blade, it had been too big for Matt to properly hold or carry, but Alaric's strength kept it from dipping to the snow beneath father and son. There was a tale, Matrim had heard once, of a petty king before the Starks had brought all the north to heel, name lost to history and time. His small folk had been driven from their homes, their crops and fields burnt, their livestock slaughtered and the women despoiled. They had gone to plead with their lord to ride forth with his men to protect them, and he had ridden out as they asked. Rather than give battle to his foe, though, he had simply turned and retreated to his fortified tower. Then he'd been lynched by his vengeful folk after one of the servants had let her kin into the tower. He'd asked his father about it. The small folk work the fields, create the clothing we wear, fell the timber we burn for fuel, feed us, repair our home. They labor endlessly, Alaric had said. In exchange, they ask simple things. We give them justice, and we protect them. If we cannot, then we must die trying. Matt woke from the dream when he felt a body curling up next to his. He opened his eyes, and the one on the side of his face that Baratheon had hammered hurt. It was dark, but the bed he was in was passably comfortable, and so he stayed still. The need to relieve himself was strong, and he lay there for a moment hoping he'd fall back asleep. He had no such luck. He rose, ignoring muffled protests of complaint from whoever else had been in the bed, and picked his way through the room, then hall, then a large room where men lay snoring and farting. Chamber pots had their uses, but if the inn or manor he was in had an outhouse, he'd prefer that. Pissing under the clean sky and stars was nice, and it gave him a chance to poke and prod at his face. The eye could open, which he accounted as good, and there was only slight swelling on his face and the bone wasn't painful to the touch. Rosy dawn was threatening to breach the sky, and he wondered how long he had been out of it. It wasn't often Matt dreamed of his father, and he felt he much preferred the dreams that were his boyhood, before Alaric Wells had ridden his last, to put down a band of wildlings that by rights should have been stopped by the Umbers, Karstarks, or even Boltons. His mother had penned a complaint to Rickard Stark, and it had not gone unanswered. A scraping reached his ears from near him, and he smiled. I fucking hate dreams, he said to the night sky. The gods send them as messages or reminders, perhaps, my lord. Humphrey sounded hoarse. I have been praying for you, he went on. Head injuries are dangerous, and Lord Baratheon is a mighty man. You have slept 3 days, and if you did not recover, your uncle was going to send your mindless body back north to your mother. Well, I'm awake now. Have they baked bread and made cheese for my men to march southwest with? Matrim buttoned the flap to his breeches, then turned to face the priest. Yes, my lord. Will you permit me to join you again? In the dark, Humphrey's face appeared shadowed and thinner than it was. I have no Sautrons marching with me, Matrim said. The priest sighed. Matrim smiled. But I will be marching with a force of Manderly knights, and they follow the old gods and the new, too. You must ask their commander. If he's agreeable, I have no issue with it. You will perchance not like this sort of war, though. All war is ugly, lord. That is the nature of war. Matrim couldn't argue with that, and so he didn't bother. Instead, he looked back up at the sky, the whorls and dappling of the stars bright against the blackness of the night. He thought for a moment of the brief weeks he had shared with Briary, and his heart did not ache that she had moved beyond him. What life could he have offered her? His mistress in a castle ruled by a lady wife from the mountain clans, or perhaps a Manderly cousin or Searwyn daughter? No, he shook his head. Better that she'd left him, perhaps for one of his soldiers. He wondered then if she'd kindled, if she carried his child within her. War is ugly, yes, Humphrey said into Matrim's silence, and he wondered if the priest had known what he was thinking. But life is beautiful, and to find life during and after. The gods test us in many ways, the Septon said. But never in ways we are not strong enough to bear. I do not know much of your old gods, only the common whisperings, but I do know the strength of your character, lord. There are not many that would stop the business of war to listen to the pleadings of a villager not his own, and then give that man the justice he sought. Matt said nothing, but the priest's calm was like a balm to his troubled soul. Finally, he laughed. Keep speaking like that, and your 7 that are 1 might start seeming attractive to me, Matrim said. Good gods above forbid that happen, Humphrey said cheerfully. You're such a heathen, they wouldn't know what to do with you in the 7 heavens or the 7 hells. They laughed, and the two of them returned to the inn building where Matt's soldiers and the women he'd seemingly saved had tried to poke and pester him back to wakefulness and health. Matt lifted a hand to his face. Gently he touched the place where Baratheon had driven him into the dirt. He withdrew his hand fast and with a hiss of pain. Bloody tree, Matrim swore. Baratheon doesn't feck about, does he? No, Lord, Humphrey said, and Matrim heard the grin in his voice. He drove an elbow into the priest's side, laughing. He doesn't fuck about, either, Matt said. At least he's not a quivering prude. He didn't add something snide, like he'd been inclined to needle the Septon with, either. The Septon was quiet for a moment, before they parted ways. Then he asked Matt a question. You are going to war in the Reach? Your men say that they have the best knights in Westeros, Lord. Matt thought about a Crownland knight dying under his dagger, eyes pleading as his lifeblood bubbled out of his mouth. Knights die all the same, he finally said. Chapter 8, Away Again. The next day dawned foggy and cool, not unlike a morning from the previous autumn. Matt had risen early after troubled sleep, and early morning after the dawn found him standing ensconced with Eddard Stark, and the men that would take their command from Matrim. The lords of the mountain clans, dour and grim after a night of too much drinking, Marlon Manderly standing with 2 knights' banner, his own sub-officers. Manderly and Matt's uncle had seen to the baking of bread and collection of cheese and beef and pork jerky, the reissuing of arrows and repair of hauberks and helmets, chosses and breastplates. Swords and spears had been sharpened while Matt slept, and his own gear lovingly taken care of by Torgon Flint. I will not let my sister's son go to war with the chivalry of the Reach, an ill-repaired mail and a dent in his helm, the man had said as explanation when Matt asked. Now they stood assembled before their ultimate lord, the final arbiter of their justice, and for most of them, even a distant relative. Eddard Stark was most closely related to Matt's uncle by way of his Flint grandmother, making Lord Stark a second cousin to Torgon and a third cousin to Matrim himself. The Wells could claim a Stark bride of their own, though Sarah, or was it Sansa? Snow, bastard of the Lord of Winterfell, had married Matt's great-great-grandfather, another Matrim. After that Matrim had saved the Stark's life fighting wildlings. The soldiers were gathered, Matrim had his orders, all that waited was to mount up and ride off. Matt grinned ruefully at the thought he'd be riding double with someone, because he'd given Biter to the gods. He became serious when Stark stood from his wood chair to stare at all of them, his eyes cool as ice. The ultimate disposition of your men, what you choose to do once you arrive in the Reach, those decisions are yours, Wells. I will not command you in close detail, because this is your command. But you have one overriding order: if you must spend men, make their lives worth something. The free men of the North are our most valuable resource, don't throw them away carelessly. Matrim nodded, face solemn. I'll die before I waste the lives of my men, Lord Stark. Ned gave a sharp nod, unsmiling. I'd rather you didn't, he said. Your brother has a son, yes? Boy lords can be the death of houses. So too can lords too willing to meddle outside their fiefs, Matrim thought but did not give voice. Some might take it for treason, but to a Wells man, death in service of Winterfell was the finest death of all. The North remembers, Lord Eddard, Matrim said. God's willing, I'll write you with a raven from a castle or town I take. If you can achieve it, Matrim, Eddard said. Then, the North remembers. They clasped forearms, and then Matrim took his leave, his officers following. They clattered down the stairs of the Peach, armor ringing and clanking, boot heels thumping, and Marlon was near out of breath by the time they reached the town's walls. He held up a hand, panting, and tried to speak. Cat got your tongue, mare man. It didn't take, and Matt patted him on the back and grinned. Marlon smiled back through his pale beard. Nay, Lord, he finally managed. He shifted the surcoat of sea green beneath the breastplate and over his mail, trying to make it more comfortable. I was going to say your uncle Torgon told me that you lost your horse before Baratheon knocked your block off, and I prevailed upon my cousin Wyman to buy a horse from the Ryswell contingent with Lord Stark. Now I gift him to you, for with you Manderly knights will ride to war in the Reach once again, after 1,000 years of exile. Now we will visit steel and fire upon the peaks. He said, and the bloodthirst in his voice was evident. You shouldn't have, Matrim said, and meant it. Marlon called for his squire, and the teenage boy came leading a solid riding mare, golden in color with white socks and a black mane and tail. She was, Matrim thought, an exceedingly well-colored and formed horse. He stepped nearer to her, holding out his hand palm up so she could sniff at him and smell who and what he was. She nickered, and he smiled. The squire I bought her from said she was his master's, but the master is dead and the squire has no need of a second riding horse. I'm only sorry she's not a stallion, for our coming battles. Matrim shrugged. I prefer mares. They're less likely to lose their head in a fight. What's her name? Exceedingly unimaginative, my friend, Marlin said. Goldie, if you believe it. Ha! Certainly not original, Matt said. But it'll do, and I prefer to do most of my fighting on foot. He called, and small Hugo, his own piper and sometimes squire, helped him saddle Goldie up. Matt tested the tightness of the girth strap. Putting one boot into a stirrup, he swung his other leg up and over, and felt the tightness in his thighs as he settled onto the saddle. He nodded approvingly, then grinned at Marlin. Pipe us out, Hugo, Matrim ordered. To Manderley, he leaned his head in closer so they could speak over the beginning of the wailing of the pipes. She's a fine horse, he said. You have my thanks, and I shall do my best to repay you. Gifts given between friends have no need for repayment, my Lord of Wells. We are friends, are we not? Friends are always a thing to be grateful for, come the howling winter and cold winds, Matrim responded. But he had to harden his heart, because Briary was outside the city watching his column march out, and he tried not to let his gaze linger on her. She seemed to be watching one of the men-at-arms from the farms around the Queen's Well, and he stamped down on the pang of jealousy that shot through him. She was neither his lady wife nor his lady mistress, and he had no claim on her beyond the time they'd spent together, and perhaps if his seed had kindled a life inside her. I pray that it did not take, he thought, and tried to force his thoughts to the reach. They'd need guides, and he'd need to issue marching objectives for each day, and where they would assemble at the end of every night the list was near endless. Later, 14 miles from Stony September and after they had passed a squadron of Stark cavalrymen, their dire wolf banners fluttering gaily in the twilight, Matt and his column made camp. The cavalry had given them the all-clear, and so he and his men began unsaddling horses and currying them in Tully-loyal riverlands. Tomorrow or the day after they would cross into that nebulous borderland between Westerlands and Riverlands, where before the Targaryens had come with their dragons it had been the strength of a king's sword arm that extended his rule as far as it could go. In the glow of the campfires, the smells of salt meat and hard bread being worked into stews lingered in the air, and Matt sat with Marlin and the Septon. Mountain clansmen gathered and circled, and Matt grinned. Neither of you have seen a sword dance, have you? Marlin shook his head, mustache quivering, and Septon Humphrey looked positively delighted. How barbaric sounding, he said. Matt nodded to the cluster of clansmen. It's an old tradition, he explained to the two. Before a clan goes to war or battle, they'll have the youngest and most nimble lad do the dance. They lay two swords crosswise, and the boy must dance the swords without touching the blades or hilt. If he does, then 'tis said that the force will have victory in the coming battles. Matt didn't think about this whole time he had danced the swords. Is this part of an offering to your old gods? Humphrey seemed taken with the concept, and had stood to get a better view of young Hugo starting with his pipes and younger Lou in breeches and shirt only. Nay, Marlin said. He twirled one side of his bristling mustache around a finger. No one knows how far back the sword dance goes, but it isn't religious in nature. How wonderfully barbaric, Humphrey said. Matt hid a frown in his meat skin, and wished he had a map of the reach. They would have to find a local guide more accurately several, if he was going to divide his force like he intended. Lou was his father's squire, Marlin explained to Humphrey as Matt drank. His father was a knight for my cousin Wyman, and took a lance in the neck at Stony September. Manderleys remember their debts, and so Lou has come to be my squire. Now he dances the swords, so we might have victory in the fights to come. Matrim stood. You must forgive me, my friends, he said. I feel unwell, and would like to retire for the night. They both made the appropriate sounds, and then Matt left them watching Lou dance, seeming to float through the air as he made the leaps and twirls necessary to keep from cutting himself on a blade. Underneath the shade of an old ash tree, Matrim met with all the men who looked to him as master and commander, away from the Stark. The mountain clan's lords or lordlings, Marlin Manderley and his own officers from home, Edric, Ewan, Artos, Torin. The days of marching and days of fighting had left them all with new scars and repaired rents in their mail. Every man had a horse, courtesy of the army's foraging and Stark's promises for payment after the war in the Riverlands, and Matrim's own thieving in the Crownlands. We're headed for the richest land in West Eros, he told his officers. Fertile and lovely as a girl in the dew waiting for you. Burn every field, burn every village, kill all the cattle and sheep, and every man of fighting age that attempts to resist. We ride in groups, and groups of men must be no smaller than 50 men, and no larger than 200. We must move fast, for to be caught by Reach Knights is to invite slaughter. Groups must be a quarter's day ride from each other, so that we spread across the land like the wolves of winter and blight the Reach's crops and villages with our teeth. There he showed his own, and all of the mountain clansmen and his own officers grinned with bloodthirsty smiles. Manderley looked slightly ill, but Matrim ignored him. If a group becomes engaged in a fight, they must send riders to their neighbors on the march, who will send riders, and so on, so that we all converge with speed on the foeman. They were 3 days' ride away from Stony September, and on the hill across the field where his force camped, a group of horsemen sat. The horsemen were watching his own men, and bore a banner with the proud lion of Lannister rampant. A mummer's war, Matrim thought. I pray Tywin Lannister does not join the real war by pouncing on and slaughtering us. Last he had heard, before they left Stony September, the Lannisters had yet to declare for either king or rebels, and Tywin bided his time. Matrim raised a hand in greeting, watching. It was returned, perhaps a heartbeat later, and he smiled. He spurred Goldie into a canter down the hill, and was met midway between the two hills by a small group of the armoured knights, 5 men in total. The leader bore a shield with a golden hill standing against a blue sky, with the golden sun to the left of the hill. Matt racked his brains, trying to think of who the lord or lordling could be, came up empty, and finally settled for raising his hand in greeting again, other holding his helmet beneath his arm and keeping a grip on Goldie's reins. Well well well, the lord said. He removed his own helmet, and grimaced when he saw Matt. Look what the war dragged in, he said to his men, and they laughed. The man's face turned sour. Shut up, damn you, he snarled. I didn't tell you to laugh, did I? So why are you laughing? He turned back to Matt, and grimaced. Bloody Northmen, he went on. Defend the entry to the Westerlands from the east, Tywin tells me, so I bloody am, and what shows up beneath my castle but a pack of ragged northern wolves? Tell me, Northmen, are you lot beneath Stark's banner because you're hunting lions? Nay, Matrim said. We've a hankering for rose wine, and I mean to leave the lion well enough alone. I'm not a wolf of Winterfell, to prowl about. I do serve the Starks, though, and proudly so. Well enough then, the man said. The name's Leo Lefford, and if you lot haven't cleared off in 2 days I'll see you gone from Lord Tywin's lands with the flat of my blade. No need for threats. I'm Matrim Wells, of Queenswell. Matrim smiled. Lord Stark, and so I, have no quarrel with Lord Lannister, save Lord Lannister calls his banners for the Mad King. Lord Tywin ain't shared his plans with me, Leo said. I do as I'm bade, and bide as I'm bade. You'll have no guest right from me, Wells, but no steal till you outstay your 2 days, pon my word. Fair enough, Matt said. We'll pay coin if your small folk have fresh bread or ale to sell, but I'll not risk Tywin Lannister's ire by taking from them what I could buy. I'll let the closest village know, Leo said. Ride back to your men, and you'll find out if my folk have wares. Matt inclined his head in respectful leave-taking, turned Goldie and spurred her up the way he'd come, leaving the Westlander lord and his knights to themselves. He inclined his head to the old ash tree that offered its shade to his officers. One of them lifted a hand in greeting as Matt rode back up the hill, and he smiled. Lord Lefford offers no guest right, but has drawn no steel, either. We have 2 days to make it out of his portion of the Westerlands, and I don't intend to cut through the Crownlands and run into friends of the soldiers we've killed. Or friends of Stanton and Buckwell, seeking to avenge deaths and nullify the ransoms that Lord Stark had purchased from Matrim. Not quite hospitable, is he? Wool stroked his beard, and Norrie ribbed Torgon Flint in the side. Could be a cunt, Matt allowed. He said he won't be riding at us in the night. Still, though, we'll need to set guards from here on out every night. I have no wish to be met waking up by Reachman or Crownlander steel in my gut. They spurred their horses forward to match pace with the column of mounted infantry riding south, ever southwards, and went back to discussing the business of war. When we fight, Torgon opined, we must use shock and awe. But being hit by Reach cavalry would be shockingly awful. The other clan lords groaned, but Matt grinned. Uncle's joke was terrible, but essentially he's correct. Getting hit by Reach knights on an open field will spell death for us, and I mean to live long enough to gut rigor. There was no laughter. Gods, Matt thought. Let me lead my men well, and to victory. He pulled Goldie up, stopping the horse. The others stopped on their own, and he stared ahead, at the unseen and distant point where the frontier of the west became the Reach. 6 days later, 3 spent in the Reach proper, and 30 villages and hamlets were naught but ash. Their crops were burned in the fields, livestock slaughtered and pitched into wells, springs, streams. They were destroying the wealth of the Reach for a generation to come. Women went unraped, only because Matrim would not abide the same kind of crime that was most likely being perpetrated against Lyanna Stark daily. Near everything else went allowed. Men, if they resisted, were killed where they stood. Children were ripped from their mother's arms and tossed between his men, laughing and grinning like beasts, before finally being turned free to stumble away, dizzy and confused. The small folk were left to dangle on the whims and whines of fate, and if they died, he had said, then they died. They were not his folk to be concerned with. Matt remained at the center of the wide line his men formed, burning everything they came across, feasting themselves on whatever stored food they found. That line stretched 4 miles long. Matt had paced it off himself, the day they'd ridden into true enemy-controlled land, and now he thumbed his nose and farted at all the assembled might of the Reach. Because they weren't home to defend their people and the land that made the Reach so wealthy. Sweat streaked through soot on nearly every man's face, and their teeth were garishly white against the darkness of it as they set more buildings ablaze and spit men with pikes and swords, took heads and did it all grinning. Matt smiled too. Living in the Reach was easy. All they had to do was reach up from their horses and pluck apples and pears, peaches and plums from the trees already heavy with fruit after a short month and a half of spring. The small folk had learned to flee before the ever-increasing columns of smoke from ruined villages and farms spiraling towards the sky, a silent plea to the gods that went unanswered. The pleas from the small folk didn't, though. Those his men took pleasure in spitting at it. The seps, though, such as they were, went untouched and undefiled. Humphrey had asked Matrim why, after the 10th or 11th September went ignored. "We're blood of the first men," Matrim had said. "We remember how you Andals removed our cousins in the south from power, root and stem. Where war didn't do the trick, willing and biddable daughters as wives from the warlords of Andalos did. They came, preaching the light of the seven, and their sons were raised as seveners. Their sons weren't taught the sacred rites of carving a god's face, their daughters went ignorant of the lore of our women. 2, 3 generations later, the lords were fully seven worshippers, and the small folk went ignored as our gods were hewn and then burnt as offerings to your own. It's not a new, or even an old grudge I bear on behalf of my ancestors and their cousins." Matt turned to look at Humphrey now, the Septon's eyes tear-filled as he watched two of Matt's own household men at arms lynch a man that had tried to cut the throat of an archer. "It's not a grudge," Matrim repeated. "It is an ancient hate, cherished and carried forward from the mists of legend, so that we might always guard ourselves against any encroachment of the seven. We're leaving the seps untouched because we're not you Andals. We can respect the place a man worships, even if we're doing our best to gut him." Humphrey said nothing, locked in his own thoughts, and Matt watched as the would-be knifer dangled the gallows jig from an ash tree. He finally smiled. "Take heart, priest. This is the war you wanted to see. Will you object if I perform the last rites, Lord Matrim?" Humphrey frowned, and slid off the mule that they had found for him. Matt waved his hand. "Go ahead," he said. "Like I said, we're not Andals." The priest stepped forward, presumably trusting Matt to hold his horse, and Matrim did so. "I'm not a monster," he told himself. "This is brutal, but it is war and I am just in our cause. Gods of my fathers, keep Lyanna healthy." The nature of war forced Matt from his thoughts, as the hedge knights from the Reach that had attached themselves to his force made their presence known with a throat clearing from one. A few had expressed outrage at the Targaryen crimes, but Matt suspected the rest were merely looking for easy loot and plunder. "Sir John," Sirs Matrim greeted them. 10 knights with an assortment of mail and plate armor, 9 squires with mail, and a couple of younger boys serving as pages sat an assortment of motley horses. Sir John had been elected their leader by virtue of his more advanced age near 35 years, and his more even temperament. "I must say, Lord Wells," John started. He shifted uneasily on his horse, grimaced, and then sighed. "I must say," he repeated. I did not think you would be conducting your war here, in this manner. I must protest your treatment of the small folk, sire, for they are innocent in this war. They are not my folk." Matt shrugged. "If you marched with a Tarly or Tyrell or Florent in the north, would you be so opposed then? I doubt so. We're not raping the women, not killing the children, and only killing the men that resist." He paused for a heartbeat, glanced up to the sky, and thought about a girl with dark hair. "We're driving them to the castles and walled towns," Matrim went on. "Not killing them wholesale. You know that, yes?" John nodded, worn face grim and tired. "That is why I am not protesting more vigorously. I understand that this is a war, my lord, that these things sometimes must be done. But surely these folk had nothing to do with the Lady Stark's seizure and captivity, or Lord Stark's deaths in the capital." "It doesn't matter," Matt said. "I am in command here, and so long as no Reach Lord is here to stop me, my word is absolute in law. For all Ares can do, for all Rhaegar or Mace Tyrell can do, I might as well be king here. If it were my folk, my people, I would be as angry more so, perhaps. But they're not, and I have hardened my heart and deafened my ears to their pleas. Brandon Stark was my friend, and he died choking to death trying to rescue his father, my foster father. If I had the men to burn the entire Reach, take and sack every castle in this kingdom, deliver to Ares Targaryen a mountain of skulls and flood King's Landing with them, I'd do so," Matt snarled. Humphrey stepped forward from where he had been kneeling by a dead man, and shook his head. "Now is not the time, gentle sirs," he said. "Perhaps you ought to return to the men you've been guiding." They left, murmuring and talking between themselves in low voices, and Matt watched, uncaring, as Humphrey went from body to body. The small folk had been driven from this village, and now his men began to set it alight. "Lou. Hugo. Attend me, if you please." The 2 young men came forward on their horses, looking green and sickly. They waited for him to speak. "Do you understand why we're making war like this?" The 2 were silent for a moment, and then Lou glanced at Hugo. Hugo went first. So that the folk know their lords can't protect them. Lu went next, trying not to smile. And so that they flood the castles and towns, eating up stocks and planting no crops to harvest, or they're kept out by the castles and towns to starve and grow rebellious. Are you two asking me, or telling me? Matt asked. Telling, my Lord Wells, Hugo ventured. This is not but a big raid, and when a force tries to stop us, we'll leave if they're too big to fight. Lu nodded his agreement eagerly. Lu. You're the commander for the Reach's forces here, trying to stop us. How do you go about it? Lu looked at him for a moment, and Matt smiled. The boy thought for another, then grinned. They have more men than we do, my lord, that's just facts, because the north doesn't have as many people. So they have more men, but more men move slower on the march. Split their force up into 2 or 3 smaller ones. The young man paused for a breath, Hugo ribbed him in the side, and they grinned. So once they've split up into groups smaller than us, they can move as fast or faster, and pin us to where they want to fight us. Matt nodded. Well reasoned, young man. Hugo, how would you keep us from being penned in and brought to battle? Matt knew the answer, he'd reasoned this all out ahead of time, and he also knew what he would do to prevent being penned and trapped and destroyed so far from the main war effort. But Lu was serving as a knight's squire, and Hugo fulfilled largely the same function for him, if not in name, and so Matt had a duty to help educate them in the business and manner of war. Hugo swallowed, then snapped his fingers. It's like fighting bullies, my lord, he said. Matt cocked an eyebrow, and the piper went on, I can't fight 2 or 3 of them at the same time, but if I ambush them one at a time leaving the privy or coming back to their DOS farms from chopping firewood, then I can beat them all on their own. Well said, Matrim smiled. So we know the enemy's issue, we are a small force, meant for raiding and burning. They have more men than we do, and we must assume they'll be able to reason out how to pen us and kill us. So how do we keep them from being able to pen us and bring more men to bear and slaughter us? Lu and Hugo thought, and after a moment it became clear they didn't know or couldn't think it out. Find out where they are, pounce on each force smaller than ours one at a time, like Hugo said, and then move to hit the next one. We cannot afford long, drawn-out battles, and so we will have to rely on the killing power of Manderley's heavy cavalry. How do we do that? Lu grinned, and broke in before Hugo could speak. Draw them into attacking our pikemen and men-at-arms on foot, while the mareman's horse stay hidden and then smash a flank. It seems simple, Matt nodded. But it's a damned fine thing, keeping control of far-flung groups of men and bringing them to concentrate when we need them for a battle. We have banners for all the clans of the mountains, Manderley, and my own wells. How can we use these to communicate? Work out and explain some sort of code with the banners, Hugo said. I had a code of taps on the floor of our house with my brother, before he passed of a fever. Matrim smiled. Now you boys are thinking. The 2 of you are to come up with the code we'll use, using only the flags we have. T.S. He held up a hand. Don't tell me. Work it out between each other, and make sure it's not bloody well complicated. Miscommunicated orders get soldiers killed. He wagged a finger to ensure they understood, and they walked their horses off, heads dipped towards each other and hands gesturing wildly. After a fortnight of Matrim's men riding roughshod over the countryside, the lords of the Reach had seemingly had enough. The first whiff of an assembling enemy force came from a village headman that 2 of Matt's men were lynching for cutting a horse's throat rather than letting them steal it. The headman spat as the noose was going around his neck. Lord Peake'll see the end of you cunts, he declared. Matt held up a hand to stop his man from throwing the noose over a tree branch in the rain. His men complied, and the Reach knight that was his guide shifted nervously in his saddle. What do you mean, Lord Peake will see the end of us? Hugo asked. Matt drew his mouth tight, and Hugo seemed to realize that he had spoken before his lord. The village chief was defiant, and jammed his mouth shut. Matt let Hugo's interruption go, turned to the Reachman, and drew his dirk. Matt repeated Hugo's question. The threat was implicit, but Matt would not resort to torture. He grimaced behind his aventail. Having Hugo beat him will serve no purpose save harden the lad, and life's hard enough as it is. Hang him, he finally said. The 2 archers who had tied the noose and found the tree dragged him to the sturdy oak. Wait, Lord, wait. Matt was silent at the man's pleas, and as the other end of the rope went over the tree branch and the shorter archer began to shuck his armor to climb the tree and tie off the rope, the village chief's pleading for his life intensified. Finally, Matt nodded to Hugo. What did you mean, Lord Peake will see to the end of us? The squire asked. The rain came down, making everyone miserable, and if there were tears on the villager's face, the rain hid them. His hands reached up to the loop around his neck. He's raised a levy from his own lands, and those of other lords, including ours. They mustered at Starpike, and they'll be coming to try to destroy you, he sobbed. Matt smiled. Thank you. He turned away, and clicked his tongue at Goldie to get her moving. It had started raining 2 days ago, and now it seemed that the gods had seen fit to bless Matrim and his men before they even knew they'd need it. The rain flattened crops in their fields, turned empty fields to mud and manure, and turned roads into slush, holding up movement. If the Reach's forces were as miserable as his own, and as delayed. Matt dared not dwell on ifs. He had to know. It was reasonable to suspect that the rain was hindering the Reachmen as much as his own, but he would not gamble with his men's lives so cheaply. He watched a clump of archers struggle to make progress, leading their horses through the mud so that the animals wouldn't go lame and so be rendered useless. He finally sighed. "Hugo," he said. "Go let everyone know to cease their raids. We'll make camp in this village until the rain stops." They'd need another day after the rain ended for the mud to turn semi-passable, if they were lucky. But so would the Reach lords, and if it came to a fight between his pikes and cavalry in mud. On the fate of such gambles were empires decided. "The rain has to stop." Hugo cantered off, and Matt turned to Sir John. "There's been no rape," he said without preamble. "I mean to keep it that way. Keep your hedge knights under control or I will. Especially the one that nearly had his britches down far enough for it 2 days ago." "I hang rapists," Matrim said. Sir John nodded. "I don't hold with it myself, but you understand men have urges." Matt cut him off with a glare. "I have urges. I contain them, because I'm not a fucking beast," he said. The conversation ended there, with Sir John offended, and Matt felt no desire to call him back and apologize. Instead he settled for watching as the man who would have been lynched struggled his way through mud up to his thighs as fast as he could, away from Matt. Away from Matt's men. Matt turned his back deliberately to the man, and watched out of the corner of his eye as the 2 archers that had been trying to hang the fellow grinned and knocked arrows to bows. He was about to stop them, but Edric, their officer, cut one of their bowstrings with his dirk. "Cut that shit out, you bastards," he snarled. His lordship let the cunt go, and he didn't say as to we could go killing him, now did he? "No, Edric," the taller one said. The shorter one spat to show his displeasure. "E knifed a good horse, e did," the short one protested. Matt thought they were from the same village on his family's land, 2 days' ride from Queenswell, and tried to place their names. "John and Eric? No. John and Elric." Matt's thought that the rain eventually had to stop proved true, the day after his men ate the last of the village's stored food. They set out, all his force gathered, and headed further south, further into the Reach. Everything was soaked and wet, men and horses struggled, but the clansmen on their lighter mountain horses did better. Matt gave the word, and then their lords ordered them out, and they took the hedge knights with them as guides. Command is the loneliest duty of all, Matt told himself. Sir John had begun leaving him alone, Humphrey was off doing something. The Septon had ridden off a few days ago without any word as to where he was headed. Matt tried to pretend he wasn't slighted, but then even his uncle was spending more time with the men. Matt decided no, he was offended, and lifted his lips. The mud meant packing up and getting moving was even more of a chore than it had been, and Matt cursed the 3 days they had lost even as he cursed the mud more. But men would have slipped away if he had asked them to march through such miserable rain. Now their race began. Matt, and Lord Peake. Perhaps he would have to defeat 2,000 men. Perhaps he would have to defeat 10,000. Only the gods could know, at least until his clansmen started returning on their shaggy ponies, and the gods didn't seem inclined to share with Matt the secrets of his foe. So leave the gods aside. My foe is a man, neither god nor demon, I can and will outthink him. He put his spurs into Goldie's sides and the mare leapt forward willingly. Matt urged his men forward, encouraging them. Inside, though, Matt hoped with all his heart that they would give the slip to the Reachmen and avoid having to do battle. They had done what they had come south to do, brought the war to Mace Tyrell's fertile lands and shown his people the terror of that same war, and for miles on their southerly route of march the land reflected that reality, fields burnt, villages torched, men put to the sword. Where his force hadn't burned it, the land was fat and rich, and people fled before them carrying all they could. His men slogged through the grim muck, faces set with determination. Matt slid from Goldie, helped a squire struggling to help his knight shove the knight's huge destrier out of the mud. The squire moaned about having to brush the mud out of the horse's feathered fetlocks. Matt clapped the young man on the back. "Buck up," he told the squire. "You'll have a story to tell your squire when you have one, about the time you marched south to make war against the Targaryen kings and had to shove your knight's horse for miles, uphill both ways in the rain." The squire smiled, which was a sight better than the grumbling Matt had been hearing a moment ago. A shout brought Matt's head around, and he pulled himself back into Goldie's saddle fast, then spurred her into a trot to meet the clansman on his shaggy pony. Marlon met him on the muddy road, and together they met the scout. The scout's dour face was made worse by a frown when he learned that Matt had learned of Peake's marching before him, but he did have word of the numbers Peake commanded. The bare 2,000 Matt had, mostly infantry, would now be cast against that and half again. 3,000 angry Reachmen, looking to avenge the slight to their honor that Matt's raising and pillaging represented. Matt smiled, and Manderley looked askance at it. If the scout was accurate, Matt revised to himself. If the man was correct. If he was shorting the enemy's numbers, or had seen only one marching column. The thought didn't bear consideration. Marlin questioned the clansman, and it came out that he had circled and waited and looked, and yes, there was only one column of men. I am going to gamble, and risk hugely, Matt thought. Marlin, he said. Be ready with your heavy cavalry. Torin, take a moment to rest. Have a drink of wine, and then find the rest of the light horse. We're going to find a battlefield. Matt wheeled Goldie around and then spurred her into a hard gallop, heading back to the column to let his sub-officers know they had a fight coming, and his plan for it. Matrim found his place for the fight where a stream had flooded with all the spring rains, and turned the field beneath a gently sloping hill into nothing but mire. The center of his line was thin, all his archers there so that they could shoot straight into the foemen, with all the pikes on the flanks of his archers. Matt's right flank was secured by the stream that had flooded the field, and his left flank loose in the wind. Behind the archers, the solid core of what little heavy foot he commanded the household regulars he had brought, and whatever men-at-arms the clan chiefs counted among their troops. Atop the sloping hill, Matt sat Goldie, his helmet dangling from a strap on his saddle, shading his eyes with a hand over his brow. Howl, damn your eyes! Matt shouted from where he sat, with the 35 Manderley knights that formed his only reserve of troops. Let Lord Stark know his winter wolves kill his enemies. His brave infantry responded willingly, letting loose howls and screeches that rose to the heavens, even as Matt prayed his men would hold in the face of a concerted charge by the very best chivalry Westeros had to offer, reach knights astride their huge chargers, bred for this, to take infantry, caught out and alone with no cavalry support. To send the infantry running, scattered, broken. Gods, he thought, he prayed. Let them hold long enough for Manderley to come. Let Manderley not be lost. More, he prayed. Let him be on time. The time for prayer ended, as the Reachmen made their opening moves in the most deadly of dances, war. They sent forward a screen of archers. The resulting archery duel was conclusively one-sided, his own drove them off with 3 volleys of wicked L-length shafts of good ash, driven by weirwood staves. Arrows thudded into a few of his men, but far more of his own men's shafts drove home, deadly at the closer range the shortbow-armed reach small folk had to close into, in order to engage his archers. The battle paused, then, as the peak in charge of the force opposite Matt's own took stock of the situation. The man's 3-castled banner dipped once, twice. The enemy spears and pikes came forward, spearmen with shields first, to try and absorb some of the arrows from Matt's archers. The temptation to take a glove off and bite his knuckle was strong, but command is as much about appearance and confidence as actually leading from the front. Settle down, lad, and let your commanders do their jobs. Thank you, father, Matt thought. The words of wisdom his father had imparted those years back proved as useful now as they had then. He took a breath, and placed his hands in his lap, settling for clenching them into fists where they'd be unseen by the knights with him. Their leader, a big man atop a huge destrier and carrying his own personal arms on a pennon beneath his lance head, turned to Matt. He was silent a moment, and then turned his head back to the fighting. Matt's own pikes had advanced to engage the Reachmen, and that fight was anything but conclusive. The long shafts of sturdy wood drove hardened steel into gaps in armor, searching for faces, thighs, throats, anything to kill a man, or at least bleed him enough to fall down and so cease fighting. His men took up howling again, once that first pikehead was wetted with blood. He wanted to be down there among them, shield high and dirk low for the killing work of the shield wall and push of the pike. Even though all his pieces had been set into their motions, and there was little commanding that remained for Matrim to do, he wanted to wet his sword with the blood of his lord's foes. It burned him, that desire for the fight, a quickening in his pulse and a tension in his arms. Instead he watched his pikemen fight, he watched his pikemen kill, and he watched his pikemen die. But ferocity was a currency the Northmen had more of than sense, perhaps. First they took the Reach offensive on the nose, then they blunted the attack through sheer stubbornness. How long the pikemen stabbed back and forth at each other, with how many men dead Matt could not say. And then Baron, who had taken charge of the Queenswell men-at-arms as a result of John the Grey's death, launched his counterpunch. The men-at-arms, in their heavy mail and armed with wicked broadswords and cruel long axes like Matt's own, drove deep into the heart of the enemy pikemen from where they'd been hidden behind the archers, steel rising and falling, alternating chanting a war cry Matt couldn't hear with howling like the wolf that decorated the Stark pennon driven into the mud next to him. He grimaced, because it was early yet in the day's killing to be spending the strength of the men-at-arms. But Baron was down there in the mud and blood, and Matrim was not, and so he would trust Baron's judgment. If we lose here, Matt promised himself and his gods, I will fall on this field with my soldiers. It would be the least he could do after leading them to ruin. What was it his mother had said? With his shield or upon it? Matrim blew a long breath out of his nose, then closed his eyes for a heartbeat. When he opened them again, the sun had passed behind a cloud, darkening the day. The Reach pikemen slumped back in the face of the angry onslaught of the northern heavy infantry. Then Peake revealed his killing thrust, waiting for just such a moment. His knights, divided in two wings, began crossing the field. They were aimed for the heart of Mat's formation, 3 lines of cavalrymen, headed straight for where his men were trying to regain some semblance of order. He turned to Lu and Hugo, the 2 he'd kept in reserve as his messengers, and weighed the decision in his heart. "Hugo," he said. "Ride down to the fighting and tell Baron of Queenswell there's Reach cavalry riding for him. Repeat my orders back to me." It took Hugo until the 3rd try, but once the words came out clear and unjumbled, Matrim nodded. "Ride," he told the lad. "Ride like you've wings at your back. And come back alive." Hugo nodded, grinning widely, blue eyes clear and full of light and warmth. He spurred his horse into a fast gallop, headed for the broiling melee in front of them. Matt raised his eyes to the sky. "Keep him from your hall for a few years more, Alfethor." Matt brought his attention back to the fighting before him, took up his helmet between his hands. He rolled it between his palms, then traced a thumb over the decorative knotwork beneath the eyeholes. He placed his helm on the horn of his saddle, and turned to the knight banneret in charge of the Manderley heavy horse that formed his reserve. "Be ready. We'll go after Manderley's charge commits," he said. The knights responded by tightening their grips on lances, taking drinks of wine or water, slamming visors shut and adjusting the seats on their horses. Matt lifted his own spear from where he'd driven its point down into the earth, left his axe in its loop on his saddle. He gripped the wooden haft of the spear, and swallowed. Someone handed him a wooden canteen filled with water, and Matt took a drink. Then he drained it off, because he did not know if the rest of the day would allow for a break. "My thanks," he said. He placed his helmet on his head and drew his mail aventail up to cover his neck, where the face mask of his helmet ended. He turned towards the fight. Hoofbeats didn't sound quite the same against mud and muck and blood and bodies, as the horses of the Reachmen crossed where the archers had fought their deadly duel, and 1 or 2 mounts went down to Matt's archers, another here and another there stumbled over bodies and fell. He feared that their charge would be too inexorable, have too much momentum, be too much for his thin line of pikemen to hold against and defeat. But the white knife had been crossed, the die were cast. Matt lifted his lips in a silent snarl. His archers would be bringing more down, save for the armor that the chargers of the Reach knights wore, protecting them from the arrows. But they were bringing some down. Not enough, perhaps, but the weirwood bows were stronger than those of Elm or Yew, and where the deadly shower of arrows could not get through the good plate harness the Reach knights wore, the arrows were finding gaps in the armor, killing horses with lucky shots straight through nostrils or killing men with lucky shots through visors. Men and steed went down, and the charge that would have ridden his men down and gutted them was losing momentum. Matt whispered a prayer, and he nearly vibrated with the tension filling him, the need to let Goldie have her head of steam and crash into the midst of a pushing, shoving fight and reap men with a spear. In the sky, miles away, rain clouds built, more spring rains, promising a glum afterwards to the battle, no matter who won or lost. He placed his round shield, painted with the Wells well, on his shield arm. The Reach charge crashed home, and Matt's men fought bitterly. They fought with determination, courage, and skill. Their axes and swords rose, and fell. Pikes and long spears stabbed, they reaped a bloody toll from the cavalry that would have seen the Northmen broken and scattered. But weight of charge, and weight of numbers began to tell. Matt's Northmen had already fought off the Reach infantry, who had been beaten back into formation by the flats of their leaders' swords, and were now advancing at the intermingled melee his men and the Reach chivalry presented. Master of himself no more, Matrim Wells cursed. "Gods above and below," he snarled, fury and bitterness coursing through him. "Manderley is delayed, and my men are dying. We go." He spurred Goldie into her stride with a savage kick to her sides and a blow of the back end of his spear to her flank. She went willingly, eager to finally be doing something from all the previous standing around. "Lou!" Matt roared above the sound of 36 horses at a trot working towards a gallop. "Break off to the infantry and tell my Uncle Flint to withdraw the infantry in good order. I'll cover him, and you go with him. Don't try to find me." Goldie's mane bannered in the wind she created as she increased speed from trot to canter, and Matt prayed she would survive this fight, unarmored and a mare as she was. Some knights, he knew, liked to use stallions, big, mean bastards more inclined to bite and kick a mare to death than to mount one, trained to use their teeth and hooves for war as easily as a man trained to couch a lance or fight with swords. He led his pitiful reserve down into the side of the fighting, to both build up speed and to angle their charge into the side of what remained of the Reach cavalry's lines. Goldie's powerful muscles surged between his thighs, and her eyes were wide, but somehow Matt knew not with fear. She was as eager as he, ready for the fight. He turned her, back towards the fighting, and leaned low in the saddle to let her gain one final bit of speed. He twisted the spear in his riding and fighting hand, judged the distance, then stood in the stirrups and threw. The spear flew true, and slammed into the skull of a Reach knight with a lifted visor that had turned to look at his charge's rising howls. The man toppled backwards, out of his saddle, and Matt drew his axe from its loop on his saddle. He choked up on the haft, holding it near the head, and braced himself. Goldie slammed herself chest first into another Reach Knight's horse, this man wearing a surcoat of black and gold, and his horse staggered sideways, disrupting his blow meant for the skull of one of Matt's footbound men-at-arms. Deep deeds. Matt roared at the man's bassinet, and drove his axe underneath the man's lifted sword arm deep into his armpit, where the armor was thin or non-existent. Blood spurted out, coating Goldie and Matt both, and Matt's brave horse dodged a bite from the man's stallion meant for her ear, and while the knight was trying to hold onto his saddle, Matt took his axe in both hands and with a strength he didn't know he had, beheaded the man's horse. It went down, and the soldier that Matt had saved drove his sword through the visor of the knight's bassinet. "Come on!" Matt bellowed. He did not know how the charge behind him had fared, but he saw a Reach Knight fresh off killing a pikeman, and he spurred Goldie towards the foe. One of Matt's archers stood up from behind the shield of a man-at-arms where he'd been sheltering, arrow already drawn back. The archer left fly, and it slammed home into the knight's breastplate. The knight turned, to ride down the archer, but Matt and Goldie were there, and he did his best to crush Matt's skull beneath his helmet with an overhead blow from a mace. Matt caught it on his shield, turned it aside, and tried to batter through the man's helmet with his axe. The blade broke with a ringing sound, and the knight laughed. It was loud and clear, and Matt swore because now he only had a shield. He turned his arm, punched the rim at the knight's barbute, and used the heartbeat it bought him to draw his sword. "Surrender, Northman, and I'll see you paroled honorably," the knight tried to offer. Matt caught a hugely powerful blow from the mace on his shield, full on, and wood splintered. "I piss on your parole," Matt snarled, and then it was his turn to laugh. The archer had loosed again, and this shot took the knight in the eye. He slumped forward over his horse's neck, dead. A blow from a sword blade bounced off the back of Matt's hauberk, turned aside by the mail, and he tried to turn Goldie. Hemmed in as she was by the press of bodies and horses, it was slow going. His mail, and the doublet he wore beneath it, kept him from being spitted on a sword like a boar, but he knew that his luck would run out, eventually. Perhaps even now, he decided, and ducked. The enemy longsword whiffed by over his head, the enemy overextended. The melee drew them apart from each other. A cry went up, from his Northman, and Matt risked his neck and his life for a look. Lou had gotten through to Uncle Torgon, the archers had pulled away with the men-at-arms, and now were shooting into the oncoming Reach infantry, to buy time for his pikes to back away from the engagement. Deciding that yes, that would have to be good enough, Matt spurred Goldie away from the fight. He roared his family's words once more, and the Manderley knights that had followed him and survived came with him now. The Reach cavalry broke off, to try to go at his pikes and archers, but Matt drove Goldie forward with a kick, and his own cavalry followed. He interposed himself and the knights following him between the remains of his infantry and the remains of the Reach cavalry, and he judged that his pikes had reaped a terrible toll before the enemy horse had gotten to them. He slumped in his saddle, suddenly tired and sore, and lifted his waterskin from the saddle. It sloshed once, and then Matt watched disbelievingly as the last of it poured from a hole in the bottom half of the skin. "Bugger," he said, and replaced it. He undid one strap of his aventail, letting it dangle from a side of his helmet. He turned to the knight Banneret, face drawn tight with anger. "Where's Rat fucking Marlin? Where's your fucking commander?" There was a peak, on the fucking field. If he had been on time we could have shattered the entirety of their cavalry contingent there and then. We had them held in the palm of our fucking hand, all the Reach soldiers between us and even greener pastures for pillaging and burning. The knight, too, was slumped in his saddle, taking careful sips from a skin of his own. "I don't know, Lord." "You gave him his orders, asked for a mounted reserve. He left early this morning, didn't say where he was going to try to flank them from. Perhaps they got lost. 7 that are 1 forbid, they may have been pounced on in turn by a stronger force of Reachmen and destroyed. Until we find out, and we may never, only the gods know. They're not telling me." Then he shrugged, and took another sip. "Take a breath, Lord, and have a sip of my watered wine. We're not through with this day's fighting, not by a long shot. Look," he handed Matt the skin, then gestured. The Reach cavalry, having withdrawn, were now forming a line once more. Matt's infantry had pulled back further up the hill, leaving a little space between the water and field. He knew that those knights would be trying to angle for that gap, exploit it and destroy his men from front and back. It would be something he would try, were he the peak in command across the way. But he wasn't, and he could only guess. "This isn't how this was supposed to go at all," Matt complained. "I wanted to be able to destroy them piecemeal, but that fucking rain." The knight shrugged. "The 7 as 1 have a plan, Lord. We've not been beaten yet, and they've the truth of our steel, now. Steel, and those fucking archers of yours and the clans. Gods bless we're woodbows, and the men drawing them." Matt wondered if his own gods that were pleased with human sacrifice to culminate a night of feasting, and drinking, an animal sacrifice, had their own plans. If they do, the Nornir will twine as they will. He took the offered sip of watered wine, swished it in his mouth, then swallowed. Something warm trickling down the back of his calf. He felt, and his mailed glove came up with blood at the fingertips. Ah, he said. Someone got my calf. I don't feel crippled. Shame and fear flooded him. If he was crippled, then he would be a useless mouth to feed, come the next winter. He'd never again stand in the shield wall, protecting the man to his left, or help bring in a harvest, or anything, he decided. If I am crippled, I will die here, in the south. But for now Matt had more pressing matters, like withdrawing his men in good order and preventing a general rout. More, even, victory. This was a true passage of arms, entirely different from bullying Crownland peasants out of their grain, and burning Reach villages to drive the small folk into the castles of their lords. One brave Reach knight walked his horse forward, lance held on high, seeking a joust. The knight to Matt's side, he still didn't know the man's name, made to ride forward to meet him. Matt caught him on the arm. I'll do it, he told the knight. You, lord? You don't, forgive me, but you don't strike me as the type to know how to ride a course. I do, Matrim said. It's not something I've ever done in a tourney, but my father's master-at-arms made certain I learned. How I wish I had ridden at Harrenhal, where that ill-begotten bastard rigger crowned Lionel had I but been there to unhorse him. He let the thought trail off, face turned down in a scowl. The knight passed him his lance, and Matt lifted it. The wicked sharp point had no crossguard beneath it. This lance was designed to go into someone, and stay in them, not be pulled out. The Reach boasted some of the best knights in West Eros. Matrim wondered, as Goldie went around in a circle, how he would do on a horse he'd never ridden in a passage of lances, against a knight of the Reach. Bugger honor, he thought, and drew the aventail across the lower half of his face once more. The fatigue and soreness seemed distant, with another fight right here in front of him, but he knew they would return with a vengeance. He didn't bother waiting for the Reachman to indicate his readiness or lack thereof. Once his aventail was drawn across his face, Matt spurred Goldie hard, concentrating on the target. He let the lance fall into the couched position, the knight banneret's arm snapping gaily on the pennon beneath the lance head. All Father, Matt prayed. Thunderer, and Tier 1 hand, guide my lance true, and grant I ride fast enough to make it away from this place. The two horses' hooves thundered against the mud, spattering their flanks and withers with the stuff. Matt gently eased his lance tip lower, then even lower, almost like he'd fumbled the hold and only just saved himself from being catapulted out of the saddle by a lance tip into the dirt. Then Matt flicked the lance up, and speared the Reachman's horse through the chest with it. The horse died with a huge sucking breath, eyes shocked and betrayed, and Matt felt a twinge of guilt. The enemy knight's lance crashed into Matt's shield, driving it back into his chest. He tumbled out of Goldie's saddle, landed badly, with his sword tucked under him. The breath was knocked out of him, and Matt lay there for a moment trying to catch it back. The jingle-jangle of spurs caught his attention, and through the eyes of his helmet he saw the sabatons of the knight coming at him. Fuck, he thought, and pulled his arm free of his shield. He tried to stand, slipped badly on the muddy grass, then made it on the second attempt. The knight was on him then, sword drawn. Matt drew his dirk fast, and caught the knight's sweeping overhead cut on his mail sleeve. The knight had no words for Matt about the killing of his horse, and Matt preferred it that way. Less talking meant more breath for fighting. He parried a thrust at his face, and stepped forward, dagger held in front of him. The knight tried to back away, to gain room to thrust with his long sword once again. Matt caught it between his sleeve and chest, trapping the knight and forcing a decision on him. If he let go and went for his dagger, Matt would have the longsword, and could turn it on the knight. If the knight kept it, Matt would be inside his reach with a drawn dagger. The knight let go of his longsword, going for his rondel. He fumbled the draw and dropped it. Matt let the sword fall, and caught the knight's helmet with his free hand. No, my lord, plea. Matt's dirk fell once, cutting off the plea. He cleaned it on the knight's orange and black surcoat, embroidered with 3 castles. Goldie came trotting to him when he called her, and Matt stole the jewel-encrusted plaque belt that held the knight's scabbard. He sheathed the longsword in his dirk, and grunting, swung himself into the saddle. He rode back to his men with the longsword held high, if nothing else a tangible trophy of their fighting, and for a moment Matt felt buoyed by a spirit he could not explain. The Reach was at his fingertips, ripe for the plucking, if he could just what? His men had fought the Reach infantry to a standstill, but with Marlon Manderley off in the wind with the greatest part of his force of knights. The hedge knights that had acted as guides for Matt's men had sat the battle out, but they approached him now, jostling with knights wearing the green surcoat of the Manderleys, trying to shake his hand and congratulate him. I got lucky, Matt brushed aside their praise. He wasn't expecting me to kill his horse, and then he made a mistake getting close enough for me to trap his sword. Bloody fool, he said without anger. Still, though, the recognition of fellow soldiers felt good. He didn't let himself smile, but he wanted to. He turned his head, looked at where the Reachmen had launched their attack from. 5,000 men contesting for a muddy field in the ass end of the Reach wasn't the many thousands that had taken the battlefields during the Dance or Blackfire rebellions or War of the Ninepenny Kings, Matt knew, but it also wasn't insignificant. Outnumbered, brought to heel by the rains choking his march into a village, Matt hadn't wanted an open field fight. His plan all along had been to bring to battle the individual marching columns of the Reach with the full strength of his force, and so chip away at their strength. Instead, the gods had given him rain. And the rain had given him an open fight. His men had driven off superior numbers and superior cavalry once, but he didn't know if they could do it again. Men leaned on pikes and axes, drawing in huge breaths, sharing drinks and smiles. They had survived. The question is, can they do it again? Matt scowled across the field, where the knights of the Reach were redressing their lines, preparing another charge. I don't think they'll let the foot go first this time, the Manderly Oathsworn said. He spat to the side, and glanced at the sky. Be rain, soon, though, thank the seven as one. Matt looked up, gauged the dark clouds gathering to the west, then nodded his agreement. Like as not, it'll be a afternoon storm off the Sunset Sea, he said. There are squalls as spring up in the narrow sea, out of nowhere. I did 3 years as a marine for one of Lord Manderly's war galleys, and 'tisn't a service I'd like to repeat. Matt wanted to ask about that, about fighting at sea, about sailing. He didn't. He pulled the aventail back up. He wanted to pull the hauberk off, stretch himself loose from the stiff muscles and fatigue. The gods didn't care what he wanted, because his officers were shouting their men back into position. Some clever man had seized a dead Reach knight's lance and placed it deep into the mud, others followed suit, until there was a bristling hedge of lances and spears in front of his archers, protected on their sides by his pikemen. And behind the archers, leaning on axes and heavy, two-handed swords, the men at arms, in good helmets and mail. My horse for 500 more pikes and the men to hold them, Matt thought. But pikemen were only as good as their leadership and training, and the infantrymen he had now had proven they were willing to throw down and go toe-to with the chivalry of the Reach. He spurred Goldie to take him in front of his men, and he took off his helmet. He shook his head, letting his warrior's braid bounce free. What can I say? He asked. What is there to say? You've proven yourselves courageous, hearts and spirits full of strength and bravery. But those are cold comfort for a widow, ere the cruel winter winds come howling and there's no grain in the cellar or fuel for the fire. I won't promise that every man will survive. I cannot promise it. But I promise you this, no man still living who swears for the Stark in Winterfell will leave this field after me. We will fight, and triumph here, and I will leave the field last. Or I will die among you, as a leader and warlord should. No cheers greeted his speech, for it was a grim one. Matt glanced once more to the sky, prayed for rain to churn the field to mud and allow him to slip his men away from that deadly Reach cavalry, and then he swung himself out of Goldie's saddle. He drew his long-hafted axe from its loop on his saddle, and strode his way to where his archers stood, some laying in the mud, others sitting, all exhausted after their part in the day's work. I'm not a Mormont or a bear, he said to them. But here I stand, and here I'll die if I must. Not one step back, lads. For the Starks, and Winterfell. He put his helmet back on, and drew the aventail up one last time. He'd said all he needed to say, save perhaps to Lyanna Stark and Briary, but only the gods and Rhaegar Targaryen knew where she was, and as for Briary, well, gods above, but I don't want to die, Matt thought. The thought of his impending doom, speared on the end of a Reach knight's war lance, or head split in twain by an axe, or. Dwelling on it does no good, a voice seemed to whisper to him. Matt wondered if it was his father, or grandfather, but they were dead and in the ground beneath the weirwood where he'd first held a sword, and his fingers clenched in his grip on the axe's haft. Father or grandfather or mother or Ricard or Brandon Stark, or my gods. The thought of his death scared him. He tried to master his breathing, in, then out, slow and steady. He'd be panting like a bellows soon enough. In, then out. He thought of 2 dark-haired girls, one with eyes so grey they hurt to remember, and another with blue. A hand reached up to try to touch an amulet around his neck that was not and had never been there, and then the Reach charge was on its way. Bastards, he thought. Stupid bloody bastards. He would have spat if it wouldn't rust his aventail. Being on the ground, and facing a Reach cavalry charge heading towards him was entirely different than watching it bear down on his men from hundreds of feet away. He tried to swallow, mouth suddenly dry with fear. His knees would be shaking soon. Matt stared at the knight bearing down to do his best to kill him, heard the thrum of the archer's arrows filling the air, watched an arrow sink through a man's breastplate and winced. The man toppled over, his lance fouled a horse's legs. Break, Matrim thought, and prayed both. Break them, before we must fight it out once more. He had no such luck, of course. The Reach knights rode on, unheeding of casualties, of their friends being brought low beside them, by his archers. The reaches left had ridden faster or better, and so he heard their huge crash into his line of pikes, and then his archers were scrambling back to hide behind his men-at-arms. Mat ducked a lance, where it passed harmlessly over his head, and then he seized it in his hand and tugged. The knight stayed on his horse, but let the lance go. One of his men-at-arms thrust forward with a spear, caught the knight's helmet with the tip. The knight didn't go down. Mat killed his horse with a quick blow to the skull, poleaxing it dead. Then the knight went down, and Mat followed up the death of the horse with a huge blow driven into the knight's breastplate. He gasped something Mat could not hear through the paean to the gods of war, the din of spear and sword on armor and shields. A spear or lance slammed itself into the crown of Mat's helmet and his head was driven low by the blow. He came up swinging, mouth twisted in a wordless snarl. His first cut with the axe was parried by a reach knight in a muddy yellow surcoat, and his axe's haft was splintered by a slash from another knight's sword. Mat tossed aside the shortened weapon and drew his sword. His world retreated from a land of wide open spaces and fields of men and horses and oxen to the killing. Mat wanted to lose himself in the violence and anger, the bitter fight to the death. Parry, thrust and kill through eye slits. Make a cover, grab and hold a knight's arms so that one of his men could rip the knight's helmet off and cut his throat. Mat missed a parry, took a scoring cut down the side of his arm. The work of killing the knights was grim business, and Mat did not let himself think of how wrecked, how ruined, his force might be afterwards. There was only the fighting and dying. Gradually the work of it leadened his arms and legs. Fatigue bore down on him, pressing him with a weight greater than any mountain he'd climbed with his uncle Torgon. After how long, Mat could not tell and did not want to, though more like it was only half an hour or an hour, the rain began falling. He scrabbled against the knight he was trying to kill, ignored the man's attempts to yield, and drove his dirk into a gap in the armor, beneath the man's armpit. There was no savagery or hate in Mat's going through the motions, that was all it was to him, just pure business. And like any business, a fight had to come to an end eventually. This fight's end came when the rain intensified, and the reach knights still horsed began drawing back, unwilling to risk their valuable steeds breaking a leg or dying beneath them in the mud and blood. Mat stood, drawing in huge breaths through the mail and helmet protecting his face. He turned and looked, and saw none of his own men on horses to pursue the reachmen from the field and make it a complete victory. Is this a victory? He couldn't tell. It felt more like defeat, though, and he turned in a circle, looking for. He searched for his uncle, or the knight banneret who he had charged the reach knights with, anyone at all. Faces covered in blood and mud stared back at him. Where is my uncle? He stepped forward, leaning over and turning over bodies. A sound drew his attention and he turned and walked towards it, but stopped short. It was a man, grey-haired and bearded, cradling another man in his arms. The living man was sobbing, huge things that racked his body, and the keening he made near ripped Mat's heart in two. My son, the man sobbed. My brave little lad. Mat turned away, to leave the man to grieve in private. Is this my future? Will I one day hold my son, strong and handsome but dead before his prime because he went to war? Gods, but he hoped not. Cleaning up after a battle was miserable. Cleaning up a close-run battle, where it had hung in the balance and could have gone either way, in the rain Mat wasn't sure he wanted to taste defeat. After they had hacked a mass grave into the mud the day previous, his men set to the task of burying the northern corpses with their arms and armor. After that, they'd set to stripping the reachmen of anything valuable. A group of archers, laughing, had decked one of their own out entirely in plate looted from the corpses of reach knights, finer and more protective than what most of their dead countrymen had been buried in. The knight banneret had limped up while Mat was helping carry one of his men to the grave where they would all lie for eternity. Or until a farmer turned them up, something more cynical inside him said. But his force would need to travel fast, and carrying all 120 of their dead with them back northwards, to even stony September, wouldn't be possible. As it was, they would still wind up trailing injured that couldn't keep up behind them, and the thought galled Mat. No one had bothered counting the dead reachmen, except the knights. The Northmen had killed 350 knights, and collected every set of those golden spurs. Those he would present to Lord Stark as proof of his men's valor, and used in petition that they receive fallow lands for to be settled and held in their own names, after the war. Found Sir Manderley, the knight said. He helped Mat with the next corpse. He got lost, did he? Mat asked. The knight nodded. Mat laid his soldier into the grave, then wrapped the man's only whole hand around a sword's hilt. Fuck, the knight said. We're done in the reach, ain't we? Mat nodded. Too many of the men are dead or injured, and no castles or cities taken to show for it. But then, we were never meant to be strong enough to do that. We were a retort to Mace Tyrell, to show his lords that he couldn't protect them while feasting and making merry in the Stormlands, and we did just that. But it cost us. The knight said nothing, leaving Mat with his thoughts after the fighting. He'd looked for the soldier that Briary seemed to have attached herself to see if that man still lived. Matrim could not find him, though the man had marched south with Matrim under Well's banners. Matt had been left with his thoughts, a solitude that he did not care for. The old soldier who had lost his son had said nothing bitter or angry to Matt, just sobbed and pleaded for his boy to wake up, even as they were burying the lad. There was neither mother nor his sister to see him and the rest of the Northmen dead piled deep into the dirt, only Matt Wells and all those still living. Matt Wells, who'd led them to their deaths. Matt Wells, who had marched into the Reach and left a swathe of widows and orphans in his own wake. He turned his face down to the ground, so his men would not see him doubt. Gods, but commanding was a lonely duty. A cough from Marlon Manderley interrupted his thoughts, as the portly fellow came up a horse with his troop behind him. Matt glanced up, to look at the commander of his cavalry and demand some sort of explanation, but Manderley's own force was similarly diminished, with roughly 30 men gone, and a trail of horses with empty saddles following. The cavalry had clearly seen hard, bitter fighting. Men wore rough linen bandages around arms, heads. There were splits and rents in their mail, and dents in breastplates and helms. None of them carried the war lances they'd departed with. Matt said nothing, and instead he embraced Manderley. Their armor clanked where arms wrapped around shoulders. Matt banked his anger, to save it for later, when it might see him through another fight. Marlon embraced him back, and then they held each other at arm's length. I must cry for your pardon, and I will beg a pardon from every man you will leave on this field, Marlon said. His mustache drooped, because his face was drooping. We got lost. We came across a fortified tower, a half-day's ride away, and we weren't expecting to see it when we came across it. Their gates were open, so we seized it hard and fast. We slighted it, after driving everyone out. Marlon explained. How did you slight it? We lit everything on fire that we could, and then made sure to burn the gates. The interior will be uninhabitable for a while, at least. If I'd had more time, we'd have pulled walls down, but we tried to find you. Our guide proved recalcitrant, and so I hung him. Matt nodded. Good, he said savagely, voice jagged. If you hadn't, I would have. We're burying good men here, because he delayed you. How did you come to lose the men you did? A force of 7 forsaken Dornish light cavalry caught us unawares. After we rallied and got our armor on, we cut them apart, but it was a close-run thing, Matrim. Bastards, Matt said once, then again in weariness, bastards. Marlon nodded, and then he stepped aside. We found your Septon, too, Matrim. Wouldn't tell us where he'd been, only that you'd want to hear what he has to say. Matrim made a noise in the back of his throat, indicating what? He didn't know whether he wanted to see Humphrey or not after the man had just disappeared, and some of his men that followed the 7 had gone into the ground unshriven, and the ground unconsecrated. Matt knew he could have driven his men forward, hot on the heels of the Reach foe, and crushed the remnants of their force. But the souls of his dead would have been unquiet, unrest, and uneasy. They'd have haunted him in this war and long afterwards, perhaps until he was as old as the greybeard who had lost his son. But into the dirt they went, to feed the trees and generations of worms to come. But Humphrey was here, now, and his advice about Briary had been sound, even if Matt hadn't liked it, or liked letting her go. His fingers tightened into a fist, involuntarily, but he eased up. He'd been remiss in his duties, he decided. He'd see that right, once they returned to the main army. Send him to me, at his earliest convenience, Matrim finally said. He could hide behind the onerous task of burying his dead no longer. They would finish here, he decided, and then cut northeast, heading towards the Stormlands or King's Landing. Truthfully, other than in the Reach, Matrim had no clue where he was, and the Reach hedge knights they'd taken on as guides weren't very clear, either. The Reach was large, and when you were deliberately avoiding the landmarks of castles and larger towns in favor of burning the hamlets and villages. I have bitten off a fatter and tougher piece of meat than I can chew through, Matt thought, and prayed it was not so. Cutting east by northeast would see them at the eastern coast of West Eros eventually. But men would start deserting before then, or worse yet, mutiny, and down those paths led his own death. He'd already collected his own share of cuts and bruises earned in the fighting, and he had no desire to add a noose around his neck before them. Either way, Matrim thought, he'd done what his lord had ordered him to do, and now would be the time to turn back north. He turned back to laying his men into the cold ground, their cold graves, and said a quick and silent prayer over each man as they went into the dirt. Septon Humphrey returned out of the mist of the morning, hood pulled tight about his face. He made a sign over the stripped bodies of the Reacher knights, likely something Sevener in nature, and then he hurried to Matt's side. When finally Matt saw his face, it was drawn tight with stress and worry, and he was haggard in breath. Lord, Humphrey said. I have word. We must speak alone, he said. Then he swallowed. Matt narrowed his eyes, turned from the priest to watch wood being laid around and on top of the pile of dead Reach knights to make a pyre. Gods damn their eyes, Matt said. I would have been content to not fight, for all there'd have been no glory in it. But I find glory will be a poor balm for the widows and orphans I have left wanting back home. You'll have your word, Septon. Matt grabbed his arm and led him away from where the ashes of dead Reach Knights would linger with the bones of his men. He led him away from clusters of tired, wounded men. Finally Matt reached the woodbine, where they sheltered against the morning mist and away from carrion birds seeking an easy meal. Speak, Humphrey, Matt said. You wanted your word, you shall bloody well have it. The Septon was silent for a long heartbeat, too, and it seemed to stretch interminably. Speak, damn your eyes. Matt commanded, frustration bleeding into his voice. What is your news, your word? Your raids in these lands have not gone unnoticed, and despite their foul results may yet bear sweeter fruit for your cause and that of your lords. Word has already spread as far south as the Dornish marches of Northmen raiders so far away from their snow drifts, and from the main fighting in the Riverlands. While I was in the company of begging brothers several days' ride east of Hornhill, I had the fortune to meet a troop of Dornish horsemen. Your fortune, but the misfortune of mine and Sir Marlon Manderley. Our cavalry were set upon by Dornishmen and are left fewer for it. A tragedy, I assure you, but one of silver lining. But these men, these riders, they bore emblems and sigils of House Dane of Starfall. They said that they had come at the behest of a lady of their great house, who sought to send word to the commander of the Northmen. Word, my lord, of the location of Lioness Stark. Humphrey stopped, shame choking his voice and clear in his eyes. Matrim stepped closer, and then wrapped Humphrey in a crushing embrace. Tell me everything, Matt ordered. She spoke with great detail, my lord, Humphrey started. Details of a marriage, forced, with a king's guard giving her away in place of her father. And of a tower, in a pass in the northeastern marches Dorne. A forced marriage is a sin against all the gods, Lord Wells. A forced bigamist marriage is doubly so. I thought instantly of your affection for the lady, of your loathing of the prince. I was given a hard location, the exact pass, and was given a horse to make my way to you, for I knew you must have this word. Matt eyed the Septon in front of him, thought about his potential revelations. Did Matt dare to gamble the lives of his men on it, on what could be a trap? The set and weave of the war stretched in front of him if he dared not turn his men further south, if he dared not pit himself against wily Dornishmen on fast horses, if he dared not commit, the war would stretch on if the Targaryen prince returned to lead his father's armies against the rebel cause. The rebel cause might suffer a blow, too, a setback, and Lyanna, stuck trapped in Dorne with a madman for a husband and a madman for a father by law. We go to Dorne, he told Humphrey, taking the priest by the shoulder. And you will go north. My Lord Wells. You will go north, with the injured. You will help mask them as if begging brothers, refugees from our depredations. You will take them north, find northern banners, and send word to Eddard Stark and only Eddard Stark of where I have diverted our campaign. You will speak of this to no one but him, Septon. Do you understand? Do you understand me, Septon? Will you do this for me? Yes. I will carry your missive to the Starks. Good. May your gods keep you close to their bosom and safe by their designs. I will pray for you, Humphrey. I will not forget this kindness. After that, Matrim turned his back, and went back to his men. Questions greeted him when he returned, of course how could they not? Men had seen the Septon walk up to him, seen them walk off together, and now Matt returned alone. What news did the priest bear? Would Humphrey be leaving them again? Where were they to go next? And so he spoke. The priest will be returning to the Riverlands carrying a message for my Lord Winterfell, Matrim explained. He will take with him those injured among us in the guise of begging brothers and refugees, and see them returned home to the north. The rest of us will remain here, to undertake a new mission. It would be dangerous, to travel into Dorne. But if Lyanna was truly there, then all that had happened would be worth it. She had to be, he told himself. We have achieved a victory that no one expected of us, Matt went on. We came to the Reach to bring the war to lords of grain and flour, to show them that the anger and fury of the north is the ice-cold anger of winter, that there is not escape or hiding, and we have done that. Will you follow me further? Murmurs greeted his question, the men around him listening, and liking what they heard, but not committed, not yet. Matt had them on the line, but he needed them to bite. A spirit seemed to have alighted on his shoulder, whispering brilliance into his ear and letting it flow to his tongue. I dare, he said. I dare. Dorne thinks themselves safe from winter. They think themselves secure in a desert, from the depths of ice and cold, when the blizzard howls to freeze the very breath in a throat, but we can show them how wrong they are. Come with me, and we will write a bloody and glorious song that will be sung for ages. They would follow him. They had followed him this far already, and the lure of glory, of riches, but all there would be death. Matrim Wells felt it in his bones, the knowledge that he would order these men to their deaths. Worse, that he would do it again with no questions asked. For Lyanna Stark, he would ride to his death in Dorne, as surely as Rickon Stark had in the conquest of Dorne. Chapter 10, South, then. Matt guided his horse out of the line of march, and watched the pitiful pillar of red dirt kick up as horse hooves clopped by. He lifted his waterskin up to his lips, and then frowned when it turned up empty. No wonder our forefathers couldn't help the young dragon keep bloody Dorne. He fingered a flat pebble in his pouch, and was going to withdraw it. The herder he had paid to guide them had cackled and grinned evilly when he eyed their waterskins. Then he had disappeared into the night, taking one of the spare horses and leaving not even tracks. I should have hung him. Matt glanced at the mountain peaks that seemed to surround them. They loomed, huge and imposing, dry as a September on a holy day. I should have hung him, he thought again. But wishing to hang a man long gone and likely laughing with his friends and companions around their fire at night didn't serve to solve any of Well's looming troubles, and he frowned. We'll need to fill our skins when we next find water, and keep the horses from drinking so as they don't foul it before we can. He turned to look back, behind his column, and thought he saw a glint through the drifting dirt driven up by plodding horse hooves. He left the pebble in his pouch. "Another hot day, m'lord," one man commented as his horse walked slowly by Matt's own. He touched his forelock, lacking a hat and having chosen to forego trying to endure the boiling heat of his pot helmet. "Yes," he said slowly. "Yes it is. You've still got water." The man nodded, and then touched his hand to his forehead again. He clucked his tongue at his horse, and Matt was left there. He turned his horse around, patted its neck. "Good girl," he murmured, low enough for her to hear. "You're such a brave girl. Soon we'll be done." "Soon." She hoofed at his words, and then whickered. He slid out of his saddle, and pulled his spare waterskin from the rigging of his saddle and saddlebag. Matrim unstoppered it, took 1-2 careful sips. Then he turned to the horse, and smelling water, she crowded close to him. "Yes," he said. "This is for you, brave one. Here." He held it up and her nose followed. She tried to lick at the mouth of the skin, and he tipped it over enough to pour for her. She drank greedily, the stupid thing, and Matt was sore in his heart at the knowledge she might not survive this excursion. She was an excellent horse, and he wanted to see if he could convince the Riswells to have one of their stallions stand her to stud. "That's for after the war, stupid," he told himself. "You must survive the gods' blighted thing first, and then live to see your home, to boot. Where are the King's Guard? Why have 3 of that number disappeared? Have they died, defending their prince?" Matrim swallowed, and tilted the skin back from the horse's mouth so that there might be some water left for later in the day, if they would not or could not find more. She neighed piteously. "I'm sorry, girl," he said. "We'll need that for later." He had prickers out, thin men from his own family's lands on just as scrawny horses he'd bought or ordered stolen as they crossed from the Reach into Dorne. They were trying to probe the passes ahead, riding a relay, searching. One man would ride hard, seeking their prize or a well or spring to replenish their water at, and if the pass ended in a dead end he'd come back, blowing a whistle made to sound like a northern osprey. They had gone from spring to mountain spring that way, once out of the more arid Dornish lowlands, and now the water was running low. Not out, not yet, thank the gods and land Viatir, but he knew it would happen. Soon. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe the next. But we will come to it when we come to it, he thought. He leaned his forehead against his horse's neck, patted the other side of it. "Gods, but command is lonely. Next war, let me worry about only swinging a sword for the Starks or my brother. Would that I had not made myself an option for this command. But if not him," a small part of his mind whispered, "then who? Roose Bolton?" He had professed wanting to turn a new page in the book of the North's feuds and grudges, but Matt would sooner drown himself and all his kin than be taken in by a farce. "Gods," he told his horse. "I wish I had let my brother come south instead of me." But the siren song of glory, and more importantly riches, had been too loud, and so south he had come. "If we could take my men home, their bodies would feed the heart trees of the gods' woods for years to come. They wouldn't be coming home." He'd known it, secretly and in his heart, that as soon as he sent them out in packets of 100 or 200 men and kept all the best of the light cavalry with himself, none of them would see their homes again. And it was right, he felt, that there was every chance he'd lay dying with his red blood staining the same meadows of the red mountains of Dorne his forefathers had died to help Durin take. He would rot, far from home, so that he would never greet his ancestors beneath the heart tree in the gods' wood at home himself. He wondered if those forefathers would greet him, to wander the passes of Dorne with them, ghosts haunting. He patted his horse's neck once more. "You're a good girl," he told her. She hoofed contentedly, happy to have been watered and have his weight off of her for a short break, and unknowing of his own inner thoughts or doubts. He replaced the waterskin back in the leather rigging. The sun beat hard, hateful and cruel and hot. Matt groaned at the thought of swinging himself back into the saddle and facing another 7 or 8 hours of riding. By his estimation, they'd been riding for 9 already. He could smell nothing but sweat-soaked leather and wool, rusting mail and horse. If Matt never smelled another horse after the war, he'd die a happy man. But it was an idle wish, and worse, he knew it. Horses would be in his life till the day he died. Fucking horses! Matrim swung himself back into his saddle, and once he'd settled his weight, he made clicking noises with his tongue and gave her the spur. Not hard, just enough to get her plodding along again. He wasn't far enough from the rear of the column to be caught out alone by those wily Dornish mountaineers. Although he wasn't quite sure they existed, but they had to have, for who else could the guide he'd tried to hire have been a member of? Fucking Dornishmen. He wasn't quite sure they existed, but they had to know he was here, in their mountains, casting back and forth like a hunting hound for the scent of a bear or elk stag. If it were his home being trampled through by foreigners, let alone foreigners he was at war with, he'd be giving them fire and the sword. So where are the fucking Dornish? He hadn't felt the hair on the back of his neck or arms stand up from being watched, hadn't seen the men stalking his force, but they had to be there, on the cliffs and bluffs above him, tracking his northern cavalry, following them, hunting them. Matt heard the scrabble of rocks falling against other rocks, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. This is it. Let them come. He whipped his head around to look, reached for his axe, and he saw a shaggy mountain goat staring at him, sitting a bluff located on the steep side of the mountain that Matrim was closest to. Bat, the goat bleated. The tension bled from him with a breath, and Matt tried to swallow it away. He'd been ready for a fight, a hard one, and now, to see it was just a goat. Gods, he told the goat. You scared the bloody ashes out of me. War has to be getting to you, Matrim thought. You're talking to bloody goats, now. What would Lord Stark say? Lord Ricard? He'd thrash you for such foolishness, and worse, you'd deserve it. Matt gave the goat one last, lingering look. Did the Dornish use their goats as spies, as scouts? Surely not. He frowned. But what if? His men had gotten further along than he thought, Matt saw after he chanced a glance. He didn't trust the goat. The goat was only a goat, he told himself. But the lingering feeling of unease stayed with him as he directed the horse to catch up to his men. He let her have her nose, and she chomped happily at the grass of the Red Mountain's valley floors as he caught up to his men. Fucking horses. Fucking Dornish. Fucking goats. The fucking goat wasn't a spy, Matrim realized. He swallowed. Cut off from his men as easily as a shepherd cuts a ewe out of his herd. It galled him, and stuck in his throat. He eyed the goat. Bastard, he thought at the thing. Then he laughed, because he would not sob. The thing wasn't a spy, but it did belong to the string of Dornishmen that had somehow, someway, appeared ahead of him in the line of march. They were, one and a man, thin, lean and wiry, with carefully groomed mustaches or goatees, wearing loose flowing robes. They were armed, to a man, with javelins for throwing from horseback, maces, axes with intricately detailed engraving work in the steel heads, and small, circular wooden shields. Their well-formed horses were on the small side, but looked like they could walk for days without tiring, and there were a string of goats and sheep behind one younger Dornishman, probably a boy riding to war for the first time with his uncle or father or older brother. Hello, Outlander, one man toward the middle of the line of Dornish said. Matrim thought he smiled behind the clothing covering all his face except his eyes, but he could not be sure. Hello, Dornish, Matt said. Who are you, that rides through my prince's passes? Who are you, carrying the banner of a rebel whose arms are raised in rebellion against the rightful king? What bade you come to the Red Mountains of Dorne? Will you fight, and die like your dog of an ancestor? The question was not asked, but Matrim heard it clearly all the same. If I die, Matt thought. If I die, let me die well, with wounds only to my front. I am Matrim Wells, captain of the force you have so graciously blocked me from, and I search for. Do not tell me pretty lies, Outlander, the Dornishman said. You bear a wolf's head. He lifted a hand, slowly, and let the grey cloth wrapped around his head and covering his face drop, so that Matt was able to see bronzed skin, sharp features and a neat goatee. You bear a wolf's head. Matt knew what it meant. Hated by all the realms, an enemy of all men. Tell me why you came. Matt wanted to sneer, wanted to scowl. Instead he breathed in deep, and laid both hands on his horse's neck, where the assembled Dornishmen could see them. I have come, abandoning my mission to burn the Reach because I have had word that my lord's sister is in Dorne. A smaller man, on one of the finest horses Matt had ever seen, pushed his way to the front of the line of Dornish, their face hidden as well. From the distance they were at, their eyes appeared dark, hooded. Matt wondered if this, then, was the men's knight or lord. He shot a glance behind him, at his men. Someone had cast a glance back and seen that he had been cut off, and now they were coming for him. But there was only so fast they could drive exhausted horses and exhausted selves. If he were to die here. Lina. The man that come between the line of men and Matrim lifted a hand, and dropped the scarf from in front of their face. He was a she, with long black hair and pretty dark eyes that Matt couldn't tell the exact color of. She was dressed noticeably finer than the other men, too, wearing a robe of orange and blue. She tilted her head imperiously at him. "Who is your lord?" "I am oathbound to Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, Lord of the First Men, Defender of the Neck, Defender of the Wall, Master of the Wolfwood. I am his man, through and through. That which he holds dear, I hold dear. That which he abhors, I abhor." Matt tilted his own chin, refused to be cowed. But his words had an effect on the woman. At Lord Stark's name, her face lit up, and at his declaration that he loved that which Stark loved, she looked relieved. She had her horse walk forward, and when they were at a decent range for a conversation, Matrim bowed from the waist, leaning over his horse's neck. "If you are Lord Stark's man," she began. "Do you know who I am? And more, do you know who I am to your liege?" Matt tried desperately to rack his skull for what he knew about Dorne. "Lord Stark danced with a girl from Dorne at Harrenhal, if I remember Benion's tale right." "Maybe?" Finally, he gave up and shook his head. "I cannot in good conscience say yes to either of your questions, lady, though I had heard that Lord Stark's heart is possessed by a woman from Dorne of unsurpassed beauty." "Might you be?" "I am Ashura Dane of Starfall, Lord Matrim." Matrim smiled, though it was thin and felt as stretched as he did after so long in the saddle. He had no need to ask for further explanation. Benyon had explained what transpired at Harrenhal, and so Matrim had heard of Brandon, always bold Brandon, asking Ashura Dane to dance but with his brother. "I must beg a favor of you," he said. "Speak, Matrim Wells," Dane said. Her smile had not diminished, and Matrim could see all too easily why men might have been too shy to ask her to dance. "Whatever favor you ask, whatever boon you beg, if it is in my power. Give me a man that may guide my men and I to the tower where Lady Lyanna is kept captive, and that then may guide us to fast, secret paths you must have through the mountains." If he'd had a hat on, Matrim would have removed it, the better to beg a favor from the prospective lady of Winterfell. "I will do you better than a man," Ashura said. "If Ned trusts you, then I must surely trust you, and know that you will see Lyanna to him safely. So you will have better than a man, to guide you, Matrim." "I will guide you to the tower, to Lyanna." Dane tossed a fold of the robe over her shoulder, revealing a white linen belt, with a long, slightly curved dagger dangling from two silvered chains. Matt inclined his head. "Will your men be joining us, lady?" "No," Ashura said. She turned to look at them, lingered for a brief moment, and then turned her face back to Matt. "For some unfathomable reason, there's several bands of soldiers making bloody nuisances of themselves all up and down the border between Dorne and the Reach." Matt kept his face carefully blank. "How wretched," he said, perfectly aware that they were his men, and Dane's own men would be riding to hunt his men down while they trusted her safety to him, in order to find Lyanna Stark. "What a strange fucking war," he thought. "Wretched, I say," he said. "Whatever are the realms coming to, when men are mustered for defense of their lord's ancient rights or claims, and they merely go off merrily to cause chaos and wreak havoc?" Ashura kept her own face neutral, but there was a tug to her mouth that Matrim suspected meant she wanted to smile, likely at the absurdity of the situation. But absurdity or not, he had his duty. Dane turned her horse back towards her men, spoke in a flowing, liquid tongue that went so fast Matt had no time at all to try to pick a word, let alone 3 or 4, from the mass of sounds made. The men erupted into a discussion, complete with much gesturing and waving of arms, but Dane went silent and crossed her arms, perhaps staring or glaring. Finally the leader of the men, the man that had spoken to Matt first, nodded, his face brutally unhappy. The man clicked his tongue and his horse turned, mane rippling, and the man kept his eyes on Matt's face. "If the Lady Ashura dies, Outlander. If the lady dies, then I will tear your guts from your belly and leave you atop a cairn for vultures feed." Matt stared back, unimpressed. "If my lord's lady dies," he finally said, "it will be because I am dead and have no say in the matter. On that you have my word." "What good is a wolf's head's word?" the man cried, his face dark as a sullen night with anger behind his goatee. "Your people have given your word to not invade, to let our shepherds pass down from the mountain valleys in peace, but someone always breaks it and seeks to wet his sword with the blood of Dorne. Go, then, hound. Rescue your wayward pup and see her away safe." Matrim felt the anger in him, but he quashed it down ruthlessly, refused to allow himself to be baited. He had his mission, and he had his duty. Letting himself be drawn into a stupid argument with a Dornishman who was only out trying to defend his home and people. Fucking Dornish, Matt thought. He scowled, and deliberately turned his horse so that he would ride around the line of Dornishmen back to his men, instead of riding through them. Dane followed, and he did not try to see if she was amused or angry. "The stranger has had a plentiful harvest these past many months," Dane said into Matt's angry silence. "Can you tell me, my lord, any news of Eddard Stark?" "It's only going to get worse," he said. "The last that I heard, and this is 3 weeks or a month out of date at best, mind you, is that the armies were playing a game of hounds and fox in the riverlands, with those opposed to the Targaryens seeking to force a crossing of the Trident and enter into the Crownlands proper. I was told that there are fords as far north as Saltpans and as far south as the Blackwater Rush that could be traversed if not flooded from spring rains. But where they truly intend to cross, I would not know. He was silent for a heartbeat, then two, and then they stretched out. He caught her face falling, from hope to something worse, something akin to sorrow drowning her eyes in tears. When last I spoke with Lord Stark, he was well in body. Unhappy about something, but then it would be a strange thing, if he were not unhappy, or sad, given the state of the realms and his own family, Matrim finally said. He closed his eyes, and then gambled. Tell me true, my lady, he said. I had heard that there was affection twixt the two of you at Harrenhal. Yes, she interrupted. If a wolf to my bed I could take, as husband and lord both, it would be Eddard. And Matrim, may I call you Matrim, fear not of the words my father's man said to you, about bearing a wolf's head. Your coming south is not so different from the usual way of war between the Reach and us in Dorne, and in that you are an enemy to all men whose path you cross. Matt turned to look at Dane, full in the face. Of course you can call me Matrim, Lady Dane. Anyone who holds affection for my lord has my affection. Then he smiled, thin and coldly. And besides, the North knows that there are monsters worse than wolves in our lands, my lady. Eddard Stark need only ask it of me, and I would make a monster of my name for all the realms to fear. So if your duty to Lord Stark demanded it. The question hung there, in the air. If he asked you to? He will not, though. I have the measure of the man and the lord, and Eddard Stark would not countenance it. Which is why I would go so far for him, if it were so needed. I pray that the war might end and we might have peace in our time, peace for a long span of years, so perhaps my sons and yours need only know war through stories and songs and practicing in the yard. But that is not the nature of men, and war will come again, for good reasons or ill. War always comes again. Saying it aloud confirmed something that Matt had suspected, turned over in his thoughts, chewed on as a hound worries a piece of rawhide or bone. How far would I go for Lord Stark? Whether it was Ricard or Brandon, now Eddard. I have created orphans, forced starvation upon hundreds or perhaps thousands, burnt hundreds of homes. They will remember me in the Reach and Crownlands like children in the North remember wildlings, Matrim thought. Good. If they fear me, then let them fear war with all the North even more. Let them think of me as a hound, leashed to my lord's bidding and called to heel when peace comes. And if they fear me, they will fear another war. The coldness stayed in Matrim's heart the rest of that day's ride. 11. Tower of Joy? I hardly know her. She suffered in the heat. She suffered in the cold, even, but it was a different cold from home, one that sunk into her bones deeper than the chills that had been warded off by well-tended fireplaces and smoke pits. She suffered. Sometimes, when she withdrew into herself and remembered the happier times, she remembered sword fighting with wasters with the boys beneath the heart tree of her home, wearing breeches. She remembered racing horses with the boys and her hair unbound and flowing, and she remembered delighting in defeating them at the races, with the wasters, in running. Running, wild. Wild and free. Then she would awaken from the daydream when one of the men came into the room, face carefully blank, and offer her a plain meal of salt meat, hard bread, and thin vegetables. She had tried starving herself. But two of them held her down, and the third would force a thin gruel into her. And the weight of them on her had been too much, so instead she ate. She also prayed, perhaps more often and more sincerely than she had ever before the heart tree. It felt like her every waking moment was spent in prayer, and her nights in fear and dread. Gods of my fathers, she wept silently. He had beaten the loud sobs out of her the second month. Gods of my fathers, let someone come to kill me. Anyone. Please. Then she heard it, from below. A muffled conversation. A man's voice she hadn't heard here before. She thought perhaps he sounded angry. Gods, make him angry enough to come and kill me, she prayed. Let it end. Then there came a joyous and terrible clattering, spiriting away her breath. The clash of steel rang out, sword against sword. Yes, she thought. Kill them and then kill me. Then there came the sound of men dying, keening screams begging for mercy or their mothers. And she felt a jolt of trepidation. A man had just died with a scream cut off, midway through the word for mother. The old, Northman word. The sun seethed, soaring over a scorching day. Matt had had to break up 2 fights with his fists, fast and hard and mercilessly, unwilling to see those fights erupt into something worse. He rubbed mindlessly at bruised knuckles, stripped to shirt and breeches, suffering from the scalding day. He was laying on his belly, staring at the red stones of an ancient fastness, some long and mostly forgotten fort of an old people. There's 3 of them, he thought. He turned his head and looked at his men, only his best fighters, men who he knew the heart of, men whose measure he knew, men with steel in their spines. 35 of us, he counted again. 35 men, against the best knights in the realms, men whose spines were steel, who knew no fear and felt no dread. Men with a tower door to hold, and Matt with no way to pull the fucking thing down. Matt, with no way to seize Lina away without endangering her. Matrim well swallowed, and laid his forehead against a sweaty forearm. Gods, he thought. It took no magic or weird sight or great wisdom to know that he would be going into a slaughtering pit of his own making, and worse, leading men who trusted him into it. Can the Three Kings Guard kill 35 men? He'd heard stories. Every man in Westeros had heard stories. Fuck the stories, Matt thought, with a heat that chapped his soul. He had his duty. To his men, true. But he was Stark's man, would be nothing without the Starks raising his family up, would not have been half the commander or soldier he was without Rickard Stark overseeing his late boyhood, his early adulthood. Fuck the stories. I know my duty. If I cannot kill the king, then I will see the King's Guard dead and Lina safe. May my heart's blood make crimson these mountains if I do otherwise. It was a heat that chapped his soul, but he knew that he would best be served by the cold anger, icy tendrils in his veins, those moments where time seemed to linger and stretch and he could think in the space between an axe stroke or a sword parry. Somehow he knew the tempest of his troubled thoughts would spell his death. He did not pause to linger on it, merely slithered back from the crest of the hill he had laid on for the best part of the day. Lady Ashura lay with her back to a rock, reading a small book while sheltering beneath an outer layer of her robe stretched out and staked with sticks to create a shadow. Matt wiped sweat from his brow, and then inclined his head. I am going to speak with my men, he told her. Then, I will pray. And before the sun sinks beneath the rim of the world, but after your strange Dornish moon has risen, I beg you to speak with your sworn brothers so that we may not come to blows. Dane looked up from her small little book, her purple eyes full of emotion. Concern. Fear. Fear of the deaths that soon she would hear? Matt bore no doubt. He could not afford it. His men had their duty to him. He had his duty to the Starks. And the King's Guard had their duty to Rhaegar Targaryen. Would that I could have met them in peacetime, he thought. He would have liked to cross swords in practice, in a meeting between men loyal to the same cause and the rightful king, a cause and king worth serving. But it was not so. I will, Matrim, Lady Dane said. He closed his eyes. Soon. Soon you will be done killing. At least for a little while. I thank you, my lady, he said, and then bowed. She stayed quiet, and after a moment he straightened. He gave his lord's love a thin smile, and then turned his back to her. His men were waiting for him, drinking water and sharpening blades. He looked every man in his eyes, because he owed it to them. Artos, with the cruel scar across his cheek from the fighting in the Riverlands before they'd come even further south. Young Theon the miller's son, his face blank from all the killing. Matt felt bad about not being able to send him home, felt bad about not being able to send them all home. Neglected ploughs want for labouring hands. But it could not be. There was Jon, Torrhen, Edric. His men. You know why we're here, he said simply. The bastards have Lady Lina. We swore oaths, sacred oaths witnessed by the gods, by the spirits of the lands we call home. Accursed is the kinslayer, the oath-breaker, the coward. Well, no man down there is my kin. And I would die before any man could put truth to it and call me an oath-breaker or coward. Drink some more water, give your steel one last pass, and then see to your armor. I will return Lina Stark to her brother, or I will moulder in Dorne until the end of days. This I swear to you, as your war chief and as your captain. There were nods, murmurs of agreement, growls of anger at the treachery of princes and dragons and knights. Good. Let them be angry. Matt went on his way, off to the side, where a little dip in the land hid him from sight, and if he knelt and closed his eyes he could pretend he was utterly alone in the world. A raven landed on the crest of the fold in the land, eyed him warily. Hail to you, little brother, he thought, and closed his eyes. A prayer, a plea to the gods and spirits did not come to him. So he sat, in silence, feeling the raven watching him. The heat from the sun drew back, reduced just a little, and he knew that at last it was time. This will not be my final fight. The thought came to him, as though he knew it as surely as he knew his name was Matrim, easily knew the names of his brother and parents and forefathers for the past 6 generations. His fathers would be watching. Who was it that rode with Durin and that Lord Stark and died for it? He tried to recall. Not Beric Wells or Roose or Theon. Perhaps it was Eddard? Not him, Matt finally decided. Whoever it was, it doesn't matter. He opened his eyes. The raven was still there, preening carefully. Go with the gods, little brother, he told the bird. At the sound of his voice, it took a step back and watched him, but made no move to fly off. A sign, he thought. But a sign of what? Slaughter. Surely it would be slaughter. Matrim Wells walked back to their small makeshift camp, had one of the already armored men help him into his mail shirt. He tugged the thongs at the neck tight, closing it. He checked every man's own mail, leather and wool linings on their helmets. He checked his own, checked the leather ties of his helmet. He belted on his sword belt. Then his helmet, and he pulled his mail face covering up high, almost hiding his eyes. Then his gloves, and at last he hefted his axe. Lady Dane had pulled her own scarf up, the better to hide her face, and she led them over the crest of the hill. Whoever was on watch duty raised the alarm, and when Matt and his men arrived a short stone's throw from the tower, 3 men stood outside it, armored in fine steel harness, wearing gilded and jeweled black belts with swords and daggers at their hips. Matt couldn't tell who was who, for all 3 wore visored helmets. He spoke through his mail aventail. "Good sirs," he said. "Surrender the Lady Lina into my custody and you will not find your graves today." One plated figure shook his head, an exaggerated motion so that Matt would see it and know it for what it was. "We have our duty," the one in the middle said. Matt watched where his eyes would be. The man seemed to be staring at Lady Dane. "Fuck your duty," Matt said. He wasn't even enjoying his anger. "Fuck your duty," he repeated. "Your prince stole a woman that he had no right to, and has kept her here. What if she came willingly?" The question interrupted Matt from what was going to be a truly righteous diatribe, and he stopped short. "What? What?" he asked. The man repeated the question. Matrim shook his head. "That doesn't matter. Even if she did, which I fucking doubt, the prince should have fucking known better. He's the god's damned prince, for the love of your 7 and our many. This whole bloody war is his fault. You know it, I know it, and if he's not dead already, he knows it. Prince Rhaegar will triumph," the shortest man said angrily. "You don't know anything. You're just a fucking northern savage. We've all heard the stories, about the entrails and the heart trees. They're just stories, you bastard," Matt said, his voice jagged and brutal. He could see it all too clearly. Instead of coming to terms, he and the knights would continue until finally someone drew fucking steel. "I have to head it off here," he thought desperately. "Lady Dane, please, for the god's love, speak with your brothers. Make them see sense." To her credit, Lady Dane tried. She really did. "Please, sirs," she began. The shortest knight tossed his visor up with violence, revealing a bronzed face, a neat mustache, and purple eyes like Ashura Dane's own. "Ashura," the knight said. His voice was suddenly thinner than it had been, weaker. "Please, Ashura, what are you doing here? You were supposed to stay in Starfall." "Your prince's folly has brought war, Arthur," Ashura said. "Let the Northman take his lord's sister home. Please. The war continues, but it doesn't have to, here. Let reason and peace have their chance." Matrim bit his tongue. "Gods, let her sway them." He knew his plea would be laughed at with scorn when 2 large ravens lit on the balcony of the tower above them, and began croaking their laughter at his plea. "I have sworn oaths, Ashura," Arthur Dane said. "I have my duty. We have our duty. If the Northman wants Prince Rhaegar's lady, he must come through us. We will not let him have her." "You will try," Matrim said. "Curse my luck." He tightened his grip on the axe, stepped forward. His men stepped with him, a line of steel and anger. Then, to his surprise, the king's guard turned their backs on his force, and hurried into the tower. There they slammed the door shut, and he heard a bar thudding down across it. "Go, Lady Dane," Matt told her. "You do not want to be here for what comes next. Stay away, until you hear the fighting has stopped." He looked at his axe, good, decent steel, and wanted to spit in anger. He had his duty. And his axe had its purpose to serve. Matt walked across the grass, kicked aside the chair that one of the knights had been lounging in before he showed up to ruin their day. He took the axe in a 2-handed grip, and began swinging at the door. The fighting was coming up the tower stairs now. She could hear it through the door. She looked down, at her ankle, at the cruel iron shackle binding her to the wall. She'd counted out the paces on one of her better days. 6 paces to the balcony window, but no farther. 8 paces to either curved side of the room. She'd considered throwing herself from the tower, once. A knight had found her and stopped her. "Gods, let them kill me swiftly." The once glittering, once sharp axe blade was ruined by the time Matt was finished with the door in it. It had served him well, though. He tossed it aside, and drew his sword. Time to roll the dice. As he drew the blade, his men charged past, pushing in through the remnants of the door, eager for the blood of Kingsguard on their blades, before he could lead the way. Their bravery saved his life, as they made for a fresh pile of corpses in the doorway. "Wish I had a fucking tower shield," Matt thought bitterly, thinking of all he had cast aside to race down into Dorne. Then he tightened the grip on his blade, brought it low and held it halfway up the blade with his other hand. "If wishes were fishes I'd have a fucking barrel full." "Come on then, dog," one knight taunted Matt. Matrim knew how he would have to win, wear them down through attrition, with his men rotating in and out of the fighting. There would be no glorious masterstroke to win it all, no lovely turning of a blade into a man's heart. This would be stroke and counterstroke, hammer and tongs, fury and hate until one side lay dead entirely. Fine, then, Matrim thought. He went forward. Good old Artos was there with him, though, and Artos took the taller knight's first blow on the flat of his blade. Matrim thrust at the man's armpit, but had to turn halfway through to keep his own neck, batting aside what would have been a wicked cut by the sword of the morning. Arthur Dane moved with a speed Matrim had never seen before in a sparring yard, and Matt had to throw himself into parrying, blocking, turning aside a blow with his mailed arm instead of letting it land on his head. That first bout, Matt never got the chance to strike a blow at either knight. Artos pinked his man, though, and died for it. He overextended a thrust, aimed at a gap in the plate on the taller knight's leg armor, and received a sword point into his throat from Sir Dane. Bastard! The cry sounded like it came from Torrin or Theon, and whoever it was rushed forward. He was carrying a round shield, thank the gods, and he thrust it in front of Matrim before a sword's thrust could kill his lord. The knight surrendered a step. One of his men knocked his fist into the back of Matt's helmet, wanting a turn, and Matt let the man step forward. The knights drove them back a step. He was filtered to the back of the now formed line, and one of the other men handed him a waterskin. Matt dropped his aventail, drank greedily from it. And he braced himself for a grinding fight. She didn't know how long the fighting lasted. The sun had disappeared beneath the rim of the earth, and the moon had risen high in the dark night sky by the time the fighting ceased. All that filtered up to her were the sounds of men dying. Men dying, and the spurs of a man walking upstairs slowly. Heavily. Let him kill me fast, she prayed. Each time it came Matt's turn to fight again, it was always sooner than the last, and he was beginning to slow down. If he was beginning to slow down, though, the knights of the King's Guard were dying from 1,000 cuts, 100 thrusts. They just hadn't died yet, and were determined to send his men to the afterlife before them. As the fight had continued, longer and longer, each man tiring, each man giving every speck of effort that he could, every fighter's motions had become slowed, almost slurred, almost drunken. Matrim marvelled at their stamina, and grew ever more determined. Sir Went was the first of the knights of the King's Guard to die, some way up the stairs, spitted on grey-bearded Barrick's sword through his groin, but he killed Barrick and the next man for his death. Their screams rang in his ears. Hightower fell next, as Matt charged shield first to push him against the wall. He dropped the shield, forcing Hightower's sword arm between the wall and his chest, and the man behind Matt drove up into the gap between Matt and the man to his left, shielding him against Dane, to sink a shortened spear through Hightower's throat. As the spear went through and back out, Dane hamstrung the man shielding Matt for his temerity. With his dying breath, Hightower cut a wicked blow across Matt's side, through an already made rent in his mail. It was a fight to the death, and Matrim hated them for it. Both sides' armor was dented, and where one side wore mail, it had huge rents in them, tears where the strength and steel of the King's Guard had proven superior to the mail of the North. But Dane himself also had huge dents in his armor, from the anger and grief-driven blows of dying or wounded men. Sirs Went and Hightower's blood had mingled with that of 12.5 Northmen, pools of crimson staining already red stones a dark ugly brown. Another half-dozen of Matt's men lay mortally wounded, dying slowly, their cries echoing in his ears. More lay outside the broken doors of the tower, being tended to as best the men who had had the fight beaten out of them but were not horridly wounded could manage. As Hightower's corpse cooled, Matt parried a thrust from Dane, and retreated a step down the stairs to the safety of numbers. The tower had grown dark, almost pitch black, with little light filtering in from the door at the base of the thing. "Fucking, die, you, bastard," Matt grit out from clenched jaws. "Not Arthur," Dane panted. Not before you." He spat blood-flecked spittle through his visor, and then he leapt down on top of Matt and his men, sending several of them clattering and rolling down the stairs. Matt landed hard, and badly, on one shoulder, and then a weight settled onto him, a huge weight, a crushing weight. He felt it before he saw it, the dagger that took his eye. He screamed, and managed to get a hand around Dane's wrist before the dagger drove into his brain and killed him. His scream was the wordless cry of an animal, but beneath Matt was thinking, mind racing desperately. "This is it, then," he thought bitterly. "I refuse. I will send him to the hells before me." His free hand scrabbled, searching, trying to seize anything and everything that might save his life. Dane brought his other arm down to bear on the pommel of his dagger, driving back towards Matt's ruined eye and his brain. But behind his good eye, his fury and hate were urging him onwards. His gloved fingers found a blade, wrapped around it, mindless of the sharp sides cutting through the blood and sweat-soaked leather. He tightened his grip on blade and wrist both, and smiled thinly behind his aventail of mail. "Stark had your sister," he hissed through the blood and anger and hate and pain. "What?" Dane said dumbly, and the strength he was using to try to kill Matrim slackened just a touch. "Did I say Stark?" "I mean Starks," Matt said. He saw Dane's eyes blink in the near black, and he smiled. He brought the tip of his found blade up, jammed it into the gap that he'd watched appear between Dane's breast and his gorget. The dagger came down for his brain. Matt drove his own blade further up, ensuring it was tight into the vein that carried Dane's lifeblood in the throat. Hot blood poured out, and Dane's hands went to the mortal wound. He collapsed off of Matt, to the side, and Matt lay there, panting. Tell please. Please tell. Ash. I'm sorry, the dying man whispered into the darkness and the murder and the blood, drowning on it, choking on it. "'S all right, sir," Matrim murmured. His throat was raw from screaming, and he wished he were anywhere else in the world. The knight's fingers reached out, found Matt's hand. Matt wrapped his fingers around the man's hand, and let him squeeze. Matt squeezed back. "'S all right," he murmured again. I'll tell her," he said. The fingers squeezed, almost a feather touch of gentility to them. Then they slackened, and he knew the sword of the morning was dead. "You have to get up," a voice told him. "Your duty is not done." "Tired," Matrim said. "Only the dead may rest." "Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up." The voice drove him, cruel and senseless to his wounds or his pain. So he rolled, to get his arms beneath him. Then he climbed to his feet, every inch a battle itself, even going so far as to use Dane's corpse as a tool to give him just that much more height to get his feet under him. "Right," he said. "Stairs? You've been going upstairs since you were small, Matt," he told himself. Stairs had never hurt like those did before, and he almost wept at the thought of having to go back down them. His spurs made ignorantly cheerful jingle-jangle noises as he went up each stair, pausing to lean against the curved wall of the tower on every step. Everything hurt. It hurt. Drag leg up. Ensure footing was certain. Shift weight to it. Drag next leg up. Shift weight. Drag. Shift. Drag. Shift. Pain. It was lightning, the cuts and thrusts of what had been the best knights in Westeros, but were now worm food. This was the only way, Matrim, he told himself. The butcher's bill would have had to have been paid, whether he stormed them or starved them out, and if he had tried to starve them out, they might have let Lyanna starve first. The only way. He wept, because he had lost good men and good men had been ruined. And because he had killed what once were good men, but now he did not know. He paused, half up the stairs that had seen every step fought and bled over, and wept again because he did not want to face that climb. But if Lyanna was up there, and how bitterly those knights had died to hold the very stairs he now stood on. If the worst has happened, and she was forcibly abducted, then something of home might ease her spirit. "Do your duty, Wells." He turned, and began to go down the stairs. The dryness of his throat choked at him, and when at last he stumbled into the moonlit night, the cool night air of the mountains was like a balm for his soul. He sucked in huge breaths, panted hard, and wept again at all the horses that could not carry their riders home, for he would have to move fast. "Do your duty." He walked, in pain and bleeding, to his horse. She shied away from the sense of his fear and his hate and his blood, but a continuous stream of low, murmured words meant to calm had her walking back to him. "Good girl," he whispered. "Good girl." He didn't know if Lady Ashura was waiting to see if it was merely a lull in the fighting or the true end, but he put her from his mind and tried to open the saddlebag containing his plaid. His gloved fingers, bloody and weak, fumbled it. Matt heaved a sigh, and went for his belt knife. He didn't fumble that, and set to carefully cutting the soaked gloves from his hands. He knelt, wiped the blood and sweat staining his hands onto the grass, and then used the saddle's cinching to haul himself back to his feet. She hoofed low in his ear, and then whickered. He patted her neck. "Good girl," Matt repeated. He dug into the saddlebag, came out with the plaid, and made his way back to the tower. "Fuck," he sighed. He climbed, spurs jingling and jangling like he hadn't just been party to one of the worst fights he would remember for the rest of his life. That he felt in his bones, knew it like he knew his name and his oaths. This fight, this night, would return to him in nightmares as long as he lived. He shivered. The ghosts of his men walked with him, up those stairs. When at last he came to the top of the tower, the moon had begun sinking low. He knocked on the door once, twice. No voice entreated him to enter. No voice bade him go. He tried the latch, and the door swung open. No candles lit the room, only silvered moonlight streaming in from the window. He glanced at the room, took in the open trunk with crumpled dresses, the broken mirror on the wall above a chest of drawers. "Lyanna?" he asked into the silence and the night. A snuffling noise made him swing his head, and there, behind the bed, a dark blur lay against the wall. "Lyanna," he said again. "Please, sir," a thin, high whisper came. He was shocked at how weak she sounded, how frail. He tightened his fist on the wool held in his hand, and bit his tongue, hard, so he would not swear. Please kill me. Lina, Matt said, shocked. Lina, it's Matrim Wells, do you remember? The blur turned to face him a little bit better, although he still couldn't see much. When I grew my hair long, wanting a wolf's tail like the statue of your grandfather, you laughed and made me sit while you and Lady Karstark took turns braiding it. Please, Lina. I'm only here to see you safe to Eddard. Ned. It was another whisper, and Matt felt his heart breaking. He swallowed, forced down his pain. Do your duty, Matrim Wells. The pain was there, a friend, a dull roar in the back of his head, and he welcomed it because being in pain meant he would not be angry in front of Lina. Something in him, some dim, quiet part, sickened at what he suspected had gone on in this room, something told him that anger would be the wrong emotion. Instead he tried to dredge up long-drowned sympathy and empathy, drowned in the necessity of having to fight the war. Yes, he said quietly. Then, slowly so that he would not startle her, he crossed the room and knelt beside her. Ned is well, he said. I have given him my oath as a man and as a Wells. Do you know? Bran, Lina sobbed, and buried her face in Matt's shoulder. She wept, high and keening, and snot nastily into his mail and the shirt underneath. He brought the wool plaid up, wrapped it badly around her shoulders, and let her cry herself out against his shoulder and neck. She knows. Fuck. Can you walk, my lady? He asked, after the sobs had quieted and been replaced by only an ugly sniffling. She shook her head against his neck, and then jerked a leg into his side. He hissed in pain, for she had kneed one of the cuts, but said nothing. When she had jerked her leg there had been a rattling. Matt grimaced, and then extracted himself from her embrace. He saw what had clinked. Chains. Chains, shackling Lina Stark to a wall like a common fucking criminal. He went to one knee, and then picked the chain up in one hand. He followed it to the wall, and then probed where it had been spiked into the red stone with his fingers. Good, he thought. My lady, he murmured. I'm going to pick you up and place you on the bed, if I may. A nod was his answer, and he tucked his arms beneath her legs and around her shoulder, then tried to stand. It took him 3 tries, but finally he made it, gritting his teeth, and deposited her there. She curled her legs underneath her, and shrunk back from him. Bastards, he thought. In that moment he would have sold his soul to whatever devils or demons existed, for the chance to kill the king's guard again. He turned back to the wall, and wrapped both hands around the spike in the stone. It hadn't been driven as deep as it could have been, or should have been, if they'd wanted Lina to moulder here as bones after she died. Bastards, he thought again, and let the hate and anger flood him, filled his veins with rage, burning away his very soul. He ripped, and the spike came out the wall, slammed into his chest. Fuck, Matt wheezed, and sat down on the floor heavily. He glanced beside him, at Lina watching him like an animal, abused and maltreated. He watched her, watching him, and tightened his grip on the spike. If she tries to throw herself from the tower. Thankfully, she did no such thing, merely watched him, snuffled and snot into his plaid. What would you do with a horse that's been beaten badly, Matt? The answer was easy. Speak low, and quietly, and with love and warmth and affection in his voice. So he did. All right, my lady, he said. I have men downstairs that must be seen to, as well. There is a lady with us, Ashura Dane, do you remember her, from the tourney? Liked Shara, Lina whispered into the night. Shara was nice. He nodded. Good, he said. That's good. She's downstairs. When I stand, I'll carry you down, or can help you walk if you want, but you must keep your eyes closed and not smell anything. Promise me, Lina, Matt said. Promise me you'll keep your eyes closed and breath through your mouth. There was not much he could do to protect her now. But he could keep that from her, that charnel house of butchery and madness that the tower had become. I promise, she said, and he nodded again. He used the bed to help himself stand, and tears came unbidden to his eyes when something in his knee grinned against the stone floor. Do your duty, he told himself angrily. He could weep when Lina was safe, could swear off violence and disappear into the forests of the north if he wanted to. But until Lina was safe. Again, he picked her up with care, as though she were a delicate piece of pottery or glasswork. She tucked her head into his neck, and he wondered if he wanted to know what she was thinking. Not likely. Instead Matt settled for whispering. He whispered stupid, inane things: the last winter's wheat harvest. The first clutch of eggs his brother's falcon had laid. The birth of his nephew. Then things from the larger realm of the north of Bolton, and his distrust for the man and the family. The Karstark lords passing, and the new Lord Karstark marrying a daughter of the Wools. Of the elk herders, driving their herds to market at Winterfell for the last of the winter meat. Each step was worse than the last, and by the end of them, Matt thought he felt a bone in his shoulder grinding, against another bone. Dane was there, waiting at the door, with a couple of more women she had rounded up from somewhere. She made him follow, and they went around a fold in the land to the side of the tower, where a fire had been built and there was a small pot bubbling and a short-haired hound lay panting. A pallet had been made of blankets, and Ashura indicated for Matrim to place Lina there. The chain still shackled to her ankle rattled, and he drew his belt knife, with his back turned to her, so she wouldn't see the blade. He jammed it into the lock, then twisted and jerked until the lock broke and his blade snapped. But the chains were off Lina Stark, and Matrim stood. That was the worst part. Now for the sad part. Chapter 12, An Eye for a Lady. The sound of a man walking heavily upstairs, spurs and armor clinking, came through the door that had trapped her for months. She slid off the sole chair in the room, huddled against the wall with the bed, that horrid bed between her and the door. A knock sounded. She shrank back, tried to press herself as flat to the wall as she could. Another knock. A moment's pause, and then the door swung open slowly, a gentle creaking to it that filled her with trepidation and fear. Please let it not be him come back. Please. Please, let it be someone here to kill me. And then she heard it, a man's voice, deep in timbre, but hoarse and scratchy. Lina. She snuffled once and then pressed a hand to her face, heart pounding. He had heard her. His head swung to face her, and she saw blood glinting in the moonlight. Kill me, she wanted to plead. Instead she stayed silent, prayed that he would not see her. Lina, he said again, and that time she caught his accent, it sounded utterly different to those of the men keeping her captor. She stared at his blood-drenched face, saw trails of skin where tears had made tracks from his eyes. Please, sir, she whispered, and hated her voice. The only thing it had been used for weeks now had been screaming and crying, and she had almost forgotten how to speak. He was holding something, some bundle, in his hand. Please kill me, she pleaded. She did not think she could bear to face another day, not with an end so near at hand. She could even see the hilts of his sword and dagger at his hips, knew he could give her the swift death she did not deserve but sought. Please. 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 Lina, he said again, and there was something in his voice. Lina, it's Matrim Wells, do you remember? She closed her eyes, and tried to think about before. Before the tournament. Before coming south. Before. When all she had had to dread was the likelihood of marrying Ned's loud friend, had not yet learned to fear the heavy tread of boot-clad men on stone floor. She could not picture his face. But she could bring to mind grey eyes, at times warm or at times cold, but never angry with her, willing to swagger wood swords with her beneath Winterfell's heart tree and the gods. When I grew my hair long, wanting a wolf's tail like the statue of your grandfather, you laughed and made me sit still while you and Lady Karstark braided my hair. She tried to remember. She hadn't laughed in months. Please, Lina, Matt said, and it sounded like him now. She remembered. Calling out to her about a dip in the land they had raced horses across once, or drilling with the men in the practice yard. I'm only here to see you safe to Eddard. That broke something in her. Something not already broken. Ned? She asked, another whisper. Matt, if it truly was him, and not his ghost come to haunt her after dying in the war, was quiet for a heartbeat. Then, yes. He stepped forward, and went to one knee in front of her. Ned is well, he said gently, quietly. I have given him my oath as a Wells and as a man. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? The question mocked her, taunted her, and the tears came, rocking her whole body with the force of her sobbing. Of course she knew. After she had wanted to leave, wanted to ride home to Winterfell, he had told her. He hadn't taken any pleasure in telling her, of course, but oh, it was so sad and a sign the realm needed him as king. Bran, she whimpered, and buried her face in Matt's if it truly was Matt's neck. She didn't know how long her tears lasted, but at some point Matt shifted so that he was holding her off the floor and letting her cry against him, and she hated him for not passing judgment on her, and for letting her cry instead of calling her a stupid girl and telling her to shut up. Didn't she understand the gravity of the situation? And she knew he would have died trying to save her, for she could feel the sticky wetness and warmth of blood soaking into her ragged dress, warm against her skin, and could feel how his wounds pained him whenever he shifted minutely. He would have died for me, she realized, and that brought on another round of sobbing and snotting into his neck, for Bran and father had died for her. When at last she could muster no more tears, and felt drained of a huge weight, she slumped against Matrim and sniffled. Can you walk, my lady? He asked, stiffly formal. She shook her head, and jerked her leg. There was a rattle, and she lifted the skirt of her dress, showing the shackle around her ankle. Matrim hissed, and then she realized she'd need him in his side. She drew a hand up to her mouth, flinched away. The blow never came. Instead Matrim extracted himself from supporting her, and very formally, asked if he had her permission to place her on the bed. She nodded. He tucked his arms underneath her, and tried to stand. He collapsed hard, on one knee. He tried to stand again. He fell to his knee, again. On the third attempt Matrim lifted her, very gently, and placed her on the bed. She shied away from the smell of him in the bed still, and went very quiet. Matrim turned his back to her, crossed to the wall where the iron spike had been driven into the stone, and he did something she couldn't see. He grunted in exertion, and then he sat down heavily. Fuck, he wheezed, almost so low she didn't catch it. She watched him glance back at her. She snuffled into his wool plaid, glad at least that the tears and snot were gone. When next he spoke, it was low in tone, quiet, and she could hear the affection he held for her in his voice. All right, my lady, he said to her. I have men downstairs that must be seen to, as well. There is a lady with us, Ashura Dane, do you remember her, from Harrenhal? She nodded. Liked Shara, she whispered. Shara was nice. Ashura had been to her, was the bad part about being seeing Ashura Dane again. Ashura had been so kind and gentle, and had laughed so happily after finishing her dance with Ned, and then... Good, Matt's voice interrupted her thought. That's good. She's downstairs. When I stand, I'll carry you down, or can help you walk if you want, but you must keep your eyes closed and not smell anything. Promise me, Lina, Matt said. Promise me you'll keep your eyes closed and breathe through your mouth. It seems important to him, she thought, and nodded again. I promise, she said. Then he used the bed to help himself stand, and took a carefully exaggerated step to stand next to the bed. He reached for her, and it took all the remnants of her shattered self-control to keep from starting to weep again when she saw a man's hands reaching out to grasp her, covered in dried blood. He wrapped his arms around her shoulders and legs again, and she pressed her face against his neck. Then, to make him carrying her easier for him, she wrapped her arms around his neck. The first thing she smelled on Matt was, him. Only Matt, and Matt's sweat. Then she smelled the blood, and nearly gagged at the thick, unpleasant coppery tang on her tongue. Beneath the scent of Matt, of sweat and blood, there were more pleasant things, though. He also smelled of home, of the trees she had not seen since riding south of the neck, and she wept again. While he carried her, slowly down a set of stairs that he must have fought for every step of, Lina Stark wept into Matrim Well's shoulder. While she wept silently, Matrim talked to her, of the last winter's wheat harvest, of falcons and marriages, and one of the only things she felt she could now rely on, the grudge a Wells bore the Boltons. She half laughed, half cried at his dark mutterings about Boltons and Shadowcat's changing spots, and it turned into a fit of hiccups that left her breathless. Above her, Matrim smiled, though it was a thin thing. When at last, for the first time in months, Lina emerged from the tower, it was in the arms of a man. It could not have contrasted more from the heartbeat in time when she was taken into the tower, and the night's crisp air on her face, the wind tugging at her hair. Lady Ashura, Matt's voice rumbled from within the armor-clad chest next to her. Please, my lady, will you see to Lina's comfort? My men, I must. Lina thought her heart would break at the anguish in Matt's voice, but he had freed her. He had ridden across the realms, ridden through a war. I'll take her, Matrim, Ashura said. Bring her over here, away from the tower, and then see to your men. My thanks, lady, Matrim murmured from above her. And Ashura. Matt's voice was quiet, and tender, even more tender than he'd been with her. Your brother, my lady. I am sorry. Ashura was silent for a long moment, and Lina heard a quiet sniffle. Then, I know, Matrim. You did only as you thought your duty bade you. So did Arthur. Will you? I will bury them all, my lady. There is no sword like dawn, and there was no night like the sword of the morning. The realms grow dimmer for his passing, though justly it came. I am sorry, Matrim repeated, and then Ashura stayed quiet. Matt carried Lina, away from the tower, and she wanted to weep to share Ashura's grief. No tears came. After another long heartbeat of silence, Ashura led them away from the tower, away. When Matt finally set her down, it was next to a fire, and Lina huddled next to the warmth gratefully. He knelt next to her shackled ankle, and carefully turned his back towards her. She watched the tension and set in his shoulders, and then he exerted force. She heard a metallic snapping, and the weight around her ankle, that had been there so long. Gone. She was free. She curled up closer to the fire, and Matrim was silent for a long time after he freed her, staring at the fire. His eyes were shadowed, hidden by the rim of his helmet and the night. I am sorry, my lady, Matrim murmured. She had no indication what he was apologizing for. Being so late to her rescue? He'd come for her, had ridden through fire and death and what had to be rivers of blood to see her safe. Was he apologizing for having held her in such a close fashion? I must see to the disposition of my men, he said, his voice low and quiet, by way of explanation. He made to stand, and her hand snapped out and caught his wrist. He stopped, stayed kneeling next to her. Yes, my lady? He asked. He never once stopped using warmth or affection in his tone of voice with her, and the kindness was a spike of pain in her heart. Give me a weapon, Matt, she whispered. A weapon? She did not know if she could command him as she once had, if she still owned any of the loyalty or affection that he had once felt for her. What's it for, Lina? He asked. Gone was the milady, and she didn't know if she could tell him. I want it to feel safe. I want to use it in case he comes back. I will never submit to him again. Her thoughts shied away from the wretched, horrid, wicked truth, that she wanted to use it to cut the life growing in her out of her belly, and then turn it on her own wrists. She had asked him to kill her before she knew it was Matt, loyal Matrim, brave Matrim. If she asked him if she begged. Lina, he whispered, low, urgent. What's it for? If you're going to be busy, she lied, I want it to feel safe. Please, Matrim, she begged, and felt wretched for lying to him. He knelt again, close to her, close enough for her to smell the blood on him over the wood smoke of the fire. He drew his long knife, his fighting dirk, the blade she knew that clansmen would swear their oaths on. She flinched away, and he stopped. Then, very carefully, so slowly that she could have withdrawn at any moment, he reached out and took her hand in his. The warmth from his touch was marred by sticky, drying blood and sweat, but she let him hold her hand, palm up, in his own grip. Promise me, he said. Promise me, Lina, that you won't use it on yourself. I could not. He stopped. He swallowed, drew in a breath and perhaps his courage. I could not bear to lose you, Lina, he whispered. Gods forgive me, but I would never be able to forgive myself if you were to. He did not finish the thought, but she knew what he was alluding to. How could she not, when she had tried to throw herself from the tower? She'd been shackled for a reason, after all. I promise, Matty, she said, and did not know if it were the truth. Thank you, Lina, he said. He curled her fingers around the hilt of his dirk, and stayed next to her. Warmth radiated from him, despite the bulwark of his armor, and she didn't want him to let go of her hand. His touch was so gentle, so different. He stood, turned his back to her, turned his back on her, and left her there by the fire, wrapped in his plaid and with Ashura Dane and a pair of women who she'd never seen before. Ashura turned and knelt beside her, unmindful of the dirt getting on her dress. Lina, Ashura said. You are strong. You will see the end of the war. My companions are a midwife and a local healer. May we examine you? Lina nodded, and then watched as Matrim took his helmet off, laid it on the ground, and then walked slowly into the tower. She watched, as he carried out bodies. So many bodies, she thought, and retreated from her body into her mind. Ashura and the women poked and prodded at her, made low murmuring noises, and spoke in a flowing language she didn't understand. The sun had risen by the time Matt had finished with his men and the king's guard, though Ashura and her companions had finished with Lina fairly soon after they'd begun. She watched Matt pick his helmet back up and put it on before coming over to speak with them, and she knew they thought she could not hear their conversation. I am sorry, Lady Ashura, Matt repeated again. He truly did sound mournful, and she wondered why he was so sorry. Be sorry for me, Matty, she wanted to tell him. I know, Matrim, Dane said. I know. Do you know? The question trailed off, hung in the air, and she watched from the corner of her eye as he nodded. I would have had to be blind and exceedingly ignorant to not be able to tell, he said, voice full of loathing. Self-loathing? Loathing for him? She couldn't tell. I worry, Ashura said. I worry that she may want it cut out of her. It's too late for that, the midwife interrupted. She has to carry it to birth. Anything else will kill her, unfortunately. She's got old bruises, the healer's scratchy voice said. Of course she does, Matt said. That fucking monster. There was heat, anger, and all the worst parts of Matrim that she remembered from when he was younger, looking for a reason to fight with anyone over anything. She flinched away, expecting a blow. It never came. Instead, Ashura's voice, Matrim, being angry now won't fix anything. You know it. I know it. Lina trusts you, and Lina needs you. We need you. I certainly can't command Northman troops, not yet, at least. You're right, he said. Lina watched him turn from the conversation, faced the tower. He brought a hand up to his side, and she watched him pull it away slowly. His fingertips glistened in the moonlight. And your eye that needs to be seen to, Ashura continued. We can't take care of that here. I know, Matt said. His voice was jagged, brittle. I fear I may not be good for getting us somewhere with a maester, but I know my duty. Hail or hurt, my duty to the Starks comes first. You stupid bloody fool men, Ashura said. God save women from men too in love with their duty to stay alive long enough to help us. We're going to make for Starfall. Starfall? But Dorne's spears have marched north under Luin Martell, to fight for Princess Elia. Among them ride my father and brother, and the best of our muster. In their absence I am the Lady of Starfall. Our hospitality is mine to grant as I please, and I will allow you to stay long enough for you and your men to recover from your wounds. If that's what Lyanna wishes. I don't think the lady is in any shape to be making decisions, and what kind of damn fool idea was it of yours to give her a dagger? She asked me, Matrim said simply. How far of a ride is it to Starfall? 3 days, over the trails. Faster, if I can find us a barge to take down the Torrentine. I don't know if you're I. The sun was starting to come up. He stepped away from the other women, came close to look at the fire or Lyanna or both. He was silent, his eyes hidden by the angle of his head. She could see Matt in better detail now, his shirt of mail ruined, blood crusting the cuts. He said something low, something she didn't catch. Then his face swung, to look at Lyanna, and she recoiled in horror. His eye was oozing, deflated, ruined, dripping blood and jelly and she fainted. When Lyanna woke, she had not dreamed of anything she remembered. But she awoke in a bed, cradled in comfort and warmth, with the smell of smoke from a well-tended fireplace that lingered in the air. She sat up and opened her eyes, and then realized it hadn't been a dream, it was all true, she remembered everything. She shifted in her blankets, and the weight of her midsection was a horrible reminder of the truth. There it was, the life growing within her, and she felt her skin crawl. A knocking came at the door, but whoever it was did not wait for her to beckon them enter. It was Ashura Dane, her pretty purple eyes weary with bags under them from lack of sleep, her dark hair wild and wayward. Her shoulder-less dress was a stunning shade of dark green with gold stitching on the arms and bosom, and a girdle sat around her waist. I know you've been sleeping, and truthfully you needed it, but Lyanna, I need to speak with you. Do you? Lyanna mumbled. Her thoughts were still all a jumble, a tumbling mess made worse by the dry, cottony feel of her mouth. She tossed the blankets off of her and sat up, and looked around the room. She was dressed in a thin silk shift of yellowish color. Her bed had an elegant headboard of dark wood, carved with images of falling stars and swords. 2 small tables sat on either side of the bed, one of them with an hour candle in a holder meant for walking, and a pitcher and cup of finely carved horn. She lifted it and sniffed, and the pitcher turned out to contain water. She poured into the cup and then drank greedily from it, water spilling out the sides of her mouth and down her front. Yes, Ashura said after Lyanna had poured herself another cup and drank it down. It's important. Lyanna stayed sitting on the bed, where Ashura joined her. She took Lyanna's hands in her own, and squeezed tight. I don't think lying to you will do any of us any good at this juncture, Ashura said. We are confronted with a particular set of facts that have influenced the situation, and we must face the situation as it is, not as we wish it to be. You've been through a great deal, dear Lyanna, the Dane noblewoman started. So much so that I find myself on unsure footing in even broaching this, for you know the truth of matters, perhaps even more than I do. I find myself having to draw up the courage to broach this, given my family's involvement on both sides of events. But I can only say that I truly wish the best for you, and hope you can hear the truth in my voice. Ashura took a breath, and squeezed Lyanna's hands again. There is no safe way to be rid of the child that's kindled within you. The child, to be rid of it safely, you would have to carry it to birth. If you were to try the usual methods, tansy, moon tea, or some other concoction, the odds that you would die are too great. I had thought something of the sort, she thought, and felt her mood darkening. Ashura must have picked up on it, for she brought Lyanna's hands to her lips and kissed her hands. For the sake of your health, Lyanna, I can only ask of you, beg of you, that you do your best to carry the babe within you to birth. She continued on, the words coming out in a tumble, now, almost rushed. Afterwards, whatever you wish to do with it, I will see it done, and no doubt that Northmen of yours will too. If you wish to never see it, any septry that attests to House Dane as patrons will accept the child. If you have feelings for it, we can take it to Winterfell as a foundling, an orphan of the war. If you fear the rumors that might follow us, fear that shame, I will take the babe as my own, take on that shame and cleanse your own. Lyanna felt walls closing in around her, as Ashura went on. Her breath shortened, her hands began trembling, and she suddenly felt very scared, though of what she could not say. Ashura, what are you thinking? Lyanna cried. She felt the tears welling up in her eyes, and pressed her face into Ashura's shoulder. Ashura kissed the top of Lyanna's head, and Lyanna felt wetness in her hair. I am ashamed, Ashura wept too. Ashamed of the wrong that my brother helped commit against you, scared that even now our brothers face each other in open battle, and fearful that Matt might die under the maester's knife. My fondness for you came fast, at Harrenhal, and even then I thought myself lucky if I were to call you a second sister. But your Ned begged we might keep our affections quiet until his father had approached mine and secured I still wish to call you sister, Ashura confessed through her tears, and pressed a kiss to the top of Lyanna's head. I would like that, Lyanna admitted. But your brother. If Arthur had not died in the fighting, Ashura said fiercely, her breath warm against the top of Lyanna's head, and a comfort, then I would have had Mat's men arrest him and hold him in confinement at Starfall. By death or in life, you were owed your justice. Ashura sighed. Arthur was my brother. My brave, darling brother, the pride of our family. To be the sword of the morning was a calling to him, one of bravery, faithfulness, and loyalty. To stand where others would not, to hold when men would falter. But there was nothing to stand for, I think, only that he merely stand. And so when caught between his honor and his good sense he made the fool's choice, she finished, her tears running into Lyanna's hair. Both women's tears overswept them, but this cry felt better than the one in the tower had, and Lyanna felt the words coming up before she could stop them. I never wanted any of this to happen, Ashura, I beg you to believe me. Of course, dear one, Ashura murmured into the top of Lyanna's head. How could you have known, how wicked, how wretched, how foul the prince would be? If there is any blame to be laid at feet, anyone who must be determined to be at fault, it must be Rhaegar's. When first we spoke, I thought it could be my little romance before I married Ned's boorish friend, Lyanna confessed. I just wanted to see what it was like, the courting of a dashing prince, like Jenny of Old Stones. Now I am shamed forever, and worse, must see the child of a wretched, horrible father be born from my womb. I know, my lamb, Ashura said. I had thought that Ned and I would have that kind of romance, and be married, too, with your father settling us in Moat Cailin, but the folly of men has led us to be on opposite sides of a war none of us wanted. Lyanna sniffled back a wet, weepy laugh. The moat is a wreck, unfit and unsuited for any purpose, she told Ashura's neck. You'd have spent more time fighting back the swamp than being a lady. I didn't want this, Lyanna said again. She snogged nastily into Ashura's dress, and received a pat on the back in return. I know, Ashura said. I know. But this is what we are faced with, and we will meet it with all our courage and bravery. We must, if not for ourselves, then for the damn fool men in our lives, yes. Lyanna thought of Mat, sweet, stupid Mat who had pitted himself against 2 kingdoms and had come for her, thrown himself against whatever he might have found guarding her and he'd given her his blade, when she asked. Matrim, who even now might be dying, she had felt the blood oozing out of his wounds, when he'd carried her. Mat, who surely would have refused to rest until he knew she was safe with Ashura. She thought of the Cranagman, Howland Reed, quiet and loyal, who had helped her arm for her fight with those stupid squires. If I come home with a child, then surely everyone will know the truth, Lyanna said after her sobs had slackened off. But if I come to Winterfell with a bastard, or even a foundling, they will whisper, but the truth will be whatever we say it is, Braveheart, Ashura said. Besides, if you asked Mat to stay in Winterfell, to claim the child as his. Mat's fool enough he would do it, and brave or stupid enough to fight 100 duels for my soiled honor, or yours, if it came to it, Lyanna hiccuped and smiled softly into Ashura's shoulder. She had to decide, she knew. At least one thing, if not the other, if only so that Ned would not have to bury his sister as well as their father and brother. I will see it born, at least, Ashura, Lyanna whispered. It will be a bastard, and I will take what small comfort I can in that it will be neither Stark nor Targaryen. Then there was no. No, Lyanna said. There was a farce of a wedding, with the Septon roused from slumber held at sword point, but I have never professed a faith in the Seven before, and I do not still. Even if Rhaegar was unwed, surely a wedding seen by gods that are not mine holds no validity. Whether it does or not, the swords of the north will insist that it does not, and so it will not, Ashura reassured her. Chapter 13, Lessons for Lovers. Let me see she's safe, Mat hissed through gritted teeth. Pain, lightning, and white-hot and searing, in his head. He was angry and did not know why. He tried to reach up to his face, found his arm restrained. He was scorching, burning up from within, and it felt like his soul was on fire. He looked around, tried to see if she was there, if his men, at least, would obey orders. Only for his head to be shoved back down, against a flat wood table. Blood thundered in his ears, pounding, a drumbeat in time to his heart. He realized it was his own heartbeat, racing, galloping as a horse in a race. An old man appeared in his vision, on his left side, with a neatly combed brown beard and mustache, and wearing a grey robe. Grey rat. You must have the eye out, my lord, the maester said. 2-3 days? Since you took the wound, and then riding about like a healthy man as though nothing had happened. He clicked his tongue in disappointment or disdain, and Mat felt himself grow angrier. The stone walls of the room seemed to stretch, elongate. As they did, the maester shoved the sleeves of his robe above his elbows. You must restrain him. I fear to give him another dose of milk of the poppies so soon after the last, and if I must operate. Mat jerked an arm free, reached up and grabbed the man's wrists. The men that had been holding that arm tried to grab it and shove it back against the table, but Matt dragged the robed man's wrist with him. "Lina," he hissed. "Is she safe?" A man, dark in features, an eagle-like nose, and with bronzed skin leaned down, to stare over Matt's head and into his soul eye. "Your lady is safe," the Dornishman said. "She is as safe here as she would be in Winterfell. On that you have my word and honor, Snowlander." "I don't give a damn about your honor," Matt snarled, and slammed his forehead into the man's nose. The man reeled back. He gathered his strength, prepared to try to throw himself into another fight. The maester shoved something under his nose, a sachet of smoldering herbs, and when the man next dipped into Matt's view, it was from the same angle, looking down at him from over his head, and the man smiled through a broken nose. As Matt thrashed, he found that they had managed to buckle a leather strap around his forehead, keeping his head in place. "Your lady is safe. You will not be if you continue struggling. Let the maester do his necessary work. My friend, you are in danger of death." "Yes," the maester agreed. "There is every chance the eye has already turned to rot, and so close to your brain this is a dangerous matter. I will have to perform the best surgery of my life to date, I think. You are already burning with fever, and if we do not cool you and remove the eye, stem and all." Matt sighed, closing his eye in concession. He swallowed. "Do your work, maester." Matt opened his eyes. He was dreaming, he knew. But he could not wake from the dream, though it had turned to a nightmare. He knew of what he dreamed, at least. The tower. That damned, horrible tower, the tower where so many of his men, true men, good men, like Theon, men like Lou and Hugo turned into men too soon, only to be cut down in the flower of their youth by those butchers called knights. Their heads lined the wall of the tower to his right, as he took his first step onto the stair. Their mouths opened, and blood poured from their mouths to join the river of blood flowing down the stairs. His booted foot squelched in the crimson torrent flowing down the stairs. He could not turn his head, could not take a step back. He took another heavy step up the stairs. Behind him, below him, all around him, blood babbled a blushing brook. It stained his clothing, filled in his boots, and he could smell the iron of it, heavy in his nose. He remembered thinking that his ghosts were keeping pace with them. But they hadn't they? They had followed him from the north, followed him into the Riverlands and the Reach and into Dorne, and there he had added more ghosts, more spirits to haunt his nights. Were they his ghosts? He closed his eyes for a moment. He opened them. And saw that the Red Sea of the tower had not disappeared. He could not wake from the dream. Another step. More blood. Everywhere he turned, Matt beheld blood. It dripped down the circular walls of the tower, trickled and flowed as a veritable deluge, and he knew he was bleeding, too. He wanted to scream in fury, scream his rage and bring down the tower, but instead all he could do was go up the stairs. He tried to reach for his sword, his dagger, but he found they were gone from his person. All he had left was to climb. So he climbed, and as he climbed, all he could think was Lina must be safe, over, again and again. But he could not wish it so. And he knew what it would take to see her safely return to Eddard Stark or Winterfell, more blood. A sea of it, an ocean of it if he had to. Matt concentrated on the next step, forced his foot to lift and step. Now it was easy, a brisk walk that left him invigorated, breathing lightly. He waded in the blood, even as it began overlapping the tops of his feet, lapping at his ankles, his calves, over the top of his boots. Blood. What else should he have expected? An ocean of it. And then, when at last he reached the top of the stairs and had cast himself aside, he stood before the thick wooden door, unbarred and closed only by the latch. He knocked once. He knocked again. No voice bade him enter, so he undid the latch and opened it. It creaked open slowly, weakly, protesting at having been shifted, even as he waded, knee-deep in blood, into the room. A tall, slim figure stood next to the balcony, their back turned to Matrim. They had white hair, and he felt his anger surge up, heating, scorching, boiling, burning at his very soul. His fists clenched as he made to step forward. He blinked. He was not in the tower any longer, but a ruined castle, whose halls he did not recognize. When next he opened his eyes, he stood before a tree. It was a huge, towering thing, white bark with red leaves, leaves the color of blood, and he felt a sadness. Men hung from the tree's branches, held by entrails cut out of their chests, while their hearts dangled on plates of bone ribs. He saw 3 men wearing white cloaks, each hanging in pride of place near the face of the tree. Next he saw a horse he remembered loving, a horse, true and good and loyal, all the things a horse should be. The horse lay beneath the tree, its throat cut. But it lifted its head when he stepped closer to the tree, caught sight of him, and then whickered. It rose to its feet, pranced over to him, and shoved its head into his chest. He raised his arms, patted the side of its nose and head, scratched it behind the ears. "Good boy," he whispered, and rested his head along the horse's nose. The horse huffed contentedly. Who are the men? Do I know them? Did I kill them? More men hung all around the tree, and after a moment's respite with the horse, he patted its nose once more and let it go. The tree had not changed, but now he could see a face in it, clearly, a long, solemn face, a sad face full of melancholy. He wanted to share its sadness, help ease that burden. A cough drew his attention up to the place where perhaps a king might have hung. It was a man, and Matt recognized the face. It looked very similar to his father's, very similar to his brother's. The man's beard was long, braided, and neat, hoary and frostbitten. There was scarring on his face, on his fingers, on his wrists and hands, and the man's right eye was missing. The left was closed. It was his own face. The face's left eye opened, slowly, like the mat in the tree had been hanging there, eye closed, for years. He was hung by his entrails, too. What wisdom do you seek? The other mat's words rattled in his throat, gruff and hoarse. I don't know, he said to himself. His eye roamed wildly in his head, looking all about, peering, searching. His eyes tracked the eye's movement. The eye stopped, quivered as it stared directly at Matt's own face. I know the secrets of war and battle, where ambition and greed are fed by blood. I know the secrets of love, of fatherhood, of wise counsel and ruling, he said to himself. The secrets of things past, of things happening, things not yet come. But those are not secrets for you. Tell me truths then, Matt said. And tell me truly, you thing of dreams. Tell me of Lyanna Stark. Does she survive her childbearing? Does she live to be healthy, happy, old age, with a man that honors her? The mat in the tree laughed, deep, and it sounded like wood cracking, like wolves howling, something monstrous. You pray so. You dream so. But that is not for you to know. You are but a man. Instead, I tell you, the mind knows alone what is nearest the heart, and sees where the soul is turned. Words, Matt said to himself. Meaningless words. Give me something true, something real. Give me something, damn you. Among the sons of men, love the mighty makes fools of those who were wisest. Matt sneered, and tried to drop a hand for his sword hilt. He could not. He looked down, to see what was stopping him, and wrapped around his wrist was a white root, gnarled and knobbly and thick. Above him, the mat in the tree laughed, laughed and laughed and laughed. Matt closed his eyes, tried to breathe in deep. In. Out. In. Out. In, and. He opened his eye and took in the unfamiliar ceiling, the decorations of stars and swords. His hand went to the place at the head of the bed where his sword rested whenever he slept. It wasn't there. His hand went next for the dagger he would place beneath his pillow, and it was not there, either. He swallowed. What did he remember? What was the last thing he remembered? Riding to Starfall, growing ever more sick at the stomach, ever more tired? He could not fear. Why had he ridden to Dorne, abandoned the orders and mission given to him by his liege and lord? It had to have been pressing, immediate, of great import. Lyanna, a voice whispered into his thoughts. He had ridden south for Lyanna. But hadn't he ridden south for vengeance, for blood, to avenge Brandon and Rickard Stark? His eye traced the ceiling above him. Why can I only see one side of my nose? He lifted his hand up, to his head, traced his fingertips up from his cheek to where his right eye sat. But as they pressed up against the lid, instead of feeling the pressure of the eye beneath the lid, he felt nothing. My eye is gone, then. A hand, a woman's hand, slim and elegant, caught his wrist when he tried to press, to probe with a finger the void in his head. Don't, Matrim, she said, her voice trembling. He thought it sounded like she would weep, and from that he knew the voice's owner. Don't cry for me, Lyanna, he said. He swallowed, and sat up. He turned his head, so that he could look at her with his good eye, his only eye. A pitcher of silver sat on the bedside table, with 2 cups of carved dark horn sitting next to it. Lyanna sat in an elegantly hewn chair, curved bands on the bottom to allow it to rock back and forth. What an ingenious design, he thought, and wanted one for his home. She was rocking even then, in fact, and he smiled slightly to see her not happy, at least, but no longer looking like a half-starved waif. Her hair hung in a curtain around her face, and he could not see her eyes through it, angled as his left eye was. How long have I been gone, then? He asked her. She instead pressed his hand against the FL. Her midsection wasn't flat. It was imperceptibly curved, noticeable because she'd made him touch her. A week, perhaps 2, at the least, and a month at the outside. Damn. Not long, she said. He swallowed, remembered the price paid in blood to see her safe. She's just a girl, he reminded himself. 15, now. Lyanna, he said gently. He withdrew his hand from her stomach, and knew he would never see as well as he once had. Are you safe? Or are the Danes keeping you hostage, against Eddard's continuation in the war? We're safe, Lina said quietly. She lifted her face, parting the curtain of her dark hair, and he could see that though she'd been better fed in the however long he'd been sleeping, she had not slept well. Dark bags sat beneath her eyes, and it was his turn to take her hand. Ashura is most kind, and has feasted your men like returning heroes, not prisoners taken hostage from an enemy. Not my men, Matt protested. Your men. As yours as surely. Command me and I will obey. She fell silent for a long time after that. In her silence, he contained his discomfort at having awakened, and instead sat up to pour himself a cup of whatever was in the pitcher. He poured for her, as well, and when she did not lift it to her lips, he drank it down, fast. It was wine, and he could taste oranges and lemons in it, as well. He poured another cup, drank it down in one go, and then poured a third. That he drank more sedately as the warmth began to grow. How can I command men whose friends died to rescue me, Matt? How can I command you? The anguish in her voice, the pain, he heard them all too clearly. He placed the half-full cup of wine on the table, and turned, so that he'd brought his legs up and was sitting cross-legged on the bed, unashamed of his wearing only a rumpled, sweat-soaked shirt. Trust that I will obey, and as I obey, so will my men. Matrim, Lina started. Then she drew in a breath, hesitated, and laid down whatever book she had been holding. Then she released the breath, and with it came her words. Matrim, was it worth it? Finding me, rescuing me, was it worth it? He could hear the unease in her voice, her questioning. Was she worth it? He pictured his men, and wanted to weep at both the men he remembered and the men he could not, who had become only empty, silent gaps in a line of men, gaps that would haunt a family by their absence. Men who would be abandoned in the south, away from the heart trees, away from the gods, for all time. He swallowed, opened his mouth to speak. No words came for a moment. Finally, he closed his mouth and nodded. Yes, he said quietly. Yes. Damn it all, yes, it was worth it, Lina. Do you regret it? He could hear the unease in her voice, her questioning. Was she worth it? Yes, and no, he answered. I regret the deaths of men I led, and regret the deaths of those who are not soldiers that we killed in the Reach. And I will regret the deaths of those women and children who depended on men I killed or ordered killed. He felt very old, older than his 20 years, and leaned forward so that his elbows rested on his knees. I could have done any number of things, Lina, Matt said, staring into her grey eyes. I could have surrendered myself to the knights and then attempted to make off with you by stealth. I could have tried harder to plead with them. I could have let Ashura try harder to plead with them. I could, perhaps, have sent a man to climb the tower, though I had no rope and no reason to trust in the skill of my men, to scale such a tower with speed and without practice. I regret the deaths, Lina, but I will never regret riding south. He smiled, then, thin and sad. He reached out, took Lina's hand in his own, and let her trace a thumb across the sword calluses on the pad of his palm. Was it worth it? He asked her a question he wanted no answer for. He squeezed her hand with his own. He was quiet for another moment. It burns me that I have been an eagle feeder, a wolf friend, the kind of widowmaker that men will still tell stories of for years to come, and the wreckage of that, the ruin, will be families. Women and children without their husbands or fathers. Lina's face fell, absolutely devastated at what she thought was his agreement with what he thought was going on in her head. But it was worth it. He said, squeezing her hand again. Though I will face my judgment before the gods when I die, I will face it, knowing that at the very least, I did one good thing in rescuing you. One good, just, right thing, Lina. Thank you, Matt, Lina said quietly. She squeezed Matt's hand, hard, hard enough that he would have thought she was trying to break it. The strength that had once been there, strength enough to swing a sword, strength enough to hold a lance until she did not have it. Then she let go, and withdrew it to her lap. Matt smiled thinly. My lady, may I have a moment? I have a very strong need for the pot. Oh, Lina said. Her face flushed, and she held up the book in front of her face. Of course, Matt, she said. She left him to his business, and when he was done he crossed the room to the dark wood wardrobe. Next to it was an armor stand, and there he found his sword, dagger, and a gleaming, oiled coat of mail. He traced his fingers across the rings, linked intricately and delicate. The dents had been lovingly hammered out of his helmet, and it had been polished and oiled till it shone. The feather on the crest of the helmet had been replaced by a plume of horsehair dyed white. And there, on top of a fine doublet of dark green silk, an eye patch. The eye patch was fine, too, black with silver threading, and he lifted it up. Matrim, was it worth it? Yes, he whispered to the empty room. Always. I cannot go north with you, Lina, Matrim, Ashura said. She and Lina were sitting on a dark purple couch in the Lord's solar. The couch was low to the ground and faced the Lord's desk. The Lord's seat was empty, but Matt was staring out the window facing the Torrentine, with the girls behind him. He reached a hand up, rubbed mindlessly at the eye patch he was still getting used to wearing. On the Torrentine, a small fishing boat was tossing a net over the side, and he could hear men singing, but could not make out their words. I want to I burn to steal a phrase from our Matt. But as Lina's duty is with her brother, and then her husband, and Matt's duty is to Eddard, mine is here, in Starfall, as its lady. Until the end of the war, at least. And you must go north. I will have my men try to obscure your trail out of Dorne, but once you are in the reach Ashura fell silent. It's on us, Matt said. It will be on me. The bed rest, even forced as it had been good for him. He propped a booted foot on the sill of the window, and gazed out past the Torrentine, across the rolling hills of the land around Starfall, the mountains rising in the distance, and knew that they would have to ride fast. He was concerned, though. My lady, he said. I fear for your safety on our ride back. Let me return to my men, return Lord Eddard, and bring him word of your survival. Then we will finish out the war, and Eddard will come for you at the head of 10,000 swords, a fitting escort for a Stark so far from home. I refuse, Lina said. He heard the rustle of cloth, turned to look. She had stood, and puffed her cheeks at him, frowning. I refuse, she repeated. I will not ask your men, ask you, to ride across the war again, when I would be safe here, and you risking yourselves. That is, even if it is safe at all for me to remain here in Dorne. Matt thought for a moment, trying to think of how best to phrase it delicately. It seemed to do Lina good, when she had something to argue against, to command him to do a thing and see him dig in his heels, trying to resist, trying to find a way to get her to see good bloody sense, and then he'd give in, because she had commanded him, and so he would make to give in. He wanted to sigh. Then we'll all stay here, he said. I will sit out the rest of the war sitting on my arse, growing fat off Lady Ashura's hospitality, and then we'll take a ship back to White Harbor. Does that suit you, my lady? No, Lina said. She tilted her chin up at him, trying to look down her nose even as she had to look up to look him in the face. It would be what, a fortnight and a se'night if we ride fast? No, Matt, I expect to go with you. Gods damn him or gods bless him, but if something happened on that ride, and it would be difficult even if he wasn't trying to escort his lord's sister across the whole god's damned war he swallowed. In your condition. I'm pregnant, Lina hissed. Not crippled. I will ride with you or I will ride alone. There was the Lina he remembered, determined to learn to swing a sword, to cut and thrust and parry, to hold a lance even against the admonitions of her father and with her mother's implicit permission. He was happy to see it, even if it came at the cost of near daily arguments. One had even been about the color shirt he'd worn to work at Appel, trying to regain some of the strength lost to him in his lying in. We have dallied enough in Dorne, Lina Stark of Winterfell said. Matrim Wells, you will escort me to my brother, campaigning wherever it is men campaign at war, and then we shall see about this snow I am carrying. He smiled thinly. Is that a command, my lady? Yes, Lina said, and there was a flash of triumph in her eyes that had taken days of careful arguing and even more careful speech and thought to draw out of her. That black-hearted spawn of ill fate will not keep his wretched claws in her any longer than necessary. There was lore, he knew, that the women of the north had about things like this, things to help with having an unwanted child, or he brushed over the truth with his mind, unwilling to put to thought what must have happened, things to help. Then as you command, I obey. He said. We'll ride north through Dorne, pick up my men who have survived as we go, and then cut through the Stormlands to as close to the Riverlands as we may. Lady Dane, may we impose for horses, extra harness, and food? It would be the honor of this house, Matrim, Ashura said. She smiled broadly and swept the both of them into an embrace, unreserved in her affection. And that was that. A day of preparation, and then it was time. 14 Northmen, the best of the light cavalry that had come south with him, and those men who had not died at the tower or of their wounds after. The sun had not yet risen, though he could see it trying to peek over the rim of the world. Matt rubbed sleep from his eyes, yawned a huge, cracking yawn that made his jaw hurt. Before we leave, he told them, assembled in a small huddle waiting to mount their horses. It has been an honor to command you, to fight beside you, and there are no other men I would trust to aid me with this. We have stood in the shield wall together, have fought the best the Reach had to send after us, and together we killed the very best knights in the realms. But our work is not done. Our lord's sister is returned to the protection of northern swords, but she is not yet safe. Give us a week with the bastards, Lord Matrim, Edric said. He sported a now neatly trimmed beard and shaven head. Won't be any mother's son left to keep our lady from Winterfell. What songs they'll sing, lads, Baron said. His men had gone with one of the other sub-officers, and so he had ridden with Matt into Dorne. Baron, huge and broad, smiled, and Matt found it infectious enough that he smiled as well. Well, Matt said. They'll be very different from what's sung about us in the Reach. Good, Edric said savagely. Let them fear us. The whole bloody world should know not to cross the north and its men. Aye, Baron agreed. Bloody mad kings and mad princes. The world will die in ice, you know, he confided to the younger man to his left. The gods will let the ice come down from the top of the world, and cover the world in cold and snow. But the north will be fine, because we're of the Starks, and of winter itself. Matt never found out what the conversation was going to develop into. From there Lina came down from the steps to the halls of Starfall looking as fierce as she could. She wore a sensible riding dress of dark green, and someone, probably Ashura, had gone so far as to give her a sword belt of plain dark leather, with an elegant hand and a half-sword at one hip, and Matt's very own dagger on the other. From beneath the skirts of her dress he saw good boots, and he felt a pang of unease make its way through his heart. If we lose her, if she loses the child. It does not do to dwell. The gods will or will not. I am ready, Matty, Lina said. Behind him, his men went to their knees, and he heard one man whisper a prayer. Not to the old gods, but to Lina herself. He stepped forward, where a Dane Stablemon held the reins to an easy-going mare that they'd helped Matt pick out. The mare had been trained to battle, but lacked the temperament for crushing men's skulls beneath her hooves or crushing hands in her teeth. He helped Lina into the saddle, and then she stared down at him. Take me north. Take me back to my brothers and mother. Matt inclined his head. As my lady commands. He pulled himself into his own saddle, and tried not to frown. Worry not at his guts, but behind all the worry, the doubt, the fear, he had his mission and his purpose. We go. Chapter 14, Up from Dorne. Starting out, riding was uncomfortable after so long having not, but eventually one morning Lina awoke and her thighs did not hurt or chafe, and she found she did not need to ask Matt for a rest as often as she had, when they'd first set out from Starfall. That first week, all of the men had been extremely distant, respectful, and quiet, but when she'd laughed at a coarse joke she'd overheard from one of the men with a well embroidered on his tunic, they'd grinned and then made space for her around the fire. The north of Dorne was a gorgeous land, with the mountains sloping up behind them, snowy peaks stretching for the sky, their proud tops on high. I never want to come back here, she told Matt. He wore mail, all of the men did, now, and had fought 2 skirmishes with Dornish raiders. It had been a whirling, swirling melee where the Northmen had thrown themselves between her and the Dornishmen with gleeful abandon. He was cleaning blood off his sword, his face grim-set and scowling. She had drawn her own, of course, but had not needed it and had not known if she'd have used it on their attackers or herself if they had tried to lay hands on her. Give me time, my lady, Matt said, blood trickling from a cut across his face. He hadn't gotten the mail attached to the front of his helmet up in time to prevent a spear from nicking him. She leaned across their horses, dabbed at the cut gently with her handkerchief. Time enough and I will deliver you to Winterfell itself, he continued. He hissed when she dug at the cut, trying to make sure there was no dirt in it. Be still, Matty, she ordered him. He held himself still, and when she finished he smiled at her. It didn't reach his eye. Thank you, he said. He went on, low enough she thought she wasn't supposed to hear, gods, give me time, and then he turned so that his right side faced her, his eye patch bleak and black. There it was, the tangible proof of what he himself had given, had lost, had sacrificed, to come for her. Was it worth it? She had asked. It was worth it, he had said, squeezed her hand, looked at her with his bleak grey eye. I did one good thing, just, right thing in rescuing you, he had told her. She cherished the memory, tried to wrap herself in the armor of it, of Matt holding her and carrying her out the tower, whenever the memories of her time in the tower threatened to drown her. And then Matt would say something to one of his men, or try to draw her into a conversation at night around the campfires. And she would be drawn from the memories, from the terror, and into a night with laughter, and men snickering at jokes and complaining about the Dornish heat, and a quiet deference for her that the knights of the Kingsguard had somehow never shown, that he had certainly never shown. They asked if she wanted the best parts of an ibex or oryx brought down on the ride, or a fresher piece of bread, or a colder, fresher water skin. And Matt was always courteous, always considerate, and he ordered a stop for making water often enough that she never had to ask, even if it meant he then had to turn, his men beside him, and throw themselves against Dornishmen that came upon them, trying to capture or kill them. And he'd never asked for his plaid, wool wrap back. It had been laundered, to wash it of the blood, and even now was draped around her shoulders to ward off the evening's chill. You're a child of the north, Lina told herself. The cold should be as familiar as mother's milk, not bother you. But it did. She swallowed, and smiled when one of Matt's men, her men, he always insisted, offered her a tin cup holding a steaming portion of ibex stew. The mountain goat had been caught on the slopes, milked, and then cooked in its own milk and wild herbs. She accepted it, thanked the man, and then sipped slowly at the creamy broth, chewing on a bit of meat or fat as it floated towards her lips. How's the meat, my lady? The man who asked, Iwan, had clear green eyes and a clever tilt to his face. He smiled at her. Excellent, thank you, she said. And it was. The men had taken to hunting as they ranged, sometimes bringing back and corralling all manner of animals that Lina had never seen. The men, some of whom had kept cows and sheep in the north, would milk the beasts and heat it in pots lingering on the fires. While the milk warmed and cooked, they'd hammer open the beasts' skulls or slit their throats and drain them, adding bone, fat, meat, cleaned organs, and sinew to bubbling pots of milk. A few made tries to cook the drained blood for puddings and sausages, but not everyone cared to add that to their own bowls. It was all very hearty, if lacking bread and sweet things as was typical of a lordly feast. Shot it myself, Iwan beamed with pride. He pointed at the bow sitting next to him, unstrung, and as tall as he was. I carved this, you know. Mita was a bowyer, and marched with Lord Matsday, who marched with your lord father in the old war. So you're a bowyer, Master Iwan. He seemed delighted that Lina had remembered his name, and she smiled at him. By trade yes, lady, he grinned. There's nothing better than taking a piece of wood and making it into a piece of art that can drive an L-length shaft 400 yards and kill a man at 250. He taught me to stalk a stag, my day, and these strange goats aren't much cleverer. I've never stalked a stag, Lina admitted. Is it much different from hunting from horseback? A bit, Iwan said. He finished his own venison and bread, and then carried the wooden plate he'd been eating off to the stack next to the stream they were camped near, to be washed. She'd thought Matt's emphasis on keeping a neat and clean camp odd, until he'd explained it as a preventative against the diseases that seemed to reap fighting men like wheat. Matt's archer came back, and sat near to Lina, but a very careful and deliberate distance far enough away she could leap away if she wished. She'd noted that, too, the careful and quiet respect they'd all given her. Stalking the beast, YC, is done on foot, through the brush and sometimes close enough to touch him, if you're careful and good and the gods smile on you, he went on, and Lina was content, to be warm and well fed, surrounded by men that had fought, and killed, to rescue her, to protect her. She noticed when Matt finished eating, but Iwan had drawn Baron and Edric and Harlan into the talk, and one of the younger men was laughing at a sly joke Harlan had made. Matt stood, though, and shook his head minutely when she shot him a questioning glance. He smiled for her, though, and she noted that his hands adjusted his sword belt at his hips. Silence brought her back to the campfire, and she glanced around at the others' faces. They were all watching her, quiet and thoughtful. My apologies, she said. You were saying. Are you worried about him, my lady? It was Baron, an older man. She nodded. Don't be, Baron said from behind his brown and grey beard. He smiled, too, and jerked a thumb over his shoulder, in Matt's direction. Truth be told, old Lord Alaric's boy isn't as steady with a sword as he was before the tower, he explained. He doesn't blame you, none of us we're soldiers, Lady Stark, when called by Queenswell because Winterfell has called them. We know there's risks, and we know our duty as freemen of the North. We wouldn't have paid for the arms and armor otherwise. Matrim's got work to do, if he's to get back to where he was, with the tools of the trade. So all his boasting at Winterfell wasn't hot air, for all these men to account him as a good warrior. To be so reduced by the loss of his eye, oh, Matty. She seized on the proffered change of subject like a drowning woman would seize a line tossed to her. What was your trade, before the war, Master Baron? He smiled. When not at war for my liege, I am a farmer. I have 100 acres under the plough, with more in forest and fallow fields. When Queenswell called, I left my grandsons at home and came with 3 nephews. They were right upset, but you need some greybeards in the battle line to stiffen up all these greenwoods that ve never seen a shield wall. Then tell me about your home, she said, as she realized she had never really thought about where the people that came to serve Winterfell had come from, whether they had families that they'd left to come work for her family. I want to hear about the land around Queenswell. Lina was in the tower again. Matt lay dead at her feet, and she wept. Blood leaked from his eye, from a spear thrust into his side, from a cut throat. She wet her hands in his blood, in the blood he had given to try to save her, and then dragged them down her face. Her tears mingled with his blood. Lina, Matt's ghost whispered to her. Lina. She blinked, and jerked away from the shadowed man standing over her. He stepped back, hands held up in front of her, and she realized she had been having a nightmare. The man knelt next to her, and then she recognized the eye, the beard, the cast of his features. It was a nightmare, he whispered to her. You had a nightmare. Go back to sleep, Lina. I'll watch over you. She swallowed, her throat dry, and reached her hand out to take Matt's. He squeezed her own reassuringly, and then handed her a water skin. She let go of his hand long enough to drink greedily, but then retook his hand with her own. Don't go, she whispered. He shifted, so that he went from kneeling on knee, to sitting cross-legged beside her bedroll. On her other side, the midwife that had ridden north with them sat up and turned to face them. "Are you all right, milady?" she asked. Lina nodded, grateful. "Yes," she said. Just a nightmare." The other woman made a sound of motherly concern, and Lina was reminded, forcefully and unwelcomingly, of her own mother. Lyra Stark would be in Winterfell, she knew, helping Benjen run things while Ned campaigned to free her, to avenge their father and brother's deaths, because she had been stupid enough to be the fool for a man 10 years older than her. "It's not your fault," she told herself. What had Matt said, when he'd discussed it with her in hushed tones while still laying in the sick bed at Starfall? "You were hoodwinked, by a man who all the realms believed to be a true knight and darling prince. It isn't your fault." Ashura had said much the same thing, not even a day later and before speaking with Matt after he'd woken. "It is not your fault," Lina repeated. Eventually she might come to believe it. Matt patted her shoulder once, stood, and left her. Awake, now, and without any desire to sleep or dream again, she herself stood, and made her way over to the nearest campfire, burning low, where she espied Baron and some of the men were sharing stories. They made room for her without her asking, and one man passed her a cup of watered Dornish wine, heated over the fire. She took it, and sipped at it gently. "Thank you," she murmured, and listened in as the group of 5 or 6 men went back to their talk. "He likes fighting knights, it seems like," one man with a tattoo in dark blue on his face said. "Lord Matt?" "Nah," Harlan said. "These Sauron knights go where the fighting is thickest because that's where they think the glory is. You know that as well as any of us, Wad. So where will they go? For Lord Matrim, try to catch themselves a decent ransom. But he doesn't arse around with that ransom nonsense. He knows his job, Lord Matt does. Kill 'em hard, kill 'em fast, and try to get every mother's son of us back home as he can. So the knights go for him, thinking they'll get a ransom if they get him, but he don't surrender, and he don't stop fighting till the fighting is finished." Was that what the tower had been like for Matt? A fight, to win, or die fighting, and no other option for him personally. She knew, in her head, even if not her heart, that Matrim would have traded for her, or surrendered, or whatever he could have done to get her back safely. But he had believed there was only one true option, to win. She took another sip of the wine, frowned behind the cup. She lowered it from her lips, and kept listening. "You remember where was it? 8 days into the Reach, before our first fight. That poor bastard of a landed knight came out, old and near crippled, to tell us to sod off. Young One I rode out to meet him, and they exchanged words. Then they swaggered sticks, all the knight's small folk looking on, and Matt let the knight put the sword to his throat." "Why?" someone asked, and then Lina realized it'd been her. Baron, perhaps the oldest man there and approaching his 50s, smiled at her. "Because Matrim Ravencaller respects courage, respects honor and duty and loyalty. He said the knight came out to defend his small folk or die trying. So he said, being defeated by one as old and experienced as that knight, it wouldn't be a dishonor to him or the knight, for the knight will be dead in a few years' turn. Sides, his fields were well turned out and the small folk looked decently cared for. It would be a shame to kill a decent man when he wasn't a threat anyhow. And he fights in every battle." Lina asked. "You've seen him, Lady Stark," Edric said. "Whenever the word goes up of men behind us, he's turning to fight the rear guard. And then it's right back to making sure the scouts aren't dying and leaving us blind, or that you and Lady Sorella are right, or that everyone's got enough water. To be truthful, my lady," and now Edric sounded conspiratorial it seems to me, "and the boys agree, that he isn't sleeping enough. That sounds like Matt," she confided in the group. "He was always one for being up at odd hours of the night. Once my mother caught him stealing a kiss from one of the Kendall girls. I only remember because I was on my way to slip into Benjen's bed. Mother caught Matt, and she told him, 'Report to Lucan Castle this very instant, young man, and tell him I said to lay in with the strap, hard.'" "What did he do, Lord Matt?" Ewan asked. "He ran his dagger down a whetstone carefully, then lifted the edge up to his eye to examine. Reported to Master Lucan that very instant," Lina said with a smile. "My mother's father Roderick Stark was a sellsword in Essos, and mother always said he had an AO. I suppose it'd be a way of commanding, of expecting something to be done and then his men would see it done for him. She has it, and uses it quite a lot on visiting lords. She had to use it a lot on poor Matty. He's a good one, is Lord Matt," Baron said admiringly. "Everything a battlemaster should be. Courage, guts, and the balls to go to the very dirt for his people. Did he fight well, in the tower?" Lina ventured. The smiles vanished from the faces of the men around the campfire, and attention rose in its stead. "Oh no," she thought. "I've made them angry." A hand gripped her shoulder, a woman's hand. Sorella, the midwife, smiled at her. "Yes, my lady, Sorella said with a rueful smile. Your lordling is quite a brave fellow, if all these good men have said is true. He knows battle well, he does. Almost as if it calls to him, hey? No smooth-cheeked baby still pulled along by his mother hearkens to war so quickly, so well. Is that true? Lyanna thought. Matty had seemed to struggle with what he had done, with how far he'd gone in the war. But she'd seen glimpses of him in his skirmishes with the Dornishmen that had tried to track them, riding a horse and on foot, how keenly he moved, how his battle ardor welled up. It was as if he would come alive then and there, in a way she had never seen him so at Winterfell, only to fade back into the quiet one-eyed guardian she'd come to rely on. But I want to know, she thought to herself. If Matt knew and never referenced it to her, never mentioned that he suspected what had happened with her in that tower, she wanted to know what he had endured. She traced her around the rim of the cup of wine. It was growing dark, Baron said, and all the other conversation stopped. It was growing dark, and the sun was setting, and we were lacking torches or candles to see within the darkness of the tower. Some of us tried to rush in after Lord Matt hacked the door down with his axe, ruined it, to bring the door down. The knights were waiting, had made ready to fight with little light, and killed them faster than you could say as you like. Without even a by your leave, or waiting, he went in next, into the killing room. He would have been first, except Hugo and Balthasar and Roderick and Torin beat him into it, and died for it. It was bad, for a while. Those knights. Baron fell silent, shuddered. Edric took up the tale next. Lyanna tried to school herself, master her fear, but the fear in Edric's voice, even at merely recounting the fight. You are a Stark, of Winterfell, of Winter itself. You mustn't be afraid. You mustn't be afraid. You mustn't be afraid. Lyanna wished her mother were there with her. They made us bleed for every step, but we got them in the end, Lady Stark, Baron said after Edric had finished. We got them, and we got you, and by the gods we're happy you're safe and with us. He reached a hand out, tentatively, and slipped a wooden carving into her own hand. It was a wooden mail, and she could feel as her fingers traced the wood the detail in it: a mail shirt, a helmet with metal around the eyes to help protect them. Matt's helmet. Thank you, she said, sniffling. Thank you. There's not anything to thank, lady, Edric said. He patted Ewan and Harlan on their shoulders. The Stark provides shelter in winter, seeks justice for the wrongs done to us, grants mercy for our families. Hells, ask me to jump off a cliff. That's enough, Matt's voice snapped. He came out of the night from wherever he had been brooding, his face grimset and blank. You don't need to be telling ghost stories to keep Our Lady awake all night. Everyone needs sleep, for the ride tomorrow. If any of you except Lady Lyanna or Sorella fall out of your saddles, I'm leaving you for a Dornishman's feast. He turned, stalked off to whatever he'd been doing before, and left them there. Ewan winked at her. He'd catch us and rope us to the saddle and horse before he did that, he reassured her in a high whisper. She smiled, and returned to her bedroll with the carving of what had to be Matt tucked close to her chest. Lyanna's first indication that there were more Northmen riding with them was when she turned, from where she rode at the head of the column with Matrim, to look behind her. They had gone from nearly a dozen odd Northmen, with perhaps 6 pack horses, to she couldn't count them all. As they rode, now a neatly packed column stretching for a while, some of them would split off, urging their horses or ponies into canters and trots. More men would ride in, grinning behind mustaches and goatees and beards, ibex and oryx slung over the haunches of their horses, bleeding from spear or arrow wounds. Once some of the men returned with more horses strung behind them, coats of mail, helmets and swords strapped to the additional horses. And Matt was something else. She had seen master craftsmen at work, before, brewers, chandlers, bakers, cooks, smiths, the list went on. With more men than Lyanna could easily count, and all of them shifting in and out of the column, as Matt rode up and down it dispensing orders, breaking up arguments with a look or a word, she thought perhaps there was another master at work before her. And then, that night, she realized that on nights previous, where she'd slept under a canopy of stars, with Sorella next to her and Matt prowling, brooding somewhere nearby after she'd asked him to the first night, a tent had gone up, and a rudimentary cot, and some enterprising soul had stitched the outline of a wolf's head on the tent. She asked Matt about it, that night at dinner, dozens of campfires around them now. Where did the tent come from? She could see that it had been stitched together, out of colorful pavilion canvases, and sheets silk and good cotton cloth, and there was a feeling around her heart, like someone was squeezing it, hard. From the men, Matt said. Most of them don't get the chance to speak with you, but they're happy to see you, back with Northmen, safe, and they wanted to do something for you. Then he frowned, and turned to her so she saw his good eye. He was careful, now, to only sit or speak with her from his left, so she hardly ever saw the eye patch. Well, he said. That, and a lot of them took the chance to loot whatever was in their way, and now they feel like right pricks. You know, for going off while we were seeing to proper business. Anyway, they wanted to do something nice for you. I think there's real pillows on the cot. Listen, my lady. She smiled behind her tin of stew, and listened. They were singing, a song of joy, of triumph that a blue rose would blossom once more in winter's soil, seated there by ravens writ, a clever and cruel raven prince. Why do they associate you with ravens, Matrim? It wasn't the first time she'd heard him called a raven, or raven friend, or raven feeder. He turned, so that most of his face was looking at her, but his right eye was still hidden by the tilt of his face, by the curve of his nose. Because where I make corpses, the ravens come to feast. Lina finished her meal in silence, watching all the Northmen trying to watch her out of the corners of their eyes, or without seeming obvious. She'd learned a lot, from mother, but one thing that she'd never forgotten was when men were watching her. And this lot, all of them wearing armor and carrying swords, axes, maces, spears, they watched her, but not with the interest of a man in a woman, but more in men seeing something precious, something almost holy. Do not worry, Lady Lina, Sorella said sleepily, later, when they were curled up in the cot, after Sorella had poked at her midsection and murmured to herself, and very gently examined Lina. The baby appears to be forming well, and if the gods are good we will be surrounded by 20,000 Northmen when you give birth. Have you thought of names? No, Lina said truthfully, and turned her back on Sorella in the cot. If you asked Matt to stay in Winterfell, to claim the child as his, could she? Could she impose on him in such a fashion? To tie him to her so closely, so very permanently? To almost make a cuckold of him in this fashion, by burdening him with another man's sin? I don't want you, she thought at the thing growing inside her. Your father is a monster and I wish we were both dead. I wish we three were dead. Perhaps the gods would take the both of them in her birthing bed. What would things be like, if she had convinced her father to make a northern match for her? Tried harder to argue against being matched with Ned's loud friend? Run off on her own, instead of with him? Only the greediest and meanest of lords will want me now. Roose Bolton would be licking his lips, he hadn't married that Risswell girl. To claim the child as his. She curled around herself, the thing in her middle. She knew, if she asked he was loyal, had sacrificed so much already, for her. Would he sacrifice his future? Settle for a ruined woman, and worse, a mother that killed her own child, if she killed the thing growing in her? Fool that he was, Matrim might very well settle for such as her. I don't want you, she thought again. If I ask Ned. She fell asleep, worrying about the future. About her future. Chapter 15, Hanged Men's Wisdom. Months ago, Matt had marched south with nearly 2,000 men, including his uncle, a portion of the hardiest of the men of the north available to him, including the fiercest champions of the mountain clans, and the best of Lord Manderley's heavy cavalry. Regathered over 2 careful weeks of picking his way north, his men reassembled, coming out of mountains, out of villages they had taken over and fortified against whatever forces the locals could throw against them. Some came out of the forests of the southern reach and stormlands, laden with the spring's first plums and apples, pears and peaches, haunches from cattle and pigs that had been carefully tended and fed through the long winter and false spring, kept alive despite the slow demise of winter's cruelty. Many came better armored than when they had marched out of the north, for the fortunes of war had been kind, near every man that had come back did with a mail shirt now, and several boasted of breasts and backs, pauldrons and greaves, better helmets. Most of it was battered or dented, but castle steel was still better than what now seemed as kettle iron from home. Quite a few had wept to see Lina Stark riding beside him, astride a horse as though nothing had happened, her head lifted high, chin tilted up imperiously. Somehow it felt only right that a Stark lady led a northern host to war. Matrim frowned to remember what he'd told her. Act like nothing happened. They must see you strong and brave, and they will love you more than they already do. He hated himself for saying it. Act as if nothing had happened. As if. I should have had her stay in Dorne, with Lady Ishara. Sir Marlon Manderley stroked his mustache neatly, sitting beside Matt as they rode up the column of soldiers, moving hard to try to squeeze themselves out of the Dornish marches wherever the borders truly stood between Dorne, Reach, and Stormlands. Matt didn't know. He did know he was glad to have Manderley, and Wool and Norrie and the others back. There are too many gaps in the ranks, Matt said, bitterness in his voice and in his heart. I cast aside all caution and sense, when I gave those orders, and all our men suffered for it. Better hundreds dead here than thousands months later. Cousin Wyman will rejoice when he hears what little price we paid to see the lady safe, Marlon said. He smiled, looking up ahead, seeing a banner of brown hair streaming behind the lady in question. I rejoiced, Marlon went on, and motioned for Matt to rein his horse to a stop. He did so, and she hoofed in annoyance at him. Marlon laid a hand on Matt's shoulder, the metal of his gauntlet clacking against the rings in Matt's mail shirt. I cannot walk by a campfire at night without hearing the men that were there telling the others about your fight in the tower. There is no doubt that come the time we return to Lord Eddard and the army, it will be you who slew 3 knights of the King's Guard in single combat, while your men looked on. The men have taken to calling me Ravencaller, Matrim said. I did not, there was no other way, Sir Marlon, you have to understand. He turned the right side of his face to Marlon, to show him that Mat had fought, had not just sent his men forward unto the butcher's blades and then stolen their honor, their glory, to make him understand. Peace, Wells, Marlon said. He squeezed the hand on Mat's shoulder. If you believe that there was no other way, then there was no other way. Be at peace and do not take their words for ill. The men call you those things because they say you are a friend of the ravens by feeding them on our foes. It is only mockery, to my ears, Mat said. He knew he sounded petulant, but men had died, for orders he had given. For commands he had made. For his folly. We have lost a fourth of the force, true, Marlon admitted. Aha, Mat thought. He will agree that I did not deserve the command. But there has not been a kingdom burned like this by a Northman since the dance, Master Matrim. Not since Roddy the Ruin rode south. And certainly, Roddy never did anything so brave as fight Kingsguard. Only you, and you nearly alone, rescued our lord's sister, his only sister. He went on. If you do not think that this is a triumph, Mat, that the North will not toast you. The widows won't, Mat interrupted him, bitter and angry at himself. He turned his face aside, so that he instead was looking at the tree lean along their right flank, easterly by direction. The sons, who will never learn to hold an axe nor spear from their father, will not. The daughters, never to be given away by a beaming father before the gods, will not. You self-loathing, stubborn, Marlon said, heated. Then he stopped himself, and sighed. He tugged his gauntlet off, rubbed wearily at his eyes. They will understand, I think, he finally said, after a long few heartbeats of silence. When the word goes out across the kingdom, that a blue rose of Winterfell, plucked by Dragon's Claw was rescued. That when the dawn rose to do a dragon's very bidding, the morning died for it. I didn't kill Arthur Dane in a glorious duel or with a masterful stroke of my sword, Marlon, Mat said wearily. He closed his eye. Remembered the words he'd whispered, the desperation, the scrabbling for a blade, any blade, please gods a blade. He forced his eye open, took in the bright day's sun, the birds calling as his men went past their trees or nests, the wispy white clouds overhead. I am not in the tower, he told himself. Arthur Dane died because I was cruel and weak and a coward and used a thing I should not have against him, he finally said. The other knights died because I threw my men at them, ordered them forward into a charnel pit of my making, and the weight of numbers had to tell eventually. It did, and I killed 20 of our own for it, Marlon. Even if the very gods themselves forgive me for such callousness, I cannot. He did not ask if Marlon understood, because he knew Marlon would. Marlon had returned to Mat's side with only half of the force he'd ridden out with. Mat had not asked. His mind could conjure up the scenes, fill in the blanks well enough. His thoughts returned to the tower. He swallowed, tried not to think about the fear and the stench and the noise of dying men. He wrapped himself in the anger he'd felt at finding Lynna, the anger at the shackle, the anger at her condition. It forced the memories of that fight in the tower away, a little bit, and he found he could not enjoy what was in truth a beautiful morning. If he wrapped himself in his anger, used it as a shield against his memories of the tower. Perhaps. You are still alive, and Arthur Dane is not, Manderley said. He grasped Mat's shoulder again. The facts that shame you will not matter, in the retellings. All that will matter was that you went into the tower, and they did not live to leave it. They left it all the same, Mat whispered. I buried them with my men. One grave, the victors and vanquished. I buried them in armor and with all their arms, save Dawn. That returned to Starfall. You gave them their due in death, then. Even if all the world would have understood if you had not, Manderley said. He stroked at his mustache again, then smiled, a crooked, sly thing. You must cease your dwelling, Matrim. But if you truly wish to make penance, then perhaps I might regale you with the teachings of the faith? In my love of the seven I find balms for my soul. Be silent, Matrim interrupted, smiling despite himself. Your seven very much do not want me. Ah, but there you are wrong. You may not want the seven, but they do want you, Mat, and your very soul. They laughed, then, the two of them, and for a brief moment the anger and sorrow that Mat had felt since riding into Dorne receded. Speak with me truly, Mat said, after the laughter had fallen away, and they rode alongside a brace of his own uncle's clansmen, armed with long, two-handed swords and axes like his own, meant to break pike ranks and allow the clansmen to shatter the men behind them. He lifted a hand to accept their acclamation, chanted back in the old northern tongue, and he smiled. His smile faded when they left the clansmen behind them, though. Speak with me truly, he repeated. Sir Marlon nodded, face serious and broody behind his mustache. How can your seven countenance the acts of knights, of men, such as that black-hearted bastard whom some men still call prince? How can they love knights such as those whom we slew in Dorne? Matrim, Sir Marlin said slowly, seriously. Would you claim to know the will of your gods? Their desires, the things that make them truly angry? If you cannot know, how then may I know? I am not a septon, nor especially holy. We may do only the best we can. The best of those men fell short, yes. But if all men were goodly and just, then there would be no need for the father or the warrior, nor fear for the maid or of the stranger. Their conversation slowed there, and left Matt disquieted. I don't want to bloody like knights, he thought, and glowered at Marlin's back after the man rode ahead to check on their scouts. He was jarred from his ill-tempered thoughts when he felt a presence on his right side, his blind side. He didn't turn to look, and instead ventured to guess. Lady Lina. How did you know? She asked. She sounded better to his ear, and he had seen her laughing at a joke from the septa-turned-midwife, Sorella. Still, though some wounds never healed, he had seen it firsthand. Instead they lingered, rotting and mouldering and festering until finally they killed the bearer or drove the bearer to kill themselves. You don't sound like a sack of onions or turnips in the saddle like most of the rest of these lunkheads, Matrim explained. Usually I can tell them by their grunting. She laughed at his dumb joke, and he smiled to hear it. Her laughter was something good and bright, something right that had come from the war. He would cherish it. If they're so bad at riding, why have them on horses? Speed, he explained. That is how we won our victory against the forces of the Reach, before turning south to Dorne. I was able to bring nearly all of my force to bear against their forces, dispersed and weak. Horses lend my men speed, and not having to march for miles on their own 2 feet means when we do have to fight, we do it fresh. He leaned down, checked the spear sitting in a sling attached to his saddle. There will be a fight soon, I think, he said. His face turned down in a frown, and he patted the side of Goldie's neck. Good girl, he murmured to her. Do you really? Lina asked. She sounded worried, in her voice, and of course the question betrayed concern. He did not turn his face to her, so that she would not see his eye patch full on. Yes, he said. We have thumbed our noses at the lords of the Reach, and burned a swathe across their country. Mace Tyrell will want to hang me like a common criminal, though I do not believe he will stir himself from the siege of Storm's End. He will leave the hunting of me to his favorite captains, men whom he trusts to deliver my head to him. I mean to thumb my nose at him one final time, and lead him in a merry chase. They were quiet, for a time, and Matt stayed frowning. He tracked one man who fell out of the line of march, unseated himself from his horse, and checked a shoe. A clatter drew his attention, and he turned his face up to watch as a group of his outriders 6 white harbour knights, in green surcoats and jolly-faced mermen, with 10 or so of his more lightly armed men rode up. They surrounded 6 thin-faced men wearing the colours and 3 castles of Housepeak on their breasts. Their harness was in ill repair, and he could see specks of rust on their armour. What's this, lads? He asked. Lina had her horse step to the side, and so it was Matrim alone facing his men. Caught trying to ride west for the Reach, Lord, one of the knights said. He took his shark snout bassinet off, and bowed in the saddle to Lina. My Lady Stark, he said. Messengers? Matrim asked. Or deserters? Outriders, the knight that had spoken first said. Hang them, Matrim said. One man trotted his horse off, to go try to find rope soldiers with a license to thief stole anything not nailed down. He drove his horse forward, closer, so that he could inspect them. Thin men, on thin horses. Bad men, if what Manderley's knight said was true, and Matrim did not have a reason to doubt the honour or word of northern knights. Which siege did you come from, then? One of the men in the middle, where he could not be beaten by Matt's men for the disrespect, spat in Matt's direction. He turned to the man closest to him, and repeated the question. No siege, my lord, the man said. He spoke clearly, and was not trying to keep tears from his eyes, and there was no tone of pleading in his voice. The eyes were cold, though, like Theon's had been before his death in the tower. The Rogers of Amberley hold the Rainwood against our foragers, and hold still his castle of Amberley. Our lords had scattered us as wide nets to skirmish with his men, until news came of burnings across our homes in the Reach. The High Marshal has given leave for many nobles to return home with their cavalry, and leave the foot invested in the sieges. High Marshal? Matrim questioned. Lord Mace Tyrell, explained the outrider tiredly. One of his many honorifics when playing at war. A tap on Matt's shoulder caught his attention. My Aunt Branda married a Sir Harold Rogers, Lina said quietly. It was her that helped broach my engagement to Robert. I should think the ruling lord would be her good brother or perhaps good father, and I have at least a few cousins there, if they've all not marched north with Robert's men. If Amberley holds, then not all of them have gone north. Though I doubt the Rogers will contribute much to this war beyond the Rainwood, Matt said. May I finish with these men? You may, she said. Thank you. Matt turned from her, back to the men, and nodded at the one who'd spoken. Go on, then. What news do you have of the war? Royalists re-winning, he shrugged. Rhaegar and Sir Baristan drove Robert Baratheon from the field at the Trident, though it was a close-run thing. Lords are saying that he's dead from some wound Selmy gave him, and the Lord Tully is said to have died at the Trident as well, and blames to be laid at the feet of old Valder Frey, who came late with 4,000 men into the backs of the rebels. He's sitting pretty on the Green Fork, stopping reinforcements from the north and Vale. He shrugged again. Doesn't mean much this far south, though. Not enough of the Storm Lords holed up in their castles have bought it, and we're all stuck down here regardless. That we are, man, Matt said. His man returned with the necessary cordage, and they set to work looping nooses around the branches of a sturdy ash tree and the necks of the men in question. There was quite a bit of blubbering and tears from all of them except the man that had spoken, and Matt could respect his courage. Matt nodded to him. Hang him first. When the nooses were done, and the horses had been smacked out from under the outriders, they choked, slowly, to death. The nooses had been tired poorly, and Matt frowned. This is not moot, to see men choke slowly. He pulled the spear from the sling on the side of his horse, and then did a slow circle around the ash tree, piercing each man's chest, a swift thrust up through the ribs and into the heart. Thank you, the man with the cold eyes mouthed at Matt. He nodded in return, and gave the men his attention in their deaths. Frigg, he prayed. Accept these deaths as a price paid to help Lyanna heal. Would she? Frigg was more gentle, less bloodthirsty than the All-Father, but blood told, and blood had power. It wasn't a fast process, watching men die as their hearts stopped beating and the blood in their veins stopped carrying their life's blood. He swallowed, and took a sip from the wineskin. He poured a little out, into the dirt, another offering to the All-Father's lady. Help her heal, he prayed. Let her grow strong, confident, and happy. And if you require my death, lady, I will pay it gladly. Matrim, Lyanna said. She sounded tentative, unsure, so far from the confident girl who'd commanded him to show her how to throw a dagger. May we speak? Alone. Of course, he said. He let her lead him away from the side of the column, off to the side, near the trilene he had eyed earlier. He swallowed, suddenly not fearful, not exactly, but certainly he was nervous of what she might say. Fuck, he thought. Gods, don't let her ask me to cut it out of her. Her next words interrupted his thoughts. I want to tell you, she said. I want to tell you what happened. My lady, he started, but she lifted a hand and silenced him. He had been going to tell her that it was unnecessary, that he didn't need to know what happened, that whatever had passed in that tower was between her, that black-hearted bastard, and the gods, and if he had his way, soon it would be only her and the gods. Instead she surprised him. I did something very foolish at Harrenhal, she said, and it sounded like the beginnings of a confession. Matt untied the thongs keeping the wineskin on his saddle secure, and lifted it to his mouth. He drank very deeply of it, and then nodded for her to keep going when he had had his fill. I did something very foolish, she repeated, and he leaned out and caught her hand with his own. He turned her palm up, so that it faced the sky, and then he pressed his other index finger against the palm of it. Whatever you think you did, he said. I will tell you again, you were lied to, hoodwinked, fooled and led into folly, not because you are stupid or foolish or weak, or wool-headed, or anything your brothers ever called you, but because that spawn of a wretched madman proved false and wicked. If any man claims the fault with this war is yours. He swallowed, realizing he'd been raising his voice. Matrim grimaced, and took a deep breath. Then he went on, quieter and calmer, if any man claims the fault is yours, Lyanna, I will put him in his grave. Please do not tell me what you think you must solely because you feel you must do so, only if you truly wish to tell me. I do, Lyanna said after a long time, so long he thought he had offended her. But no, apparently not. I do wish to tell you. Please, Matrim. He nodded, and she turned her hand so that it gripped his, then squeezed, hard. It was at Harrenhal, she said, after another long moment. You might recall my little friend from the Crannogs, Howland Reed? When we went south to the tourney, to see the tournament, we stopped at the Neck, and I made to bring him along, for the Crannogmen do not travel much and I thought it could be an adventure for the both of us. But he was bullied, beat up by 3 squires, older and bigger than him. We took him into our tent, my brothers and I, and heard his story, and I was angry, Matt, so angry. Have you ever been angry like that? Where it felt like your gut was twisted with it, burning and mean. Yes, he said, and thought of the tower. Instead of flinching from the memory though, he turned his face so that it appeared he was watching the trilene. There he bared his teeth in a wordless snarl, and revelled in his hate for men so bound by their oaths and bad captain they had met their doom. Hate, burning and mean like she had said, but so hot he could feel it in his heart and soul. Yes, he repeated. I know it. I hated the injustice of it, Matty, Lyanna said, and he smiled sadly where she could not see. That sounded like Lina, hateful at injustice and wanting to right it. She had always been loved by Winterfell's people, and for good reasons. So I had Benyon and Howland help me. We found armor, and a surcoat and shield, and I rode in the squire's justs, she said. It had the awful ring of a confession, awful, and he did not want to hear what came next. But he had to. He must. I beat the squires, and told their knights to teach them honor for their ransom. They agreed, but Ares wanted to know. He wanted to know who the Knight of the Laughing Tree was, and sent the prince after me. He found me, under an oak tree and alone, in only the shirt I'd borrowed from Benyon, and so we did, Lina said, her voice almost a whisper, her shoulders hunched around her as though to ward off a blow. And for it, later, he crowned me his queen of love and beauty. And we did it again, that night at Harrenhal, and we spoke of petty things. The old castle, the sights of King's Landing, I even told him about Brandon and Kat and Ashura and Ned. Weeks passed, and Brandon's wedding to Catelyn had been announced. I hadn't left the Riverlands, having been given invitations by the Blackwoods and Brackens and half the old families there. I met him by happenstance, at a village between the Blackwoods and Brackens called Pennytree. There was some old history to the area, some feud between the two families, but now it was a royal domain, and he was there on some princely errand. I was there with my guards and maids, riding from one house to the other, and when we found each other he begged to host me at Pennytree for a few days. He played the harp and sang, and I danced with him in Old Hightower and Arthur, and even Grimwent danced a merry jig with a maid of mine. We were there for a few days, and Brandon's wedding date was nearing. And then he asked me to be his queen. Matrim swallowed, and let Lina squeeze his hand until the bones rubbed against each other, grinding, hurting. He welcomed the pain, because the pain meant he was not saying something stupid, something angry that might scare her. I told him no, she said. I said I was betrothed to Robert of Storm's End, and we had had our little romance, but that I was a Stark of Winterfell and know my duty, even if I do not welcome it. And then his knights, this time it was Matt's turn to squeeze her hand. He could picture it, picture the slaughter of the men-at-arms of Winterfell that had ridden with her, unsuspecting of their prince, one of the men whom was supposed to provide justice. He dropped his free hand to his side from where it had been resting on the horn of his saddle, and he worked into a fist several times, so she could not see his anger. Word had come of her kidnapping from her maids, who had thrown themselves in all directions on their ponies, and had ridden like mad to Raventree and Stonehenge. The Blackwoods and Brackens roused themselves and sent word to Brandon Stark as he'd ridden back down from the neck with their parents. Brandon rode hard to King's Landing, Rickard Stark held court at Pennytree, and Lyra Stark rode north to their youngest, Ben. Ned, who had been in the Eyrie, had been the last to hear the news. I know, he said, low. I know. She let his hand go and slid from her saddle, having begun weeping, becoming a sobbing, snotting thing. Matt reached over and snagged the reins of her horse, dropped in her distress. He swung one leg over his saddle, got down out of it, and knelt next to her, careful not to let the reins of the horses go. He let her throw her arms around his shoulders, bury her face in the wool of the shirt he wore beneath his mail, and she blew her nose into his shirt. There, Lia, he murmured, patted her back. You're safe, now. You're not in the tower, or with him, and you never will be again. But I am, she whispered into his shirt. Every night, I dream of it, I remember it. Then I dream of your fight and then I dream of you dying, bleeding out at my knees while I weep over you. Dreams can come from the gods, he said slowly, carefully. A raven lighted onto a tree branch, an ash, and instead of laughing its croaking laugh at him, it considered him carefully with a gimlet eye. They can be hopes, they can be fears, but more often than not, they are merely dreams, as easily forgotten as a summer's warmth. Do not weep for me, Lina, he said. He leaned her back from his shirt, so that she could see him, and he ran a thumb under her eye, wiping away a tear. We may have lost at the Trident, but the war is not over yet, my lady, Matrim said. Not so long as we draw breath. Chapter 16, Hate Shall Wax. Sometimes war was mud. It was a desperate, furious clash, wrestling in muddy fields, fighting for your life, the lives of the men around you. Fighting, first to live, and then to win. Matt had felt that struggle, felt it many times since the war's beginning, and though his blood rose with every encounter and fell after thereafter, at least he could say he felt something. Sometimes, however, war was wind. It was a sudden gust, coming from behind, carrying you forward. Or the gasp that slapped across your face fast, freezing and hurting you as surely as a punch. He had felt it once when fleeing Dorne, but there the wind had been softer, warmer. He steadily had the weight of numbers in those clashes, and the Dornish had not had the heart to risk chasing after him when he had gone out of Dorne, or perhaps they had been kept back. Here, and now, he felt the wind keenly. He had thought to pass between the Reach cavalry returning home and the sieges they left behind, but was soon disappointed. Thrice he had come across outriders bearing different sigils, and thrice he was given the same story. Matrim Wells was being hunted as hounds hunted a man-killing wolf, by a man called Mathis Rowan, who was named as Lord of Golden Grove and Marshal of the North March. A furious man, who intended to have a reckoning with the Northmen who not months prior had burnt half the villages that looked to him as lord, killed the knights and men who collected his rents and had not ridden to war, and killed his peasants when they opposed the Northmen. Matrim recalled doing something of the sort. But more than the slap in his face, more than the desperate struggle in mud and blood, more than feeling a night heaving underneath him trying to wriggle away before Matt dropped the killing blow. He felt alive. Reachman to the north of him. Reachman to the east of him. Reachman to the west of him, and Dornishman to the south of him. So it is, he thought, and smiled coolly. The easier to attack, if he were surrounded. But the Reachmen to his east were bogged down in sieges that they could not turn their backs on, for as soon as they did so, the storm lords within would sortie out and be upon them, eager for vengeance, vengeance for their defeat at Ashford, vengeance for Robert Baratheon, and rumours carried in times of war were often more false than rumours carried in peacetime. Reachmen everywhere around me, and eager to wet their swords in my blood to avenge the burnings. Good, Matrim thought. He did not stop smiling, though it did not reach his eyes. All of them, ever so eager to block his flight to Eddard Stark's army still mostly intact, if the rumours he had had out of the outriders that his men caught were true. Edric and Baron rode on their horses near him, stroking beards and grimacing at the sight of a strong force of Reach cavalry in the distance that was keeping pace with his own force. His second, Sir Marlon Manderley, was off at the moment with his men, seeing to their dispositions, for they formed the best heavy cavalry that Matt had. Gods, but if he had 1,200 more Manderley knights and Stark men at arms, but if wishes were fishes. It'll be a bastard of a fight, Baron said. Aye, Edric said. Aye, Matrim echoed. He brought his hand up to twirl one side of his mustache. He shifted heavily in his saddle, feeling the weight of the mail on his shoulders. By the gods, I wish I had some good plate I could trust for this work. But shit in one hand and wish in the other, and see which weighed more. That's why we're not going to fight, he said. The one thing that might have given him any kind of advantage, pikes, had been replaced with spears for use from horseback or foot, and so he could not attempt to let the Reach chivalry pin itself against his pikes and be destroyed from the flank. If we're not going to fight, Edric started. Then what are we going to do? Can't turn east, there's fucking Reachmen. Can't turn west, there's fucking Reachmen. And there's certainly more to our north. We're not going to fight today, Matrim corrected. His smile widened now, and he felt wings around his heart. A spirit was in him, a spirit of battle lust and joy, and he knew, his death would be a death they sung of for years to come. Red John, Matrim called. One of the innumerable younger men named John, all with various additions or epithets to their names to make telling them apart easier, rode up on his still shaggy-haired, winter-coated horse. This John had, as his name lent itself, red hair and a blondish beard, with an easy smile and quick eyes. Fetch Sir Marlon for me, John, if you'd be so kind, Matt said. The battle spirit was with him, whispering in his ear a plan. What do you do, when you are surrounded, pinned, and being slowly brought to heel by a force 3 or 4 times the size of yours, but your death and the survival of that force did not matter, only the safety of a single person? Matrim knew, and in the knowing, knew more. He turned his attention from Edric and Baron after Red John rode off, and to the east, where the Mistwood lay. The Mistwood, still held by the Rogers. The Rogers of House Rogers, of Amberley. She will hate me, he knew. I will do as I must to ensure her safety, he thought. So long as she survives. The western Stormlands were beautiful, in their own way, on the very edge of the near-constant rainfall that made the Stormlands the Stormlands. The oaks grew taller than the North's oaks, with wider branch spreads and huge, sturdy trunks. The kind of trees that could be coppiced for centuries, turned to growing planks on the trunk, even. There have been times when war is more fire than steel and blood, he thought, and the thought made him sad. Trees and horses did not deserve to suffer for the wars of men. Even as the meanest of men and women did not deserve to suffer for the wars of lords or kings or princes. The birches and adlers and ashes were strong, too, strengthened by good rainfall off the coast to the east and strong sun out of Dorne, and protected from the small folk by what had to consist of a medium-sized army of foresters working for the Storm Lords. Some of his men had come across foresters and rangers in their skirmishes, working briefly with them to set traps against patrolling Reach cavalrymen. The Northmen were not half the horsemen the Reachmen were, but the woodsmen of the Rainwood more than made up for it with a steady stream of L-length arrow shafts from the trelines that would sink almost to the fletching in a horse's chest, or clean through a man's padded jack. With bowmen like these, I don't know how the Andals ever took this land. Good girl, he murmured to Goldie, and patted the side of her neck. She had been a fine replacement for the one he had sacrificed in the Riverlands, and he hoped she would get to live out the rest of her days happy and fat and far from the wars. Wells, M.A.N.D. enjoined. The grotesque visor of his helmet, a particularly depressed-looking mustachioed man, was lifted up, allowing Matt to see his chubby face. "Sir Marlon," Matt murmured. "Thank you for joining me. I have alighted upon the very thing that will vex our foes and see Lady Lyanna to safety." "Oh?" Marlon asked. "Pray tell, Matrim. I am as curious as a blushing boy on his first brush with a girl. You will, I pray, recall the marriage that occurred nearly 25 years prior, that saw Lord Edwyle leave Winterfell." "How can I recall something I wasn't alive for?" Marlon asked. Then he frowned, and Matt knew whose face must have provided the grotesque's model. "More, how can you recall?" "It's called reading, sir, you might try it." Matt launched the arrow across his friend's bow. Then he smiled, to show that it was a jest, and continued. "Our Lady's mother Lyra is the second daughter of Roderick Stark, who, if you recall, he was a sellsword, a mercenary, yes, with the second sons for a fair span of years. And he rode with his good friend Sir Lucifer Rogers, of Amberley in the Stormlands, in Essos, on contract with Bravus." Marlon's frown deepened, and he turned to face Matt directly. "I fail to see the point, my friend. This is surely ancient history." "Ancient? Yes. History? Also yes. But vital." Lucifer vouched for his nephew Harold Rogers, who was the master of Amberley's son, and so Roderick agreed to a match for Harold with his daughter Brenda. "So you're saying—" Matrim held up a hand and interrupted Manderley. "Lady Brenda was not much older than the Lady Lyra, by Lyanna's reckoning. And she knows of no poor news sent north by Raven of her untimely passing. It is very likely that she, and House Rogers, could be prevailed upon to offer temporary shelter at Amberley." He leaned in close, almost close enough for his lips to brush Marlon's ears. "Shelter, however, cannot extend to so many hundreds of men," he murmured. "So I charge you with seeing to Lady Lyanna's safe arrival at Amberley, while most of us draw away the Reachmen. There you must wait out the end of the war on the hospitality of her aunt and cousins, or ride north to Lord Stark as you judge best." "I cannot, Matrim, you know she prefers your company over any other. And it will pain me to see her frightened," Matt admitted. "But it would pain me worse to know that there was something I could have done to see her safe but did not. We cannot risk these Reachmen using her as a hostage against Lord Eddard's good conduct, or returning her to the guardianship of the Targaryens. Not when she could be safe, with her cousins and aunt. And perhaps seeing Lady Brenda will do her good? Certainly there is no healing trick I know, no magic words." "You may go in my stead," Marlon offered, desperate. He clasped Matt's arm. "Surely I can take charge of the men." "You could," Matt agreed amenably. "You're a brave and goodly knight. But I cannot ask you to do what I would not do myself. If I am to march these men off to their doom, then it will be done with myself at their front." Matt smiled and patted Marlon's gauntlet hand with his own. "That is where a good captain must always be, I think. And I know these Reachmen will want my head much more dearly than they want yours, Manderley blood notwithstanding." "Where will you make your stand, then?" Marlon urged. "Tell me so I may return to your aid when the lady is safe." "Marlon," Matt said kindly, with not a little patience. "We are all good northern men here, but I will not have you throwing the finest of us away with the least of us. You will know where the battle took place once it is done. If some of us still live, we will make arrangements to regroup. If we are dead, I trust you, Marlon, to see the lady safe. And be as dear a friend to her in the days to come as you have been to me these past few months." "If you insist," Marlon said finally. His frown never left, and Matt could tell that this had left the White Harbor Knight disquieted. "I do," Matrim said. He patted Marlon's hand. "I do very much insist. Take the best of your knights and squires, and the Septicerella as well. And let me know before you slip away, so we may make the most noise and draw as many of them into a fight as we may. Then, God's willing, you will find rest and succor at Amberley." "Of course," Marlon said quietly. "As you say." As the Manderley knight gave his assent, Matt's thoughts turned elsewhere. They went west, southerly a touch. To the ruin of a dragon's castle. "We will stand at Summerhall to butcher them." He frowned, then, even as Marlon turned, to ride away and begin selecting his best men, 24 good men, knights and the oldest of his squires, men that would die before letting Lady Stark be abducted again. Time seemed to press in, weigh heavily, and Matt knew that the hours he had been appointed drew to their close. He smiled. He'd done well, and would ride to a death he could be proud of. He had gone to rescue a lady from a fate no woman deserved, and she would sit the rest of the war out safely with her cousins or her brother. But his fate lay away from hers. So be it. Southwest, then. To Summerhall. To death. Chapter 17, The Bastard of Golden Grove. "He's playing a queer game," Sir Percival Flowers declared to his retinue as he reached for his wineskin. "A queer game indeed." "Who is, sir?" asked one of the squires, a lanky Weber youth, red-headed and ready to be knighted after his first blooding. "This Northman," he said. He took a swallow from the wineskin, and peered at the tracks in front of them on the trail horse track. And lots of them. This Northman is playing a queer game, and I mislike it. The past few months had been a dull affair made of quiet sieges and spring rains. Stationed north at Bronzegate, a bastard brother to the Lord of Golden Grove had had little at hand to occupy his thoughts. He, like many of the muster of the Reach, were more concerned with the news coming from their beautiful homeland, of the dark deeds done by Nordhans marching under the running dire wolf of the Starks. The news had been largely bad and dispiriting, and Mathis especially had been furious, near apoplexy, red-faced, and spitting with fury at the news. House Rowan had held the North March of the Reach for nearly 1,000 years with dignity and strength, seizing rights that had been lost with the coming of the Andals and the compacts forged by the old gardeners. With those rights came obligations, heavy obligations, sacred obligations, duties, and responsibilities. Foremost amongst them was to shield the heartlands of the Reach, something that in recent times had only been trampled on by dragons. Now, however, the North March had been trampled on by a different kind of beast. The stories that came out of the Reach were garbled, scattered, and disjointed. But when put together, they told enough of the tale for Percival and his brother to piece together the rest. The Starks of Winterfell had sent south a force strong enough to pull the gaze of the Reach back, westwards, homewards, away from Robert Baratheon's bannermen, back to their homes. The commander they had sent had proven capable enough for the task, though there was confusion amongst the lords that had fought him with what forces they could. Not one Reach lord or landed knight seemed able to identify the man's house name or sigil. They certainly could put claim to the destruction he'd sown, though. Villages burnt, orchards plucked, and entire fields of spring onions and turnips and leeks, carrots and cabbages and all the rest put to the torch, small folk men cut down trying to defend what little they had from violent looting or destruction. One crippled old knight trying to defend his people had been hung by his entrails after facing off with the Nordron war captain. The news had driven much of the Reach muster into unrest, particularly from those small folk levied for the dirty work that was sieges. Mace Tyrell had at first given leave for small detachments of cavalry to be sent back, to try to scour clear the Reach of the pestilential Northmen burning lord's entire domain. Then he'd had to bow to ever-increasing fractiousness and disgruntlement. Mathis Rowan had been given leave to clean his own mess. Percy's brother hadn't been deterred by Mace Tyrell's dismissive remark. He'd scraped some 5,000 or 6,000 cavalrymen from among the northern and easterly houses of the Reach, especially those lords whose lands had been victim to the depredations in order to begin a cleansing of the hungry wolves. But as soon as the cavalry had begun arriving at Mathis mustering point, the Marshal of the North March had received word that the wolves had abandoned their fell work in the Reach, and had somehow appeared in the southwestern Stormlands. Why? Percy wondered. Had the Starks sent new orders, to raise a new host with the Stormlanders of the Rainwood still in defiance, and draw Mace Tyrell out into the field? Were the Northmen to strike at the sieges dotting the north and west of the Stormlands, help alleviate the pressure on Stannis Baratheon at Storm's End? Certainly, the wolves seemed hesitant to give battle to the cavalry detachments that had begun to set chase to them, however boldly they flaunted their Stark banners. Wolves fear men, Percy told himself, and wolves in the guise of men would do so as well. A queer game, he repeated to his second, Sir Perwyn Osgrey, the master of Standfast and a long-standing friend of Percival's. The group around him consisted of Sir Perwyn, Wyman Webber the red-headed squire, a decidedly thicker lagood squire serving Sir Roland Caswell, not a large group, to be sure, but the squires were good, and he could account them as knights themselves at least if only in his head. Queer, for sure, Sir Perkicle, Perwyn said. He frowned and stroked at his neatly trimmed goatee. Still, it's a nice day for a ride, truth be told. It is that, Perwyn, Caswell said. Rare for a day in the Stormlands, there was nary a cloud in the sky, and the early morning had been crisp enough to be almost a winter morn's bite. Percival had enjoyed it, and enjoyed even more the spring breeze that had sprung up from the southwest, out of the mountains of Dorne, that served to cool their faces, armoured as they were. Every so often, an arrow would come whistling out the oaks and alders and ashes and birches that rose to either side of the hedged pathway they were following, but his horsemen had learned that if they were wearing at least mail and an arming doublet beneath it, they would survive nastily, bruised, to be sure, but they would survive. Sir Percival! Sir Percival! A call disrupted his thoughts, and Percy turned to greet a young squire on a fast horse, riding at the gallop at him. In a beautiful display of horsemanship, the squire pulled the horse up short, and she stopped fast and easily, only 2 paces from Percy's own courser. Sir Percival, the squire panted, grinning. Lord Rowan requests your presence at his tent as fast as practicable, if you please, sir. Then he tugged off his hat and bowed his head. When it came back up, his teeth were white against his tanned face. Percy smiled, and turned his head to his own squire. Give the bold lad a dragon, will you, Reynard? I need to see what help my brother needs today. Of course, Sir Percival, Reynard said. He dipped his hand to Percy's money purse, and began peering through it. Knowing he would catch up later, Percy turned his own horse back towards the tent that Rowan was commanding the hunt for the northern forces from, an easy ride of near half a liturgical hour or so. He acknowledged men's greetings as he neared, shook hands with a few, and smiled easily the whole time, despite the unease sitting heavy on his mood. Blasted Northmen, he thought. He found Mathis brooding inside the tent, staring at a rough approximation of where they thought the Northmen might be heading, and fingering a scrap of parchment. The tent was well lit with beeswax candles hanging from the wood struts and poles supporting the tent, and a finely carved wooden table in the center of the thing. Mathis, though, slept outside like most of the poorer men. Mathis himself would probably be fat in 20 or 30 years' time, but for now he was broad, stout, red-faced from wine and anger, and strong as an ox. Percy had seen Mathis pick up a Stormlander knight, armor and all, and throw him over his head, not an easy feat even for someone used to hauling barrels of wine around after harvest time. What's the news? Percy asked Mathis, without preamble. Bloody well bad, Mathis griped, frowning. Beth's about to turn 12, and here we bloody are, chasing ghosts of wolves all over the bloody Stormlands because Mace demanded we hang every fucking fighting man. Bloody missing her name day, and all to hunt wolf heads. Peace, brother, Percy said. It's not sweet Beth's fault we're stuck here, and being angry means you'll be sour when we do return home. Besides, if the news is bad, best I go ahead and hear it. You're right, Mathis grumbled. Very well, then. Best you take a seat, Percy, and prepare to be disappointed, if not furious. Percival complied, taking the seat next to Mathis' own. Mathis poured him a cup of wine, and Percy accepted it wordlessly. We've had word from King's Landing and the Riverlands. Mathis launched straight into it. Rhaegar and Sir Barristan have slain Robert Baratheon at the Trident, though I expect it was Sir Selmy that did the deed, no matter how pretty the prince's messenger put it. The rebels weren't able to force the crossing, but Stark and Arryn and the Blackfish have kept their army together, even in the face of Hoster Tully and Robert's deaths. They withdrew in good order, carving the royal host in the process. That accounts for the Crownlands, Dorne, Riverlands, Stormlands, and Vale, mind you. Which means the Reach is the last royalist realm with a whole army in the field, but Mace is committed to holding us all here in the Stormlands on these piddling little useless sieges. All right, I think I get the idea, Percy said. Mace is dithering, and we're left to handle things for him while he and Pakester Redwine congratulate themselves on starving Stannis Baratheon to death. So what do you want to do? Ride north to reinforce the Crown Prince? I'd sooner race you to the Sunset Sea, Mathis scoffed, slamming his own cup into the table. Droplets of ruby wine spread across the map. Like blood. Rhaegar Targaryen has made this bed we now must all lie in, and if he dies for it by 1,000 cuts, then I pray the gods find young Viserys amenable to bloody sense. No, Rilla and the boy are safe on Dragonstone, for the present, I think. But the news gets worse from there. Worse than rebels coming a horsehair from breaking a royal army and killing a royal prince. Yes, Mathis confirmed, and drank deep from his cup. He poured himself more wine. The bloody Lannisters. 07, Percy moaned, and let his head drop into his hands. As I said, that Blackheart Tywin Lannister has sacked fucking King's Landing itself, because we didn't have a force to block him from marching east, and Rhaegar scraped the Crownlands to beat back the rebels at the Trident. If Rhaegar survives this whole mess to sit on the Iron Throne, he might very well want Mace's head and all of ours, too, because Elia Martell and the royal children have died in the sack. Stranger take me, Percy murmured. Black news all around, and the only spot of light in it was that the Storm Lords might start surrendering when they got word of Baratheon's death or commit themselves to dying to avenge him, taking as many Reachmen with them as they could. The war, bad before, might very well get worse. So, Percy said after a moment to compose himself. Ares is dead, then. As dead as he deserves to be, praise the Seven for small miracles, Mathis confirmed. Percy drank deeply of his own wine, and Mathis poured him more without asking. That makes Rhaegar king, Percy said. A king uncrowned, a king with no wife, and no son to be named prince. A king without his capital, a king with the remnants of one army, and another that has not come when called. Mathis said. Percy could hear what went unsaid. Perhaps it might be better if the man died, and the younger brother left to inherit, where he could be guided by older men, wiser men not given to insanity. Mathis went on, the only thing not bad I can see is that the Lion of Casterly is calling for Viserys to be crowned, and for the sake of Joanna Lannister's friendship with the Queen Dowager Rilla Targaryen, has promised them both safe conduct back to King's Landing from Dragonstone, and where he's supposedly given Elia Martell all the dignity in death she was denied in life, a queen's funeral, uncrowned as queen though she was. An older bit of gossip wriggled its way out of Percy's memories, to the front of his mind. They were friends, he said slowly. Elia's mother Blast, what was her name? Sorrel, Mathis supplied helpfully, and slammed his fist into the table. Then he bellowed, Squire Lucen. More wine, gods damn it. And fast. Sorrel, Percy said. Sorrel, and Joanna Lannister, and Rhaella Targaryen friends, they were. Do you think Tywin did have Elia killed? He's brutal enough, but is he fool enough to make enemies with the Dornish, when they count for 10,000 spears in Rhaegar's host? He could have used her and the children as hostages against their father. Kill them and the Dornish demand the vanguard against any army with Lannister banners. It's a tricky thing to do and try to get away with. And if he does get away with it, what's to be done with Viserys? Percy asked. Listen, the squire made his way into the tent with deep bows to the both of them, placed another jug of wine on the table within reach for Mathis, and then bowed his way back out. Well, Mathis said, giving Percy a contemplative grimace. Look at it from Tywin's perspective. Rhaegar's clearly uncontrollable. His girl was too female, and his boy too young, to wed to lovely Cersei. Ah, Percy said. He grimaced, too. Fucking hells, he said. That's what it all boils down to, doesn't it? If he couldn't have the older prince, then perhaps he'll have the king for Cersei. Father above, talk to me about something else, Mathis. Anything but Tywin Lannister. All right, then, Mathis said, and frowned moodily. Have you gotten anything out of the Stormlander small folk running about the Nordron commander? Yes, Percy said slowly. He frowned. There's warrior preserve us, but it's strange talk, Percy went on. He fell silent, thinking. Well, go on then, tell me, Mathis ordered. Percy nodded, acknowledging his lord brother's command, and tried to order his thoughts. Blast, where to begin? To start with, they say. Well, they say he can glance at a man and strike him dead just from the look alone. They say he calls down ravens, and have taken to calling him Prince of the Ravens. Percy paused, then added, Lord, too. Lord of the Gallows. He enjoys a hanging. It seems they said there was a string of corpses in the trees along a road in the very heartland of the Reach, outside the lands of the Peaks. Prince and Lord they might call him, but I want a name. If only to appease Mace. Percy shrugged. We have one, but I have no way of know if it's true or false, or merely a name of war. Yes. Give it, then, Mathis commanded, frowning into his cup. Percy told him. They said he calls himself Matrim Wells, of Queenswell. I ordered Maester Tyler to check his books, rack his brain, and write his colleagues. The only recorded wells in the north they have is a notice from around 2,000 years ago or so, of a Stark king ennobling a freeholder for deeds most valorous and right, and the up-jumped peasant took on a silly name Wells. Silly or not, he's outfoxed the men left at home and bit his thumb at us, come within spitting distance of our lands, our people. Father didn't die in the last war to leave me to let his people be murdered by some frostbitten savages too fool to worship the right gods, Mathis said hotly, face reddened from anger and wine. Find him, Percy, Mathis ordered. Find him, and when we're done with the pagans, we'll give them the hangings that Mace and this Wells captain are so enamored with. We'll hang all of them. Percival resigned himself to another few days and nights spent in the saddle. They fought the little war, a skirmish here, a whirling melee on horseback there, arrows from those damned Stormland foresters and rangers always peppering them in those fights, until 10 or so of Percy's older squires captured 2 and cut off the first 2 fingers of their right hands, crippling them permanently. The boys had thought it would put an end to the arrows from the trees, from the mist, through the rain. Instead, Percy woke one morning after a bad night spent huddled under his cloak to find the boys, all 10 of them, with red marks around their throats, hanging a little ways outside of the camp. They'd been strangled to death with bowstrings. Warrior above, he cursed, someone cut them down. And someone tell me what in the hells they were doing, he thundered. They had been, it seemed, attempting to hunt the archers bedeviling his force, attempting to force the northern force to either turn and commit to a fight and so be encircled and destroyed, or turn and truly flee. Instead the blasted northerner, it seemed, had slipped the Reach news closing in on him from the northern Stormlands, from the south and east, and had turned back west, to the Reach but with a southerly angle to it, like he intended to skirt Dorne. Percy was meant to act as his brother's eyes, but how could he give Mathis information if he himself could not divine the northerner's plan, his angle, his goal? West and south, and there was a niggling at the back of Percy's neck, almost like. Flowers shook his head. Summerhall had never stood a siege, or even been intended to. It had been a pleasure palace primarily, castle a very distant second. Whatever ill work the Northmen intended, surely it wouldn't be at Summerhall. Up, Flowers growled. Rouse camp and be ready to leave before the bell tolls. We need to pin our ears back and get at this bastard's throat, bring him to fight. I tire of hares and hounds. His words spurred the men around him into a frenzy of action, armoring, taking down tents, saddling horses and shoveling food into their mouths. Summerhall couldn't be the Northmen's goal, Percy thought to himself. It was a burnt husk, empty save for ghosts and defensible only for foxes trying to kit during long winters. Summerhall isn't defensible, everyone knows it. You can't ride across the reach armed and at the head of a force. Everyone knew that, too. But, what if? What if the bastard was heading for Summer Hall? Percy and Mathis could pin him there, force him to battle and destroy him like Mace wished, and they needed some victory to show off to Rhaegar, given that Storm's End still resisted Mace and Tarly and they had all ignored the Targaryen's summons bidding them come to his side, the Reach army included. What if? Percy snagged the sleeve of an older boy. Take a horse, he said. Take a horse and ride for Summer Hall. Don't be caught, and meet us on the way there. Tell me what you find. The boy nodded, and Percival hoped he wasn't sending the lad to his death. He spent the day hunting Stormlander archers, men who used wicked longbows to kill horses and knock knights from their horses, while lightly armed and armored men descended on the unmounted knights to kill them with daggers and axes and mining picks. Percy watched furiously and helplessly, as it occurred off to his north, while on his right, face-painted Stormlanders flowed out of the treeliness. One man, the blackguard of him, began grasping for decapitated heads to gesture with at the Reachmen. He gestured them at Percy, safe as he was at a distance amidst the oaks and beech and ash and birch and elm and yew trees. Percy spat, anger pounding through his veins, his teeth gritted. He drew his sword and smacked the flat of his blade into the mailed back of an older squire. Do I have to think for all of you? Get after them. No horses. He cried. No horses. Hunt them down on foot. Someone go get Mathis hounds and get them tracking that bastard's scent. If they and the Northmen want to behave abominably, as beasts, we'll ruddy well hunt them like beasts, Percy thought savagely. Damn his eyes, Percy snarled. He wants a war? He's bloody well got one. Eventually, at last, the direction was confirmed, and the Stormland savage playing with heads knights at his waist was brought to heel and clubbed to death like the savage he was. The northern force was going southwest, although more westerly than south. To Summer Hall. Right in the middle of all of Mathis' cavalry forces. Percival Flowers had stood and fought at every engagement of the war so far, and he knew, deep in his bones, there would be more to come. 4 days later, Percy's hunch was true. His scout had been killed with an arrow through the throat and left to rot, and the Northmen had been busy as bees. They were scraping shallow trenches into the dirt outside the walls where a stark banner flapped listlessly in the wind, stakes cut and driven into the dirt in front of the approaches to the inside of the ruined walls, horses tethered inside what would be the Northmen's defensive lines. The Reach cavalry began to encamp at twice the distance of a far shooting bow's range, perhaps 600 or 700 yards from the Northmen's rudimentary defenses, and Percy knew. He knew that there would be no negotiating, no peaceable solution to this fight, at least. He would be leading men into another battle. He sighed, and leaned forward onto the horn of his saddle. Bloody savage, Mathis murmured angrily from next to him. Bloody damn fool, savages are going to die like cattle here. Too dumb to run, too angry to die easily, and they're going to kill good men doing it. Stupid bloody whoresons, on and on he went, and Percy let his younger brother vent his anger out, knowing that if he didn't, Mathis might say something foolish in what would be the cursory talks with the Nordron war chief. The man himself rode out of Summerhall on a gorgeous horse with a coat of gold, her gait proud and elegant, almost as fine a horse as Percy might find at Highgarden. The man wore a round helmet with spectacles at the eyes and a mail aventail hanging down, and a wolf's tail for a plume. His mail was bright, and Percy could tell it had been oiled and scrubbed with sand or rolled in a barrel full of the stuff. He carried a spear, and wore a sword and fighting dagger at his hips, round shield slung from the flank of his horse. Turn back, the man called in accented common, accent rough as what Percy imagined the North to be. You think you can dictate things? Mathis asked, face reddening. No, the Northman said. I dictate nothing, for the fates will what they wish. But you have come here to kill me, and defeat me, yes? I have won already. Then he laughed, a cold and chilling thing. A younger Percy might have clutched at his star pendant at the sound of it, but he was an older flower now, and a knight besides. We haven't even got going yet, Mathis was saying. You can't have won a battle we haven't fought. Bloody fool. There was more at stake than the battle, the Northman said, grimly amused. What are your names? Percy introduced himself and his brother, careful in his words. The man nodded, when Percy was finished, and removed his helmet. One Eye, cool and cruel, stared back at them, and Percy thought he could see the beginning signs of a blood poisoning in the ruined wound of the empty eye. The man smiled beneath his beard at Percy, and a chill went down his spine. I am Matrim Wells of Queenswell, second son of Alaric Wells. We are well met, foeman. Soon we will cross blades. Percy watched a raven alight on a tree not far from the Northman, an ash tree, and the Northman, Wells, turned his face to the sky. He was silent for a long moment, and then turned back to the brothers. Surrender, Mathis demanded. You and your captains, if you surrender, will hang you like the criminals you are. But your men will live. They will serve as corvée laborers to rebuild what they have ruined. It will take time, years even. But once it is done, should any of them wish to return to the north, I will grant them liberty to return home. Criminals? I am no criminal, Wells said, his face fierce and angry. I have conducted war in precisely the manner in which it must be conducted when not in one's own home, and if your fellow reach lords were too careless and too weak to stop me, then perhaps you should have. Who gave you the right? Mathis demanded, hate filling his voice and face. Right? I am the Lord Stark's, Sauron man. He has but to command it, and I will make it so. There is not a thing I would not do if he commanded it. Savage, Mathis spat, and Wells smiled. Percy didn't like the Northman's smile. It was too cold, promised things he most assuredly did not want to think about, and had all the same menace as the smile of a killer he'd once seen hang on Mathis' orders. I am the tool to fit the need, Wells said. I guarantee you this, the gods would not have shaped me as I am if they did not think there would be no need of me. You are so arrogant, did you think you could slip your way past tens of thousands of reachmen looking to kill you? Mathis breathed out, face purple with anger now. Wells' smile did not dip, though his eyes narrowed. I made my way through your lands easily enough, he said casually. Why should it have been any different through the Storm lands, whose lord was friend to mine? Then he shrugged. Besides, I cannot read the running script favored by your maesters and septons on your maps. You Andals are too fine and proper with your writing. We are first men, corrected Percy. Our blood is as old as yours, and counts a great many more heroes in it, as far back as the Green Hand. A fine coincidence. My second counted his lineage back to the Green Hand as well. And yet he served under my command far more ably than you have under Tyrell. The man's smile faded for a heartbeat, and it seemed as if his gaze was turned to something beyond either Mathis or Percival. We served the same king, once, all of us. Perhaps we would have met and crossed blades in peacetime. Perhaps we would have found each other as friends, or sworn oaths to each other as brothers. But that would have been another life, I know. So come then, Mathis Rowan, Percival Flowers. Come and kill us, if you can. Mathis' hand dropped to his sword, but Percy snatched at his wrist and kept him from drawing steel. Wells watched, amused, and nodded once. Bury us all together, he said. If you win. If. It disquieted Percy more than it should have, for he had counted as best he could and seen that their force outweighed the Northmen by 3 to 1 or so. He swallowed, and nodded. As he did, the one-eyed Northman held his gaze, and for all his years he was taken by a sudden urge to ride for home and bold the door against spooks and haunts and ghosts. Gods preserve us, he thought. Gods preserve us. The Northman replaced his helmet and turned his horse to ride away. Then he paused. Come when you wish, he said carelessly over his shoulder. Come make merry amidst the ruins. We are all dead men walking, after all. Mathis waited until he was safely out of earshot and then began whispering furiously at Percy, demanding he commence the attack at once before the foe had any longer to prepare. We could go now, Percy said. But better to wait till we've got everyone in harness and fed and with some wine in them, he said. The unspoken truth, of course, was that they faced men so far from the rest of their army, their friends and relatives, that it would take being half drunk for quite a few of their knights and men-at-arms to willingly throw themselves into the teeth of a prepared and bitter foe, even driven by righteous anger at the burnings in the Reach as they were. Underlying that truth was something worse, the coming fight would be nothing but butchery. Sword arms up and down till they were numb with exertion, panting like bellows from the weight of the armor and being in it for so long. Percival Flowers made the sign of the star over his chest at the thought of the rivers of blood that would run, because one man was so arrogant he believed he could triumph over 3 times his numbers, in the tumbling, crumbling stone walls of an old Targaryen pleasure hall. There would be blood, Matrim Wells was right about that. But he had marched his men to their dooms. Why did they not kill him? Why did they not turn him over, to face the hangman's noose for his crimes? Forced labor wasn't that bad, was surely better than death. But there they stood, Northmen with beards and mail and stolen breastplates, the Stark banner hanging limply from the sole tower still standing of Summer Hall, men with determined faces and smiles upon their lips. They were happy to meet their deaths. Percy wondered what foul sorcery, what wicked magic Matrim Wells knew to keep his men so motivated, even in the face of their certain demises. He wondered only briefly. Mathis tugged at his collar, sweat beading on his forehead. Damnably hot today, he muttered, and Percival nodded. Going to be damnably hotter when the work begins. You'll stay back, of course. Yes, yes, can't risk me with no sons and allies and still unmarried, Mathis griped. Percy knew his brother was chafing at being a bit too valuable to risk in a helter-skelter charge into the foe, let alone the wicked and wretched kind of grinding fight that Wells' positioning and commitment to his death promised them. Bastard, Percy grunted. Let's be at him, then, Mathis said, and Percy could hear the frown in his voice. They dressed, first in true arming clothes, padded brays and a doublet, with arming points, and then the brothers helped each other into their plate, a ritual as old as they were. The brothers shared an embrace, and then they exchanged the kiss of peace as lord and man. They stood for a moment, forehead against forehead, and Percy knew that before the end of the day he would be sick from the gore and fighting, but his brother needed him to lead the men like Mathis couldn't, because he didn't have a son or grandson yet. Don't die, Mathis finally told Percy. I won't, little brother, Percival told him. The gods are my shield, the gods are my sword. Flourish well, he started. Flourish long, Mathis finished. Gods be with you. Percy accepted his poleaxe from his squire, and lifted it in salute to Mathis. I'll see you when this is done, Percy said, and turned his back to his brother. The men followed him, Perwyn Osgrey, Ronald Webber, Guy Roxton, Sirs Baldwin, Balin and Balin twin brothers, hedge knights who had made their names rooting a group of knights turned routier in the aftermath of the war in the Stepstones Dinadan, Tristan, Lionel, the brothers Hengist and Horsa, from the borderlands with the Westerlands. Percy could have recited their deeds for hours, if he'd been inclined. But they had obeyed his brother's summoning of the banners and knights, in turn answering Mace Tyrell's summons to war, and now they would follow Percival into the hard work that the day promised. What was there to say to them? The rebels have burned your homes, killed men out of hand and dishonored women, left children to starve in the cold, fields unharvested. They are not soldiers, not knights, and certainly no men of honor. These are rebels, against the rightful king, and who is that, Percy? What makes a stupid man worthy of being king over his younger, perhaps wholly sane, brother? Rebels, who have committed crimes against peaceable people, crimes against the realm, crimes against the king's peace, crimes against your families. Their commander has chosen to throw their lives away, pissing in the rain against our force, he said. We will show them the folly of their crimes, their sins. Father guide you. Warrior preserve you, the men called back, rote and ritual, and each man made the sign of the star over their chests. Percy hefted his poleaxe, and turned to face Summerhall. Fuck, he thought, and wished he was back home dandling Mathis girls on his knees, letting them tug his hair or play with the ribbon he used to tie it back. But they were why he was here, on this field in front of what had once been the Targaryen Pleasure Castle, a place where the Dragon Kings could play and leave aside the responsibilities of throne and realms for a few days. The red stones of the ruined castle lay twisted and warped where fire had ruined them, had burned through wooden floors and supports. None of the stones had been taken from where the castle had fallen, and Percy suspected it was superstition keeping the small folk from taking the stone and using it to help rebuild their own homes or fences. He made the sign of the star again, and began leading his men. The fallen stones of what had once been a fence lining the path up to what had once been the gate, but now bristled with furious and hateful Northmen. Off to the side, Percy heard the babble of the river, the banks where Rigger King Rigger, a nasty voice in Percy's head corrected, had been born. He shook his head like a dog, grimacing at the heat of the day. Damn hot for spring, one man next to him muttered, and Percy silently agreed. It was damn hot, and he wondered about it. It hadn't even been warmer yesterday than over the days prior, and it seemed as though the stones that had toppled from the outside wall were emanating a weird heat themselves. Percy could feel the itch from a bead of sweat making its way down the small of his back, unreachable through the layers of metal and doubled linen. Soon enough, though, he knew it would be moot. The day's work would prove too demanding for him to waste time thinking about a single bead of sweat, especially when soon he'd be drenched in the stuff. One hedge knight, braver than the rest, ran forward to meet the Northmen, and one of Wells' clansmen met him. They swaggered blows for a moment, mace against axe and axe against mace, before the clansman made a lovely twisting of his axe head, caught the knight's mace, and then slammed the axe head into the side of the knight's helmet. He went down, a huge rent slammed into the metal, and thus the battle at Summerhall was commenced. There was a sound coming from the Northmen that Percy didn't recognize, at first. It was low, deep, and rhythmic, and as Northmen died faces and chests toward their foe, toward Percy's men, always towards Percy's men, he realized that it was diminishing. He caught one axe blow aimed at his head on the haft of his poleaxe, rotated to the side, thrust the spear point into the man's face. That man died, but another was battering at Percy, yellowed teeth bared. A long spear with cross blades interjected itself between Percy and the axe seeking to kill him, blasted Northmen and their axes, and parried the blow. Sparks flew up where metal met metal, and then Percy placed the tip of his poleaxe into his enemy's gut. A blow landed on the side of his helmet, dazing him for a brief moment, and in that moment he thought he heard a new noise, a different noise. It caused the hair on the back of his neck, on his arms to stand up, and Percy looked around, convinced he heard a man's grief, his weeping. A Northman cut at Percy's eyes for his inattention, and Percy cursed himself, the Northmen, their mothers, and most especially Matrim Wells, for his fury, for his folly. And over the sounds of men dying, a man's grief, and screams of those already dead, Percy heard it, a man's laughter, deep and chilling. He jerked his visor up, and in the distance he could see storm clouds gathering. Go at the bastards, he roared. Kill them, before they can inflict their mad witchery on us. The laughter, and it sounded like Wells, only intensified at his orders. Despite the heat, despite the gathering storm, despite it all, or maybe because of it, Percy felt a chill go down his spine. He slammed his visor closed again, tightened his grip on his poleaxe, and went back at the fighting. These were Golden Grove men dying, needing his leadership, and he would not abandon them. He went forward, determined as it seemed these Northmen were to die with wounds in their front, and he wanted to yell at them that they were throwing their lives away. It was a waste, they should just surrender. But blood had been spilled, the Northmen were meeting death with smiles on their faces, and Percy knew the blood of his fellow knights would be up, seeking to avenge both the deaths today and the crimes committed against their homes and families and lands in the Reach, and so the dice were cast. And Percival Flowers went back to the killing, even as the rain began to fall. The men from the north fought hard in the deepening mud, and they died harder for it. They fought well past when they should have died, animated or kept alive by some unholy combination of guts and determination and fury. He could see it in their faces. They fought, and he killed 1, 2, more men. His arms grew leaden. He staggered away from the grinding murder that his men and Wells were committing against each other, and slumped down, hard, to sit on a huge red block from the wall. It was hot, for some reason, and he shifted uncomfortably as his legs seemed to cook against it. A huge crack of thunder sounded, and Percy startled when a woman's scream sounded over the wind. He dropped his poleaxe to the mud, and clawed at his helmet straps. When at last he had it off, he flipped it and lifted it to the sky, collecting of the rain to drink. He swallowed it as fast as it filled his mouth in huge gulps. It seemed to taste like nothing so much but pork stew and rotten eggs, but his thirst forced him to drink a little more. He would regorge it moments later, his stomach unable to imbibe the foulness, splattering its newfound contents against the mud and rocks that sat beneath him. He perched until only wind remained, and then sat there, slumped over a little longer, unsure of how long it'd been. Then he reached down, scooped up his poleaxe in his hand, and then used it to help himself stand. Water ran down his neck, into his armor, from his neck down his back and front, drenching him. He shivered from it, though the water was warmer than his baths at Golden Grove. Percy startled again when lightning struck before, cracking through the sky and voicing the god's displeasure, although at who, Percy could not say. His world had narrowed to that field, that ruined castle, illuminated in the bright blue of the god's fury. He smelled something unclean burning, then heard the screams of those that the lightning had struck. The day had grown hotter, somehow, in that brief moment's respite that Percy had been given. He shook his helmet clear of water, and then jammed it back onto his head, not bothering with straps or visor, and went back into the fighting. Northmen, Reachmen, died. There'd been a storm of arrows throughout his attack into the Northmen, either from or at, and Percy begged the 7 for a small reprieve. He'd gone into the teeth of Stormman archers the last time he'd fought at Summer Hall, and he hadn't enjoyed it then either. He knew he wasn't enjoying it now. "They're killing us," a knight panted from next to him as they waited their turn to cycle back into the fighting. A glance at his livery marked him for Percy's friend and second, Perwyn Osgry. "But we're not dying easily," Percy concluded for him. Osgry nodded, and hefted his mace and shield. Percy's time came. He ducked a huge, two-handed sword swing aimed to smash his helmet flat into his skull, thrust his poleaxe forward into the man's teeth. The steel grated past bone, into softer tissue the man's brain. The bastard didn't recognize he was dead, though, and tried for another swing at Percy's head. This time it connected, and the shock was enough to force his lance loose on the poleaxe's shaft. Percy reeled back, dizzy and world-blurred, ears ringing and a high-pitched tone jarring him. He grabbed at the hilt of his sword, tried to jerk it free because there was another Northman, slight of size and armed with trident, yelling something Percy couldn't understand. His sword got stuck. Percy thought he was going to die, knew he'd gone into the fight without speaking his sins to a septon, had time for a brief 7 keep my soul. Death, Wyman Weber roared from next to him, dived into the man's stomach, doubling him over and driving him to the ground. His squire tussled there with the Northman in the blood and mud and turf, and Percy ripped his sword out of its sheath, then dragged the man off his ward and stabbed him through the back of the neck, where there was a gap between mail and helmet. The man went limp in his grasp and Percy jerked his sword free, tossed the body aside. He bent and helped Weber up, wrapping him up in a huge embrace. "Thank you," he wept at Wyman, "thank you." As he wept, men died all around them. When at last the killing work was done, when the stranger had slaked their hunger for souls, when they could make an accounting of the dead and dying, Percy cradled his head in gore-soaked hands. "The flower of a generation," he wept, tears making runnels through the blood on his face. When Percy had flagged, then become injured, his squire Wyman had brought him back to his brother Mathis, who had been forced at last to lead the reserve into the worst of the grinding, slow, deadly fight where the Northmen had made the chivalry of the Reach fight, bleed, and die for every step into the ruins of Summer Hall. Rain beat down, mixing with the blood and muddy blood that seeped slowly from the ruins and into the river. "Where is the gain in all this?" Mathis asked quietly, staring blankly at the starkly littered landscape of corpses. "Where, Percival? This is not the glory father told us of, no accounting of honor or worth. This was a butchery, and we do not even know where the whoreson of a Northman who lured us here lies on that battlefield. He's here, buried under a pile of bodies or hidden behind a hillock, Percy said through the wine and pain. Even as he said it, he knew what it would take to prove it. Both he and Mathis and Osgrey and Weber and all the rest would have to hunt, search and stab bodies with faces too savaged and armor too rent to tell who they had been in life, looking for that implacable Northman who had led them into his folly. That mad Northman, and his madder Nordrons. He had not found him during the battle, but many of his men had, and died for it. The Westerlanders Hengist and Horsa he had killed first, then Lionel, Tristan and Dinadan, the 3 hedge knights he had recruited just before the rebellion's start. Even his own squire's uncle Ronald had been felled by him, and brave Perwyn Osgrey limped now from a spear stroke that had come at his back as he charged. Many more men claimed to have seen him on the battlefield, in far more places than time would allow. Some swore their own fellows had cut him down, only to turn away and be cut down in turn. Guy Roxton wondered aloud if the man had armoured doubles to stiffen his men's resolve, but time and again witnesses attested to Matrim Well's chilling laughter. Percy had heard it twice early on in the battle, both times after lightning struck the land and killed the men fighting for it. The laughter had rung out past shocked men, and when it sounded the Northmen seemed to come alive again, seemed to fight harder and hardier than before. That had not been the only nightmare on the grounds, as the Northmen had engaged in more bestial and monstrous actions as the fight went on. Summerhall had been a pleasure palace for the Targaryen kings once, and palaces necessitated accommodations for servants and facilities as well. Some, no doubt sheds for cattle and pigs to be slaughtered for royal feasts, had been to the rear of the vanguard as fighting commenced. As it progressed, some of the Nordrons had exited these lesser ruins, whipping before them cloistered cattle and sheep straight into the reachmen's backs. When the livestock then slowed at the press of men, or made to turn around, they had doused them with jugs of wine, and then set them alight for further panic. Even now, the braying of the beasts lingered in his head, and would surely haunt him even when he was tucked safe into bed with sword beside him. "He's dead," Percy repeated, more emphatically than he felt. "He must be." "Then you think we will find the body?" Mathis asked, and Percy could not answer. Wells would be distinct, his face alone let aside that baleful eye. "And yet, I can only pray his soul in the 7 hells," he said at last, and made the sign of the star. "There, the 7 as one may judge him, fit for his crimes." Mathis glowered at the noncommittal response, but Percy could only shrug with exhaustion. "He asked for us to bury all his men together. If you've a mind, you and I can take shifts as our men collect their bodies." "Damn that," said the master of House Rowan once, then again. "Damn that. The carrion birds can come over from the Red Marches and have their fill of Nordron flesh. Our men can loot their corpses for all they're worth. We spend one day here to see to our dead and wounded and then we start going home, Percy." "Go home?" "But Matty." "We go home," his true-born brother insisted stubbornly. "The Northmen are dead, as the Fool of Highgarden bid us, and those who are not dead will soon enough be it. Our lands and people need us, and we do not even know if this was all his men. He mentioned a lieutenant, didn't he? Some Greenhand heir? No Greenhanders in the north but the Manderleys, and they know better than anyone how to flee north and let their small folk die for it. We waste time digging graves here, and we might come home to find more northern raiders burning our lands." Percy shuddered at the thought, and reluctantly gave his assent. A part of him was disquieted, ill at ease at not performing the last ritual for the fallen. The men would have their spoils, and Mathis his vindictiveness, but leave this hunt bereft their quarry as trophy would stain this ending as surely as their foemen had stained their absence from home. But he was dead, Percy knew. Matrim Wells had known it before the battle had commenced, they had all been dead men walking. Chapter 18, Wolves in the Riverbed. What will Tywin Lannister do next? Everyone wanted to know. No one knew. It was the matter that predicated the next stage of the war, the Lord of Winterfell recognized. Ensconced in King's Landing with his army, Tywin Lannister's boldness in seizing the capital had torn the heart out of the royalist cause. That same boldness had seemingly disappeared overnight, however, as the Lion of the West turned his attention to taking the Blackwater in hand, rather than continue his momentum in the field. Ned begrudged him for it. He would rather the man abandon King's Landing to help them pin and destroy Rhaegar's banners down to the last loyalist lord, and then turn to savage Mace Tyrell, for his sieges of the Stormlands, for his tardiness in responding to the war, and worst of all for siding with the Raper. It was not that the Northerners' strategic position was bad, but it was not good, either. True, they had lost the initial battle of the Trident, and with it Robert as their figurehead, and Hoster Tully as their master of the Riverlands. But the army had not been defeated or dispersed, not even made to retreat with any kind of haste. Eddard Stark's men had started the war at some 22,000, and still the captains counted some 18,000 despite the battles and the raiding force sent south with Matrim Wells. But though they had been reduced in number, his men were still as grim-faced and angry as they had been when he had marched south from Winterfell. He took comfort in that and loved them more for it. All of them, not only his Winterfell retinue, his family's liverymen and thanes who helped govern the north in House Stark's name. He loved them down to the meanest, lowliest spear carrier, left scrawny from winter and hungry for the riches of the crownlands and blood, to avenge the insult done his brother, father, and sister. And yet for all he loved them all, Ned could admit to himself that he loved the highborn least, particularly when they gathered in numbers around his table to discuss the war's progress. "We should push for a fight while the bastard's reeling," Great Jan Umber said, fierce behind his beard. "Gods above and below, the men re keen for another go at the Sautrons, and I don't blame them, I'm fucking keen myself." Great Jan Umber, for one, spoiled far too quickly for a scrap, leaving Ned at wit's end to manage his bluster and natural aggression. Umbers were not one for patience, used as they were to the 100 raids and skirmishes of wildlings. "The bastard, as you put it, Umber, still has as many men in the field as we do," sighed Paladinus Stark. A grandson of Artos the Implacable through his elder son Brandon, he was cousin to Ned's mother and father both. Ned's brother had been named for him, and Ned's mother had been named for his grandmother, Lysera Karstark. Soft-spoken, with a face that very much resembled young Benyon, Paladinus sported a goatee and mustache that lent him the air of a Bravasi transplant, leaving him visually at odds with some of his more full-bearded countrymen. He had come to the army with the Manderleys of White Harbour, wearing a Stark wolf halved with the Manderley mareman. His father had wed some cousin or niece of Lord Wyman's father over his breast and mail. Though he had a fondness for drink, his face and voice made him easier to trust than others, and so Ned had placed him in charge of accepting reports from the scouts and outriders and then going over them to see what information they could gather from it. All that earned him a seat among the great lords of the north, to relay and share the news of the day. Speaking of the Targaryen, Lord Ricard Karstark said, his dark brown eyebrows drawn heavily together. "What have you got figured up, cousin?" As he said so, he accepted a cup of mead from one of the serving boys, a youth of perhaps 14 or 15, and slipped the boy a bronze star. Karstark's relation to Paladinus was not as near as Ned's, but that all three men counted Stark blood in their veins afforded familiarity. Since the indecisiveness at the Trident, both our and King Rhaegar's armies have scattered in strength across the riverlands to relieve our supply needs and secure friendly lands. This has not been helped by the death of Hoster Tully. Many knights and lords from these lands have quit our cause for the security of their homes, or done us ill by going over to the dragons. The lords Blackwood, Bracken, Mullister, and Piper remain loyal and true, and Brynden Tully has taken charge of his nephew's men. Together, the five are campaigning north of the Blue Fork against a force of Riverlanders. Banners spied include Cox, Derry, Frey, Goodbrook, Mooton, Rhaegar, and Went. "That's going to be a problem then," muttered Karstark. "Between those 7 we're cut off from the neck and the Vale both. And now the Bay of Claws is back open for the royalist fleets. Don't suppose Grafton was laying down ship frames, Ned?" "Unfortunately not," the Lord of Winterfell groused. "The Vale has something of a fleet, but against the might of the Targaryens or Tyrells it might as well be kindling. So the possibility of Rhaegar sending some sort of force along the seaside up to Gulltown to support a naval attack isn't out of the realms of possibility. Or Rhaegar simply receiving reinforcements at Maidenpool or Salt Pans, if the Tyrells can spare them. Reports are that Rhaegar has sent raids across the Green Fork in 9 stars, noted Paladinus Stark. Though not in any great detail. Lord Arryn is as aware of these details as we are, it must be said. He remains with his men on the northwestern banks of the God's Eye locked onto the Dornish expedition now being led by Ormond Yeronwood. And he's still holding firm along the God's Eye?" queried Wyman Manderley aloud. "The Falcon's got nerves, I'll give him that. Though I suppose facing the Dornish would make any man think twice before moving once, even if he does have what's left of Baratheon's men with him. But if the Dornish are at Harrenhal, does that mean you've confirmed that the Targaryens kept the rest to the west of us?" "In short, the bastard strung himself from the neck to the Blackwater," said Great Jan Umber, voice loud and carrying. Some of the northern lords chuckled, but Ned did not. At his lack of enthusiasm, the mood petered back to solemnness. Paladinus coughed once, before continuing to speak. "As far as we can tell, what's left of the Clawmen, Crownlanders, Reachmen, Stormlanders and Valesmen that declared for the dragon or reinforced their armies are on the southwest banks of the God's Eye, keeping an eye on us as well as Tywin Lannister. While we're unsure of overall numbers, we have to consider that he has between 10,000 and 15,000 men bottled up in King's Landing." At that, the mood grew even more solemn, and some grumbles sounded between seating partners. The sack of King's Landing had come in the days that followed the Battle of the Trident, and while some lords in the rebel ranks had admired Tywin's daring, others had felt his men would have been better served to crush Rhaegar's army first. Not a few made note of the convenient deaths of Rhaegar's family, and despite Tywin's oath to crown Viserys, spoke aloud that perhaps Tywin would turn his army still to Rhaegar's needs if it made his daughter queen. "House Targaryen holds castles from the neck to the Blackwater with 2.5 as many men," noted Roose Bolton softly. "You cannot tell me that Tywin Lannister is so pressed." "He must be," thought Ned. "Not only to garrison the city which in peacetime was said to require as many as 2,000 but also to guard Blackwater Rush against Mace Tyrell and fend off any crossings. And then to keep the city feed, which would require him to seize harvests from Roshby, Stokeworth, and others, and siege down their castle to prevent a Targaryen army from using them as staging points to strangle him from the north. And in the west yet stood castles and lords sworn to the Targaryens, who might delay a second army marching to his relief. The Lord of Winterfell stiffened in realization that he had spoken aloud, and looked up to see the din of the tent fallen into what accounted near enough for silence. Still, the Knights of the Reach could respond by marching an army into the Westerlands proper, replied Bolton, with a dangerous gleam in his pale eyes. Our enemies, both current and possible, have made for themselves this war untenable. No more so than it has become for us, said Willem Dustin, Lord of Barrowden. We, the Targaryen forces, and our Riverlander and Valaman friends have eaten the last of our campaign stores and now are eating off the harvests necessary to see the Riverlands and Crownlands into the next spring. Those landed knights and lords sworn to Riverrun who have quit our cause and returned to their lands will defend their harvests against our needs as surely as they will the Targaryens. If things continue as they are, there will be blood spent for bushel soon enough. I would prefer to decide before it comes to that, Ned said mildly. I do not wish to fight men who fought bravely beside us at the Trident, at Stony September. That put an end to the muttering about their erstwhile allies. I have had word from the north as well, Bartimus said. Howland Reed has made his way back north underneath the noses of the twins and has sent word that some 3,000 Cranagmen can be brought south to support the Riverlanders against the twins. Lord Howland believes that it can be done but it will necessarily be slow. Good news, that, someone said. There was a commotion from outside the tent, but Eddard ignored it, and turned to Bartimus. What do you know of Rhaegar's intentions, cousin? He asked. The Merewolf shrugged. He holds his cards very close to his chest, my lord. He could come to force us to battle again. He could attempt to pin us against the Freys. He could turn to attempt an assault against the Lion of Lannister in King's Landing in concert with Tyrell. I do not know. Nor do we have a man on his council to find out, for you. What do you believe he will do? Ned pressed. Truthfully? The loss of King's Landing, of his wife and children, these are huge blows. The Trident is a mummer's victory for him at best. Our Riverland friends still in the field remain on campaign both because their homes are threatened, and because now, they too want a war to the very flint. Hoster Tully was a loss that most of them ill bear. It had been a bad thing to lose the older lord, although his brother the Blackfish was as capable a commander in the man's place, perhaps more so. It had certainly been a relief to Eddard, even as he did not wish to speak ill of the dead House Tully's historical loyalties to the Targaryens had been as strong as the Starks, and Hoster's unease at rebellion had pressured him to secure his own commitment to it by agitating for Eddard to agree to marry Catelyn. Never mind Eddard's clear reluctance and his offering of his brother Benyon or cousins from Barrowden and White Harbour as alternatives. Damn Hoster Tully! Great Jon roared. He smashed a huge fist into the table. He dithered, wanting a husband for his daughter, and instead of stealing a march on that bastard of a prince and being across the Trident before he could stop us, we were blocked at that ruddy crossing. Umber's anger reminded easily of Robert, thunderous in his rages, quick to brew up, but quick to blow over, too, like a summer snowstorm. He was put in mind of the fight between Robert and Matrim Wells, though to hear Robert's account of it, it hadn't been a fight so much as Matrim had said something that raised his ire, and Robert had knocked him into the dirt for it. Matrim had slept after, and it was feared he wouldn't awaken. Well, Robert had apologized, to Ned, at least, and as Matrim's lord, he had accepted it and declared it done with. Now Robert was dead, and they had not had word from Matrim for nearly 6 weeks. Somewhere to the south and east, 2,000 men had merely disappeared into the vastness of the continent, and Eddard Stark was left to fight a war that should have been his father's or his brother's. We should press bastards and blackguards, one of the clan chieftains from the mountains rumbled, his birthick beneath an even thicker, brown mustache. Not a Flint, Ned knew, but one of the lesser clans. My sword thirsts for blood, Lord Ned, blood and vengeance for the Rick, for the Bran. Your sword will have its blood soon enough, Ethan Glover snipped. There's skirmishing to be done up and down the Trident, on both sides of the thing, and Rhaegar does have a few thousand more men than we do. The Dornish are likely to break and desert now that Elia and her brats are dead, Ricard Karstark interrupted him. We'll have the weight of numbers, we can press the bastard. The gods will enfold Elia and the children, Wyman Manderley said piously. Then he made the sign of the star, and although his fellow bannermen didn't shout him down for it, the fat lord of White Harbour received a few nasty glares, mostly from lords and chiefs from north of Winterfell. Give us the chance to flank them, Lord, Ryswell said, his eyes heavy and hooded. The thought of a daring cavalry raid, to turn a flank and destroy the prince's force before it even knew it was being fought, excited the Horse Lord. We can sweep them. Sweep them nothing. Another clan chieftain said, voice hoarse from shouting during a previous day's skirmish. Lion wants to be the grandfather of kings, and if we Ned's friend the Rob were here, we'd be talkin' of crowning the stag, no accepting another ruddy dragon as king. Crown the stag anyway, we should the younger brother. It could work, Eddard thought. Robert always spoke of his brother Stannis as dutiful but prickly, and even a prickly stag might be better than a mad dragon. And that left their other brother, Renly, to inherit Storm's End. He shook his head, and the argument in the command tent halted. I will not be kingmaker, he thought. I want only an acceptable peace, and then to go home. He ignored the small voice that asked, and what is an acceptable peace? My lords, Ned said. It seems as though our foes are strung out, from Blackwater to neck. But so are we. Attempting to force a crossing may be disastrous, but if we can perhaps get word to Tywin Lannister there is a path forward. Truthfully, King's Landing does not matter. While Rilla and the boy are pinned on Dragonstone, they are unreachable and so irrelevant. If the Lion will abandon the city, he can draw the Tyrells north and then pin them against the river and within the city. Tywin Lannister is an experienced soldier with campaigns beneath his belt, and will surely see that. He knows, as well as we do, that Rhaegar Targaryen alive and in the field is the greatest threat to us all. We must either gang together, or hang separately. Then he smiled, unhappy and thin. Here is what I propose we do. Chapter 19, That Unprized Treasure. You'll be safe, won't you, Maddie? Of course, he told her, corner of his good eye crinkled up with his smile. Men always said such things before riding off to fights. Hadn't Brandon said much the same? Still, she couldn't hold it against him. It was the nature of how things went. Women asked brothers and fathers and husbands and sons to be safe. They said they would. Sometimes they even told the truth. Promise me, she said, instead of asking for another reassurance. My word. He asked. She nodded, then tilted her chin up high. It wasn't so hard, to pretend that nothing had happened, that she was fine because she was. Really. She was Lyanna Stark of Winterfell. Her ancestors had forged a kingdom across half of Westeros, when the Valyrians had needed dragons to do the same. She was a Stark of Winterfell, and if the men who gave her family their very lives believed in her, she could do no less than give them what they deserved to see, a Stark, wild and fierce as the wolves that prowled for an elk stag amid the winter snows. Then you shall have it, Matt murmured. Though they sat a horse, he offered her his hands in the gesture of fealty. She took them into her own, felt the iron strength of a swordsman in his knuckles and fingers, as though the sword itself had leached strength into him. He tipped his head down, so that if she hadn't known he wasn't, she might have thought he was looking at her breasts. Lyanna flushed. Then he looked back up, and his gaze felt heavy with expectations. A Stark woman does not flee her duty, Mother had taught her. Her duty is to help her people however she may or must, for without the people there is no land, no north. I swear to you, sister of my lord and liege, to return alive or not at all. I will see you safely home. What will you do? After? She asked. She could see their time together drawing to an end, as his column of soldiers marched back, west and south. He was silent for a very long moment. Then he smiled gently, his hand still in hers. I'm going to get very drunk, to be sure. And I'm sure I'll raise horses and hounds, and hunt. It was a surprising bit of frankness, Lyanna thought. It was also an exceedingly quiet career. You don't seek office? A place in my brother's council? She asked. Matt shrugged. Why should I? I disobeyed Lord Eddard's orders and have technically deserted the rebel cause to come rescue you. If he doesn't hang me for it, or demand I take the black, it'll be because my only saving grace was rescuing you. No, even if there was a plum appointment or sinecure I had my eye on, the only reward for hard work is more work. And in the north, all work is hard work already. I'd rather it be something I enjoy, instead of politics. Lyanna blinked. Then she swallowed. Oh. She hadn't thought that Matt might face such a danger, even after everything. A shout from one of the officers had Matt turning his head, and he finally drew his hands away from her own. She settled her hands into her lap, and watched and listened as he half turned his horse so he could cup his hands to his mouth and shout something back. The officer waved, seemingly urgent, and Matt sighed. I must, he started, and then shook his head. His dark brown hair had lightened in the sunshine of Dorne, and had streaks of almost blonde in it, shading from almost auburn to something resembling a short herding hound with lighter patches. It made him seem less intimidating, and she was suddenly reminded of an old tale, the tale of an ever-loyal wolfhound. The wolfhound had been left at home by his princely master, and a wolf came creeping for the master's infant son. They had fought, savage and terrible, until the wolfhound triumphed. When the master returned, he saw only the overturned crib of his son, and blood on the jaws of his hound. In his grief, he slew the hound, and then knelt to weep. Then his son had wept, and the master of the home had seen the truth of the matter. He had slain his loyal and beloved hound, the hound that had defended his son and home. The master buried his hound in the family plot, next to the weirwood. Later, when he died, his son had buried him next to the hound. Lyanna swallowed again, and shook her head. But I don't want Matt to die. Or any of them. I know they must fight, for their oaths and obligations mean they must, but you must do what you have to, Lina said. Then, because she did not know when she would see him again, if my child lives, Matt, and is a boy, will you stand as a father to him? Teach him to couch a lance? To swing a sword? To be a man? He smiled again, and it reached his eye. He shook his head. You have two fine brothers who will uncle him, he said. Lord Eddard and Ben. My brothers were raised by cold men, not loving ones, for the purpose of ruling as lords. I will not speak ill of them, but they will see this child for what it is. There will come a time where they make decisions against my will. When that time comes, would you help me, then? Take him. The smile slid from Matt's face, and only then did she realize what she'd asked. I have given my oath to Eddard, not just as Lord Stark, but as his man. Lina closed her eyes and buried her face in her hands. You might as well ask me to fall on my sword, he said. She wanted to protest, no she never, but if it went against Eddard's wishes for however her child was to be raised, then Matt falling on his own sword might very well be a cleaner death. He was silent for a long time after that, ignoring another shout. Then, so quiet she almost didn't hear him, yes. Pray it does not come to that. Matty. It would be my honor, he said. If she is a girl, I would understand if you would rather Eddard or Benyon stand as father, if she marries. She tried to picture it, a girl of 16 or 17 that looked like her being given away in marriage beneath a heartwood tree, and found the only man that she seemed to want to see there beside her was Matt. No. No, you. You're the only one that came for me, didn't leave me to rot until the war was finished. Lia, Matt said, very quietly and very heatedly. His eye was distant, unfocused. Benyon is still north of the neck, ruling in your brother's stead. And Eddard likely could not leave 20,000 Northmen in the command of a cousin or someone like Bolton or Manderley. The Lord of Winterfell leads the North to war. To do anything else would risk too much. Then he pressed his horse close to hers, so close that she could almost feel the heat from his breath against her nose. I was only able to come because I had gotten my command lost, in the Reach. My thinking was if I didn't know where I was or where I was going, the Reach bastards couldn't reason where I was or where I was going. And then a friend, a Septon. Lina laughed, she couldn't stop herself and Matt stopped. He looked very cross, and the last time a man had been cross with her she flinched back. She felt his hand close around hers. Humphrey is a good man, he said. I suspect he was a knight or a man of arms, before swearing himself to the southern gods. But he got me word, from a colleague of his. Of a marriage. At sword point. 7 gods doesn't mean the man who follows them is bad, Lia. Just misguided, hey? Your father executed his share of oath-breakers and murderers that followed our gods. I had gossip from 2 priests and a prayer, to work off, to find you. Lina had been able to choose her first kiss. Her first man. She hadn't been able to choose her husband, not after. Not after. She closed her eyes, leaned forward. She wound up head-butting him in the nose. He recoiled, eye-watering, and reached a hand up to feel at it, sweating. Oh no. I'm sorry. Lina, he said through gritted teeth. Please tell me you didn't try to kiss me. No. She offered, because it was what he wanted to hear. He sighed. Lina Stark, Matt said. You don't need a man, right now. You need time, to find your spirit and heal the wrongs done to you. And to do that, you need to be home in Winterfell. And to do that, you need me to kill a ruddy lot of bloody Reachmen for you. There's a ruddy lot of bloody Reachmen about, Matty. A lot even for you. She said, trying not to whine. Then I'll have given you my word not to die, and I'll have died nonetheless, he said gently. It's war, Lina. Not a tourney where you can bow out for a case of the nerves. Don't you die on me, Lina said, and punched him in the arm. I'll be ever so angry at you. He laughed off the punch, chuckling and merry as he pulled her closer to him. It would be how Lina would try to remember him, when he left. After she wheedled what the plan actually was from Sir Manderley. She also remembered a Lina don't look, and rescuing you was good and right but they weren't enough, he hadn't been supposed to die, not for her, never, and he lied. It took 4 nights of riding for Marlon Manderley to tell her the truth, and however many miles between them and Summerhall. That night, she curled into a ball around his plaid, in the bedroll, and wept. That lonely, made-up picture in her mind of her and Matt, happy. Gone. Like him. She wondered if the crows would eat his tongue or his eye first. She wondered if the Reachmen would leave enough of him for the crows to peck out. She sniffled into the woolen wrap that still smelled like him pines and horse and sweat and him and tried not to keep Sir Manderley's nights awake with her grief. In the morning, the day Marlon expected them to make it to her aunt and cousins at Amberley, she forced on a face. Stern, cold, not grieving. She was a Stark of Winterfell. Men died. Men died for her. She would endure. She had to endure. Amberley seemingly rose up out of a moat, where water lapped gently at the sides of the island that it sat. It dominated the forest around it, old grey stone and strong walls. Lina was sure that if Matt had been there, he'd have had something to say about the archers walking the walls, or the fact that the gate was open, but what he would have seen from those things she didn't know. She also saw what she did not, which was a lack of a reach siege camp, no tents erected, no disturbed earth where men had been buried or dug a trench towards Amberley's moat, not even gashes in the handrails along the bridge to the gatehouse where fighting would have had to take place. Amberley stood unmarked and unmarred, the banner of her cousins flapping proudly over the castle with 9 silver unicorns around a maze on a black banner. Next to it the standard of the Baratheons, black crowned stag on a gold banner, indicating both that her cousins had not yielded their home to Reachman, and that they still recognized Stannis Baratheon of Storm's End as their rightful and true liege. She swallowed, and Marlon patted her horse's neck. "You see, my lady? It's not often that Matt was wrong." Manderley still had trouble referring to Matt in the previous tense, but he had known the plan as well as Matt, perhaps, save only where Matt would die. "Gods damn him," she muttered angrily. "He shouldn't have left me." "A good captain fights with his men," Marlon said. But he frowned, like the words didn't placate or ease him either, for they certainly did not placate her. "If Matt had been a better captain perhaps he would not have had to place himself so," Lina said. Gone were the tears. Now she was only angry at him, because he had left. Manderley shrugged, and Lina knew his seeming somnolence hid something. Grief, if she could put a finger on it. A shout sounded from the top of the castle wall, an archer pointing at their small group, and then men were coming out to meet them, but there was a woman with them, and she looked like Mother. "Aunt Brenda!" Lina cried, and shoved her horse's reins into Marlon's hands. Then she slid from the saddle and rushed to meet her aunt, who met her and embraced her and petted her and whispered, you're alive, and my brave niece, and oh you poor thing," and lots of other things that made Lina feel safe, and loved. They kissed each other's cheeks and then were embracing again, and Aunt Brenda squeezed her so tight that Lina thought she wouldn't be able to breathe, but it felt warm and like home. "My dear girl," Brenda said, and then kissed the top of Lina's forehead. "You are safe and alive, and a prayer answered by the gods. Come along, and we'll see you taken care of." There wasn't much talk, but Anta listened while she and a serving girl put Lina to the scrub, and Anta hadn't said anything about her small but growing bump, only cocked an eyebrow at it and shaken her head. Then she was dressed, in a beautiful dress of blue with stitched roses, and led to the great hall. There the hearths blazed huge with warmth, and the candles lit everything. They fed her and her guards, enough that Lina began to feel slightly ill and thought she wouldn't want to eat again for another day, and then Marlon and his men were shown to an empty part of the garrison's barracks, and Anta took Lina's hands into her own and led her to bed. His weight bore down on her, heavy, hot breath in her ear. She was in the tower again. She fought, desperately raked with nails broken and stubby from trying to pick at a tough rope, tried knee and elbow and punched till he reeled back like he had only once. And then they both heard it. The spurs of a man's boots on stone stairs. Tink. Tink. The man walked with a heavy stride, and she wondered how it could be him if he was already fighting her for her herself, a near nightly occurrence. Outside the door, something heavy and wet dripped to the wood floor. Plop. The door creaked open, leaving the landing beyond it cast in shadow, and fear settled heavily in her heart. Tink. Another step. Another drop. Plop. The smell of it finally reached her nose, and she tried to squirm away, suddenly fearful of the spectre beyond the shadows even more than the man whose weight still hovered over her. Gods help me, she thought. It smelled of the rotting corpse, the open grave. It smelled of sickness and death. It smelled of fear and hate. A knock sounded, knuckles on wood, and for a terrible moment she thought that the spectre would turn and leave when no sound issued from the room. Tink. She did not want to look, could not bear to look, but she could not turn away, could not shrink back far enough. The spectre stepped through the door, and she could not look. She could not bear to look. But neither could she bear to see what ruin had been wrought in the wretched, wanton misery of war. She could not bear to see an eye, cold and cruel and hateful, lit with the light of the moon from the window. There was no nose, and a second, gaping smile had been cut into the throat of the man that stood outside her chamber. Blood dripped, from where his corpse had been drained, and there were huge tears and rents in his mail, where he had fought. Fought. And died. Lina, a man's voice whispered through the hole in his throat. It had all the wretched sound of a man dead, a man pleading. Pleading for rescue. For saving. For absolution and forgiveness. She tried to wriggle away from that horrible weight atop her, tried to go to the shadow, that revenant. Lina Stark jerked awake in the bed she shared in Amberley with her aunt. Aunt Brenda was watching her, her hand on Lina's wrist, and she carefully let go of Lina. "Nightmares again, dear heart," she murmured. Lina nodded. Auntie wrapped her in an embrace, smoothed Lina's hair against her back and patted her back and made soothing noises. Lia let herself be cradled, and in the safety of their bed let herself cry, too. She was haunted by a dead man, and she didn't even know if she loved him or wanted to hit him. Could she even love anyone, not her family? Yes, Lina sniffled into Branda's night shift. There, Branda said. You can tell me about it, if you wish. Or not. Lina didn't wish, not really, but... It was the tower, she said. Before. And then I heard spurs coming up the stairs, like when Matt. She fell silent, for a long moment. Branda said nothing, only kept rubbing her back. Suddenly Lina felt all of 7 years again, in the depths of a winter, and having fled from the bedchamber shared with Benyon, to mother and father's chambers. She buried her face in Branda's shoulder, and did not continue. The two women laid there quietly for a long while, until they were drawn from their reverie by the sounding of a bell. Branda shifted in the bed for a moment, and then nodded. That'll be the septon, sounding folk for morning prayers. Your grandfather will be up by now, I should think, getting ready to go see if anyone survived. It had been a week since they had parted from Matt and his men, and only last night had gotten the word of what had taken place at Summer Hall. Some had called it the Northmen's Stand, others the Reachmen's Slaughter. Soon after their arrival, Branda Stark had sent horsemen southwesterly to Summer Hall with orders to return with all haste with news. They had done so eagerly to share the good news, hundreds, if not thousands of Reachmen, some of their best cavalry and knights dead. Dead, and what seemed to be all the Northmen with them. May we go see him off, Auntie? Yes, dearest. Your grandfather is too old and stubborn to admit it, but it does him and his men good to see their loved ones waving at them from the castle walls when they ride off to battle. It helps remind them of what they fight for. Lina nodded, and wished she had waved goodbye to Matt until he had disappeared around a turn of the road or the rim of the world. But Matrim had done his task. Matrim had died. And Grandfather Roderick had estimated that it would be at least another week or so for news to get back to Mace Tyrell at Storm's End, and even longer for him to decide what to do. In the meanwhile, foresters, herdsmen and others were doing their part in killing Reach knights and horse soldiers whenever they found them, riding home from the defeat at Summerhall or west from the sieges. But who defeated who, at Summerhall? The Reachmen had declared it a victory at Summerhall, to have so decisively defeated in detail the last rebel force in strength in the Stormlands. The Stormlanders seemed inclined to disagree, for a dozen market towns all along the southern Stormlands had thrown out garrisons and closed their gates. Both seemed spoiling for future fights, for all that the former had drawn down their numbers and the latter had no numbers to raise. For Lina, it could be nothing less than a defeat, in losing Matrim. He had cared so much for his men, trusted them with his life and her own. Aunt Branda and Lina helped each other dress, in sturdy wool dresses in green and black, with the dire wolf of House Stark stitched over the heart, and then wrapped up with shawls and fingerless gloves. Mornings in the Stormlands were colder than in Dorne, and Lina was grateful for the shawl and cloak Ashura Dane had included in the clothing she gifted Lina. Aunt Branda took Lina's hand and led her out of the central building of Amberley, the keep, with its huge central hearth that piped heat all over the building and was kept burning smokelessly with peat cut from a bog the Rogers of Amberley owned. Roderick Stark was there in the yard, with Lina's cousin Edric Rogers, and several of the garrison of Amberley were saddling horses and cinching straps. Her grandfather had spent many years in the Stormlands after his daughters married, and seemed to have taken charge of the foresters since the war's start. They reminded her of Howland Reed in their own way, small, quiet men with brown and green cloaks and thick beards. They had fought the Reachmen since after Robert had fled north from Ashford, and their tired eyes told the tale of their exhaustion. News of Summerhall had breathed new light into many of them, but not enough and not all. Branda, Lia. Grandfather Roderick greeted, and then he swept them both into a huge embrace, his beard prickly against Lina's forehead. He kissed the tops of their heads, and then brought them close for another huge, squeezing embrace. What are my girls doing up and about so early, eh? Come to see me off? Yes, father, Aunt Branda said politely. Then she smiled. Lia had had a nightmare, so we were awake. Torches around the yard and along the walls lit the pre-dawn darkness, and grandfather's face was cast in a weird shadow. He didn't smile. I see, he said. He pulled Lina into another embrace, and then pressed his forehead to her own. Don't worry, my little Rose, he said. I'll find your Wells man, and see he's given to the gods proper. Lina promised herself she wasn't going to cry. Still, she had to try. For Matt. He deserved honor, even in death. Will you when you give his body over, will you tell? She swallowed, and bit her lower lip to keep from sobbing. Tell them he was my husband. Grandfather's gaze sharpened, and he stared at her face for a long moment. You'd give the Wells a hook into Winterfell over the corpse of a man that didn't even seed your bastard. A long cold moment passed as Lina struggled to hold back her tears, bulwarked only by the warmth of her nearby aunt. As a girl, she had had only a few distant memories of being dandled on her grandfather's knee with which to form a picture of him, memories that had seemingly held strong the prior night. Now however, the grim-faced man before her reminded her far more of her lordly father in one of his more terrible moods. "Grandfather, he died for me." "Good." Grandfather thundered at her. Lyanna shrank back. "That's what he's bloody well there for. A second-born son, from a house that made their fortunes dying for House Stark. He'd have inherited nothing except on the sufferance of his lordly brother, who will bloody well extract your well's weight in reward regardless. 1,000 and however many hundreds other men died for you as well, Lyanna. You can't marry them all. You're a Stark, and not just any Stark of a cadet line, be it in White Harbor or Barrowtown or Carhold. You're a Stark of Winterfell. One could spend 10,000 northern lives to save yours, if needs must, and account it a bloody good deal, because you are worth more. And it's because your worth is more than all of theirs combined to the north, that you must account it as a good price for them to have paid." Lyanna took a step back, as though she had been physically struck. Father had often spoke of a Stark's worth as more, because their duties and responsibilities were more, but to think 10,000 Northmen lives worth her own. She swallowed, and grandfather's face was a cold mask, stern and stone. "I am your grandfather, and since your veil-raised brother is not here to act as head of our house, I must in his absence. We'll discuss your attachment to this dead Wells when I return, as well as this charade you've decided to start up. I'm as capable of counting months as any maester, and I've seen pregnant women a time or three in my life, girl." "Wells the father," he scoffed, and trailed off, rubbing the back of his neck in exasperation. "Grandfather, please," Lyanna begged and took him by the arm, but she didn't know exactly what she was begging for, only that she felt perhaps Matt's soul might be in the balance somehow. "We'll talk when I get back," grandfather said gruffly, and shrugged her grip off his arm. "Let him be, Lya," Auntie Branda said. They watched, silent, and Lyanna withdrawn, as the men clattered out on horses with lances and spears and picks, mattocks, and shovels. Lyanna wrapped her arms around herself in a tight hug, unwilling to let the groundswell of emotion she was feeling, anger and betrayal and more grief and sadness, show. "I know you have said that dear Wells boy, God's rest his soul, is the father of your child, and that you would have had him buried as your husband, Lya, dear heart. But will any of your knights men give the lie if you say the Wells boy married you already?" "No," Lyanna said instantly. "Marlon was a friend to Maddie. Maddie trusted him to see me safe here, and then to Ned, even with Sir Manderley worshipping the Seven. I think we have hit on the thing, then, dear heart," Aunt Branda said. Her grey eyes were clever and warm in the breaking dawn light. "You shall simply say that your Maddie married you before some heart tree here in the Stormlands, got you with the babe, and the men who stood as witness died with him. Defending you. As a man and husband and father all should, defending their family." Lyanna swallowed, and then nodded. "This war won't be over for a while yet, sweetling. You'll have given birth and no one will be able to tell a story contrary even if they wanted to. And this protects you from Lord Stark and Benyon, if they should want to try to send your child away from you. You have a good family to call upon, for aid and succor, though I don't rightly know how firmly the Wells will stand up to the Starks. Or if they'll thank you for thrusting them into a realm more dangerous than politics between freeholders and large landholders. You have placed both them and yourself most thoroughly into the realm of dynastic politics." Aunt Branda said the last two words as though they were dirty, swear words, and if it weren't for the seriousness of the situation, Lyanna would have laughed. "But you will find that a respectable mother and widow has more say in her life, and if she marries, than a freshly flowered girl of 13 does," Aunt said reassuringly. "We'll get something figured out for you, Lya. Have you thought of names?" Lyanna shook her head, and her fictitious marriages settled around her, one unwilling and at sword point, and the other to a man already dead. It felt strange, but somehow she knew in her heart and soul that although Matrim was dead, somehow, he had not stopped protecting her. She tried to smile. "Gods, let this child be born with Stark features so that I might lay this truth before all and sundry." Chapter 20, The Silver Prince. Rhaegar had imagined his early days as king would feature far less fighting. Perhaps that was his fault, for assuming that the Iron Throne could be won with anything but blood and fire, as Aegon had. Or kept, as Durin did. And yet had either of them faced straits so dire as his? A king whose kingdom was cut in twain and rampant by lions and wolves? A king whose queen was dead, whose brow was uncrowned, whose splendor in court was a clean tunic and a cleaner tent within which to sleep. "It galls me," the Targaryen had said one balmy night to Sir Barristan Selmy in the Crownlands, when he had gathered his officers to hear their missives. "Of the 7 kingdoms, 4 are in open rebellion. Of those remaining, 1 does not answer my summon and the others hold back half their men when they are needed most. What am I to think, Sir Barristan, when men who lay claim to courage and honor ignore their sovereign and refuse to ride out to make war with me for my rights? That they are men with wives and sons to think of, your grace," the King's Guard had replied. "And did I not have a wife? Did I not have a son?" Rhaegar said, flushed with anger. My little egg, who would be king after me, slain in his crib by monsters of men, who make pretensions themselves of rights and honor. Sir Baristan was silent at that, as were his other officers. They all knew the topic would not progress well. It hadn't before, after all. What word is there from the heartlands around King's Landing? He finally asked. The word is not good, Your Grace, Raymonderi said. The lords not with us currently have refused your orders to yield up a portion of their harvest. Those who are freeing up their harvests are doing so by selling it to Tywin Lannister, who pays in coin instead of promises of coin. The Lord of Derry was a man enveloped in grief. Grief for his brother, for all that Sir Jonothor Derry had died a knight, as a knight must defending his king. War was not anything like Rhaegar had pictured it. It had been sung of as glorious, as knights of chivalry and prowess giving and receiving blows, shining armor and banners flapping in the wind. Instead he had to worry about tons of grain, how many cattle he had on the hoof, driven behind the army by young men with spears and javelins. He had to worry about clean water sources for 9 or 10,000 men, how many horses they had fresh and lamed and recovering, arrows. He had dreamed of arrows the previous night, just falling from the sky as rain and striking through his tent. If he never dreamed of an arrow, or a horse, or a steer, he'd say prayers every day and donate to the September of Baelor for the rest of his life. Make a note of their names, the king ordered. We'll remember their turned cloaks when this war is done with. No doubt they were the same lords who spat poison at the mention of Tywin Lannister to curry favour with my father. But if the Heartlands will not provide, how well do our fair weather friends? The river lords we have accepted back into your peace have borne us better news on that front, Your Grace, Lord Derry confirmed. Lord Limond, for example, has bent his stiff neck. A cough interrupted him, and he had the grace to flush red with embarrassment before changing his tone. House Leicester have been generous enough in freeing up 1/6 of his harvests for the army's needs, as well as those of his sworn houses. It was easier, Rhaegar grimly thought, to cloak the truth of the matter with flowing words than tackle how generous the lords yielding up a portion of their harvest were. No one here liked to admit that they were forcing lords like Leicester and Went, whose sons had split down the middle fighting for Targaryen or Tully, into giving up grain they would dearly miss at winter. Promises for restitution only went so far, after all. I wish Jon was here, he thought. But he had found it more useful to order his friend to stay in Pentos, attempting to buy swords and the men that wielded them, and grain, and horses, and all the various sundries of war that Rhaegar's army needed, than to have him home where other lords could mock Jon for his loss at Stony September, or try to convince Rhaegar that they would do better as a commander of his army. Good, he finally said. At least we will not starve. Lord Merryweather, what news west from the Greyjoys? Orden Merryweather tugged at the collar of his tunic, then shrugged. Nothing yet, Your Grace, the older man said. The man had recently returned from his exile in Essos to be reconfirmed in his estates at Longtable, but had yet to prove of much use in council. How vexing, Rhaegar murmured, and stared at the map in the center of the tent, that heart-wrenching map with snarling wolves and angry lions and determined trout and prickly falcons, surrounding his own loyal dragons. You are to write him again. Impress upon him the free hand we extend as to the Westerlands, and reassure him that his loyalty will be further rewarded. To dally and dither in indecision will not benefit those who so highly prize the iron price. Of course, Your Grace, Merryweather said. I shall endeavour to be as convincing. He then bowed and took his leave. The job is never done, Rhaegar thought, and turned to one of the men that had thus far been silent, Lewin Martell. Sire, you know that Dorne's continued support is vital for the success of our campaign, Rhaegar told him. I trust that you have conveyed as much to Doran. And yet your nephew will not commit more spears to our cause. Martell, his almond-toned skin at contrast with the white of his cloak, stood to his full height from the stool he'd been sitting on, and glanced down at his cup of wine. Then he looked back up, and shook his head. No, my prince, Martell said. He frowned. Doran acknowledges the losses of Elia and Rhaenys and Aegon, but he cannot justify stripping Dorne further of our spears when the Stormlands remain in open defiance. While he has sent Oberyn to across the narrow sea to help your Jon Connington, our sworn lords are uneasy at the losses we have suffered. King's Landing, the Trident, Stony September, and... His litany cut off as Rhaegar Targaryen sighed in frustration. I know just as well as any man here the losses suffered, Lewin. I count the numbers every night. But you mingle losses and victories as if they were one and the same. Did not Tarly and Tyrell beat my cousin Robert at Ashford, and drive him north as far as Stony September? Did we not drive the rebels off at the Trident with Baratheon and Tully dead on the field? We have had no less than a dozen great lords and 100 landed knights from the Riverlands and Stormlands return to the grace of their king since. If the Prince of Sunspear could just agree to send more men, to help against Tywin Lannister. That won't be happening, a voice interrupted. Rhaegar turned, to look at who dared interrupt him and give them a piece of his mind. I bear word from her grace, Rhaella Targaryen, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms and come as captain of 2,000 loyal clawmen, said the voice, revealing its owner as he strode through the open entrance of the tent. He was a tall man, with cold blue eyes and black hair, and a cold face, set unhappily. He was a knight, too, for he wore the black belt of a knight, with the gold spurs, and a long, thin sword with a hilt for 2 hands at his hip. The knight went to one knee before him, though so briefly that it neared an insult that he stood back up. His person bore signs of fighting and hard fighting, at that. There was a cut beneath one eye, with one arm in a sling and bandages poking out beneath it. I come as her messenger, and as a captain leading reinforcements of some 2,000 loyal clawmen, the knight added, speaking again before the Targaryen prince could get a word out. Rhaegar paused a moment, to collect himself at the man's intransigence. Then know that you are welcome, offered the Silver Prince with the barest courtesy. Both you and your men. It will take a little while to find quarters for them all, and I am sure you are eager to join your officers in seeing to that. I will accept this letter now. Your royal mother bids me give you this news, before I hand over her letter, your grace, the knight said without apology. He looked familiar, with his cold eyes and the pink and black tunic with lances on it, but Rhaegar could not force the man's name from his memory. Her grace has announced herself Queen Regent in the interregnum of your crowning as king. You may rest easy to know that she is still safe on Dragonstone, defended by her loyal household knights and the royal fleet. Good news, that, Sir Barristan murmured probably low enough he didn't think Rhaegar would catch it. What? Rhaegar asked in bewilderment. Mother, she is pregnant. She is in no condition to rule in my absence, especially from so far as Dragonstone. The knight shrugged, insouciant and insubordinate. Be that as it may, her grace has already begun conducting court as regent, and unless you are willing to pry her off your island and tell her she can't, she has been and she will continue to do so. The Targaryen frowned, peering at the messenger in trepidation. And just what affairs has my mother conducted or arranged, without my knowledge or leave? The knight smiled, thin and cold, and Rhaegar rather found he did not like it at all. Affairs concerning this war, primarily. I, Sir Roland Gaunt of Gaunt's Hollow, have been given orders to assume command of all the levies brought forth by knights and lords from Crack Claw Point in your army. Rhaegar interrupted him. What? You can't do that, mother can't do that, she's the rightful liege and lady of Crack Claw Point, Gaunt interrupted. His tone grew chilly. Rhaella Targaryen is queen of the 7 kingdoms. Yes, but mother hasn't administered the point, well ever. I have held those rights in her name since I took charge of Dragonstone. She cannot mean to take command of an army by Raven, let alone now when we are beset by enemies on all sides. Those men are sorely needed to bring House Lannister to heel. You may rest assured of alternatives, Prince Rhaegar. As we speak, the forces of the Reach are even now leaving their siege camps and moving north to consolidate on the Blackwater. March north? And let off Stannis Baratheon's neck? The Stormlands will be lost to us in 6 months. If they were to keep fighting. Thankfully, I can report that by the gracious efforts of your royal mother that your lordly cousin has laid down his arms. Gaunt said. What? How? What terms has mother given him? Rhaegar demanded. A general truce in the Stormlands. Stannis Baratheon has agreed to send your younger cousin Renly to foster with her grace, while Prince Viserys will foster with Lord Baratheon at Storm's End. Lands and castles seized by both Aerys and Robert are to be returned, the rebel Stormlords will be pardoned. Mother hasn't the right, even if she were regent, Rhaegar said. Left unsaid were all the things giving weight to mother's consideration to do exactly that, her friendship with Joanna Lannister, Tywin's unwed daughter, Stannis Baratheon accepting her commands to make peace with Mace Tyrell. You will note, Prince Rhaegar, said the clawman firmly as if reciting another of his mother's directives, that it is the familial right of the Queen, as the senior-most royal Targaryen, to offer herself as a mediator in any dispute between royal kinsmen. This includes Stannis Baratheon as the current third in line. As Rhaegar made to respond, Gaunt was quick to add, be it as Queen Mother, or as Queen Regent. Rhaegar could feel the weight of the war collapsing onto his shoulders, as though choices were being taken from him, as though the very land itself conspired to see him stolen of his right. I cannot let them see me on the back foot. A dragon cannot fear another, not even if it is a dragon as well. Your assumption of command over my mother's levies comes as most unpleasant news, Rhaegar offered tersely, shifting focus as he went on the attack. Your countrymen have fought bravely against the rebels thus far. Your arrival with reinforcements gave me hope that they might continue to serve with distinction against the rebels. Her Grace the Queen expected as much. But she hopes you might yet conclude this unpleasantness through more peaceful efforts. And which conflict would that be? The one with Eddard Stark and his partisans, or the one against Tywin Lannister's gross overreaches? Dare I wonder if she has given serious credence to his suggestions of putting me aside for Viserys? You cannot doubt that her Grace bears both her sons a great love, Gaunt shrugged. As can be seen through the extraordinary efforts she has gone to secure you the services of Lord Tyrell. But if you do so merely because she negotiates with Tywin Lannister, then understand that those negotiations shelter the Crack Claw from the repercussions of both his and your campaigning. Allowing the talks to play out were deemed a political necessity to limit Lord Tywin's military options. Please Prince Rhaegar, take relief in the assurance we will continue to fight the northern rebels in the interim, if fighting is what is needed. Those are my men, Rhaegar said with a growl. For years, they've followed my orders, they mustered at my call. They were never your men, save in the absence of their lady's leadership. Enrilla Targaryen is our liege lady, Gaunt said with a frown. We swore our oaths to her upon her ascension to queen, as we have done for hundreds of years since good Queen Visenya landed on the point, and had from us our oaths. We swore it upon the skull of Viagar, as our forefathers did to Visenya. Rhaegar turned his back on the knight, levying a long protracted breath to calm himself. There it was, the nonsensical arranging of loyalties rearing its ugly head to rob him of knights and soldiers he needed, because surely Tywin Lannister would not bend the knee and return to the peace. My king, Sir Selmy said to mediate. Her Grace's messenger is correct. Stannis Baratheon is your cousin, and the grandson of Rhaegal Targaryen. He owes your mother the loyalty a cadet house should show the main, and his acceptance of her mediating peace between himself and Mace Tyrell is such loyalty. Is it not good news and well done by your royal mother, to have cut one head of the Hydra and armed ourselves anew? Now that you have been informed, I must insist that her Grace wishes to know how the war goes in this region. Gaunt requested. The temerity of it. Well, Sir Lewin Martell said a little too quickly. We achieved a victory at the Trident when we drove the rebels off and killed Hoster Tully and Robert Baratheon for their troubles, though they withdrew in good order. Many river lords and storm lords from the rebel host have quit the campaign and returned home, Lord Darry took up. Others have filled our ranks. All of them have been accepted by His Grace into his peace with mercy and temperance. Also, we are in talks with the Lord Reaver of Pike to plan a campaign against the Westerlands. His Grace hopes to return the Starks, Arryns and Tullys to the fold and then turn on Tywin Lannister. How heartening, Gaunt carefully said. What are the terms you plan to offer? Fair and equitable for the river lords, Rhaegar begrudgingly said. But the Northmen and Valaman will by necessity require lengthier dialogues. Our Warden of the North has great reason to be displeased by my late royal father. What will the lengthier dialogues unveil, as it were? I will press the Lord Stark to accept as valid my marriage to Lyanna Stark, born originally of love and passion, but now in need of state, as well. We will offer Wergild for all the knights, lords and squires murdered most foully by my father. As I'm sure has reached Dragonstone, that blackguard Lannister has pressed the High Septon to declare me a bigamist and worse. House Stark accepting our marriage will go a long way to taking the road from under Lannister's horse. Further concessions will include tax and winter reliefs, minting rights, all the usual when a lord has fair reason for rebellion. Should the talks be successful, we expected them to contribute men to crushing Tywin Lannister's armies in the Crownlands and Westerlands. Given your news regarding the Stormlands, perhaps we can avoid that request in lieu of reaching a faster resolution. Gaunt nodded once, short and jerky. Is that it? Rhaegar nodded. Then may I be excused, Prince Rhaegar? I've to see to my men and arrange for a raven or riders to be sent back to Dragonstone with your news. Yes, yes, of course, go talk to the clawmen and you and I will be revisiting that later, Rhaegar said, forcing a smile on his face to lighten the threat. The knight bowed, and left the tent. Gods, what a cunt, Raymond Darry muttered. I seem to recall him being an officer of the watch, voiced Lord Mouton, who had been silent thus far. Yes, that would be where I remembered him from, Rhaegar said. We were pages together at court, and then he went off to squire in the Stormlands, I think. After his knighting, he returned and mother asked me to give him a position, so I did. Then he frowned, for he also remembered an incident where he had gotten the man out of a scrape. Dueling in the streets was forbidden by law, but the man had fallen afoul of it. He is an ungrateful cur, Rhaegar decided aloud. He owes me much, but along he comes to disrupt this army with pretensions of command? I fear the man has misled my mother somehow. Perhaps he has, Lewin Martell said. And perhaps he has not. Still, it would not do to dwell. We have much more to discuss before the day is out, Your Grace. Shall we continue? We shall, Rhaegar ground out. We have more important matters than one night of crack claw this night. Chapter 21, Speaker for the Dead. He was not dead. He was dead. He should have died. He had not died. He was dead and was not dead. He was dead. He was not dead. So you're awake, are you? His eye opened. But he could not see. Water, he whispered, voice thin and hoarse and his throat parched. He could feel the pain, lightning and burning up and down his arms and trunk, cuts and scrapes on his legs. He had been fighting? What else but battle could explain his state? But then why was he not dead? Something was placed against his chapped lips, tilted up, and he felt cool, clear water drain into his mouth. He sucked at the water greedily, trying to guzzle it, wash away the blood and the fear and the hate. The water was trickled into his mouth, and he swallowed it as fast as he could, desperate, throat burning. Easy there, lad. Easy. You'll live, sure, but I don't think you're happy about it. You went there to die. He couldn't nod, to confirm that he had tried his best to meet his grave wherever he was. He remembered that much, that clearly. Well, you're not dead yet, man, and you'll live. Oh, you'll live, all right. It sounded like promise and threat both, and he dreaded that promise and feared the threat. He felt as though his blood had turned way, thin and weak. The blackness of insensibility clawed for him, scrabbled and dragged at him. He thought he might be a coward, that he wanted to give into it, but the fight he'd have wept, if he had the strength for it, for he did not know if he could bear another fight. He had died. He was not dead. He remembered being dead, haunting like a vengeful revenant the field where his men had followed him to slaughter, stepping twixt death and hell, eyes of something watching him, something vast, incomprehensible, terrible, beautiful. His eye opened. Water, he mewed, and then there was a hand at his brow, feeling him, feeling along the socket where once he had had another eye, searching and searching for something. Kill me, he croaked, begged for the release his foe had not given him. Let me die. I don't think so, boy. You're bloody well useful, and too fucking angry to die, apparently. My grandchildren will need that, come what lays ahead. There's always another war around the corner. Who? I'm not anyone you've met, but my granddaughter speaks highly of you. Go back to sleep. You'll need your strength. He slept. I wanted to die with my men, he wept. I had seen the path forward, knew that if we could but break their cavalry, she would be safe. I should have died with them. You should have. You didn't. Now you must live. Cattle die. Kinsmen die. But a man's legend can live forever, and yours, boy, will likely live forever. She'll need you. Your lord will need you. The people will need you. There's always another war around the corner. I do not want to war any longer. Let me die. Let you die? After the trouble I've gone to save you and keep you from passing on? The gods had their chance, boy. They had their chance, and you are bound by the oaths you swore. Don't let a little thing like death keep you from your duty. And then, one day, he was able to keep his eye open, he did not slip into the black void of insensibility, did not dream dreams of dead men pleading with him to lead them home safe. He was sprawled across the surface of a wagon, pinned in place by a man on either side that was equally injured. He turned his neck stiffly, and saw wiry men, with wicked long bows and faces darkened with soot, wearing green and brown cloaks, riding horses and wagons and exchanging smiles and laughs. He saw huge, ancient trees and a drizzle-shrouded path that was little more than a deer trail. He saw a man that looked like Ricard Stark, and he knew he was dead, for Lord Ricard had died in King's Landing. Awake, are you? The man asked, and his voice was gruffer, more northern-sounding than Lord Ricard had sounded in life, and then he realized the man's beard and hair, tied back in a warrior's braid, were near entirely silver, and there were more lines and weathering in the man's face than Lord Ricard had ever worn. Lord Edwyle. He tested his voice, and it was hoarse and thin with disuse, but not so much as to be unintelligible. My nephew, the man said. He smiled, and it wasn't a kind smile. You can call me Roderick, boy, and be glad for it. Edwyle would have hung you for the crime of not dying properly like you should have at Summer Hall, and he'd have had you drawn and quartered for losing so many men to achieve that victory. Of course, he was born with a stick up his arse. He swallowed. Summer Hall. He remembered. He began. Roderick cut him off. You had good reason, damned good reason, and I'm not sure even I could have seen a way out of the mess you've made. But it comes out even, in the end there's been a string of sieges in the Stormlands as have been broken, because you fought the Reachman cavalry out and broke the best of them. But Wells? If you lead men to this kind of fate again, make sure you die proper. I tried, Wells said bitterly. Gods no, I tried. Quit your sniveling, Roderick snapped. You're a man. You did a man's duty. You survived. Now you need to be ready for the rest of this war, and all the wars to come, till you're dead and given over to the weirwoods. You're not the first survivor of a last stand, and you won't be the last. Fine, Wells said begrudgingly. Where did you come from, to pluck me from the grasp of the gods themselves? Roderick smiled, thin and unhappy. Amberley. My granddaughter begged me to see if you lived still, to see if you could be saved. And lo, there you were. Mad he could remember, some of it. Too much. He had taken a spear to the leg, gone down to one knee, and then been overwhelmed. By Reachman, trying to hack his head from his neck. By Northmen, killing the men trying to kill him. He had been piled upon, until he had lost the thread of being awake, and thought surely he would die. He had made his plans, and the gods had disposed of them. Lya is angry with you, the grandfather of Matt's lord said. Oh, boy, she's as angry as I've seen a Stark woman be in a long, long while. And I raised 2 of those, so trust me when I say you're in for an earful. Lady Stark will understand, Matt groaned defensively. I did what I thought I must, to see her safe. And look, she is safe, ensconced with her Stormland cousins, and you were there. I'd die before I see her harmed. Harmed by others, I. But what of the harm you've done to her by lying to her? She told me. Told you what? Wells wanted to ask, but he bit his tongue and leaned forward, so he could lay his head against the horse's neck. The Stark laughed, and Wells could well wager a guess as to what Lyanna would have told dear grandfather Roderick. He closed his eye. The gods were laughing at him. He wanted a drink. What he got instead was watered wine and weak ale, until his strength began returning and he could chew hard strips of salted, smoked beef and chunks of soldier's bread, torn off the loaf and soaked in water to make it chewable. Matrim Wells listened to the tales the sons of the Stormlands told by their tiny campfires at night, listened to the war stories old Roderick Stark recounted, some of the man's own history, and some from far-off lands in Essos he had heard by way of mercenaries and winesinks and fleshpots in the massive cities of the east. He listened and talked little, for Matrim Wells had little to say. He had done his best as best he could, and had not died for it like he had planned. So he had to live. He had to live, and the weft and warp of his thoughts turned. He had lived. Had he died? He could not say, did not want to think of it. For if he had, what then had returned him to life? So instead he listened, and hoarded his strength as they went further and further away from the slaughter field where the carrion birds had feasted, and they had feasted still at the remnants of the Reachmen who had been hunted by angry Stormlanders. He listened to those of his men still living moan piteously at their wounds, who had been rescued as he had by Roderick Stark. And then, one night when he was the only one aside from the watchman that lay awake, he crept to his feet. It hurt, and he knew that he would suffer for his foolishness during the ride in the morning. But some things were worth the suffering. He stood, and snagged a Storman's spear and another's fighting dagger, and made his way into the forest. It was dark, bleak, and black as any night without a full moon and the stars covered by clouds, but his eye adjusted and he stepped over a fallen log. No god whispered into his ear. No fair one guided him deeper into the depths of the Stormland rainforest. He used the spear as a walking stick, leaned on it heavily and used it to help feel his way over boulders and rocks. Tap tap. Tap tap. Tap 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 tap. The forest changed, slowly, from pitch darkness to shades of grey and near total dark. He smiled. He let his feet carry him, and deeper in the forest he heard an owl's hoo-hooing call. He picked his way through the forest, and for a moment, he was able to forget. The war. Lyanna. His men. All of it. He resolved to go until he found what he was looking for, although he did not know what that was. Gradually, he began to hear not the snuffling of a boar pawing for truffles or a deer taking flight to evade his man scent, but something altogether different. It was the sound of a man's measured strides, matching his pace, seeming to have no difficulty with the terrain, even as Matt had to scrabble up the side of a rock, using it to leap across a stream. Where is your axe? He had broken it in the fighting at that damned and cursed tower, in Dorne. Where is your sword? Broken, in the fighting at Summerhall, snapped in half, with one half in the brains of a knight without a helmet and the other half useless in his hand till he'd tossed it away. Where the dirk, a gift from your father's father? With Lyanna, who had asked for it so that she might feel safe. How then can a sworn man be a sworn man without his own axe or dagger? He'd find new ones. The war wasn't over yet, and if what old Roderick Stark had said was any indication, well, he was still needed. Time seemed to stretch, and his grasp on it he felt detached, as though he had achieved some kind of inner peace, with his silent companion beside him. He stopped, and he stopped where an ancient oak had tipped, toppled, and broken itself in twain against a mighty boulder. There, laying on the boulder, was a chunk of the oak's heartwood. Men propose, Matrim Wells. The gods dispose. You are no god, for all you have raged against fate and sought to place your thumb against the thread on the spindle. I know, he said to the knight. He picked up the chunk of heartwood, good and strong and dark. He propped the spear against his shoulder, and then he turned the wood over in his hand, feeling the grain in it, the dryness. I have made mistakes, Matrim admitted. Rescuing Lyanna and attempting to clear her a path north with the souls of Reacher knights as the war guild for my men was not one. Should you have turned from your war in the Reach? What would have happened, if he had turned north to report to Eddard Stark? The whole of the northern army might have demanded to march on Dorne, and died in the mountains for their troubles. They might not have died. He might have been bade to ride with his lord, left the host in the hands of a Stark cousin or cadet family, like the Starks in White Harbor or Karstarks. He might have been apprehended for deserting his mission. He might still be clapped in irons and tossed in a bleak cell, to await Eddard Stark's justice. If you die with your neck on a headsman's block and beneath ice, will it have been worth it? Matt cradled the chunk of oak in his hands, and thought about an outlaw's death, a traitor's death. If I have done my duty as best I see it, then the gods will forgive my lord even if they do not forgive me. And that is all a man may ask. So yes? Yes, Matt said aloud. But what I really need is a way to better kill knights. One of those thin, long swords they seem so fond of and that pierces mail so well. I'm not out of this war until I'm dead and rotted. His companion fell silent, but Wells thought he felt a faint sense of amusement and fondness. Then it was back through the forest to the mixed camp of storm men and fellow survivors of Summerhall, a few. Not many, but a few. The path seemed shorter, as though something he had decided had helped lighten his feet and ease the aches of his wounds. More scars, he thought. Well. They were scars earned in honest combat, honest battle, and not a one upon his back. No man could say he was a coward. But there's more than one type of cowardice, he thought. He had avoided the fighting at the Trident. But I had orders. He protested to himself. From the start himself. And he'd thrown himself into the fighting often enough to know, truly know, he was no coward. No man would count him so. Would Lina? You lied to her, because a conversation about your expecting to die would be hard. He had no defense for that, because he knew she would have pleaded with him not to go. Hadn't he promised? To protect her? I did, he thought. Promises and oaths. Some oaths were heavier than others. When he made it back to camp, thoughts and mood unhappy after his jaunt, he returned the borrowed dagger and spear to their owners. Then he slipped beneath the cloak that had been serving as his blanket, a musty thing that smelled more of horse than anything else. He tried to sleep, but fear of his impending doom, the conversation Lina would surely demand, loomed large, and so instead he spent the rest of the night tossing and turning. During the cart ride that morning, Matrim pulled his cloak tighter around his shoulders, and hunched in on himself. He lifted the flask a man had tossed him at dawn, and drank down a brisk slug of the fiery-tasting liquor. It settled like a hot brick in his gut, and Matt felt less angry at the world after. He took another drink, then stowed the flask in a fold in the cloak that made a sort of pouch. Matt was left with his thoughts then, and he would have stabbed someone if he had to lay there any longer. Despite his wounds, he lifted himself to clamber over to the front of the wagon to take a seat next to one of Stark's storm men. The horses pulling the wagons were sturdy things, patient despite the weight of their cargo. He had patted and rubbed down several of them the night before, for lack of anything to do. The heavy cotton shirt he wore shifted as he sat down in his seat, and he hissed in pain. The final accounting of his wounds, when at last he had been able to stay awake and pay attention. That had been nasty. Cuts up and down his arms and legs, some bastard had tried to sever an arm from his shoulder and driven rings of mail into his muscle, he'd had a stab wound perilously close to his heart, along with a litany of bruises and minor scrapes. Worst of all were the burns, come from bolts of lightning that had struck down as hammer blows around him, all near enough to count. More dead than alive, the barber they'd found to work on Matt and his men had told him. More butchered meat than man, and Matt still felt it. Walking hurt. Rising hurt. Riding hurt. Pissing, even, hurt. But the barber had watched with great interest the first time Matt had bellowed at a man to help him stand, help him walk, and help him lean against a tree so he could piss instead of piss himself and then be cleaned, like a child. Do you know, the barber had said, bushy eyebrows drawn with concentration. But by the 7, I believe that clean air, exercise as soon as the body is able, and hearty food might be the cure for many a man near his death. It never seems to fail. Avoid drinking to insensateness, do not exert yourself past your body telling you that you are tired, fatigued, or hurting badly, and you'll be right as rain. Matt didn't remember what he had said in response to that, but the barber's advice had seemed sound enough, and of a line with everything he'd heard from veterans and the maesters. At least there hadn't been leeches, or bloodletting. He shuddered in distaste. After what seemed like forever to Matt, but surely was only a few hours, Roderick Stark called a halt at a crossroads on the road to what the stormman said led to Amberley. Then, out of the drizzling mist came the shape of men and horses. At their head raced one man, and Matt's good eye perceived that it was a knight. He was almost upon them before Matt realized that the knight was Marlin, grown even fatter than last they had seen each other. Marlin's eyes widened, and then he was sliding off his horse and hurrying to clasp Matt's hands, his dour frown stretched into a grin. By the 7. Matt almost threw himself, off the flatboard and into Marlin's arms, but it was more a half slide and half fall. Marlin caught him, and they kissed each other's cheeks, tears falling from Marlin's eyes. You were supposed to die, Marlin cried out, and then laughed. Of course they couldn't kill you. The gods love you too much. I'm not sure I'd go that far, Matt said, but he felt the urge to laugh and cry at the same time, and settled for a sharp intake of his breath. The way north is clear, Matt, Marlin interrupted. You broke some of the best chivalry in all the kingdoms. The Stormmen foresters and rangers have been hunting survivors for days. There's nothing between Lady Lina and home except the royal host under Rhaegar's command, and with Tywin Lannister and Lord Stark to contend with, he'll be too busy to realize you've played the wolf in the sheep pen. Were the lives of nearly 2,000 Northmen worth it? What if we'd turned for Amberley to begin with? We're turning north, now, Roderick Stark said. You are not returning to Amberley. Manderley asked tentatively. Stark shook his head. I'll be sending a man to take the glad tidings to Lina and Brenda, and with my word they're to stay there, safe. The roads are safer now after Summerhall, but there are still reachmen in the field that might fancy their chances. There's nowhere safer for Lina than in Amberley at peace, not while there are bandits and outlaws that need hanging and reachmen that are little better. He stroked at the bars of his mustache, and then glanced at Matt and Marlin, still embracing Matt half hanging on the night. I don't want you sniffing around my granddaughter, boy. Women in distress make mistakes, grave ones, and little Lina has been in distress for quite a while now. Besides, he continued. I think you have a report to make to my grandson. Matt tilted his chin up, eyes drawn tight with defiance. I will explain whatever I must to my lord, he said stiffly. If Lord Stark ordered his execution for his defeat, would he go quietly? He'd done what he thought he must, but... I will, he told himself. Hadn't he decided as such last night, speaking with that ghost? It would not be an issue if you had died with your men, like a good captain must when he asks such of them. Good, Roderick said. He turned away from Matt then, ignoring him. Your men will ride with us north, Sir Manderley. I have ever been fond of you mermen, and if you can help snap this one out of his lethargy, the assistance will be appreciated. There's still a war on, and every fighting man is needed. Marlin nodded. Of course, Lord Roderick, he said. Let me sit a horse, Matt said demanded. He felt both men's eyes turn to him, judging. If you keep me in that bloody cart I'm going to knife someone, and like you said there's still a war on. Matt kept his eye on the older man as his grey Stark eyes narrowed, and didn't quite smile. The barber was gone, and so it was left to Roderick's best judgment, as the most veteran of all of them. Fine, Stark finally said. But if you fall I'm leaving you. If you sicken, weaken, and die, we're leaving your corpse for the ravens. They don't seem to have a taste for me, Matt said. It's because you're stringy and probably chewy, Marlin said with not a little forced cheer. A horse was brought up from the string of spares, a solid bay mare with blonde mane and tail. She hoofed in his face, blowing snot all over him, and Matt wiped it off with the sleeve of his shirt. This is Rainy, the dark-haired Stormland Ranger said, his accent lilting and almost song-like. He smiled at Matt. She's a good horse, and will serve decent till we can get you something more warlike. Thank you, Matt nodded. He let her sniff his face and hair, and try to nibble at his shirt. He rubbed her neck. She shoved her head into his chest, trying to demand more neck rubs, and he scratched at her ears with his other hand. Good girl, he murmured to her. Then they had to help him into the saddle, like he was a lady or a boy again, and he flushed not with embarrassment, but anger. There'd been a time when he'd have been able to pull himself into the saddle, in mail with one hand, while the horse had been at a run. He cursed his weakness, Reachman, the war, bloody stupid fucking princes. Are you quite all right, Master Wells? That was Sir Edric Rogers, the youngest son of Harold Rogers and Brenda Stark and thus Lyanna Stark's cousin. Matt knew the man had had the story of the tower from a fellow survivor of Summerhall, one of Matt's men-at-arms from the mountains, Beric Stonehand. Beric had been at the tower. And ever since, Sir fucking Rogers had been extremely solicitous of Matt's person and his health. Yes, Matt said, not quite snapped, but brusque. He wasn't particularly looking forward to answering a dozen questions about his health and healing, and was he pissing all right? While Matt tried not to be angry, and the knight of an age with him was silent, the column had in fact turned to follow the road north. Stark had snagged Marlin to ride with him, and so Matt was left to the ministrations of the man's grandson. I was wondering, Rogers said, and turned his amber eyes on Matt. In fact I was hoping might I hear your account of the tower. It was hell, Matt snapped, and then he was back in the near black, fingers scratching, scrabbling, searching for a blade, anything. I expect it was, Rogers said mildly, and Matt blinked slowly. He took in the annoying mist trying to pretend it was rain, the sigil of 9 unicorns around a maze on Rogers' cloak, the feel of the mist on his face, wet and cool, and all the green of the plant life around them, the feel of Rainy's sides between his legs, her responsiveness when he gave her the heels of his boots and she began trotting forward, eager to please. He took a breath. It was Matt paused. How could he describe the worst fight of his life? How could he talk of exchanging blows with the best knights of the realms, when in the end it had been numbers and exhaustion that had killed those men, those knights? We fought, us against 3, and they used the tower against us, he finally said. They killed us until we killed them. My suggestion, sir? Avoid towers. Your sword will bang against the wall or central pillar, they'll have a reach advantage when you're trying to fight upwards, and the bastards will be able to rain blows on your head. If you can, burn them out. Bring the tower down with engines, or mining, or sapping. Starve them out, if you have to. But let an assault be your last resort, or something truly dire forcing you to the act. Thank you for your honesty, Rogers said after a minute's silence. If not your sophistry. And thank you for rescuing my cousin. He looked like Roderick Stark, albeit a less harsh, younger version of the man. I didn't do it for a thanks. Then, or glory. I did it because I am oath sworn to the Starks of Winterfell, and to do nothing less would have been a stain not only on my honor, but on theirs. Honor would have been satisfied at bringing word to your lord, Rogers said. And giving him the freedom of choice. Across a kingdom roused against me, back through land we'd burnt and rendered inhospitable, off land we'd already foraged. Surely a path could have been found, the other man said. It differed little enough than your coming through the storm lands. Matt shook his head. It could have been, but it would have been hard, perhaps impossibly so. And if I had left Lady Lyanna in captivity, when I had a force and could attempt to rescue, my honor demanded nothing less. Why? Why your honor? Honor comes from two places, Matt said. He'd thought about it a long time. He had no good answer, but one he believed fit. Honor from my lord, for serving him well and loyally. Honor from other fighting men, other men of arms, for fighting well and good deeds of arms. 3. Stark's voice interrupted them. Matt looked up from where he had been staring without seeing at the back of his horse's neck. Hello, grandfather, Rogers said, and bowed in the saddle. I see you're lingering, Eddie, Stark said dryly. As I was saying. 3 places. The third is you. You weighed your choices and the possible consequences as best you could, and chose what you thought was the course of right action that took smarts and guts. Right or wrong, you made your decisions, and fought as well as could be asked. Honor's not something you do or don't have. It's something to be worked at. Every day. You tilt at it, like at the Quinton. Some days you'll miss, and some days you won't. The fact you ask yourself if you made the right decision, if the decision was right action, you're still tilting. Thank you, grandfather, Rogers said. Where'd you learn that? I've known a lot of men at arms and knights, Stark said. He glanced at Rogers. I learned it from the best knight I ever knew, including the King's Guard I've known. The Iron Unicorn, your great-uncle. Lucifer Rogers. Matt listened silently as Roderick Stark began sharing the time he and Lucifer Rogers found themselves alone and in the middle of nowhere in Essos, but his thoughts turned to honor and the question he had thought of earlier. If Lord Stark wanted his head, would Matt go quietly? It would be perhaps unjust, and certainly he didn't want his life forfeit for choosing to rescue his lord's sister, but... Fuck, he thought. I don't know. Was a stand at Summerhall really the best choice you could make? He tried to go over the situation in his mind as it had been 3 separate cavalry forces doing their best to pin him in place, and they able to summon more men from the main host of the Reach. 2,000 lives for Lyanna Stark to shelter with her cousins, sit the rest of the war out safely and free, and... Do you know how many Reachmen we killed? He interrupted Roderick Stark. The old soldier smiled, thin and knowing. By the reckoning of our foresters and scouts, close to 3,500. And here's the best news for you, boy, the rest have split off entirely and gone home. You killed them until they got so sick of it they want nothing to do with the rest of the war. And more Reachmen are dying now that several sieges have lifted, Sir Edric said. The Stormlands aren't out of this war yet, Master Wells. Good, Matt said. Good. There's still a dragon and his horde to slay, after all. Chapter 22, Love Never Dulls. Lyanna. I am sorry that you will have had word of my survival from someone other than myself. But more, I am sorry that you will not hear from me again for some time. I pen this letter to you from Bronzegate, both to tell you myself that I have survived, and to tell you that your grandfather has informed me of what all was said to him, before he rode to see to the men who served your family so faithfully. If that is the path you seek to take, then know that you will have my acceptance and agreement. And my sword will ever be yours, should you or the child need it. I remain your obedient servant. Matrim Wells. During the long ride, on days where he could not take to hunting for sign or tracks of Reachmen, either laying in ambush or hunting them, tasks best suited for their lean foresters, Matt did his best to stay quiet and pick up the lessons on offer. The Stormlanders had a lilting cadence to their speech, almost song-like, and it seemed they enjoyed sharing stories nearly as much as a group of Northmen. Fights won, fights lost, ambushes laid, and skirmishes and women loved and lost, to marriage or another man. Matt found he rather liked them and they certainly liked him. He was popular with them for some indeterminate reason, and they treated him with a cheerful sort of disrespectfulness he enjoyed. And at night, he would work. His strength began to return to him from the weakness that had afflicted him so soon after Summerhall, and he ate everything sent his way. The men who had followed him south, survived the Tower and Summerhall both, were much the same. They ate. They rode. They walked, and picked up whatever they could stand to lift until it hurt first cookpots and large rocks, and then the tools of the soldier's trade, shield, axe and mace and sword, spear and halberd. The first night that he held a borrowed sword in his hand, a thin, one-handed sword placed in his hands by a storeman who had been carrying the thing, Matrim had felt something click into place. Like a part of him had been missing since summer hall, and he had not realized. He smiled, and examined the hilt and pommel of the sword. Black cloth covered where iron wire had been wrapped around the wood of the hilt. The pommel was rounded off, a blunt tool with which to batter at a knight's helmet, and the crossguard ended in square tips on either side, to act as a hammer if need be. I'm going to kill knights with this, Matrim thought, and did not stop smiling. He drew the blade from the plain brown leather scabbard, and the steel glinted in the campfire. Here, Roderick Stark grunted. You're a soldier. Time you get back to acting like one, instead of thinking this is a pleasure ride through the countryside. The older man tossed a cloth-wrapped bundle at Matrim's feet. It clinked when it landed, and Matt knelt, to undo the twine knot keeping the cloth wrapping on. Metal gleamed, and he picked it up. He held a mail shirt, good mail, where one ring was linked with 4 others, and knew that he held hundreds of hours of a man's work in his hands. Something else clattered to the ground next to him, and he picked that up, too. It was a spear, 8 feet long and with a metal-capped butt. As you say, he said, and bowed his head in agreement. He placed the spear and sword and mail in a bundle together, and then accepted the almond-shaped shield, decorated with plain and unpainted wood handed to him by Sir Edric Rogers. A battle lord needs the accoutrements of war, Roderick Stark acknowledged. Men will know you for one now, a fierce slayer of men and giver of glory. Well did my forefather choose to bind yours in service to the Starks, Wells. My grandchildren have had good service from you, and will need you still in the days to come. Sleep well, and be ready tomorrow. Your service is not done. The second night he went slow. The sword felt good, felt right in his hands, and he swept the cold steel through the night air. He went through the motions of standing as though he were in formation with other men, with sword and spear. He practiced the thrusts and parries and cuts he had been shown, first as a boy and then as a young man, with spear and shield, shield and sword. Without mail. Then, sword still sheathed, Roderick Stark and Edric Rogers and Marlon Manderley practiced with him. The second week headed north, he began wearing mail. It hurt, at first. But he had been weak as a kitten. Getting stronger would hurt. The barber had been right. Good air and exercise were helpful. So Matt went at his forms and exercises like he had no other purpose in life, for he had been born to be a sword carrier, an axe man, in service to his brother and their lord. He had no other purpose in life. To be a noble was to serve, and if he turned his back on that then he would be accursed by the gods. So he worked. And by day, during the ride, he whittled away at the chunk of oaken heartwood he'd found. He wasn't entirely sure that he hadn't dreamed or imagined the entire sequence, but no, the oak wood had been there, with him when he woke. He worked the wood, slowly and carefully, and admired the greenness of the storm lands, how alive the trees and bushes and grasses of the wilderness seemed to be, and then the well-organized neatness of orchards and fields, livestock pens. And nearly all of those empty, cleared of their crops and animals by the depredations of hungry reachmen. I should have burned twice as much as what we put to the torch in the Reach, Matt said, bitter and angry, to Edric Rogers. We certainly could have used the help in drawing off Reachman's sieges, Edric said. Then he gave a shrug. But you did what you could and the gods saw fit to do as they would. We give thanks to the gods for your survival and the deliverance of my cousin, curse the Reachmen, and pray for victory. And in Reach camps, Roderick said from the other side of Rogers. They pray for victory, give thanks for Matrim's death, and curse the storm lands. Such is the nature of war. Well, that, and old men talking and young men dying. Has it not ever been thus? What is war but politics writ in blood? Roderick said. I wonder what they'll say we fought this one over? The tyranny of kings? The ambitions of lords? Or something silly, like love? You sneer at love, grandfather? Edric asked. Only when men kill for it, Eddie, Stark said. Matt watched the other 2 men from the corner of his eye. What of you, Master Wells? Call me Matrim, he said. You have as much flint blood in your veins as I in mine, so we are cousins of a sort. But no, I do not sneer at love. Love is love, can be an all-consuming fire, burning in your veins and enflaming you to great deeds. But it can also be an unkind tyrant. Men have killed and murdered in the name of love and religion and power. What else could it have been that drove you to pit yourself against 3 Kings Guard, Matrim? Take your pick, Roderick Stark said from somewhere behind them. Naked ambition and greed. The lust for a powerful reputation, the kind to make men quake in their boots at the thought of facing him. No one else was there to do it for me, Matrim said. And a good captain cannot ask his men to do a thing he will not do. There, Eddie, you see? 'Twas love, after all. Love for his men. Maybe even love for my family and Lionel specifically. But if you learn anything from this, a good captain must love his men, but he must be willing to let their blood flow free like wine, to spend their lives as soldiers would spend coin on whores and drink. Gold is the means by which soldiers are recruited, paid, and kept loyal, but it is their lives that is spent to win wars. Matty spent his men's lives well, I've realized. 6,000 reach cavalry, some of the best, and they're either rotting or have quit the field. And all it cost my Ned was nearly 2,000 Northmen, and most of those mounted foot from the mountain clans. Seeking a change of conversation topic so he would not have to discuss any feelings or affection for Lyanna beyond what a loyal servant should hold, Matt changed the subject by asking a question. I thought Lord Roderick sent you back to Amberley, Sir Rogers. I wanted to, Roderick said. However, I don't blame him for not wanting to get it from Lya and Brenda about you, so I finally gave him leave to send his lance back with the message. I did not want to be the reason for their distress, said Edric Rogers abashedly. I am only a little older than you, Matrim, but I know all too well how delicate women can be. I was initially intended for the Seps, you see, and had a more encompassing education as a result. Is that so? Yes. The faith of Seven teaches us that women were cursed with strong emotions as they were created, to shoulder the crone's responsibility of educating man, and moving him towards glory of the father, smith, and warrior. Symbols of the maiden's beauty, that give mother's solace to children and husband. You must forgive my grandson, said Rickon Stark with a gruff snort. While he has spent many an hour being lectured, he did not have the fortune to know his grandmother Arya. Elsewise he would not mistake strong emotions for being delicate. Still, the Septons taught him enough that he had the sense to know to avoid Lyanna getting bad news. I would think she'd welcome word of my survival, Matt said. Word of your survival, without you to fuss over and coo like women do when their men returned, bloodied but alive? No, Wells, Lya would be more likely to yell your head off. You're lucky. He missed the block. The sword slammed into the side of his helmet, and stars burst into his vision with a ringing from the helmet's vibrations. He staggered back, and then was driven to his knees by a follow-up blow with the shield driving home into his gut. He tossed aside his sword and shield, jerked his helmet off, and had the decency to be sick away from Edric Rogers' boots. Again. Snarled Roderick Stark from the side. Did your whore mother whelp a wildling bastard on her husband when she had you? The eye is a weakness, but it's one you can overcome, Wells. Don't lie to me. You got used to winning because you're taller and stronger than most men. Now you must be taller, stronger, and better. Get up. You're going again. Matrim picked up his shield and still-sheathed sword. He didn't use either one as a crutch to go from his knees to his feet. Stark's cold grey eyes watched as Matt took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, and then set himself in the high guard with the shield, and the sword held to the side of it. There was no word of commencement or warning, only the sword aimed for his thigh, fast as a striking viper. Matt went low with his shield, blocked the cut. He tried to retaliate by thrusting at Roger's throat, but the other man's shield caught it and jerked his sword aside. On it went, parry and strike and parry, until Matt got the block up in time to protect the side of his head with the shield, but Edric Rogers booted him in the groin, and he reeled back. I don't know what my granddaughter saw in you, Roderick Stark said as Matrim went to one knee. You're weak. Your mother should have drowned you at birth and tried again, because the best part of you ran down her leg after your father was finished. You're a Northman, Stark went as his grandson kicked the sword away from Matt's hand. Born of hard lands, that breed harder men, men of steel and blood. I've seen your blood, Wells, but where's your steel, you mewling little milksop? Matt was angry. He knew that he'd surely lose his head if he lost his head and went after Stark with bared steel. So for once in his life, he tried to do the smart thing. He stayed quiet. Answer me, Wells. Was my stupid girl of a granddaughter spreading her legs for you before the war? Matrim saw red. He dropped the shield, and drove himself forward into Roger's knees. He slammed into one with his shoulder, wrapped up with his arms, and sent the plate-armored Stormlander over his shoulder. In a flash, head pounding and vision red with blood and anger and bloodlust, Matt slammed Roger's wrist into the ground, preventing the sword from coming up. He jerked the man's shield aside and drove his helmeted forehead into Roger's nose, who slammed a plated knee into Matt's gut. He felt a wound reopen, felt it seeping hot blood against his skin. He snarled, angry and wordless and savage, and slammed his own mailed fist into the side of Edric's face. She told me, Roderick said scornfully. Give your body to the gods. As her husband. Not good enough to have her before she married, was it? Wanted her all to yourself. Edric Rogers did something twisty and wriggly and then he was on top of Matt, driving a knee into the bloody again wound and punching him in the ribs. Matt heaved, tried desperately to force the other man off him. Hot breath filled the earhole in his helmet, and Stark's voice never wavered. You're loyal and twisty and savage, and if you mean to survive this war she'll need that. Because Brenda and Lyanna will no doubt be spreading the tale that you rescued her and married her and fathered the brat, and it will be the truth of the matter before I or Eddard or anyone else could say otherwise. I don't want you for a grandson by law, whelp. I don't want you because you offer no swords that the Starks cannot already command, offer no land or wealth or even a good alliance. You bring nothing except a little-known name and your own poverty. I had to buy the bloody mail you wear now, and consider it my wedding gift. So when I hand you back to Eddard, the sham of a fucking marriage you've bumbled your way into will be concluded already, and neither gods nor men can part you two. Save by your death, Matrim. So be fucking better than the man who'd take your life. Matt settled for going for Edric's throat, trying to choke the man through his mail coat. He spat blood at the eye slit in his visor, and slammed a fist into the knight's helmet. Do Lya a favor in the next fight you meet, Wells, and die well. On your feet, with courage. Like a man. So she can make a better marriage. Because it won't be your swords protecting her. His head throbbed with the pounding of his blood, a roaring torrent of anger and fury, and he who had died felt no fear. Only the anger. He twisted, brought his knee up to beneath where Roger's legs and torso met, his pelvis, and writhed forward. The Stormlander fell back, and the man got his feet under him and withdrew. I'll show you steel, he said, and his hand dipped to his belt only to be caught. Edric had wrapped him up in an armored hug, so that Matt could not draw his dagger. They stood like that for several moments, until Matt felt the anger and bloodlust recede. After they went away, he was left only feeling cold, and with a pounding head. Don't stab me over grandfather's words, Edric Rogers said with a laugh. I would take it poorly if you did so, and I'm fairly hopeful that Lyanna would as well. Besides, grandfather certainly wouldn't mind having to stab you in return for it. Matrim blinked. Edric let go of him, and Matt took his hand away from the dagger at his hip. I think that's enough for today, Rogers said aloud. Roderick Stark said nothing, watching Matt for a moment, and then turned away. To the west, the sun was sinking across the rim of the world. The night was already growing colder, and for a moment Matt could pretend he was north. Could pretend he was home. A star for your thoughts. Just thinking of home. The north. Ah. Will you tell me about the north? I've never been, and I should like to go one day and see Winterfell. Rogers asked. Matt swallowed, back a grunt of pain and waved forward one of Marlin's squires. He gestured to the mail beneath which his reopened wound bled. As the squire began his lengthy work, he turned his head back to Lyanna's cousin. It snows in summer. The snow will blanket the land, soft and white and quiet as the night. The elk and deer will come down from the hills and mountains to graze, and are fine hunting. If you're awake early enough, the sunrise will reflect off the fresh fallen snow, pinks and oranges and golds, and it's beautiful to see. The ponds and lakes ice over, but it's thin enough that if you are careful on the ice you can cut a hole and fish through it, and then take a swim. Chapter 23, Drawing the Blade. They rode northwest from Bronze Gate on the King's Road through the Kingswood, and there they met the first of the lords and landed knights returning home from the war. Black-haired and brown-eyed Rhys Fremount was a marcher lord, and in more traditional times would have been one of the Stormland's first lines of defense against Dornish or Reach incursions. He certainly looked the part of a marcher, riding home with a long sword at his hip, a spear against his shoulder, a brigandine over his mail coat, and an unstrung longbow behind him on the saddle. Well met, Lord Stark, Lord Wells, Sir Rogers, Sir Manderley, he said, and clasped hands with all of them. He nodded at the banner they rode under Rogers' own. It had become a necessary subterfuge on their ride north when news of the truce had reached them, protecting them from being fallen on by royalists seeking to add a little more luster to their names and reputations against bandits. Men after marcher hearts you are, said Fremount to the Northmen. Word came as far as the Riverlands of how well you cracked those bloody bastards. Riled the small folk up rather good, I hear. Lord Robert would have drunk himself into a stupor for missing it, I know. If not for this truce Lord Stannis brokered with Queen Rilla, I'm sure half the lords coming home would have found themselves a road of Reach skulls to ride over. It would have been bloody beautiful. True enough, Roderick Stark said. He hadn't mentioned how poor a match Matt made for Lyanna since the one day he'd made his feelings known to Matt and Edric, seemingly settling for accepting something his daughter and granddaughter would likely fight him over. It wasn't as if Roderick Stark let Matt get complacent. Matt had gone from working at fighting with Edric to Edric and Marlin, to Stark himself. Stark himself hadn't gone easy on Matt, even if he thought Marlin might have. Matrim still had a particularly nasty bruise on his ribs where Stark had used an axe to hook Matt's shield aside and given him a savage kicking. Stark wore an iron-capped toe in his boots, as well as iron plates on either side of his ankles, where an enemy might seek to hack at his tendons. They made for a brutal kicking, and Matt was determined to get the older son of a bitch back the next chance he got. Which promised to be that night. Stark wanted him fighting 3 men next. Still, he wasn't sure what the hells he felt about it. On the one hand, well, to be married to a Winterfell Stark was surely higher in honor than any he could have expected in life, even with decades of service under his belt. Even now, Lyanna could still make a better match, even considering the cruel circumstances of her imprisonment. She was a Stark, after all. On the other hand, though Matt would never sleep easy a night in that marriage bed, for if her babe survived, there would always be those who sought to use it in politics, to kill Lyanna or use her as well. More, he wasn't sure how good of a father or husband he would make, and it frightened him. Riding home under Rilla's truce, Lord Riss. Marlon was saying from next to Matt. Fremount said. He clicked his tongue at his horse, who had been dancing nervously, and she stilled. I did not want to quit the war, you understand, but the new Lord Baratheon needs me and my men back at home guarding the passes against the feckless Dornish and ferreting out rats in Reach colors. If you gentlemen kill Rhaegar, all the good to you, but if he comes out ahead, well. Just good sense, that, Roderick Stark said. No offense taken or shame given. Just good sense. Still, Fremount said, rather quite cheerfully, I wish you luck, success, and victory. I don't have a quarrel with the man personally, but I'm given to understand that you lot rather do. Something about an abduction, eh? So, all the best to you. We'll do our best, Edric Rogers said. I rather like my cousin, and if we don't get the chance to try at Rhaegar's head, I'd take it rather amiss. Lyanna didn't deserve that. Damn shame that, Fremount said. Still, has she been found? Located, or rescued? Stark said. He glanced at Matrim, sighed, and spat to the side. My granddaughter was rescued by one I hear, and so she married him. Very chivalric and romantic, that. Better that than the ballad we all feared, Fremount said. He slugged Matt in the arm. And better you than Lord Robert, I'm not afraid to say. He was good company for drinking, fighting and whoring, but such qualities do not make for good husbands. Congratulations, Master Wells, though I'm not sure what Lord Stannis will think when hearing the news. They exchanged further pleasantries, but both parties were headed separate ways and there wasn't much news of the war left to share. Some night that Fremount and Rogers both knew had done exceedingly well and won 3 ransoms, and Rogers' 2 brothers had survived the fighting and were themselves headed home. They kept riding, and eventually the heavy, ancient growth of Kingswood turned into southern crownlands. The land wasn't much different from the northern stormlands, save perhaps that there were more orchards, more fields under plough, and more villages. More refugees too, for many of the Stormlanders had fled north when Mace Tyrell's army had enveloped their homeland. They were trickling back home now, as word of the truce spread, but it would be months and years before they all left, if they ever did. Their misery was a stark difference to the good cheer Matt remembered on his ride south, with his men from home. Ewan and Baron and Torrin and John and Old John and Big John and Hugo, the villagers and herders of the north, had waved them on and cheered. So many men had gone south, never to come home. Rhaegar's war was a waste of men and grain and wealth and horses, and yet it was a war the dragons had made when they refused to resolve their problems in peace. So far no one had suspected anything of Matt or their group, and he was thankful for that. The longer the Reach thought him dead, the better. I had sent a letter to Riverrun from Bronzegate, to be carried by courier to Eddard, Roderick Stark said from Matt's blind side. He turned to look, and the man's face was unreadable. Told him Lyanna's safe and alive, but not about you. That's too long to fit on a raven, Wells, and there's too much to go into. The wandering wolf didn't let him respond. He spurred his horse forward to the head of their small column, to speak with their scouts and outriders. I think he's annoyed, Marlon said. I think you're right, and I'm annoyed for it, Matrim said. I have been thinking, Matrim, Marlon said. He tilted his head. There is a thorny issue before you, my friend. What will you do? What will you do? What will I do? Matrim thought. He swallowed, and took a drink of wine to hide his discomfort. If he gave the truth to Lyanna's fiction, she might never speak to him again. Might hold him as an enemy. Might even. His mind shied away from that awful potentiality, though he recalled what Lady Dane had warned him of in a private moment, when she asked he pass her affections to Lord Eddard. Women in dire straits often walk into the arms of the stranger. If he were the cause of that, the only honorable option would be to fall upon his sword. But what was honorable and what was right were sometimes 2 very different things, and he knew that. There was no glory or honor in burning small folk out of their meager homes and killing whomever resisted, but those had been his orders in how wars were fought. So he'd done it. The honorable thing would be to let Eddard Stark make a better marriage for Lyanna with a Lord Abler to protect her and the child, with swords and a castle he would not have begged for from the Starks or an older brother. But the right thing, even one-eyed, Matrim Wells could put a man or 3 in the ground, and he was getting back to where he had been as a warrior. The right thing would tie him to a girl of almost 16, until he died choking on his own blood trying to protect her. Because she had asked. Because she was vulnerable. Because she was a Stark of Winterfell, and his ancestor had gotten his heirs lands and titles by defending a Stark woman, and died for it. I'm going to do the right thing, Matrim Wells resolved. Even if it damns me. Because there is a right thing, and an honorable thing, and a scared girl has asked me to protect her as husband, even as my death would have given her the fiction of being a widow. If, by my steel or by my body I may shelter her from those who would seek to do her or her child harm, I shall do so. I would say that Lyanna made a mistake, and the consequences of her mistake are of a size to her position in life. But she has suffered enough, and if calling me husband makes her happy and feel safe, I will not refuse her." "Very good," Marlon said. He shifted in his saddle, and smiled. "What about incomes or estates? I know you are a second son, and have nothing of those to call your own yet." "I'll do what I must to provide," Matrim said. "I refuse to beg or subsist off my brother's charity, or hers." "You mean to accept a marriage to a Stark of Winterfell and then go sell your sword in Essos? What will she do? Sew your shirts in some dirty camp and whore when you die?" "No." Matrim snarled. "No," he repeated more calmly. "I am sure cousin Wyman could find a place for you in his court," Marlon said. "You are one of the great heroes of this war, my friend. Wed to a Stark or not, I do not think a lord in the north would keep you from his hall." "We'll see," Matt said. "If I am, as we say I am, a married man, then the wise man knows that a happy wife surely creates a happy life. So I shall have to consult my wife's wishes on the matter." In the end, they spent a week on the King's Road through the Kingswood, skirting at times to avoid the better routes that led to King's Landing to the west. The Kingswood had become the site of fierce fighting between Lannister occupiers and the Tyrell vanguard, for Mace Tyrell had hoped to cleanse the stains of Storm's End and Summerhall with vigorous action against the Westerlanders. Their group passed the remnants of a dozen skirmishes and fights, picked over by scavengers desperate for anything amidst the chaos. The proper thing would have been to stop and bury the dead, fend off the carrion and see to those still living. But they could not afford the time it would take to stop, gather the bodies, roll them into shallow graves, and then shovel the dirt back on top of the soldiers. Even if they had the time, Matt would not have bothered anyway. Rowan Mathis and Percival Flowers had left his men to rot, after all, and the anger he felt in his heart at that spoke louder than his distaste. Blood pumping, he spat to the side of the road, where one Tyrell banner fluttered limply in the weak wind, and made the sign to avert evil. That was when the men-at-arms in the colours of House Peak burst out of the trees around them. One knight, with halberd in hand and a snarl in the air, tried to thrust the spike through Matrim's face. Matt jerked the reins of Rainey to the side and the knight missed his thrust. He recovered and tried to cut the horse's head off, but Matt jerked his sword from its sheath, caught the haft of the poliarm underneath the head, and stood in his stirrups. He kicked out of them and Rainey took off, leaving Matt to crumple to the ground. He landed, wished he had his shield or his mail, and parried another thrust. The knight closed in, tried to follow up with a strike from the halberd's butt. Matrim caught the haft of the halberd with his free hand, and hammered the pommel of his sword into the knight's visor. Once, twice, 3 times. The knight reeled back, spitting blood through the air holes in his visor, and Matt wondered if the man had bitten his tongue or he'd broken the man's nose. It didn't matter. He tried to shove the poliarm at Matt and go for his dagger, but Matt let go of his grip on the haft of the weapon, and it clattered to the ground beneath them. Matt had a heartbeat to set himself, drop his sword, and shoot forward to get his knee between the man's legs and knock him down. The man hammered the pommel of his dagger into Matt's back, and then he was propelled backwards and into the ground. Matrim didn't give him a chance to recover. He lifted the man's mail aventail and drove his own dagger into the man's throat. Matt scrambled up, twisted his head from side to side, saw an older squire in colours he didn't recognize trying to knife one of his recovering men on the ground. Matt rammed in him the side and sent him tumbling, and the other man dropped his dagger in the roll. They wrestled for Matt's for a moment, and then Matt drew his final knife, his armpit his last, desperate gamble. They tussled for a heartbeat longer, and Matt drove the knife into the squire's eye. Matt's man, one of his previously innumerable Johns, helped him roll the squire off Matt, and they stood leaning on each other, trying to catch their breath. "Good to be fighting again," John said. "Aye," Matrim said. "Not done yet, are you, lad?" "Nah, Lord Matt," he said. "You led us south to kill knights. I was a cunt hare from complaining 'bout no knights to kill, but here they are, just delivering themselves to us. Let's go kill some more." "Aye. Aye," Matt said. Then he picked up his dagger and sword, and went back to it. After, when they counted, it turned out that they'd killed 15 soldiers, assorted knights, men-at-arms, and squires old enough to fight. The sky threatened rain clouds, and it promised to be a dismal day. "Did we lose any?" Edric Rogers asked. "No, Sir Rogers," one of the Stormlanders said. Then he smiled, revealing a missing tooth. "I see why you like yon Northman, aside from saving your cousin. Bloody good in a fight." Matt took a sip of watered wine from the proffered skin, and used it to swish the blood from his mouth. He spat it and blood back out, and took another drink. That one he swallowed. "Bloody good in a fight won't save Wells when my granddaughter gets a hold of him," Roderick Stark said. "I'm almost looking forward to seeing the reunion." "I am," Matrim said, doggedly. "Lina needs a decent husband, and if it's to be me then I might as well live up to it." "Yes," Roderick agreed. "Yes, you might as well." Eddard Stark clenched the letters tight in his fist, and smiled. "Good news?" Cousin Bartimus asked. "Yes," Eddard said. The smile was gone. In its place was his lord's mask, the guise of the cold Lord of Winterfell and Lord of the North that his people and sister needed him to be. He turned to the courier from Riverrun, and handed the man a silver stag. "Thank you," he told the man. "Rest. You've earned it." "Thanks, lord," the courier said. His tunic, embroidered with the tully trout, was sweat-stained and the man had said he'd slept in the saddle on the road. "You will recall I sent a man to burn the Reach," Eddard said. "Matrim Wells of Queenswell, whose most recent news came of his defeat at Summerhall." "Aye. The clans were furious when the news came and are furious still. And Lord Wyman isn't that happy himself." The Lord of Winterfell did not respond to that. It had come as poor news to his bannermen, but that was why Eddard had sent mostly mountain clansmen. His grandmother's homeland always had a surfeit of more men to go around than women, and so the surplus always went gladly to war when the Starks called, or otherwise to the Night's Watch. While Matrim Wells being half-clan had made it easier to appoint him as commander of the southern raid, his Flint heritage mattered little when it came to delegating blame for his defeat. Already, Eddard Stark knew how his clan chieftains would respond at the loss of so many of their dependents. They would tally their losses, lie as to their contributions, and then impress on him to favor them over their neighbors in some dispute back home in the mountains. Some would ask their children to be fostered at Winterfell, and others might ask for honors. Now however, the sacrifice of their men was much greater. The sacrifice of Matrim Wells was much greater. "Lyanna is safe," my grandfather writes. Apparently, Matrim Wells caught news of her location in Dorne by way of sympathizers, and rushed south to rescue her from Knights of the King's Guard. The battle at Summerhall was intended to divert Reach forces assembled to hunt down our men away from her, and see her safely to my cousins in the Stormlands. "Gods be good," Barty swore as he made a sign to the seven. "I shall light a candle and say prayers to Matrim Wells' memory in the snowy September every day for a year. He certainly deserves it. With Lyanna's safety assured, Rhaegar's pretensions at peace talks can end. We will continue the war." Good news," repeated Barty with a little more cheer. "Though still bitter by way of our losses. Does Lord Roderick give any news as to survivors of Summerhall?" "A few dozen men, whom he brings back to us. Though he did not say as to their composition or leadership." Eddard glanced at his tent, the folding stool of wood and canvas, the coarse sleeping roll without pillow, for he did not indulge in luxuries denied to nearly all his men, and then picked up parchment and quill. He scribbled a hurried letter, pressed his father's seal to it, and blew it dry. He rolled it, and then pressed the seal of Winterfell to close the roll. "Here, Barty. Take this directly to Rhaegar, and then return directly. Do not engage in discussion or idle conversation. We have him, we have the tools to hoodwink him, and we will snare him at long last." "My lord," Bartimus Stark inclined his head. He accepted the letter, and turned, his half-cape swirling. Eddard left his tent behind Barty, and snapped a command to one of his loitering boys. In the time it took for his lords to begin mustering their retinues and breaking camp, Eddard had it all in his mind already. Roderick Rhyswell and Willem Dustin had been scouting routes through the riverlands by which the Northmen could steal the march on Rhaegar and join Jonaran's army with speed. Now that remained for that was securing those routes, and they had assured him it would happen. He watched, as tents were dropped and horses saddled and men began forming into their companies for the march to come. His horse was brought to him, and he patted the beast's neck as he made to mount. "I hope you're not dead, Matrim Wells," Eddard thought. "Your brother is going to hound me for everything your death was worth. And I already know that whatever it is he wants, I'll meet it." It would be a headache, Eddard knew, but it would be worth it to have Lya safe and alive. Chapter 24, The Blade, Drawn. They skirted King's Landing. Then they switched from travelling openly, under arms and under Roger's banner along the road, to through the forest and across the countryside after their first encounter with Targaryen men-at-arms trying to pressure Tywin Lannister's hold on the Gold Road, keeping him supplied with men as he fought Mace Tyrell in a series of battles along the Blackwater Rush. Travelling through the forest slowed them, but not by much. It was still faster than an army going up the King's Road and marching in Black Night for half the march. Armies got lost that way. Lost in more ways than one. "Be nice to help the old lion," Roderick said, and then he scowled. "Help the cur die. Even if he didn't order their deaths, killing women and children is a wretched thing to do." Matt said nothing, but turned away into his men. His 35 or so survivors had diminished to 33, and those two, Hugo and Bran the Limper, had perished of a sickness in their guts after eating bad meat. He took the others aside the night after their skirmish with men wearing the dragon in truth, and he looked at all of them. Old, young, two Reach Hedge knights who had joined them, bald, long-haired, shaved, mustachioed. They crowded in close around his horse in a half-circle so they could hear him speak. "I love you men," Matt started without a preamble. "I love you. All of you, even our friends who once were enemies. We made a hell on earth together for a time, and we put up a hell of a fight. You know what we're riding to, more war. You have given me everything I asked of you, and more. I may, but cannot, and will not ask more of you. I will vouch for your discharge from the army to Lord Stark himself, to perhaps serve as garrison in a northern-held castle, or even return home, if you wish it. I will not hold it against you, and will face any man who calls you coward in a duel. Fuck that, bearded Baron of the Wolves said, aggressive and belligerent. Stark called our chiefs, and he made you our captain, and we gave them all a song they'll sing forever, and you were the worst wounded of all of us. So fuck that, Lord Matt. Several men shouted, fuck that. Sides, Baron went on. You never promised to get us home. And dying for the Starks is a good death, especially in winter. Baron was older, nearly 50 if Matt recalled right. The older man spat to the side, and grinned. And if we do survive, I'm sure the Stark will make you lord of something or other. Ain't every day you save a Stark's only sister, in it? No, Matt said. It is not, at that. Still, in the name of the gods, my friends, I owe you the world. If you choose to stay with me, I can promise only this: the reward for hard work is more work. Better soldiering than trying to scratch a living from some god's forsaken mine, or worse, sailing. A shudder went through most of the men at that, and Matt smiled despite himself. So, he said. All I may promise you is yet more war. And maybe a death in battle, for no death is assured, only death. And then, because he needed to keep them bound to him, keep them believing in him, added, and taxes. Fucking taxes, one man griped. Lord Matt, you've seen the big granaries. Is it true what they say? That Lord Stark has a big fuck-off wolf in the granaries to keep em safe from thieves. No wolves, Matt said. Just hounds. His lordship's father kept the dwarf hounds for ratting and cattle droving both, and wolf hounds for wolves. Matt grinned. He liked hounds, no matter the shape or size. They didn't lie to you, and the only thing they tried to steal was a man's dinner if he wasn't keeping an eye on it. You do much cattle driving, Lord Matt? A bit, he inclined his head. I couldn't lead a herd of 2,000 or 3,000 out of the hills for slaughter in White Harbor for winter, but I've been on a few, mostly moving the Starks' herd from pasturage to pasturage. One of the hedge knights that had survived Summerhall and been taken in by Matt looked at him, really looked, and Matt turned his eye onto the knight. He gave the man a nod, and the knight, poor as sin and with nothing but the spurs and plaque belt to signal him as a knight, returned it. The man's heraldry was poor, too, a needle and thread. Matt had not asked about it yet. They said you fought a wolf, Lord Wells, the man said. If you must call me Lord, then it's Matrim or Matt. Matt smiled again. It was a ride around my home, around Queen Swell. We were tracking a group of raiders, and it happened I was on watch that night. I watched a wolf come close to our camp, piss on a log, and then trot off. Well, being younger and braver or stupider than I am now, I went and pissed on the log where the wolf had. He came loping back, sniffed where I had pissed, and then he ran off. That's it. That's your defeat of a wolf. Yes. Matt nodded. Such as it is. The wolf does as he will, for he knows no better. He eats cattle and calves and lambs because we fell the forest he hunted through, drive the elk and deer away where we don't hunt them bare, and we are surprised when the wolf hunts his old haunts, only for our livestock instead of the doe and stag? No, gentlemen, wolves are not so terrible a problem in the north unless you're a lamb. Save your scorn for those who become wolves to man our fellow men. Wolves ain't so particular in the reach, the taller of Matt's hedge knights said. They'll have a go at you if you're sleeping under a hedge even in armor. I suspect it might have something to do with how much of your home is under the plough, Matt said. You can go weeks without seeing another man, if you enter the wilderness of the north. It can be lonely. Then, because he knew they had places to go and things to do, he clapped his lands. All right, gentlemen. I have said what I wish to say, and the choice is now yours: discharge from service, or more soldiering. It is up to you to decide. He left them in the clearing off the deer path a little, and returned to the column where the rest of the men were waiting, 20 or so Stormmen, Edric Rogers, Roderick Stark, and Marlin's knights and squires. The squires had aged since Marlin had joined Matt, though in truth it hadn't been long at all. The knights were as they ever had been, smirking and confident in their swords and their skills, while the squires had changed from boys in name only, needing only some seasoning and blooding before being knighted. Now they were lean, all youth and boyhood fat gone from their faces. They were hard-bitten and killers, and had made mismatched plate harnesses from the corpses of 100 or more knights, and it lent them a sinister air. One of them nodded at Matt, and leaned over to say something to Marlin. Do you think they'll stay with you? Marlin asked Matt. Matt shrugged. I put it to them as a choice. I am no more their captain now than I am yours. Edric leaned in close, and his face was tentative. He wants to ask me a question, but does not want to offend, Matrim thought. Speak your mind, Sir Rogers, Matrim said. He smiled, and knew the scar at the corner of his mouth stretched it and made it an ugly thing. That would be a useful tool if he were called upon to frighten women or children. How did you keep them fighting? At Summer Hall. Matt's smile slid from his face, and he frowned. I gave them victories together, and when it came to pass that I had to spend our lives I led them to a position from which there could be no flight by no more than 1 or 2 men at a time. There was only victory and death. You can give an army 1,000 victories, and they will think you as a god of war striding the earth. One bad defeat in which the army survives, and they will fear to trust you again. But with the right motivation, even a position which means certain death can force your foeman to choke on his own blood. Eddie, Stark said. Quit bothering the man. Some men need more time to heal the wounds in the heart from losing men in battle than others. There's no shame in it, you'll learn soon enough. The group fell quiet, save for the Stormlanders discussing how the finer points of poaching a stag or some such, and Matt was left with his unquiet thoughts. After a long while, his men began walking back to the deer path, and accepting the reins of their horses from the men holding them. Baron looked at Matt. We're yours, Wells, he said. For as long as you want us. Well then, Matt said, and smiled broadly. If you are mine, then we shall be together for as long as we may. For I would no sooner cast any of you who fought there than I would cast away my arm. They still wanted him as their captain and warlord. Matt felt something in his chest, the same sort of feeling he'd had at his first successful boar hunt, of having achieved something. He knew what it was, pride. Pride in his men, for trusting him. For following loyally, for believing in him still. More, it was pride overflowing with love. It was often said by the poets and bards and singers that there was no tighter bond than between men of arms who took the field and shed blood together. Matt knew that the singers were attempting to grasp blindly for what they had seen from afar, and that he had no words to describe it. And then, Stark groused. We've miles more to go, and there's dragonmen to fight at the end of those miles. One of the Stormlanders launched into a rollicking marching song even though every man sat a horse, and Matt let the good feelings and warmth carry him through the rest of the day. He knew there'd be ill feeling and anger soon enough. The wind carried the scent and the sounds of the armies to Matt before he saw them. After skirting what they thought was the Royalist army, they waited till nightfall before leaving the Treeline and approaching the tents where the running firewood banner flew high. Roderick Stark led the way, and behind him rode Matt and Marlin and Edric, and then all their men. They had made quick scrubs in a stream in the forest, and then dressed, still wet and shivering, before riding to meet the army. Halt and be recognized, a voice called. Their column halted, and Roderick Stark walked his horse forward a few steps. Go fetch Lord Stark, Goodman, and tell him his grandfather has come to ride at his side. Do you have anything that will give the truth of your words, master? Eddard will know. Go fetch him, and pon my honor, we shall not move. All right, the soldier said, and Matt could all too easily imagine his frown. He exchanged words with his fellow on watch, and the other man left at a slow jog, seemingly unhurried. Matrim stayed quiet, for truthfully he had nothing to add, and it would not be his place to speak to begin with. Marlin leaned over across the gap between their horses so that his shoulder bumped Matt's. Matt nodded his head, and the silent communication with his friend helped him steady his nerves. You'll be all right, Marlin said. Lord Stark will know your value. No other soldier of the North can claim to have killed 3 Kingsguard and rescued his sister from captivity. He can't kill you. No one would do service for the Starks again, if he rewarded you so poorly. I hope we haven't missed the battle, Matrim said, avoiding the subject. If he were to meet his death at Lord Stark's hands, though he had silently decided he would do so with dignity and honor, Matt had found he really would rather not die. He was allegedly the husband to a Stark lady, who would be mother of an infant. They would need the protection of his body and soul itself if I must. But hells. He rather liked breathing, and eating, and laying with a woman. Matt knew what his pet Septon would say if he could but see him now. You lay with the woman Briary, Matrim. You have an obligation to her if she kindled with your child. After the battle, Matt promised silently. If I have fathered a child, I won't let it go cold or hungry. He just hoped Lyanna wouldn't be angry at him for it. Fuck, he thought. If she's not angry at me any time in the next 6 or 7 years, it will be a miracle attributable only to the gods. Matrim, Marlin snapped. Are you lost? Apologies, he said. I was wool gathering, Sir Marlin. You were saying. Lord Stark will see you, Marlin said, and gestured to an older boy wearing the dire wolf on his tunic. Alone. Matt nodded, and then said a silent prayer to his gods, the Gallows Lord and Thunderer. I am ready to see my lord, he said. The boy nodded, and led the way from the tree line to the camp, and then through it silently. Matt took in the appearance of the camp and men, and took heart from them. The camp itself was well laid out, with tents and sleeping rolls suitably spaced out, and he could smell salt beef and pork warming in water and bread baking for the morrow's morning meal. The courier boy made no comment, but Matt could see where the dye in men's tunics had lightened and paled from the sun, although everything was currently damp or wet, the result of an interminable rain doing its damnedest to snow. The tent was as Matt remembered it, running stark wolf, the heavy flaps. Matrim Wells, Lord Stark, the boy called. Lord Stark's voice bid him enter. Live or die, Matt thought. I have done my best. Let that stand as my epitaph, if I must die. Matrim stepped through the flaps of the tent, where it was lit by candles, casting shadows off the camp furniture and the back of his lord. Matt went to one knee, and it twinged at him. More rain, he thought glumly, and dipped his head. Matrim Wells, Eddard Stark said. He turned around, and Matt resisted the urge to lift his face. He kept his eye on the toe of his boot. You have vexed me, Master Wells, Stark said. I had written you off as dead and mouldering somewhere in the Reach. A loss that was not unexpected. And yet soon after I received a letter from the Reach to all of the lords of the realm, proclaiming the death of the odious criminal Matrim Wells at Summerhall and all your men. Thence came another letter, from my grandfather, it claimed to be from. Telling me that Lionel lived, rescued by you. Lord Stark halted, and Matt heard what sounded like the pouring of liquid as from a pitcher or pot. Stand up, Stark said. Matt stood. A wooden cup was placed in front of him, and Matt accepted it. He drank, and the mead was good. Flowery, almost, but nearly spiced as well. 3 Kings Guard, Stark said softly. 3 Kings Guard and the best of the chivalry of the Reach. And Lina, safe with our cousins and aunt at Amberley. How did you hear the word of her, Matrim? A Septon, my lord, Matt said. Humphrey. I met and befriended him in the Riverlands. He joined me as a friend, and while in the Reach he left me. I went about your orders, and the gods led his feet to me again. His friend, another Septon, had been forced at sword point to perform a marriage. The prince and your sister. South, the trail led. To Dorne. I ordered the wounded north, to return to the army, and my friend the Septon to give you word. Then I left the strongest portion of my men in the charge of their captains and took the best soldiers, and rode as fast as I may. Your lady love, the Lady Ashura Dane, knew where Lady Lina was being kept, and led my men and I there. I'm sorry, Matrim, Stark said. Matt knew then what the words would be before Stark continued. There was no Septon, no wounded men. Matt closed his eyes in a silent moment of grief. More corpses to account at his feet. He had known when giving those orders what the outcome might be, but to have them confirmed for him he thought perhaps he would have rather had a dim but unbroken hope they lived still. And then. Stark promoted. Matt knew what Stark wanted. A recounting of the tower. That damnable tower, the fear and hate and stench of fear and desperation lingering in the air. Matt's hand spasmed for his dagger, because he was there, trying to keep Dane from taking his eye, taking his life, the weight of their armor and Dane bearing down on him, hot breath in his face. The pain in his cheek made him blink. Stark was staring at him, face and eyes cold. Matt brought a hand up to feel the heat in his cheek from the slap. Skip the fighting, then, he ordered. Matt said. We took the tower and killed the King's Guard defending it. Lady Dane let us recover a time at Starfall, and I tried to talk Lady Lina into staying there through the end of the war. She ordered I take her home. So you left her in the Stormlands. Surrounded by the chivalry of the Reach. That's why we made our stand at Summerhall, my lord, Matrim said. He did not plead or whine. There was no use in it. I baited the Reachmen not into fighting my force, but into fighting me. Their blood was up, and so they pursued and trapped me in inevitability. But there at Summerhall, so that Lady Lina was safe from the field, and with your cousins. I lost, but I won. Stark was silent for a long time, and Matt sipped at his honey mead, savoring the taste and the burn of the alcohol. Grandfather Roderick told me that she asked you be buried as her husband. Matt started, spilling the last drops of his cup on his tunic. Shit, he swore, and tried to dab at the spots with his fingers. Shit indeed, Stark said very softly. And now you are married. To a woman, already married in the eyes of the new gods, you said. To my sister. I must confess my curiosity as to when that occurred, and how, and why. After the tower, before Summerhall, Matt supplied. And lied. Lady Stark asked that I do everything in my power to protect her, and I thought should the worst occur, a marriage before the old gods and a heart tree might serve to tie that bastard of a prince up in legalities at least long enough for you to thrash him in the field and feed him his own arsehole. I see, Stark said. He turned away from the table and gave Matt a look. I must thank you, he said. For 2 things. Rescuing Lya, and taking from me having to make the decision of the lives of northern soldiers or her safety. I am Lord Stark, and I know I must make the cold decisions, the hard decisions, and I do not know if I could have chosen to die as you did. Matt shrugged. I'm a Wells, my lord. You're a Stark. Dying for your family is what I'm on this earth for. I'm rather glad that you have not left us for the next life yet. Moreover, I am glad to have you when you came. Having crossed the Blackwater Rush, the army will be force marching on to Rhaegar's army. He crossed south of Harrenhal a week ago, to come to grips with Tywin Lannister, and his army trails between the Crownlands and the Riverlands. I expect he will try to parley before the battle, and when he does, I want you there with me. Your deeds will be most unpleasant news for him, and putting a face to his failures will shake him. I look forward to it, Matrim said. If the word I heard of the Valaman being opposed by the Dornish is true, how do you plan to bring them to bear and slip their line? Eddard Stark smiled. We already have. I have spoken to Dick and Dane, and will have Ashura for my wife thanks in part to you, and they will not oppose Jon Arryn's march. Nor will they take the field for Rhaegar, but neither will they take the field for us. That is fine, we have the numbers and the right of it, and the gods know the strength and righteousness of our cause. Lord Eddard was quiet for a time after that, and then brushed past Matt and spoke briefly with the serving boy outside his tent. Soon they were joined by Roderick, who eyed Matt speculatively. Well, Nettie? What's it to be? His head or his life? I expect that I shall still have need of a man of Matrim's mettle in peacetime, Lord Stark said softly. He did the best he could with what he had and the circumstances, and looked only to serve me as best he could. I will not rebuke a man for that, when he did his utmost to die for us. The older Stark shrugged, and Matt could see the familial relation between the two of them, cold eyes, long, stern faces. Fair enough, Roderick said amiably. But are you going to let his sham of a marriage to Lya stand? It will be no sham, Eddard said. It had all the weight of decree or edict, and Matt could feel the fates laughing at what he had thought his life would be. Matrim offered Lyanna his very life, and asked nothing of her or us. He performed a service with no expectations of reward, and came within a hair's breadth of dying. It is not the first time a Wells has done service, and letting the marriage stand will be a reminder to the other lords of the north. Good service, given without fear, is rewarded well by the Starks. After their losses at Summerhall, the clans will petition for fallow lands to be given over to cadet branches. I intend to give it to them, after this war is finished, and I can give some as a dowry for a cadet branch of House Wells, as well. A warning, then, Wells, Roderick said. His face was as cold as the granite of the mountains. Matt refused to let himself be cowed, and met Roderick's eyes with his single one. If you harm a hair on her or the child's head, I'll fall on my sword first, Matrim interrupted. But if she is my wife as Lord Stark has said, then understand this, I will have no man interfere with our marriage and tell me how I ought to conduct myself as a husband and father. Enough, Eddard said. I will not have my grandfather and good brother quarrel. As to Lyanna Matrim Wells, you are her husband. No marriage forced is valid in the eyes of gods and law and men, and so you are her husband. I need not remind you of your duties to protect and shelter her, guard her and defend her. Provide for her. You need not, Matrim agreed. But still. He was being reminded, subtly and smoothly. He could take no offense, however. Were it his sister. Settle her somewhere in the west, on the sunset shore. He can defend and govern in Lyanna's name. The lands are thinly settled, build atop the right ruins and have him bind the Fisher and Vale folk together. That should help keep Mormont and Glover from worrying about the Ironborn. Gods know the bastards get up to no end of trouble every time the Iron Throne bleeds the mainlands. Matrim drank down the last of his mead, and shrugged. Lord Stark, I am as ever, your man to command. If that is how you wish me to serve, then I shall serve. Oh, you'll serve, Stark said. Matt closed his eyes for a moment. When he'd opened them, someone had poured him another cupful of mead. Grandfather, Matrim, Eddard went on. I propose a toast. Success to our friends, defeat to our foes. Matt and Roderick echoed it, but more pressing in Matrim's mind was no Stark woman had ever held title of her own in the north. He could see his future stretched out before him, and it promised a life of petty intrigues to keep Lyanna and the child alive and healthy, fighting Ironborn and wildlings, and putting down petty rebellions against Lyanna by the larger holders sworn to whatever castle Eddard gave her. No time for plotting against Winterfell for Matrim, and he was fine with that. But first they had a war to win. Chapter 25, Blood on the Blade. Northmen died hard. Roland Gaunt had one spitted on the end of his blade, bright blood bubbling from his bearded lips, and the man was still trying to drive a short werax spike into Roland's face. Bastard, Roland said, and kicked the man off his sword. The man staggered back, and Roland had no time to think, for there was another man coming to kill him, a heavy two-handed axe in hand. Roland pulled his sword back into the guard of the falcon, the high guard. The Northman swung to take Roland's head from his shoulders, and Roland stepped back, let the man's momentum carry him forward and parry the backswing. Put the tip of his sword neatly through the other man's eyehole, into his eye and on into the brain. Slick blood ran down Roland's sword, and the man next to him took a step backwards. I think we've lost this fight, Sir Gaunt, the knight said. An arrow clattered unhelpfully off Roland's visored helmet, punctuating the other knight's point. I think you're right, Roland said. Damn them! Should he order the withdrawal? The Northmen were pressing hard, trying to smash their way through the men who had answered Queen Rilla's call to arms, and he didn't want to have to explain to her or the families on the point that he had thrown these men's lives away against fanatics with no fear of death. Overhead, the sky was a dull sort of grey, almost slate but still rather miserable, and Roland Gaunt felt a churning in his gut that had nothing to do with the weather and everything to do with the realization that they were being beaten. Sound recall, he said, heart and voice bitter. No use in throwing lives away. The King's Guard will have to kill me before I kill Rhaegar next I see him. The Silver Prince had been caught out on his southern march on Tywin Lannister. Rather than force a march to link up with the slowly moving Mace Tyrell, he had instead ordered that Roland Gaunt gather his mother's clawmen levies and march south to House Hayford's lands. 4 days, Sir Roland, Rhaegar's emissary had said. Get to Hayford with your men, so we can chase the Northmen all the way back to the God's Eye River. The king means to draw parley, but if they do not surrender, then he will drown them in its embrace. 3 days of marching passed before Roland's force was set upon. He had assumed Rhaegar's deadline had been given out of a need to regather his spread-out army, made up as it was of Crownlanders, Riverlanders, Stormlanders and Valesmen. It was a common enough occurrence when men and animals were short on rations and only getting 2/3 or half what they needed for heavy labor and fighting. Many of the Crownlander lords had held back their stocks while Rhaegar was bottled up in Harrenhal, but hundreds of hungry men at their doorsteps would make them far more receptive to his demands. Roland's own men had been hungry, and many were dead on their feet from the forced march when the Northmen came upon them, armed with great swords, long axes and more to fight them along the narrow hedges that bounded the lands of many a petty notable in the Crownlands. 5 hours of fighting had ensued before the Northmen pulled back, and Roland was sick at the idea of having another go of it, of spending lives trusted to him by the Queen. We have been ordered into a killing field, he thought, and tried to spit to the side. Nothing dribbled out of his mouth, and he realized he had not had anything to drink since the huge blow into the back of his breastplate had dented the steel over his kidneys. He hadn't pissed, either. Fuck it, he said. Sir Lothier Brune, next to him, nodded wearily in agreement. Will you be seeking terms, Rolly? Yes, Roland said. Queen Rilla, gods preserve her, asked me to lead her clawmen. This isn't leading men. It's a slaughterhouse disguised as a battle, and I'm wary of hoping for relief that may not come. He accepted a flask gratefully from one of the younger boys too young to carry a spear and shield and die for his queen, but old enough to carry watered wine to fighting men and drag bodies back away from the fighting. Stay here, Brune, Roland said. He grimaced in pain at the effort it took to take his helmet off. He hadn't realized how pervasive the stench of his own blood and sweat had become. Had he slept in the harness? He must have, for he did not recall unarming at night. If they spit on the gods and kill me, you'll be in charge. And fuck it, see the men home safe if I don't come back. Can't be desertion if the prince has left us to die, he said sourly. As you say, Brune said. Gods be with you, Rolly. I hope someone is, Roland said, and then stood up straight. His men had done as the horns had ordered, which was to say they had done their best to withdraw in good order and the bastard Northmen had let them. He clanked his way through the lines of men armed with shields and spears and not much else, up the road and stepped gently around the bodies of men fallen dead or trampled dead in the crush of the fighting. He shivered. Stranger, but what a terrible way to go. Gods preserve their souls. Piteous moans from the dying men followed him. All that would await their bodies would be a hastily dug mass grave, whatever quicklime he could find, borrow, beg, or steal to aid in breaking down the bodies and then a quick service said by the septons. Roland hoped that if it were to come for him, the stranger took him in battle a good, clean thrust through the throat or heart or in bed. A big bed with a wife and a passel of children surrounding him. And maybe a bastard or 3. He shook his head, to try to clear from it thoughts of his leman. He was halted an arrow's flight from the milling mass of Northmen by an arrow. He cupped one hand to his mouth still gauntlet and gave a yell. Oi! I want to palaver. Advance and be recognized, good fellow. A cheerful voice called back. Roland stepped inside of a bow's range, and they didn't try to feather him full of arrows, so he took that as a good prospect for things to come. The Northman leader walked out to meet him, and Roland took in his appearance and garb at once. He carried a spectacled helmet with mail face covering underneath one arm, and wore a shirt of mail, with no sigil or arms to signal his house or allegiance. His shield was the triangle favored by knights that favored axes or maces, and it bore a white tree with a laughing face. One eye was covered by a patch, and the man's beard was neat and trimmed and he looked the part of a killer. Roland felt a rather reasonable amount of fear, for the man carried himself much like Roland. Violence was instinctual and natural to him, but knuckled that feeling down, and pulled off his right hand gauntlet and extended the hand for a shake. The Northman took it, and smiled thinly. Good fighting, he said. You fight hard, for Sautrons. Are you sworn to Dragonstone or King's Landing? Neither. We are dragon men, but it is not the prince who we are sworn to, Roland said. Well, that's promising. Means we can talk and I don't have to kill you all. Good, Roland echoed. Recognizing his own position as supplicant in the meeting, Roland bowed his head. I'm Sir Roland Gaunt, of Gaunt's Hollow on Crack Claw Point, household knight and sworn to her grace Rilla. A clawman, are you? I am Matrim Wells, second son of House Wells of Queen Swell. I am good brother and oatman to the Stark of Winterfell. Well met, Gaunt. What brings you to try to talk peace? Prince Rhaegar asked me to join our forces to his own as quickly as possible. That isn't possible now. Given how fast you must have marched to reach us, you either skirted the Dornish like cattle thieves or those whoresons must have laid down their spears. Wells glanced up at the sky, took in the weak sun through dismal clouds, and then gave Roland another sly smile. I'll let you leave, Wells said. It does me no good to waste the greybeards on you when you are fighting as fierce as you have been, and you've acquitted yourself well. Glory and renown, yes. Yes, Roland said, bitter. What ransom do you seek? What do you ask? Let my men return home, on my honor, with their arms and Rilla's colors unsurrendered and whole. The colors that he referred to were something that had been gifted to her men by Rilla, although at a remove the red, three-headed dragon on the black background halved with a silver dragon on black background. Roland didn't pretend to understand the significance of the sigils, but he was a soldier, and he knew that Rilla had given the colors over to try to show a care for the men who had picked up boar spear and father's shield when she called. And just what is your personal honor worth, sire? Roland shrugged. Everything to me, and nothing to others. I can give you my arms and harness and horse, if that would matter at all. But my honor I value higher, as a knight sworn to a fine lady, and the queen of this realm. Your queen, too, Roland added thoughtfully. We Wells were queen's men too, once upon a time. But at least we saw our queens, back then. How can Rilla Targaryen be my queen if I have never met her? Roland shrugged. Same way she's queen for a bastard lot of Westerlanders raping their way through the whorehouses of King's Landing, or she's queen of a bastard lot of rebels fighting a goddamn fool prince. I don't know politics, Wells. I'm a knight. I soldier for my lady and kill who she needs me to kill, whether that's Northmen, Westerlander, rebels, or her son's friends. What do you want me to say? The Northman was quiet for a long few moments, and then he grinned. It was a real grin, and it changed his appearance from that of a distant, cold man to someone altogether different. Your terms are agreeable, Gaunt. We shall allow you to recover your bodies and send your men home, and I'll keep you hostage until we reach Rhaegar's army. Should hurt his spirits to know the clawmen aren't coming. Later, after the dead had been given over to the gods and Roland had been helped out of his armor by a northern boy, Matrim Wells found him praying near the edge of the northern camp. Most of the men had made no provision for Roland's inability to speak or comprehend the language they spoke with each other. So Roland had been praying. He heard Wells approaching first, and suspected the younger man had let him hear. Roland finished his prayer to the mother for a safe delivery for Rilla, and then stood. He dusted dirt and grass off the knees of his breeches, and then inclined his head to Wells, not a bow, but still respectful. How did you keep day laborers and swineherds fighting for so long? The older man asked without preamble. When we went up against knights mustered from the Reach at Summerhall, they started breaking a lot earlier. Roland shrugged. I told them that we were clawmen. We knelt only to dragons, when good Queen Visenya took our father's oaths, and Rilla Targaryen needed real men to defend her. Then he spat to the side. I'd rather have been fighting that black-hearted son of a bitch from Casterly Rock, and shown them why their piss-weak ancestors have never been kings of anything except gold and mountains. But Rilla sent me to help her idiot son fight Northmen, so we fought Northmen. Holding to oaths is good, Wells said. Dying in battle for a good captain and a good liege is good too. Then, we'll be rejoining the Starks tomorrow, and I'll be having 2 men guarding you at all times. Thank you. I think, Roland added. Then he frowned. If I am called to account for seeking terms with you, may I impose upon you to speak in my defense? You may, Matrim Wells said. In fact, 'twould be a pleasure. My uncle Torgon always said that the only thing better than a good woman is a good enemy, for you will always know where you stand with him. And you, Gaunt, are a good enemy. Thank you, Roland said again. You fought well, Wells offered. I watched you cross blades with my friend Marlon. You gave him a cut across the arm well struck. I must confess that I do not recall the blow I struck, my lord, Roland said. That's all right, Wells said. Sometimes it happens that way. Best blow I ever struck was in a fight against a Reachman knight at Summerhall. The men say I slew him in a single stroke of my sword, though I do not recall it. The fight comes upon you and then you have to fight, and there is no time for thoughts or making memories, Roland said. The Northman nodded. He passed over a wineskin filled with something that tasted of honey and spices, and Roland found he liked it. Are you married, my lord? Roland asked, for lack of anything else polite to say. Married only of late, Wells said cheerfully. A slip of a thing. Her grandfather loathes me and regrets the day he pulled me from the brink of death. What about you? Wife? Lover? Wife and lover. A lover, Roland said. A girl on Dragonstone, whom I met after escorting her Grace Rilla to the island. Tell me about her, Wells said. A couple of Northmen joined them at the edge of the firelight, and as they shared flasks and wineskins of spiced honey wine and a hard, grain liquor, Roland told them. Bela was the dragonseed descendant of some Targaryen or other, with lovely silver-gold hair that shone in the moonlight. The daughter of a sergeant and his wife, Bela was a few years younger than Roland and seemed intent on him making her his wife. Does she keep a clean house? One of the Northman soldiers demanded, his words slurred slightly. Roland said. And her mother makes a wonderful stew that Bela learned. Can she knife a man what touches her and she don't want it? The other asked. Yes, Roland said. Not that I've given her cause to knife me, but her father is a soldier and knows how soldiers are. Good, Matrim Wells said. His speech wasn't affected. If she can keep house and cook and knife a man, what more do you need? You're a knight with a royal patron, so her father would be bloody daft to keep her from marrying you. Roland nodded, and rested his head on his knuckles, with his elbow on his knee. The Queen had made a mention of the King's Guard but I'm not sure. He trailed off, slightly embarrassed to be discussing his lover and the prospects of marrying her and his prospects for one of the highest honors in the realm with men whom were technically holding him captive. So when you get back to the island, one of the Northmen said. You don't go to the Targaryen, you find your girl and the nearest priest and... Roland shook his head. If I did that, then her grace would have cause to dismiss me for marrying without permission. Strip me of my knight's fee, even. Wells laid a sympathetic hand on Roland's shoulder. If she does, you ride to Winterfell and tell Eddard Stark that Matrim Wells said he'd vouch for you, and that he'll fight any man that says you're not fit to serve a Stark. I would be most grateful if such a thing were to come to pass, my Lord Wells, Gaunt said. Lord this, my lord that, the younger man groused. So formal. We've survived this war, we've survived today, and we'll survive tomorrow and bathe our blades in Rhaegar's blood, no offense. Let's drink. They went from drinking and talking to drinking hard, and then one man launched into a song that raised the hair on the back of Roland's neck, and brought him to tears despite his inability to understand the words. He wept, and did not know if he wept for the men who had died marching down a road for a prince that did not care, the whole bloody war, or the dream that had been 7 kingdoms and now seemed doomed to interminable wars forever. Being back with the army felt strange. For so long, he had been the sole man in command, battle lord, captain and sole arbiter of justice, that he hadn't known how to report the engagement with the clawmen before the war council. Having to explain his decision-making regarding Gaunt and his men had been a labor, and the discomfort had driven him straight to the sparring grounds with Edric Rogers and Marlon Manderley. Even now, he was still discomfited. But at least now it was more due to the lifesteal being thrust at his face. Edric Rogers thrust at him, and Matt parried and then flowed into a thrust of his own. It clashed against Rogers' shield, shoved forward to catch the blade. Matt went low with his own shield, seeking leverage, and then Edric tried to use his weight advantage to push Matt back. Matt felt his boots slip in the mud, and then he was falling backwards. He hooked a foot around the back of Rogers' knee, dragging him down with him, and from there it was a wrestling match with shields and swords between them, seeking a place to grip or place the sword against and so win a victory. Edric got the tip of his shield against Matt's neck, and Matrim grinned. I yield, he said. They slipped in the mud trying to stand up while pulling the other down, until portly Marlon Manderley went over to push them apart and help them both up. You've got an audience, Matt, the Nordron knight whispered. He nodded in the direction behind them, and Matt turned and saw Cregan Karstark, a cousin to the Lord Karstark, watching him. A broad-shouldered man, who stared at them from behind a peppery black beard with a few salty hairs, and whose hair was flecked with graying at the temples. The man wore a surcoat of fine black wool over his mailcoat, and had his arms crossed. Good day, Master Karstark, Matt greeted. My friends are helping me work back to fighting trim, if you care to join us. Something crossed the other man's face, and then it hardened into something resembling a sneer or a scowl. Matt felt his own lip curling, and settled his weight onto his heels. Or you can keep watch for us. We're not too old to be above critique, and you're not too old to learn a few tricks. Matt dismissed him and turned his back on the other man, rolling his shoulders in preparation for another go at Eddie. You reached too far and too high, beyond your station, boy, a voice said from behind Matt. He turned back, to look, and no, it was only Karstark there. The like of Lyanna Stark is too highborn for the likes of you. The last word was said sneeringly, and Karstark's face had taken on an unpleasant demeanor, something dismissive and contemptuous. You're a farmer's get, up jumped and grubbing for any advantage he can take. The words angered him, and Matt knew that was the intention. Cregan Karstark wanted him angry, spitting fury and hate. You are a husband and father to be. Think your words over carefully, Matt told himself. He could not just leap, feet first, and assault the man, a son of one of the great houses of the north, as tempting as the thought was. His hand tightened on his sword blade. A farmer's get I am, Karstark. If you care to step over here, I'd be happy to show you how finely my farmer's blade cuts. Once this war is done and won, boy. Once this war is done and won, I'll school you. Karstark said. He turned his back on Matrim, and Mat let him go. So, he thought. Roderick Stark had not lied. That's fine. What is it the Ironborn say? Something about the dead never dying. That was the great irony of it all, Mat thought. He'd already died. I'm surprised I didn't have to hold you back more, Marlon said. Whatever for. His time will come whether in the hazel staves against my sword or on the field of battle. I have sought only to serve, and the gods will not let the inferior man, without just cause, triumph. Rather cold of you, Edric said. To be plotting to duel a man as soon as the war is over. A duel in the hazel staves and a victory in them means a man can claim whatever his foe own, Eddie, Mat said. For some that goes as far as a wife. Cregan Karstark doesn't care about me, he cares that he can widow Lyanna Stark and press suit for her hand by shoving 3 feet of steel through my guts and slitting my throat. Legal and proper enough, if Lord Stark does nothing to halt it. Karstarks and Starks are forever kin, after all, even if Starks and Wells share more flint blood at the moment. Barbaric, Edric said from beside the two of them. Barbaric, Mat agreed. But hard lands breed hard men, with hard laws and hard ways. Matrim watched Karstark's back as he made his way through the fighting men of the north, until he disappeared into the distance. As he kept watch, he saw a man with cold eyes and black hair watching him back. Marlon must have spotted him too, for he elbowed Mat in the side and tilted his head. Lord Bolton might be thinking the same thing, Marlon said. Mat shook his head. Bolton's married to a Riswell, and fathered a son on her not a year ago. No brothers, no cousins, he's got little need for Lyanna's hand. No, he's got something else up his sleeve, that old Shadowcut. Quite, Marlon said. He's making his way over, Edric said. Why don't you like him? We'll tell you later, Matrim said. Then he pasted a smile onto his face and raised his shield hand in greeting. Good morning, Lord Bolton. Master Wells, Bolton said in greeting. He smiled, a cold thing that didn't reach his eyes. It was quite remarkable to hear of your adventures in the Reach and Storm lands. The ruin you visited on the North March was worthy of the Red Kings of old. The smile on Bolton's wormy lips did not reach his eyes. You are too kind, Lord Bolton. Matrim said, cold. And of course, I must congratulate you on your recent marriage. If you would ask any lord in the north if they would throw away 2,000 men for a Stark marriage, I'm sure the answer would be unanimous. Rue said, and Mat had the feeling he was being insulted, though it was disguised as admiration or praise. I am a fighting man and an oath man, and have done only aught which must be done, Mat scowled, unwilling to let his temper run away from him. I wonder, Bolton said, still smiling. Just how was marrying Lyanna Stark so far away from her family something needing done? Perhaps you have provided her a shield with your name and your person a shield for a gold and silver babe, There it is, Mat thought. Then, bastard. I ought to hack you from collarbone to the cleft of your legs, you misbegotten son of a. A hand settled onto Mat's shoulder. He mastered himself, and shook his head. She was scared and lonely and sought the protection of a Wells, he said. It would have been wrong of me to deny her that protection. I'm sure. Scared and lonely, eh? Tell me, do you even have the stones to bed her? Bolton's tone had turned jovial, friendly, and Mat felt the hair on the back of his arms and neck stand up. Bastard, he thought. If Mat were truthful, he had given it thought once, realized she likely would have no stomach for it, and decided he would not touch her unless she wished it. It was a mockery of the vows of marriage, of course, but given he had not in truth spoken them, he felt the gods would forgive him for trying to protect a girl of 16, even from himself. Besides, there was nothing saying he could not keep a discreet mistress. Bolton took his silence for something else. Of course. Of course, there are nobler born men who will have her if you're so biddable. Certainly Cregan could use the warmth in his bed, after burying his first 2 wives. Whereas your bed's warmth comes only from your leeches, I'm sure. Mat could see the path of it now. Cut the bastard down, claim he'd been given deathly insult and that he'd given the man a chance to draw steel. How quaint, Bolton said flatly. What's quaint is your presumption, Mat explained, unsmiling. Considering how easily I could kill you. Do you think you could, Wells? If you were going to fight me, you would have. You've no strength of arms, Bolton. No man has ever died against you between the staves. Nor are you a battle lord to be feared. And for all that you have married twice, you have only sired 1 living boy. It is long since the days when the Red Kings were men to be feared. The seed has run thinner than your blood, Leech Lord. You could try and find out, Bolton said, face unsmiling and cold, mouth thin. You could try, and I would show you why the flayed man is still to be feared. You are free to make the staves, Matrim said. Call the Lord Stark as witness, make the staves and we'll have it out like men. Or plot your plots, and give me an excuse to hack you apart. And then I'll go and pull the dread fort down around your son's ears, and salt the land so thoroughly that no man may ever pull another harvest from it. Better men than you have tried, Bolton said. I've never pretended to be anything like those men. Meet me in the hazel staves or slink off to plot, Leech Lord. Long gone are the days when a Wells feared the flayed man and prayed only to die well. Bolton said nothing, his eyes hard chops of ice. He took his leave without words, and Matt smiled unhappily at his back. Whoreson, Matt said. Marlon and Edric made the appropriate noises of agreement, and Matt turned on Marlon. I need to speak with your cousin. Can you arrange a meeting? Of course, Marlon said. He shook his head, perhaps trying to clear it of an ill thought, and took his own leave. Matt turned to Edric. Again? The other knight asked. Matt nodded. Again. They hefted swords and shields into the guard positions, and then they were back at it. Rhaegar Targaryen, King of Westeros and Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Lord Protector of the realm fretted. Rain clouds hung over most of the riverlands, crownlands, and vale, turning roads into mud and fields into ponds. His army, trying to march to meet Mace Tyrell who dithered and dallied, was making slow going of it. It was unkingly to fret, for kings commanded, and their lessers made it so. But Rhaegar could not command the weather, or chastise a recalcitrant vassal now afraid to commit to Rhaegar's cause. He sat, and watched men struggle to fight their way through muck turning into miserable, cold slush, and knew he would have to offer battle to the northern rebels and pray they accepted. He needed a victory to keep the army together, to keep his cause alive and breathe life into his men. Rhaegar knew how he could achieve it against the Northmen, burdened as they were with poor armor, poorer arms, and a tendency to disobey orders and come out of the line swinging for glory and renown. All he had to do was bait them into dying on the axes and spears of his dear and loyal Crownlanders, men sworn directly to himself, and let his chivalry flank and destroy the Northmen. He could only help that Eddard Stark realized that as well as he did, and gave him the time, space, and leave to set his home rights. Rhaegar had had a dream. He had had a dream, and now he had ashes of the dream. At least Lyanna is safe, he told himself. Mother was safe on Dragonstone and Lyanna was safe in Dorne. She had to be safe. The future of his family, the very kingdoms themselves, depended on it. For he would need another Aegon, and Rhaenys. The dragon had to have 3 heads. A polite cough shook the king from his thoughts. Scouts reporting, Your Grace, one of Rhaegar's Crownlander knights said. He couldn't place the name or sigil on the man's tabard, but thanked him anyway. The man nodded, and then gestured to a thin, wiry man on a lighter, brown horse, not one of the great destriers meant for the charge. The man bowed in his saddle, and launched into his report with nothing by way of preamble. No reachman to be found, hide nor hair of for 40 miles in any direction, Your Grace, but by the warrior there's a lot right of rebels spoiling for a fight. Their bloody scouts damn near put a javelin in my gut, begging your pardon. They tried real hard to keep us from spying the main bulk of their force, but it's like you thought. It looks like they're coming down and trying to pin us against Hayford's castle town. There was no way for Rhaegar to cram 9,000 men into a castle the size of Hayford. He'd be lucky to fit 600. If the Northmen had any sense, they would cut his angle to Roshby and fight him outside of that town's walls. And he could not afford to be pinned between Tywin Lannister and Eddard Stark while Mace Tyrell made himself scarce. Rhaegar could feel the future slipping away from him, feel it like sand or mud slipping through his fingers and just sliding away into nothing. He had to force a battle, force a victory. He had felt much the same before the Trident. But the rebels had so nearly won at the Trident that he wondered if it might be more accurately a not defeat for him, though his cousin Robert had died, corpses of loyal knights piled around him, Prince Martell and Sir Selmy both having had to fight him to a standstill before Selmy slipped the tip of his sword through a gap in Robert's mail. Thank you, Rhaegar said, and dismissed the man. They needed grain. He needed a victory. He needed peace. So many needs, so many necessities. Mace Tyrell recalcitrant. Tywin Lannister a monster. Brynden Tully and Jon Arryn and Eddard Stark ready to fight to the knife itself. Doran Martell, writing angry letters about Elia and Luwin holding his men back. Rhaegar spurred his horse, ignored the clumps of mud thrown up by hooves, and rode a distance away so that he was alone on top of the hill next to the road, watching his army march. I need peace, he murmured. We must bind the wounds that have been opened. Lyanna as queen, and her brother Benyon given office in King's Landing. Tywin had to die or take the black, and young Jaime stripped of his white cloak in exchange for one of black. Cousin Stannis would need courting and soothing, as would Brynden Tully for his brother's death, and Jon Arryn for his heir's death. Viserys would need betrothed, and Mother was heavily pregnant. Rhaegar had options. He could make a better kingdom, prepare it for the dreadful enemy in his visions and dreams. And when the new Aegon was born, and the foe defeated, Rhaegar would give up the throne to his son and retire to Summerhall to restore it to its glory. Gods, but he was tired. He could see the way and path forward. But what would it take to bring the great lords in rebellion back into the king's peace? Too much. He feared for what it forebode for the greater foe. He gestured, and one of the squires serving as a messenger cantered up. "Ride for the rebel army under the flag of truce," Rhaegar said. "We shall appoint the field for battle, but I much desire to offer terms. Ride to them and give them my words." His first official act as king would likely be a series of pardons that made no one happy and left everyone angry. Rhaegar dreaded it. The pavilion stood in the muddy field, lonely and soggy. Rhaegar watched the rebels approach, but he was more concerned with the army opposing his own. Thousands of campfires had burned in the night, clearing an entire orchard that had once been apple trees, that would have once borne bushels and bushels of good red apples, and green apples for cider and baking. The waste disgusted him. How many hours of work had gone into caring for the orchard, keeping it clear of parasites and careful tending? All for it to be turned into campfires for soldiers? Wasteful. The Northmen were mustering even as he sat and watched their great lords approach the pavilion, and proudly flapped the banners of the North at war, flayed man, mailed fist, horse's head, mare man armed with a trident, pine cones and buckets and heather, a moose, crossed battle axes, the white sun on black on and on they went, a litany of lords sworn to the house of his wife. The soldiers of his enemies were mustering, putting on harnesses and putting final edges to swords, and archers sharing out arrows. He had no need to see it, for he had seen it in his own army's camp, tired men preparing themselves for another fight. The mood in the air seemed to be of men determined to finish a job, though they took no pleasure in it. Soon, he promised his men silently. It would all be over soon. He had but to treat with the northern rebels or beat them, and then turn on Tywin Lannister, and Rhaegar Targaryen would set his house and his realms aright. The pavilion, made of blue and white silk, sheltered 2 tables that had been shoved together to create one long table, allowing 12 men to sit comfortably, or 14 or 16 if they crammed them into the pavilion cheek by jowl. The Northmen had 5 men seated at the table, though each lord had a pair of oath men standing behind them. Rhaegar eyed the 2 flanking Eddard Stark, and while the familial resemblance between Eddard and the older man was quite clear, the other wore no sigil stitched to his mail shirt that Rhaegar could see, and bore no sigil, not even any of the leading houses of the north. Who is he? His one eye brought to mind a biography of Brynden Bloodraven, one that Aemon Targaryen had penned and sent from the Night's Watch. The Septon officiating rapped his knuckles lightly on the table, and stood. "Good sirs and masters," he said. "We are gathered to attempt to bring an end to the fighting that so cruelly bleeds our beloved kingdoms. For those of you whom do not know, I am Septon Theodore, formerly a brother serving in the September of Snows, and most recently returned from preaching the word in Andalos that was." The Septon launched into his prayer to the Seven, the Father for wisdom for all gathered, the Mother and Maiden for mercy, the warrior for the courage to master hot tempers and simmering grudges, and so on. But Rhaegar watched the Northmen. All 3 listened politely but did not bow their heads and clasp their hands, and the one-eyed man watched him. It was discomforting. Rhaegar had seen one-eyed men before, of course, veterans of the Ninepenny War who called upon King's Landing when his royal father held tourneys to celebrate its memory. But those had been old men, whose scars matched their visage. None were as young as the one that stood across the tent and table from him. The scar, red and fresh, stretched at the corner of the man's mouth, giving him a cruel, mocking appearance, and his nose had been broken 3 or 4 times, if Rhaegar judged it right. "Think I'm handsome, do you?" The first words after Septon Theodore finished his prayer were much what Rhaegar would have thought they might be, a deliberate dig. "No," Rhaegar drawled. "Merely marveling at the spectacle you present, Master Northman." The other man's lips curled upwards into a thin, cold smile. It was entirely unpleasant. "I present nothing, Prince," the man said. "I am as the gods, my family and my upbringing fashioned me. If you care to, with my lord's permission, we might step outside and finish this war the old way, inside the hazel staves. Let strength of arms and rightness of cause prevail, if you would. If we cannot bring you rebels to heel here, we shall do so on the morrow," Rhaegar said with a sigh. "Do you think we enjoy the bloodshed that the kingdoms suffer?" Rhaegar could not let himself be baited into single combat. The army needed a victory as much as he did, to keep it together for long enough to face Tywin. Eddard Stark made a gesture, and the man leaned in close to hear the words of his lord. They were too low for Rhaegar to catch, but when the man settled against the pavilion's pole and settled for merely glowering, Rhaegar knew the man had been ordered to silence. "My man makes a fair point," Eddard Stark said, his voice cold. "A duel, in the old way, would avert the blood that will be spilled in battle." "I am your king," Rhaegar said. "No duel involving the royal family may be fought without my approval. If you seek a duel, perhaps you would accept a trial of 7 and let the gods decide." "A trial, under gods most of us take no heed of?" "No, this won't be going your way," the older Stark said. "Gentles, please," Theodore begged. Let there be a true attempt at peace, rather than sour recriminations and hostility. You want our terms, then? The older Stark asked. His voice was hoarse and rough, as though he'd broken his fast on gravel. Rhaegar nodded. We ask that you be castrated and take the black, Prince Rhaegar. You will return the remains of my nephew Rickard Stark and my grandson Brandon Stark. Further, the Iron Throne will restore to the Lord of the North and Winterfell the rights to raise castles at will, to grant city charters and to reclaim Alysanne's gift. And we will have forbearance from taxes for the next 30 years, as well as Warguild for Rickard, Brandon, the men with Brandon, and Lynna's guards. In exchange, we will give your mother leave to crown your younger brother Viserys as king on the Iron Throne. A full minute of silence passed, before the prince's forced chuckles filled the air. Lord Stark, said the Prince of Dragonstone with not a little stiffness. We are in unprecedented times. We understand that it is typical to issue the strongest and harshest demands at the start of negotiations, and we acknowledge that Tywin Lannister's appeal to our royal mother has caught your attention. But please, understand this, we do not have the time to cater to such charades, and you do not have the leverage or reason to make to us. Rhaegar Targaryen leaned forward, his gaze fixed solely on the Warden of the North. Thrice now, we have sought to extend to you good terms. Your lady sister as our new queen, your nephews and nieces as princes and princesses of the Iron Throne. The reliefs you mentioned, Warguild and more, as restitution for my father's crimes. We even came today with the intention of offering your younger brother command of the rebuilt city watch of King's Landing. For we are sure, as Cregan Stark once did, you have a glut of Northmen you need dispersing. Eddard Stark offered him a cold smile. And thrice now, your terms were insufficient, Prince Rhaegar. And it is you who does not have the leverage or reason to make us accept them. Is Lyanna Stark not leverage and reason both? Snapped the Targaryen royal. She is of course our beloved bride, but that can as soon turn into a valuable hostage, my lords. Don't threaten with what you don't have, the nameless man said. Cunt, Rhaegar thought, and his hand itched for a dagger to show the bastard whom was king and whom was servant. It seems I must introduce my man, Eddard Stark said. Matrim Wells, second son of Queen Swell. Insouciant, unfazed, arrogant. Alive. The outlaw Matrim Wells is dead at Summerhall and all his men with him, Mathis Rowan had written. I return to the Reach to begin muster of another host to place at royal command. You bring this man into our presence. Rhaegar said with displeasure. This savage? He who holds to no laws of warfare, or safe conduct or. Stark both of them had the look of foxes that had gotten a hen or five. The old law say win, Wells said. And you, abductor and captor both, wish speak to me of laws, or safe conduct. He is right, the Warden of the North agreed. You are the Prince of the Realms and to you is the defense of the King's peace. Instead, all you have given the realms is this whole sorry state of affairs, and on your hands rests the blood of all who have died and will die still. I will not be spoken to in such a fashion. Rhaegar declared. He hammered a fist into the table, shot to his feet. The chair clattered to the ground behind him. Rhaegar felt the first tendril of fear worm its way into his heart. Could he know? Could he have found Lyanna? The Northman's mouth curved up into a hateful smile, and Rhaegar suddenly longed to smash it from his face. I am your king. Your sister, Lyanna will be my queen. If Eddard loosed his man, could the two kings guard with him even keep Rhaegar alive, let alone safe? No marriage forced before the heart tree is held valid, Eddard Stark said. And you did not even make an attempt at that. It was a September that you held your mummers farce in. When your ancestor the Conqueror took the swords of the North, he swore to mine that it would ever and always be the Lord of the North's right to recognize a marriage made in a September or not. And not even the Conciliator took that right from us, as he and his queen-wife did much else. She said the words, Rhaegar spat back. She went willingly enough the first time I had her, Stark. He could not afford to be driven back, could not afford to give them time to think. I'll not stand here and let my wife's honor be besmirched, Wells said. He shot Rhaegar a glance heavy with anticipation, murderous anticipation and intent. She can't be bloody married to you, Rhaegar snapped. Bigamy is illegal, by the laws of gods and men. That didn't seem to stop you, the other Stark said. He was clearly amused. I am a Targaryen, that's different. Forced marriages are invalid, the Stark elder replied. By the laws of gods and men. And unless you have a witness to present, we must assume that, given the marriage occurred with neither permission or blessing of her male head of the family, you are an abductor and captor against her will. They had humbugged him, by the gods. The rebels had their story of what had happened and weren't listening to his if he could just explain. Septon Theodore was cradling his head in his hands. My lords, Rhaegar tried. We must make peace. My ancestor had a dream of empire. There are great foes coming and we must be prepared to fight them. From where I stand, Wells interrupted him. You are the great foe. Not every day you see a prince kick the realms into civil war by kidnapping a girl. I did no such thing, Rhaegar hissed. Ah, Did her guards suddenly all decide to slit their own throats then? Eddard asked. I had the story from the Blackwoods and Brackens, from between whose lands she was taken, and to whom Lina's maids ran. Not only had they humbugged him, Rhaegar knew. They had him over a barrel, for Lina's guards hadn't gone quietly. What terms seek you then, Lord Stark? The Septon asked. We've already stated our terms. It is for Prince Rhaegar to accept them. Lina is your queen, Rhaegar repeated. If she is not safe with men loyal to me, then I can assure you that is only a momentary setback. I will not be parted from my wife in such a slinking, fearful fashion. The Hazel Staves, Wells interrupted Rhaegar's next thought. Fight me in the Hazel Staves before all gods and men, and that will settle this. Do you let butchers do your speaking for you, my lords? Rhaegar demanded. The croaking of the raven does not bother the dragon. I will not fight a duel with an up-jumped farmer, noble only for his ancestors dying of torture. It had only been prudent to try to find out what he could of the man, after hearing that the man responsible for burning half the Reach and slaughtering small folk in numbers they were still counting was dead. You could always duel me, the older Stark said, sly and smug. Rhaegar could see it now. They would refuse the trial of 7 again if he offered. They would try to goad him into accepting the duel, and he was a better juicer than he was a foot knight. Good brother, is there nothing I may say to sway you from this course, no plea I might make? You have our terms, and I believe we will find no resolution at this table, Eddard said. I will accept nothing less than what was demanded. You seemingly will not give my sister up, much less your honors and privilege. I am done. You know where to find me if you change your mind. He stood, abruptly and without preamble, and turned his back on Rhaegar, his king. His good brother, if he would have just seen sense. Wells filed out after him, and Rhaegar was left with the Septon and his king's guard. A piece of advice, your grace, the Septon said. The North did not march for his rights as lord, or anything like politics. The Northmen came south for vengeance, bloody vengeance, for Ricard and Brandon, and several men captains, even have made it clear they intend to march home with your corpse dancing on pikes, or die in the attempt. The dragon must have 3 heads, Rhaegar said to that. There is an enemy coming and we will need those 3 heads. I dreamed it. Everything I have done has been to prepare for that foe. If only they would see. You have foes around you now, Septon Theodore said, sad. Dreams often prove false. Lay aside the folly and do what you must to create an honorable peace for all. Rhaegar stood. I shall see them on the field on the morrow. He said coolly. I shall pray the gods preserve you, so that you may tell all of what foolishness transpired here. Battle it would be, then. The gods knew the rightness of his cause. Everything he had done, was doing, and would do were for the future. Chapter 26, Sheathing the Blade. Matrim knew the plan. He'd helped come up with it. It still felt very different to be the man standing in the front line, waiting for the enemy to finish forming their ranks, to march out to meet them, and knowing that their battle line was 3,000 or so men weak deliberately so. It was a good plan. But Matrim felt nervous as a boy before his first kiss, palms clammy and pulse beating a drumbeat in his chest. He smiled, for all that he was nervous there would be a good fight. Eddard Stark had clanked out to the front of their lines, gazed up and down the host of Northmen, assembled and ready to give slaughter on that day. And Matt didn't remember Stark's speech. He'd been busy. If I die, Marlon, he said to the knight, you'll take care of them for me. Of course, Manderley said from next to him. And if I should fall I have a natural-born son in White Harbor currently in the care of his mother's family merchants, you see. I would consider it a great boon if you raised him to be a man of arms, if I cannot. Like the boy were my very own, Matrim promised. What's his name? Wyman, Marlon confessed. I will admit that it was an attempt to curry favor with my cousin. If it worked, well only the gods know. As attempts go, it wasn't a bad one. Just call him Small Wyman, Matrim suggested. Eddard Stark had finished his speech, and Matt was sure it was a good one, but, well some enterprising soldier would sell his recollection of it to a singer or bard and within a year there'd be 6 different versions, from 6 different men claiming to have been there. He found that he wasn't scared not for himself. It was as though his fear for himself had all drained away, and all that was left in him was fear for others, and a desire to be done with the fighting so he could get to more important things. Perhaps that was wisdom, or perhaps it was not. Perhaps it was a different sort of fear than the guts churning I don't want to die that other men felt. Either way. Matrim rolled his shoulders in his mail shirt, rings clinking and running against each other. He stared across the muddy field at the slight incline the royal forces were gathering on, and knew what would be asked of him, and what he, in turn, must ask some near 3 dozen other men to do. Cross the field, in the teeth of a hailstorm of arrows, and attack up that incline. Eddard Stark slapped his visor closed, walked back into the line of men, and they were off. Matrim checked the paint on his shield once more white weirwood with a laughing face. He knew what it would mean to the prince, and he smiled. It wasn't every day that one stood a good chance of putting a prince into the dirt. Matt kept pace with his men. They were at 3 bowshot lengths from the royal forces, and the fear had disappeared. He had his arms, he had his foe, and the gods were watching. Maybe 4 bowshots, if the archer were bad or young, he revised. Still. Marlon was praying out loud. Matrim didn't begrudge him that. Hells, he thought. A lone arrow made its arc into the cloud-shrouded sky, and Matt lost it as it reached up to the heavens. It must have reached the top of its climb, and he didn't flinch when it landed a ways ahead of them. The words came to him, and he grinned. You see that, lads? They're nervous, and they're scared. The enemy were scared, but undoubtedly so were his men. That was the nature of things, he knew. He could hear the exhortations of the other captains and the lords, bellowing to be heard over the clanking and clattering of several thousand men in armor. It made a din like no other, a hymn to the gods of war and blood. Somewhere, behind the lines of soldiers, some intrepid piper was playing, and the skirling shrieking of them were fit to set a man's blood pounding and his heart racing if they weren't already. The rain of arrows began. The archers were loosing too early, much too early. If the arrows even made it to them, they would have no force to penetrate armor or shields, and were merely nuisances right then, but Matt knew they would grow far more deadly as the northern forces approached. He lifted his shield high over his head anyway, and tightened the grip on his spear. He could feel himself picking up his pace to match that of the men around him, unwilling to let anyone else be ahead of him. Men made reputations about being the first to tear into an enemy line, and a soldier was only as good as his last battle. Soon they were running, and the nature of the business meant that men bunched up and clustered together, and Matt turned his head, and found himself leading a wedge of armored soldiers wearing mixed livery. He clashed his spear against his shield to add to the din, and felt as though the gods were lending him speed. They were aimed directly for the center of the royalist line, where proud flew the Targaryen banner red dragon with 3 heads, on the black banner. That same red tinged the edge of his vision. Shields up, he roared. Get those fucking things high and keep them up. He had timed it right. The arrow slammed into his shield, bruising his arm, but going no further than the poplar wood. He lowered the shield just long enough to snap the arrow shafts off of their heads in one smooth motion of his spear. Then it was back up just in time to catch another volley. He laughed, felt the battle madness on him, knew he could give in and bite his shield and wreak a slaughter, but he fought it back. It was the red and black at the edge of his eye, the pounding in his head and the thrumming of his heart, fit to burst, and he fought it back. It wrestled with him on that run, the battle madness, the berserk fury, the hate and anger, but he laughed, and the laughter kept it at bay. No shield biting and frothing at the mouth in fury for him. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet, he told it, and then twirled his spear in his grasp so that he held it, tipped down. He halted his run a short throw from the royalist lines, and it started raining. He was close enough to hear an archer yell a curse at a snapped bowstring, and then he hauled his arm back, picked his man and let fly. The spear flew true, and it slammed into the shield of a soldier in a grey, sodden surcoat and breast and mail, and then Matt was onto him, fighting dirk drawn. He settled for slamming the edge of his own shield into the man's visor while he was struggling with the spear, dragging his shield down once, twice, and then the man staggered back and Matt was through and into a line of men not expecting him. He grinned, and killed the first with his dirk. He had no time for skill or finesse, and settled for butchery. He hacked at the man's neck until the collar of his padded coat split and Matt half severed his neck. The next man had had time to try and bring his poleaxe to bear. Matt caught it on his shield, rammed his shoulder into the man's breastplate and slammed the crown of his helmet into the man's face. There was a nasty crunch Matt heard over the clamor of battle, and then the man was staggering back with a bloody face. He shook his head, spat blood in Matt's direction, and Matt let his shield be hooked by the axe blade of the man's poleaxe. He tugged, to try to bring Matt closer so he could thrust the spike through Matt's heart. Matt let him get the thrust in. It was stopped by his mail coat, and then he used his shield to trap the man's weapon against him. Matt cut at the man's eyes and the man recoiled, trying to save them, letting go of his poleaxe. As he pulled his dirk arm back, he felt someone hammer a blade's edge against the back of his mail. He sheathed the dirk, grabbed the poleaxe and turned it on its prior owner. The man was scrabbling for a knife and Matt brought the spike on the back of the axe head down into the man's helmet. It penetrated steel and hair and bone and brains, and the man was dead. Matt turned, looking for another fight, and saw the banner of the Targaryens, surrounded by tough-looking men in good plate harnesses, with halberds and poleaxes, shields and maces. He lifted his head and howled. Something slammed into the side of his helmet for his troubles, but Matt left it behind, trusting his men, and began hacking and cutting and killing his way to the prince. He had kept the battle madness at bay, laughed and fought and killed, but the seething fury bubbled up and he did not fight it any longer. The madness took him, and he ceased to be a man of thought, a man capable of reasoning and logic. He became a beast of blood and fury. The taste of blood, sharp and coppery, filled his mouth, and red washed his vision out. He parried a sword blow with his shield. Something slammed into his side, but he didn't feel any pain, so he swept down with the poleaxe. It split the wood of a shield with the axe blade and left the shield cracked nearly in half. He left the pole axe there, grabbed the helmet of the man whose shield he had broken, and introduced him to the point of a dagger. The pounding of his blood echoed in Mat's ears. He kept his eye focused on the royal banner, and felt more than saw his men with him. They too had thrown themselves into the fray. He felt a fierce pride swell in his chest, nestled there in his heart next to his anger, and then the man in front of him roared something. He roared back, and his shield was between them and he had to kill, to rend with knife and sword and teeth. His mouth ripped into the rawhide that protected the edge of his shield, chewy and leathery, and he gnawed at it. The other man took a step back, and that step back was his death, for the shield biter had a cruel cunning. He was on the other man in a heart's single beat, the man in solid steel breastplate and the snout-nosed helmet, and the tip of his shield went into the man's face until there was nothing but blood and mangled wood and metal. He was on to the next man after that, dagger drawn, and subtlety and finesse had disappeared. He had to kill his way to the red dragon. He didn't remember why, only that he hated the white hair, hated the red dragon banner, hated the men fighting beneath that banner, and he would kill them. There were men taking steps back ahead of him, but not enough. They weren't running, and the men fighting with him were tiring themselves out trying to fight with him, to help him cut his way to the dragon. Kill. 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 Kill, 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 kill. There were men from close to the dragon banner coming to meet him. He grinned, fierce and cruel. He blocked one sword cut with his mangled shield, took a cut across his dirk arm where the sleeve of his mail ended below his elbow. One of his fellows tackled the soldier trying to kill him with a sword thrust through his mail, and he laughed cruelly at the sight of two grown men wrestling in mud and blood. Kill, he felt urging him, and he gave into it. One man came at him, and he knew in the tiny, still thinking part of his brain that he'd be outmatched by a knight with a sword. Your sword, blood swan. Your sword. He shoved the dirk back home into its sheath across the front of his belt and drew the sword, and in a flash his foe was upon him. He jerked his shield up, caught the man's sword in the broken ruin of the top part, and twisted. The sword jerked to the side as the man tried to free his blade. The raven caller thrust with his sword arm, and he caught it against a steel gauntlet, batting it aside. Sparks flew from the metal. Then he was being savagely attacked by two more men at once, and it was all he could do to keep them off him. He couldn't hear himself think, could not think at all, and smiled at his death. Sword blows rained at him from the left and right, and his eye was a hindrance, for he had to favor the side without one, and his foes had seen it. Then someone jerked him backwards, out of reach of the swords, and he was replaced by an old man, with grey hair and grey in his beard. The old man snarled something at him, and the man made to cut at his newest foe. Another set of arms caught his before the blow could be struck, and he struggled against his captor. The ebb of battle carried him away from the old man and the white hair. A hammer blow struck his helmet, and his ears rang. Roderick Stark knew the plan. His granddaughter's bloody-minded, killing, fighting man of a false husband had helped come up with it. Send the Caterans, the men from the clans Mountain and Lowland without armor or heavy arms, to flank the royal force through these southern mud plains. They'll sink their teeth into the royal rear and we win the battle. Simple as. Stupid, Roderick said aloud. It had been stupid to weaken their battle line. It had been stupid to keep Wells in the front rank. It had been stupid to send the Caterans out at all, when they might have achieved the goal by flowing out from the sides of the northern lines while the front ranks were fighting. He could see so many ways the battle could go wrong, with so many men gone from the fighting lines. And Matrim Wells had cut a bloody swathe through the loyalist lines. Roderick could see the gaps in their ranks even from down the slope and behind the three main battles of the northern line. Is he biting his shield? Roderick demanded. He would never admit it, but his eyes weren't what they used to be. His grandnephew or some such nodded from between Roderick and Nettie's horses. Yes, great-granduncle, Barty said. He's clearly mad. Roderick shook his head. Shield biting is what the heroes do, the berserkers, the men that can carry a fight for you, if they don't go truly mad and kill men on their side. If. Right now, he's fighting the right men, Eddard said. Wyman Manderley's huge warhorse made the Merman Lord's presence known, and Roderick kept the distaste from crossing his face. Marvelous, simply marvelous, Lord Manderley said. A warrior after my own heart. Surely he'll feel it in the morning, however. Roderick shrugged. I haven't experienced it myself, but Arya's father was one. Said he could hardly move, the mornings after except to bed a woman. Said the fighting and then the fucking were wonderful reminders he was still alive. Quite, Nettie said dryly. Then, have we had any word back from the flanking force? Roderick shook his head. It's early yet. I wouldn't start to worry until afternoon, and not till late afternoon at that. They've been moving overnight and will have needed a bit of a sleep, or else they'd be as useless as teats on a stag. It was a good plan, standing around a brazier in a tent drinking mead and wine. It was altogether a different beast while they watched Lyanna's fake husband carve his name in blood into the songs of the kingdoms. Should we commit the reserve? Barty asked. Roderick shook his head at the same time as Nettie did. Nay, Roderick said. I love little Lya dearly, but it'd be folly to risk the battle and the war for her man. He lives or dies on his own merits, up on that hill. We'll commit after we see the Royal Reserve commit, wherever it might be. I concur, Nettie said. Still, if he dies, I would not want to break the news to Lya. I'd do it, Roderick said gruffly. Wouldn't be the first time I've done that duty, and I'd spare you having to tell your sister, lad. Nettie inclined his head, and Roderick nodded once. I pray he does not die then, Lord Manderley said cheerfully. May I ask if you have given any thoughts to estates or incomes to see the Lady Lyanna provided for, my lord? I know that my cousin Marlon has been most insistent that I make provisions for the happy couple, if you wish to censure Master Wells for his temerity. Lya is going to be settled with Sea Dragon Point, Eddard said curtly. Wells will be her sword arm and consort, but she will be the lady. Manderley nodded sagely. Perhaps I shall gift the happy couple a pair of ships, then. Perhaps, Eddard said. Roderick nodded approval of Eddard's curtness. He'd be talking to his grandson about letting Wells build a fleet and how damning that could be for Winterfell's control over the Glovers, Western Flints, and Mormonts. The temptation for them would naturally be to look to the closest Stark for direction, and it would be folly for Eddard or his future heir to allow that. Preventing the building of a fleet would be a natural brick to place in that wall. Roderick swallowed back a sigh. Sometimes the politics could be bloody annoying, especially when he was scheming to keep his granddaughter's family to be away from Winterfell deliberately weakened. Look! Barty cheered. The bloody madman's done it. Rhaegar's committing his reserves to try and stem the bleeding, keep his center from breaking entirely. Good show, Lord Manderley hollered. Good show. What do you think, grandfather? Soon. Ned glanced at him. Roderick shook his head. Let them fight it out. And if he's gone truly battle mad and he's mad enough to bite his shield now, then he'll be as much hindrance as help. Let him fight it out. They watched as the Targaryen banner itself went forward, and met the slowly widening gap as men in mail died to kill men in plates, and Roderick knew the moment would be soon. Not yet, but soon. Rim. Matrim. A voice yelled in his ear, through the ringing and the clamor of battle, and he blinked. Matrim. Who is Matrim? Fucking berserkers, the voice said. And he recognized it. The knight. His friend. The mere man. He shook his head from side to side, trying to clear the ringing and the red from his vision. He blinked. Are you back, Matrim? The night his friend had dragged him back from the fighting. He had the aftertaste of wine on his tongue but didn't remember drinking any. Am back, he grunted. Why'd you pull me from the fighting? You had about 14 knights bearing down to wrestle you down and kill you like a dog, the mere man Manderley said. Roderick said to pull you back before you made his granddaughter a widow in truth. That had the sound of something important to it, but Matrim, if that was who he was, could not place it or why it was important. He shook his head again. Let me go, he said. I am here to fight, not stand and talk while other men are doing the killing and dying. Matrim, Manderley said from behind his sad-faced visor. You've been fighting half the morning. He looked up and the sun was peeking out from behind a set of rain clouds, thin and weak, but high in the sky. He shook his head again. I don't understand, he said. You need a rest, Marlon said, and butted his helmet against Matt's. Lord Stark doesn't expect you to kill the entire Loyalist army on your own, you know. We've got a few moments to breathe. Lord Stark committed the reserve soon after Rhaegar did. Matt nodded dumbly, and glanced down at the tattered remnants of his shield, mostly scraps of wood, now, with only the strap to hang it from his neck and shoulder, and his hand grip keeping it intact. He slumped against Marlon's embrace, suddenly feeling his fatigue and the injuries he had accrued, and Marlon held him upright. Let's find you some wine, his friend said, and Matt nodded again. Thanks, he said. Marlon got his shoulders under Matt's sword arm, and helped him stagger back, where the boys were passing out skins and bits of bread, what was probably the last of the army's grain, in fact. He spat a mixture of blood and wine into the mud at his feet. Marlon stood next to him, and what were left of his men arrayed behind them. Sir Hal, his knight of needle and thread, stood with his eyes hooded by his lifted visor, a wiry Northman leaning against him. The fighting had expanded and contracted like a great beast of blood and violence, until the two armies stretched across the slight slope of the hill, from wood to stream. And still men pressed forward, eager to kill and die in service of their chieftains, their captains and lords and a prince. Matt knew he would ache later, that there would be a price to pay, but he could not bring himself to care. He walked his men, checked that their eyes were clear and they could snap to attention, that they did not show the signs of a blunt weapon head injury. They all were fine, and seemed in good spirits despite the losses they had from the fighting. Matt did not want to succumb to that black pit that was the berserk rage, but he could feel it inside him, almost pacing like a caged wolf to be let out. He would give in to it again and again and again until he was dead or the fighting won and Lyanna safe. He tried to remember her face but saw only tears and fear where once there had been fierce courage. He shook his head, trying to clear it, and wished he had his shield. "We're going to go back in," Matt heard Marlin telling the men. "Stay out of Matrim's way if he goes berserk again, and cover his back." There was more but Matt did not listen. He had eyes only for the line of men fighting. It was a siren's song that whispered to him from the black pit of his rage, his fury and his hate. It begged him, "Let me take over, let me in." He had a moment, while he went forward into that fierce fray of battle, of fighting men and dying men, and he wondered how his war would be different if he had not been selected for command in the Reach. If he had not gotten word by way of godly, brave, true Septons, at least one whom had died for certainty of a farce forced at sword point. If he had not gambled all and more, to rescue a scared girl. The fighting in the tower had demanded he be at his best, demanded he could not give in to the blood rage and fury, so he had not. But the girl was safe, and Matrim remembered that death. It had been so cold, but there had been light heading for him. Perhaps the Weir women were right, and the souls that stayed true to the old gods were welcomed into an afterlife with their ancestors and children to come, only then to be spun back into the world as a squalling infant. He had died. He had either died or been so close to it that it had not mattered. Matt could only smile behind his mask of mail. Men chose a life of arms because they had no choice, or they desired the status that carrying a sword gave them. Men were born to a life of arms because of the family they were born in. Some men had no choice at all, and a life of arms was thrust upon them. There's the glory, there's the honor and the reputation of a dangerous man. Matt swung his sword through the air, and drew his dirk. Give in, the worst parts of him whispered. He wanted to kill a prince, to hack his way through dauntless knights, doughty warriors, and peerless men of arms. Would he be better served by that rage, hate? Matrim made his decision, and began his walk. "Don't get in my way and keep them from dragging me down," he told Marlin. "Matrim. It's either on this field or in my bed at 76, Matrim shrugged off his friend's concern. "If I am cut down, tell Lina I'm sorry." "Tell herself, you bloody stupid." His words were cut off. The blood swan made a savage noise in the back of his throat, solely animal, and broke into a run. The raven caller covered the distance to where the red dragon flew, sprinting, eager to sink his blades into men. Men in armor tried to stop him as he fell upon them, went for a sweeping thrust with his sword. He caught it with his own, batted it aside, and then stepped inside the man's reach and drove his dirk into the man's face. He fell back bleeding, and the man was on to his next foe with a flurry of blows, hammer and tong to batter at the man's defense. He missed the timing and a cut landed on his shoulder. He snarled, deep and animal, responded by throwing himself forward and hammering the crown of his helmet into the foe's helmet. The raven caller killed that man and the next. Something slammed into his back and he was driven forward into another foe. He let himself be driven, embraced the enemy. Hate lent him strength, and he picked his man up from his feet and threw him into the dirt. A thin man without armor was on him in a flash, and the raven caller turned onto the foe that had tried to tackle him. A slash of a sword tip whistled within a hair's breadth of his eye holes. He bared his teeth in a silent snarl, and then there were men around him, trying to drag him down into the mud and blood, trying to knife him, but there were more men struggling and heaving in a mass of writhing limbs and stabbing knives. Distantly, coolly, even there was a sliver of Matrim aware, and that awareness was not something he wanted. He let himself lose the thread of the fighting in his haze, and his world narrowed to hacking, slashing, and stabbing with his sword, trying to batter his way into the circle of bright knights around the foe. A group of men, an old man with a snarling wolf's head on his shield, a tall man with a white sunburst shield, the mere man came to his aid and helped him push back against the knights with the red dragon on their shields and coats. How long they fought, he would never be able to say, but finally the banner of the red dragon dipped. A man in plate armor painted black as the knight stepped forward. If Matrim could have reasoned, he would have seen and noted the red dragon jeweled into his breastplate with rubies, each lovingly placed to catch what sunlight shone through the rain clouds. Gold spurs were stained with mud and blood, but his plaque belt glorious and golden and jeweled with emeralds and more rubies and even sapphires. His plaque belt spoke of enormous wealth. He carried a triangle shield with the black background and red dragon on it, and a war armor also richly decorated. But he could not reason at that moment, saw only the red dragon, and threw himself forward. The black helmet tracked him, knocked his sword thrust aside with the haft of the hammer, and the black knight stepped forward and rocked a gauntlet backhand into the raven feeder's face. He stumbled backward, dizzy and his eyes filled with bursts of color and flashes of light. He shook his head, tried to clear it, and felt the warrior's head slam into his side. It had been only a twist of fate, a scrap of luck, that had him half turned away. He reeled back, spitting with fury, and tried to tackle the black knight. The man turned away, avoiding the tackle, and said something that the raven feeder did not catch or understand. He felt mud go up his shirt as he landed on his chest, and the animal part of him screamed in terror. He rolled to the side, and mud splattered up from where the warrior would have split his helmet and cracked his skull open like an egg. He scrambled away on his hands and knees, trying to avoid the warrior spike seeking to end him. That same animal part of him grew clever in its terror, and instead of scrambling away, he turned and drove forward, catching the knight around his knees. They collapsed in a heap, the knight falling backward, and the raven caller switched his dirk to his strong hand. Someone kicked him in the side of his head, and hot blood filled his mouth. Someone else shouted something, perhaps at him, perhaps not. He spat the mouthful of blood to the side, and then swallowed the remnants. The rust taste filled his mouth. He drove himself up to one knee, shook his head to try to clear the taste. His hand tightened around his dagger. One of the other fighting men helped drag him up, and one knight tried to pull the knight in black plate away. A lightly armored man leapt onto the pair of them and was knifed for his trouble, and then the raven caller threw himself forward again. He tussled with the knight trying to drag the black-plated knight away, and then he felt a knife enter his back at an angle, near his shoulder. His teeth bared in a silent cry of pain, but he ignored it for there was a killing to be had. Their weight of numbers told. They had more men, even unarmored men, dragging knights into the mud and the blood, knifing them, ripping helmets off and cutting throats. Eventually he and the other men got to the knight in black with the dragon of rubies, and the man's white hair was stained by the mud as they struggled to hold him still long enough to knife him. Later, when asked if he remembered the events of that day, Matrim would always claim that he did not. The truth was that he did remember some of it, and he would have preferred not to, so the lie was easier. He would say no, and then claim that even if he could, the real victory rested with the common soldiers that had fought and killed with the great lords of the realm, for there would be no northern army without the farmers and woodsmen who carried arms in defense of their homes and land when summoned by the Stark. After the prince died, all the fight what little there was went out of the royal forces. Many of the great lords of the Crownlands and southern riverlands that had survived by staying in the backs of their lines made their ransoms on that muddy field drenched in blood. Matrim and Marlon and his men were told to guard the prince's body for delivery to his mother. The Stark men were off overseeing something, and Matt felt all of his 22 years. He'd been kicked in the knee, the same knee that the king's guard in the tower had gone after, and it had swollen wretchedly. He wouldn't be able to walk right for at least 2 weeks, according to the Chirugian that Lord Manderley had brought with him. Cregan Karstark tried to kill you, Marlon murmured from beside him, where they stood their guard over the dead prince still slumped in the mud where they had suffocated him or knifed him to death or both. I don't recall, Matrim said, for all that Karstark had been one of the men close to him at the beginning of the morning. He pushed you forward twice while you were biting your shield the third time, making a hideous snarling like a rabid wolf. I imagine he hoped you'd stumble onto a blade or spearhead when he did it. I see, Matrim said, although he didn't. What do you expect me to do? I don't recall it, so I can't challenge him to the staves. It'd be a farce of an allegation. You can't, Marlon whispered. I can, and then I can kill the miserable son of a bitch. Better to throw him and whomever else off balance. I watched him fighting while he was trying to get close to you, and I'm the better man. You're not so bad, for a knight, Matrim said dryly. I would prefer to not lose my friend, or let you fight my battles. I took her as a wife by my silence, I don't expect you to defend that my marriage. Friends let each other fight duels for the other, when necessary. It's either this or we knife him in the back, Marlon hissed. They lapsed into silence. Matrim didn't disagree, but he would rather find a way to solve that particular pest without leaving it up to other men or solving it in a way that screamed Matrim Wells killed Cregan Karstark so he wouldn't have to duel him in the hazel staves. He could hear his epitaph already. If he did, Matrim Wells died having committed murder to avoid committing legal murder to protect a girl he wasn't actually married to. He suspected somewhere the gods were laughing at him. Bring a court case against him, Marlon said suddenly. He can't duel you while you're litigating something. What could I possibly accuse him of doing? My brother's lands don't even border the Karstark lands. Matrim said. Say he led a cattle raid, or raped a small folk girl. Something. Anything. And then because it's palpably false I'll forfeit the fine to Lord Stark and be even poorer than I am now? I don't think so, Matt said. My cousin might stand you the sum. I'd rather duel the Karstarks all at once than be indebted. Swallow your bloody pride, Matrim. My pride's a damn fine thing, Matt snapped. I'll not set it aside from fucking cowardice. He cut his retort short as Eddard Stark approached them, dipping painfully to a knee until Lord Stark gestured at him to stand up. Sir Marlon, said the Lord of Winterfell. You have been loaned to me by your cousin so that you might escort the Silent Sisters from the nearest mother house. Of course, my lord, Marlon said, and bowed. In his wake, Eddard Stark turned to his good brother. Master Wells, he said grimly. I intend to march on King's Landing on the morrow, and must ask that you continue to serve, as well. You will take your pick of men and ride ahead of the army, to the city with my cousin Bartimus, and do your best to ascertain the state of the city. If we are to arrive as an army, then I would be armed with facts, rather than hearsay and speculation. As you command, my lord, Matt said, and made his own bow. Good. Speak with Sir Castle and tell him I've said to take a suitable sum from the pay chest for expenses. Matt nodded, and then Stark was off. Good luck, Marlon said. I rather suspect you shall need it more than I. Epilogue. There had been a dream of empire, once. It had been sundered, in fire and blood and hate and fury, and the empire was in its death throes. Rilla Targaryen would die before she let the nation her forefathers fought and killed and bled and died to forge fall apart. Heavily and unhappily pregnant, she knew the image she projected, and was not so foolish that she could not see the effect on the assembled lords, standing beneath the Iron Throne. She wore a black dress, with no red embroidery or stitching. She was in mourning. For her son. For her daughter by marriage. For her grandchildren. For the soldiers who had died fighting, on both sides. For all the people who the war had killed, directly or indirectly. And for the realms. Not for her husband, though, and not for the prince her son had grown into. Rilla Targaryen had watched, nearly powerless, as the kingdom split and bled and men died by the thousands for the folly of her oldest son, her beloved Rhaegar, and his father. She could not even blame the men who called for her and her living sons' heads. Her youngest so far was able to share the throne with her, though, and so the two of them sat, and Viserys wore mourning clothes too, and had known he was to stay quiet through these proceedings. And Rilla Targaryen tried not to weep at the thought of what had been done to the realms. The most important statement to be made, though, were the men that stood beneath the Iron Throne, facing the other lords Eddard Stark, Brynden Tully, Roderick Stark, Jon Arryn, Lewyn Martell, and Stannis Baratheon. Even as her son fought and died, the Dornish had marched on King's Landing, arms at the ready and banners afloat. The Southerners had struck while Tywin and much of his army had been fighting Mace Tyrell's army along the Blackwater, seizing the city from its Westerman garrison. It had been far more bloodless than the Warden of the West's coming, she had been told, but far more bloodless did not mean entirely. The Starks had come down 2 days later, with her son brandished before their army. The Northerners had hung him in effigy on a chopped-down apple tree that they had taken the time to place atop a wagon. Shrouded only in Targaryen banners, they had carried him without opposition throughout a deathly silent city, as if an honor guard of old. She would be able to burn him, as was the Valyrian way, and for that she was grateful. They had given him more honor in death than he had shown in life. She was grateful for that and for a quiet whisper that she did have another grandchild on the way, though the babe would be raised with a northern family and never know their true father. Mace Tyrell and Tywin Lannister took another day to quit fighting after that, though the toll reaped along the Blackwater had been high for both sides. More personally, the Warden of the South had lost several cousins bastard and trueborn in attempts to cross south of King's Landing, while the Warden of the West had lost 2 good brothers and his son in the Red Keep when the Dornish had attacked. Blood for blood, it went unsaid, though those who dared said that it had been Sir Lewyn Martell who had cut down his white brother. But there were 4 armies in vicinity of King's Landing, and more yet following as word was sent to the Riverlands, Vale, and Westerlands. With the weight of such numbers, horse trading was needed for every lord to walk away with his pound of flesh. Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, would be returned the remains of his lord father and brother. He was granted rights to grant city charters and raise castles at will across the north, and would oversee the return of the new gift to the north proper. The north were also granted tax relief for a period of 30 years and were guild for all those slain by Aerys and Rhaegar. Ed Muir Tully, Lord of Riverrun and Lord Paramount of the Riverlands, would make peace with all his bannermen, regardless of sympathies. Any punishments ordered by his father Lord Hoster Tully would be waived, though royalist houses in the Riverlands would send hostages to Riverrun and the Iron Throne would pay Warguild for his father's death and those slain by Aerys. The most rebellious houses, Blackwood, Bracken, Mullister, Piper, Tully, and Vance, would be granted tax relief for a period of 20 years. Jon Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie and Warden of the East, would make peace with all his bannermen, regardless of sympathies. He was paid Warguild for the death of his heirs, and would take the boy King Viserys as his ward until he reached his majority. The royalist houses of the Vale of Arryn were granted tax relief for a period of 10 years. Lewyn Martell, representing his nephew the Prince of Dorne, would receive Warguild from House Lannister for the death of Elia Martell. Dorne were granted tax relief for a period of 5 years. Mace Tyrell, Lord of Highgarden, Defender of the Marches, High Marshal of the Reach, Lord Paramount of the Mander and Warden of the South, would be named Hand of the King until the boy King reached his majority. The Lords of the North March would be granted tax relief for a period of 10 years. Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End and Lord Paramount of the Stormlands, was officially recognized as the heir apparent to the Iron Throne, unless the Queen should successfully birth a son. The Lords of the Stormlands would be granted tax relief for a period of 10 years. Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West, would see his noble daughter Cersei Lannister betrothed to the King, Viserys Targaryen, with their marriage consummated when the King came of age. He would pay restitution to the Iron Throne for the damage done to King's Landing in his attack and Warguild for the deaths of Aegon Targaryen and Rhaenys Targaryen. He would also send his living son as a hostage at Dragonstone. No Warguild would be paid for the death of his good brothers and son. The Greyjoys, uninvolved as they had been, were summarily ignored. Though Queen, Rilla had been in no position to argue any of this after the fact. So she hadn't, instead settled for etching her grudge against Tywin Lannister into her heart and keeping his son as a hostage. There would be time yet to make something quiet happen. The banners draped from the ceiling of the Great Hall of the Red Keep were not the banners of the conquering rebels, or loyalist lords, only Targaryen. Always Targaryen. The Starks had said it best, in her private audience with them, more accurately their private audience with her. They had been conciliatory and quiet but not apologetic. Not submissive or remorseful. Her son had been a problem that needed solving, and the most expedient solution was to cut short his time in this life. The conqueror took 7 separate kingdoms and built a united realm from blood and fear of dragon fire. You have no dragons now, but the north is still better off with the kingdoms than without. It's Riverlander and Valish grain that have kept the north from starvation in bad winters, and Reach and Westerlander fleets that keep the Ironborn bottled up. Better to gang together than hang separately, and if the realms break apart it'll be centuries of blood and hate again. So yes. We bear no love for your late husband or son, but we've been better with the Targaryens than without. The line of lords crawled by, slowly and seemingly endless, as they made homage and obeisance to her son, Viserys, the third of his name. I shall be loyal and true to you, my liege lord, King Viserys III of Westeros. I become your man as my king in land, life, light and limb, and worldly honor, fealty and loyalty, against all that may live and die, concealing your counsel that you show to me, giving the best counsel, if you charge me, your harm nor dishonor neither to hear, nor see, unless I shall obstruct it with all my goodly power and warn you thereof. So may the gods help me, if I should break these oaths. Rilla had to coach him through the words to repeat back, and the kiss of peace to give for the first dozen or so, but then he had it down, and her heart swelled. He would be able to be a good king, if he was given time to grieve his father and brother, and learn. The small council headed by Mace Tyrell would need to be filled, as would the King's Guard and the lesser offices of the capital. The Starks had laid claim only to the city watch, leaving behind Roderick Stark with some 5,000 men to bring law and order to the city. The rest had yet to be decided, but the Arryns, Baratheons, Lannisters, Martells Tullis and Tyrells would all have their pound flesh while the Crownlanders were pushed out into the cold. It would be a long and difficult road back to prominence for them all, but they had been kingsmen one and all, when push had come to shove. They would be her son's men, as they had been his brother's men and his father's. And so Rilla had set to it with the same determination as her first betting, and every subsequent one unpleasant and burdensome, but tasks to be undertaken nonetheless. She had known her duty, however unfortunate it was to involve her brother. Wear your battle scars with pride, Roderick Stark had recommended. You did your own soldiering while those weasels in white cloaks looked the other way. What man blames the woman for being beaten if she's not started it? No man worth the name. The Northmen who were to make up the new city watch now filled the Red Keep, and the inns and taverns around it were blunt swords. Not given to false flattery, though much given to tall tales and blasting, not one of them had made her feel as though it were her fault Aerys had acted the way he had. She'd even watched 2 duels the previous se'night to the death between a man with one eye against first a man wearing a white sunburst and then another sporting a horse's head. Rilla watched Viserys accept the oath from the last of the Vale Lords, and the first of the many Reach Lords made his approach to the steps up to the Iron Throne. Mama, Viserys whispered. I'm tired. I know, my love, she said. But you are king now, and kings must work hard for their vassals and their people. It is important that you do this in one ceremony, while almost all of your bannermen are assembled. Take a sip of wine, that's it my love, and then we must keep on. He squirmed against her side, but nodded and obeyed. Good boy, she murmured. This one is Lord Mace Tyrell, whom fought in the Stormlands and Crownlands during the recent unpleasantness. Make sure to thank him for his leal service. Yes, mother, Viserys said, and did as she'd asked. Never mind that the Northmen had been mercilessly mocking poor, slow Lord Tyrell since he'd arrived in the city. One of their own had fought some of the best of the Reach chivalry to a standstill, vastly outnumbered, and they would never let him forget it. Rilla had no true power, few knights in her service, only the incomes of the poor, impoverished crack claw point that she held directly, and no fleet or ships. But Viserys was her son, and perhaps if she bided her time and waited for the right moment, she could finesse some semblance of such. They had acclaimed Viserys king and promised no harm would come to them, or her unborn babe, but then, oaths had been sworn to her husband as well, for all he had given very good reason for revolt. Her most pressing priority would have to be wooing the north to her and Viserys' side. Northern soldiers had fought on the winning side of every war in Westeros since Aegon's conquest, and now she had 5,000 of them in her son's capital. What was it loyal Roland had said? Northmen die hard, and go down trying to take you with them. 5,000 men in King's Landing would be a good start. But perhaps her son could use some of that loyalty in his empty King's Guard. But where will I find northern knights? It would have to be a problem for another time. There were still quite a few lords of the realm for Viserys to accept oaths from, and he was beginning to flag. She murmured encouragement to him, and rather wished she had an actual dragon handy to keep all of the lords in line. Maddie met them outside of the keep, on the road outside of the gate. They had ridden north from Amberley as soon as Lyanna had been fit to travel and she had been in a fit to leave. The letters from Matt and Ned had not mentioned much of anything at all, save that the fighting was over and King's Landing held firmly by Northmen. King's Landing itself was nothing like the prince had promised. A dismal air hung over the city, and lean, hard Northmen patrolled the city in bands of 8 or 10, armored and armed with short spears and swords. They cheered when they saw her and Auntie Branda ride past between Rogers and Stark banners, and the cheers grew louder when they saw her child. A smoky haze sat heavily on the city, and one of her cousin's knights asked the first band of Northmen they met about it. Parts of the city burned when Tywin Lannister took it, and then again when the Dornish wet their spears in Westerlander blood. Blood for blood, some have said. For Elia. Well. Lyanna had done her best not to dwell. What was the past, and she had a husband and was a mother. The Red Keep jutted out over the sea and dominated the skyline of the city proper, and if she turned to look back she would see almost all of King's Landing laid out in front of her, filled with thousands of souls. Lyanna raked her eyes over the man she'd lied to make her husband. She was troubled by what she saw, after he had begun walking towards them. He limped, as though he had been injured in his knee, and she recalled when he had carried her out of the tower. He'd limped then, as well. Had he been injured again, or rangered himself? Where he had been painfully thin before he left her, now he had put weight back on, but he was far more scarred than she remembered. A cut at the corner of his mouth tugged his face into a cruel smirk, and someone had clearly tried to knife him through his empty eye socket. He wore a good tunic and breeches, of green and black, though he wore no great sigil, save the 2 wells that were his mark as a small badge on the shirt. Matty! Lyanna cried, and dropped out of her saddle. Matt was there to meet her, his men and the royal men-at-arms at a respectful distance to give them privacy. She flung decorum to the wind and flung herself at him, embracing him. He was solid, but then his arms wrapped around her, and she pressed her forehead against his own. I missed you and was worried for you, she whispered to him. I prayed for a safe delivery for you and the babe, Matty murmured back. Then Lyanna took a step back, and he let her, and she eyed him. Then she hit him in the chest, in the spot where Brandon had shown her to drive a man's breath from him. Matt took a single step back, wheezed something at her, and bowed his head. That's for lying to me, you bloody man, she told him. He nodded, and then Lyanna grabbed his shirt front and pulled him into a kiss. She didn't let it last long. Her courage might have returned, but she wasn't ready for anything more than that kiss. She pressed her head against his chest and listened to his heartbeat. And that's for not dying, you arse, she said. An arm settled slowly around her shoulders, and she felt him nod above her. I prayed you would forgive me, he said. But I did not know what I feared most, that you would not, or that you would. How could she not? But still her nightmares were haunted by a white-haired knight, and she did not want to ask, but she had to. Is he? Rhaegar Targaryen died in the mud on a field some miles north of King's Landing, Matrim said. Knifed or drowned in the mud or both. Did you see it? I stood watch over his corpse myself, Lya, Matty said. And we bore him to his mother, and she placed the torch on the pyre and he burned. He is gone, dead and gone, and all that remains are the shades that haunt you. He sounded tired, as though he had not slept or rested in a long while. Lyanna knew she should show him her daughter, the girl he was lying to protect, but his arm was a comfortable weight around her shoulders, warm and safe. Finally, she stepped back from his embrace, and glanced at Aunt Branda. This was the moment then, that would keep her and her child safe or see her endangered by a man she trusted. Lyanna swallowed, and accepted the swathed bundle of child down from the riding harness she and Aunt Branda took turns wearing. She drew the cloth cap back, so that the infant's head was visible, and turned back to Matty. He watched, silent, as she held the sleeping babe forth. He accepted the child, and then turned his back to Lya. She almost held her breath. Almost. Fainting wouldn't do anyone any good, and Lya refused to be so weak when her child needed her. She's Matty said, voice hoarse, and then he broke off. She's perfect. Hair the same color as her eyebrows? He asked, and turned back so that Lya could see. Yes, Lyanna said. She tilted her chin up. I have kept her hair cut once I knew we would be traveling to prevent lice. I see, Matt said. The poor girl cursed with my grandfather's blonde hair. The first Stark with a head of straw. Her daughter held his index finger with one grasping, chubby hand, and there was a smile on Matt's face. Lyanna had not held her breath, but she heaved a great sigh of relief, and took the girl back from Matt. Her name? I named her Arya, she said. After Grandfather Roderick's wife. A good name, Matt said. Indigo eyes so dark they were almost black stared up at Lyanna, and she felt a great weight lift off her shoulders, a weight she had not even known she bore. Thank you, she murmured. Some things are more important than bearing a grudge or hate, more important than a truth. The truth that matters is that you are my wife and this my child, and I'll put any man who says otherwise in their grave, Matty whispered back. I do have bad news to give you, though you'll hear it officially from Lord Stark, Matt went on. You're to be named Lady of Sea Dragon Point, with all the lands of the peninsula beneath you. There were concerns about the comfort in which I might feasibly keep you, as the younger brother of a poor lord with no great riches. This was Roderick's solution. Aren't the castles there ruined? Lina asked. She believed they were, seemed to recall something of the sort. Yes, Maddie said dryly. I'll be spending at least a year or two mapping it all out before you come west from Winterfell. Where to build your holdfast, where the small folk live, where the rivers flow and forests end. Your brother intends to keep me busy in a way it seems. That ass, Lina hissed. After everything you've done for me, for us. I have no quarrel with it, Maddie said. Then he grinned at her, something youthful and boyish, and she thought her heart would stop. It just means you have to do all the hard work like ruling and ruling well. I will have enough time to raise horses and hounds. You won't hear a peep from me about rights and what I'm owed. This is as close to peace as I could wish for, outside of another war. Lina shifted little area to holding her in one arm and punched him in the arm, and he laughed. Show me to my wool-headed brother, she demanded. Matt stopped laughing. There is a demand placed on your time before you can see Lord Stark, Maddie said. Her Grace the Queen wished to meet with you. Lina looked at her husband, she told herself. He is your husband. He tried to die for you and has lied to his lord for you. I see, she said. It wasn't hard to make the assumption of what Queen Mother Rilla wished to speak of with her. Will you be there? If you wish me to be by your side, I would be nowhere else. Good. Come along then, she said. Best you start getting used to taking orders soon. The good eye went up to the sky, as though he were sending a silent plea to the gods, but then Matrim shrugged. I have taken orders from Starks all my life. What is one more? He asked, and offered her his arm. Lia glanced down at Arya, and then back up to the slant to Matt's face. The scar at the corner his mouth, the added lines around his good eye and peeking from beneath the black patch, and the carefully draped hair to try to hide the notch in his ear. She handed Arya to him. Surprise flitted across his face, but then he accepted the babe and cradled her close to his chest. In fact, he loosened the ties at the throat of his tunic and then lifted the babe so she was cradled close to where his heart drove blood through the great veins that carried a man's life in them. Arya was a quiet child. Lina had not been certain she would take to Matt, but a satisfied sort of smile settled onto her face, and Lina was reassured. In 284 AC, Rhaegar's folly formally ended with a mass reconciliation at King's Landing and the royal crowning of Viserys Targaryen, third of his name. Following the war's end, Lyanna Stark returned home to the north with daughter and husband. She remained at Winterfell for 2 years in quiet, before her brother the Warden of the North named her as Lady and Mistress of all the fallow lands of Sea Dragon Point. Her husband, known popularly in the histories as the Prince of Ravens, was named Lord Protector of those same lands, and charged to act as her battle lord and sword arm, and with no legal rights to the lands should the untimely death of all her heirs come to pass. In 289 AC, Balon Greyjoy was crowned as Lord Reaper of Pike following his father's death. Eyeing an uncertain regency involving power struggles between no less than 5 of the great houses, the Greyjoys elected to test their inattention with piracy and reaving all along the western mainlands. As attacks went unanswered, he believed the Greenlander lords unable to properly petition their royal overlords for assistance. Balon's prediction would not hold true for long. While squabbles at court between Arryns, Baratheons, Lannisters, Targaryens, and Tyrells hindered an initial response for months, many lords along the western coasts made ready for war against the predatory Ironborn. In the end, Mace Tyrell, Hand of the King, was pushed to declare the Ironborn in rebellion after his own Shield Islands were attacked. The great fleets of the realm were ordered north and west to do battle along the Sunset Sea. For over a year sea battles dominated all news of the war, and many were the heroes forged in its maelstrom. Chief among them was Stannis Baratheon, who as master of ships in his royal cousin's council swept the Iron Fleet away of all the western seas. Denuded of their wooden walls, the Ironborn would be starved out and stormed in months of piecemeal battles and sieges across the islands of Black Tide, Great Wick, Harlaw, Old Wick, Orkmont, and Pike. For his daring, Balon's last deed as Lord Reaper was to lose his own head, severed as it was by the executioner's blade of a white-cloaked merman knight. A/N, I am now open to questions, comments, and wow Pally that really fucking sucked never write again. Postscript, the wolf alone. He was not blind. He knew when a woman was interested in him, but he was too old to pretend to be interested when he was not. Skullduggery was not his strong suit, fighting was. Flirting, with batting eyelashes and soft giggles and overlong touches lingering on hands and arms that was not, though he had played the game capably enough in his youth before disappointing his father in wedding area after giving her a babe. Sometimes it felt as though he'd been nothing but a disappointment to old Baron. That included his penchant for fighting and not so much courtly politics, for while he was not suited to skullduggery, he was suited to thuggery of most stripes. So it fell to him as Lord Commander of the City Watch to do his duty, and combat the thuggery and lawlessness that had pervaded the city. But Her Grace the Queen Mother wanted a different approach. So they played their roles. He was Roderick Stark, the wandering wolf settled down to perform duty for his liege the Queen Mother, cold and savage as the northern winter, and she was the Mother's mercy itself. It even seemed to be working, though most of his time was spent dealing with issues more delicate than letting a captain of the watch lead a squad to kick in doors and bust heads, though he made sure to put in an appearance for that once a night. It did the criminal scum good to see him carrying a sword and shield with his lads. Murders were down. No one reported rapes that he'd seen, and he knew why, though he didn't like it. They'd caught 2 lads from the Fletchers Guild lynching a man they said had raped their cousin, but the Queen Mother's justice was the king's justice, so they'd hung 2. Roderick could feel the city eating at him, trying to grind him down so that he looked the other way, ignored his duty, grew irritated and frustrated enough to throw down the badge of office and leave the city. He lifted one corner of his mouth in a disgruntled snarl, and sipped gently at the tea that her grace had provided. Rilla Targaryen was attractive, for a dowager, even after all she had suffered from her brother husband and life. Her red dress with black embroidery and dagged sleeves left quite a lot to the imagination, being modest and seemly fitting for a dowager. Her rooms in the Red Keep were rather nice, too. They'd been redone from the original gloomy black and bloody red to something more suiting a woman only now entering her 2nd score of years, pale green and blue, the colors of the ocean and sky. It lent more light to the room from the broad shutters thrown open to the side, with the winter sun shining brightly even without much heat. Varys has found a girl, Rilla said. She sipped her own tea, and pointedly said nothing about Roderick's frustration. Good for him, Roderick said. For all that he's lacking lower down, there's ways as a man can see to a woman's pleasure without the staff. It's not his staff or lack thereof I am interested in discussing with you, Lord Commander, Rilla said. Her gentle rebuke caused him to grimace, and he ducked his head in silent apology. Bloody women, he thought. Arya had been able to do the same thing, and he felt a pang of grief in his heart. Call me Roderick, he said, gruff. You're Rilla Targaryen and I'm but a Stark. Your lovely granddaughter had a clever turn of phrase when I spoke with her, Rilla said with a smile. What was it? Ah, yes. Targaryens were still shitting on mountainsides and fucking sheep while Starks were winning wars and the kings of winter. Bombastic, but then she has spent quite a bit of time amongst soldiers and cannot be blamed for it entirely, I think. Despite himself, Roderick smiled. That's my Lya, he said. I rather think she's going to run that man of hers ragged more ragged than he is already. One Eye, his men call him. Bloody fool, if you ask me. He should have been in bed for another week after he lost it. Young Matrim did not have much to say, when dear Lina and I spoke, Rilla said. In fact, he had nothing to say at all. He stood by the window and watched the city. What did you make of him? Clever, Roderick said in a heartbeat. Clever, and clever enough to know what he doesn't know and how to die for something someone worth more than he is. Lina had said, was it true? Roderick dipped his head in a nod. Close enough to it to be the same thing, but well. I'll not discuss it where ears can be listening, and he's not why I'm here anyway. You said the eunuch found a girl. Yes, Rilla said shortly. She slid a piece of parchment over, stamped and sealed with the Targaryen dragon. Roderick set his cup down, lifted it and skimmed the writing. Of course the eunuch finds a Valyrian girl after Rhaegar's dead. Although, I'm not sure why these are legitimation papers. Rilla let the slight against her son pass. Not just any Valyrian-looking girl, Rilla explained. A dragon seed. My late husband's byblow with some mistress from Greystone, a small island on the narrow sea and sworn to Dragonstone. I'm legitimizing her. And what about her husband? Roderick asked. Rilla shook her head. No husband. She is only a year, perhaps 2, flowered. I mean to name her Lady of Summerhall and give her hand to dear cousin Stannis in marriage. If Viserys' reign is to remain secure, he will need a better hand than Mace Tyrell when he comes of age, and I can think of no one better than Stannis, bound close to him by a sister. I would have preferred a full sister, in truth, but Rilla fell silent. So recent as to still be brutally fresh, the loss of her last babe had left her withdrawn and distant to most everyone save her son and their cousins, Stannis and Renly. Roderick knew her pain. He and Arya had lost their first, a wee boy that looked so much like her it still hurt him to think on it. He leaned across the small table between the two of them, and patted a hand on her own gently. I know, he said. Stannis, eh? What about? The other girl. The other girl was the only acknowledgement that Rilla made aloud of Lina's girl. She is not in my household or family, to make marriage proposals or dispose of marriage proposals for, much as I wish otherwise. I tried, you know, she said. I know, Roderick repeated. I spoke of it with the lad. Told me you'd offered him a spot in the watch and an estate in the city. Said it wasn't what his wife wanted. I do not blame them, Rilla said, quiet. Still were things different, I wish. She set her own teacup down gently, and then stood. She was short, for all she carried herself like she was the reigning queen, like there was nothing she would not see done if she did not wish it. In truth, half the Boy King's Regency Council already snapped to her whims, and she had earned that respect. Maybe in another life, without that shit Ares. Roderick shook off the thought. I trust my son's Kingsguard, Rilla said. I trust Sir Gaunt especially, but I also trust you. I would ask that you secure the girl, and the manor where she is being held by the man who arranged her conception and then give her into Sir Gaunt's custody, to see her to the keep, where she can make a formal appearance at your grandson's wedding to the Lady Ashura. I can do that, Roderick said. Do you want the blackguard alive? Rilla's face hardened. He has kept my niece from me for quite some years, Roderick. From her father as well, though perhaps that was a kindness. I would rather he never be heard from again. Thuggery. Roderick could do thuggery. He'd done it before, after all. Somehow he found he rather didn't mind doing it for Rilla Targaryen. He nodded. I can do that, he said. Will that be all, Your Grace, or? Not quite. Lord Tyrell and Lord Arryn have been of the opinion that a new marriage might help secure my son's position on the throne, although I am already a widow and entering my second score of years. They presented me a list of names. I informed them that if I were to be married again and I will do my duty for my son, make no mistake I would prefer to have my choice in man. Oh, Roderick said with a creeping dread. Well, best of luck, then, to whatever man you do choose. Have you given it any thought? Yes, Rilla said. Then she smiled. The top of their list was Tywin Lannister. I loved Joanna, do not doubt that, but if it were a choice between marrying the man he is now and throwing myself from the window, I'd choose the second in a heartbeat. I told them you. Bastard, Roderick said. Then her last words caught up to him, and he almost swallowed his tongue. I beg your pardon. Granted, Rilla said. Then she crossed around the low table, took him by the arm, and led him to the window, where the capital city and the beating heart of the Targaryen dynasty lay spread out before them to watch. You and your grandson Lord Eddard told me that the North was better off with my house on the throne than without. That the North had had fewer harsh winters where the survival of so many was in doubt thanks to our rule, thanks to grain from the Vale and Riverlands. There was a promise made to the Starks once, by a Targaryen. I might bear a child still, if we wait a year or two so that I have time to heal, and you had every reason to continue to be invested in my son's good health and good rule. I can think of one more. Go fetch my niece to me, and then we shall speak more about this. All right, Roderick said. Silently, he was trying to tally up which cousins might be unmarried or widowed enough to pass that burden on to, and the outlook was grim from his initial recollection. All right, he repeated. What's your niece's name, Your Grace? Jane, Rilla said. Jane Greystone, although she will become Jaina Targaryen. A/N, you asked. It seemed a good opportunity. 2 more of these incoming. Postscript, the Queen. She had only seen Matrim Wells twice before this up close. Once in her discussion with Lyanna Stark, where he had merely watched the city from her window, and listened. The second time had been only a few hours ago, there on Pike, where the Ironborn were still putting up a fight and she had commanded she be there to witness the final assault. The 2 images contrasted sharply, and she wondered which was the true man. The quiet husband, loyal and willing to take a step back so that his wife could lead their conversation with the Queen, albeit the Queen Mother? The slavering beast, so gone with battle madness that he had bitten at his shield until the rawhide and wood were but scraps and splinters, and he bled from the mouth and wounds he'd taken with as little feeling as a man might step on an ant? The Matrim Wells that knelt before her was closer to the latter. In truth someone had forced him to dunk in sea water, so that he bled from the mouth no longer, but his clothes had been stained a faint pink from the blood and the salt of the sea. I must ask your grace her forgiveness for my appearance, he said quietly. I have a change of clothes on board Lord Manderley's ship, but I was not expecting you to wish to speak to me. You know very well I have good reason that I might wish to speak to you, Master Wells, Rilla told him. For all he was a man of blood and violence, he was someone she had to trust. Her only grandchild's safety depended on his goodwill. Not just his goodwill. His willingness to violence against all who might seek to create unrest or rebellion using the girl. I will walk with Master Wells, Rilla announced loudly. Sir Gaunt, you may follow but lend us privacy. I trust Master Wells to be capable of protecting me, should someone wish to make a very poor decision. Beside her, Gaunt bowed and withdrew, and Wells stood up. He was taller than her, and filled out more than most of the Northmen that made up the city watch in King's Landing. His one eye found her own, and she tilted her chin up. What are you looking for, Master Wells? Little Arya's defiance in my eyes? A cant of the head that seems familiar? Instead he offered her his arm, his shield arm still bloody and bruised from where he had kept one of the last attempts to sally out by the Ironborn men-at-arms at bay. She clasped it not tightly, but tight enough that he would feel her hands there. She took the lead, and led them away from the castle and to a bluff overlooking the sea, with Roland and Marlin following behind close enough to give them the privacy she'd asked for. How is Arya? She asked. She's well, Matrim said. She knows her letters and words, and I told her that if I ever went to King's Landing on business I would find a way to pass the letters she has written to you on. If I had known you would be here, I would have brought them. You told her? No, well said. He shook his head. I have told her only that which is safe. I am her father in all the ways that matter and are important, but that she has a living grandmother, aunt, and an uncle, all related to the man who sired her. A kindness to me. And her, he said. My family rejected my pretensions to her fatherhood and so she has only the Starks and I for family. I thought it might ease the pain from mother's rejection of her. You're a good man for that, Rilla said. Perhaps if I had had you for a boy, and not Rhaegar, things would not have come out as they have. No mother wishes for a battle-mad son, he said in an attempt to deflect. I revel in the blood. You did not revel in blood like a madhound, Rilla said. It seemed to me that you knew friend from foe, and could master yourself enough to prevent tragedy from befalling those friends. He shrugged, and then hissed in pain. The scent of blood welled up from somewhere near his shoulder, close to her nose. Rilla turned away slightly, so that it would not be so direct against her. Tell me about Arya, Rilla prompted. His face shifted, from a man in pain to a man delighted. She's quite clever, he said, smiling. She thinks faster than I do, and cleverer, too. Only one that can keep up with her brains is Lya. Her writing is gorgeous, miles better than mine. I can scratch out a letter or two, and sign my name, but she'll be writing poetry that's as much a joy to read as it is to look at the letters in a few short years, I bet you. Queens do not gamble, Rilla said. Does she ride? I a natural on a horse, and she didn't get that from me. I like 'em well enough, but they're bloody dumb animals. Rhaegar, perhaps, Rilla thought sadly. Or perhaps Lyanna. The hounds love her, Wells went on. She's always got one following her like a guard or a friend, and sometimes I'm fair certain that they can understand every word she says and then they play dumb for me. What else? Her other lessons are going well? Does she have any younger siblings? Rilla prompted. He said, and stared out at the ocean around them. The waves crashed against the base of the bluff, loud and echoing. Dark blood welled up from his wound, almost black against the undyed linen of his arming shirt. Lyanna maybe been expecting another before I left for this campaign, and that'd be our second, her third one girl so far, he said. Arya loves Weishara and insists on sitting up when she's ill or feeling poorly, and likes to help Lyanna take care of her. Wyman is a few years older than her, and she likes the thought of another wee one to help take care of. If it weren't for the hounds and horses, she'd be the image of a young princess. And, he turned from the ocean to look down at her with the one eye, cold but not cruel. I have been informed that if I see her sire's grandmother before her, to tell you, Arya loves you very much, and is happy that you entrusted me to take care of her. I didn't, Rilla admitted. Not at first. You were a northern barbarian, a monster of a man, a butcher that reveled in the corpses you created. I received some news of your exploits on Dragonstone, you see. Then I saw you with Lyanna, and knew the stories were merely that stories. Oh, Matrim said. Then he smiled. That was the cruel thing, and it transformed his eye from light to dark, as well. Some killings I've done have been better than others. Like the Ironborn that came for Lyanna for a salt wife. Rilla did not like stories of blood and violence, given so much of her life, but... Tell me, she demanded. For if they had taken Lyanna, they surely would have taken Arya, too. 'Twas 2 long ships out of the night, he said. His eye went distant, as though he were seeing it again, fresh as an evening snow in the morning. Over 100 crew, and all of them veterans with good armor and arms. His voice took on the tone of a storyteller, recounting something important. They landed on the shore of the Seal Cove because of all the seals that gather there, see? There's a watchtower on the headland, where the land juts out a bit and rounds back into the cove, and they took it before the men in at the tower could get up an alarm. But I had been sleeping poorly after word first reached us from the flints of Cape Crocken weeks prior, and that night was not sleeping at all. I had the hounds with us, when we went down, and they took no direction but needed none, either. They split off from the men I led down to the shore to fight the reavers, and I thought I'll have to find the dogs in the morning and bury them before Arya sees. It was just I and the men from the holdfast and village, no time to gather the men from the outlying fishing villages or herders, see? So we had perhaps 60 or so to their 100, and I knew I could die. The numbers were against us, and half my men were green, looking to make their fortunes and names with the Raven collar. We were doomed, but made the shield wall anyway. I know my duty. 'Twas the dogs that won it for us. They ripped into the Ironborn flanks, and broke up their shield wall. And then I was in amongst them, and after I'd hacked the heads from all their bodies, I spiked them onto spears along the headland, for the next sons of bitches to try me. Then I wrote to Lord Stark, and sent Lya and Arya northeast to the mountain flint cousins, and started killing more Ironborn whenever they showed their faces on Lord Stark's western shore. Good, Rilla said. If you did not already have a family you must look to, I might have appointed you as regent and protector for young Theon, until he comes of age. Oh, your grace, Matrim said bemusedly. I would have created a desert and called it a peace for you. I would have left no fighting man amongst them for another 20 years. Sometimes, one must make the best of two bad decisions. Still it gladdens me to hear that Lina and Arya are safe. I am glad to hear that you take your responsibilities as father and husband so seriously. The gods placed me on this earth to do battle and make war, he said with a shrug. That it protects the family they saw fit to bless me with sweetens the bitterness. Good, Rilla said again. She patted Matrim's arm, and turned so that they faced each other. I know it is short notice, but I would like to visit Lina and Arya, if I may. His face flitted between surprise, thoughtfulness, and then a smile. It will be hard getting you away from the King's Guard, Matrim said. Sir Marlon will come with us. His son Foster's with you, correct? Aye, he said. Soon to be my squire, such as we have them in the north. We call him Wyman White, on account of Marlon's white cloak, and coming from White Harbour. And it'll be good to see him again, too. Then it is decided, Rilla said. I will visit not as the Queen Mother, but merely as Rilla visiting her friend Lina. I'm afraid it won't be that simple, Wells said. Then he nodded. But we'll damn well do our best. Postscript, the Raven's daughter. Arya squirmed in her seat at the table where Maester Alec was working on lessons with her. She watched him glance at the open shutters of his rookery, where the sun was only beginning its descent to the rim of the world. All Arya could think was that father is going to be home today. Her hands clenched around the oaken raven that father had started carving for her even before her birth, and she smiled. She had been in the rookery with Maester Alec for a lesson on history why the castles and holdfasts of Sea Dragon Point had fallen into disrepair when father's letter had arrived by Raven from Pike a few days ago. Sailing directly, he had written. Which was not usual, Arya had learned by eavesdropping on Mother and Maester Alec's conversation. Finally, Alec heaved a sigh. Very well, Arya. You are excused from this lesson, but you may rest assured we will cover it again. He had to shout the last words, for she had already slipped from her chair and dashed out the door. The walls of the hallway were decorated with tapestries depicting moments in the history of Mother and Father's greater families, cold men leading snarling dire wolves in battle, sitting in justice, hard men wearing a well going forward into a bolt and shield wall on and on they went, glorious and reminders of her history. She ran through the hallway, fingers tracing a path along the wall and tapestries. If she could touch the histories, perhaps she could touch her ancestors and they could touch her and impart something, a scrap of wisdom or witticism. Arya took a seat to slide down the stairs to the ground floor, hurried to the next set, and then climbed up the stairs that led to the tower where Mother still slept with little Ashura in the same room as her. She ran into a pair of skirted legs rounding a corner, and looked up at the muttered oof. Mother! Arya said, and flung a hug at her mother's legs. A hand patted her back, and Arya grinned up at Mother's exasperated face. Dear heart, Mother said. What have you been told about running around corners? Not to unless something is wrong or someone needs help, Arya admitted sheepishly. Mother peered down at her, and then sighed. She was carrying Ashura, who gurgled something in her baby speak. Gah, Arya said at Ashura, and grinned. Gah indeed, Mother said. Arya held her hand out for Mother to hold, and it was accepted. You could have been hurt or hurt someone else, Arya, Mother frowned. That's why we don't want you running around in the hall. There's an entire yard, and you know if you asked anyone of the serving men would go ride beside you. But they're not father, Arya whined. He's supposed to be back today and the day is almost over. I was just on my way to find you, dear one, Mother said. I've had scouts out all morning, he's almost here. You did want to meet him when he returns, right? Yes. Arya shrieked. She took off running for the courtyard, and her timing was just right. A fierce one-eyed man with a short, neatly trimmed brown beard was riding through the open gates, the slant of his face almost cruel from a scar at the corner of his mouth. Father! Arya shrieked again, and the man's face lit up in a huge grin. She tried to dash across the yard to throw herself at his leg and foot in the stirrup, but he slid out of his saddle and was kneeling before she could get there. She slammed into his chest and was wrapped in a huge embrace, a crushing thing so tight that if she hadn't done this before she would have thought he'd squeeze her. She patted his face and beard to make sure father was all still there, and he peppered her hands and fingers and face with bristly kisses. That tickles, she complained, and then laughed. Then why do you want kisses every morning and night, my little raven? Because they're your kisses. Growling, father growled, and then kissed her with his bristly beard again until she was shrieking in laughter. After a while he stopped, and kissed her forehead and set her down. He knelt in front of her, one eye bright. And did you mind your mother and your lessons and tasks well, while I was gone? Arya scuffed her slipper in the mud of the yard. Well, she said. Maybe. Maybe not, Father said. Well, I'll hear from your mother about it soon enough. Father, Arya said. Wyman told me that the Ironborn are 10 feet tall and eat babies and that they worship a stinky drowned god who doesn't even have a tree. Father picked her up, so he could hold her close, and smiled. One of those is true. Can you guess which? The babies. They eat babies. He laughed and she laughed, and mother joined them. Father and mother exchanged an icky grown-up kiss and then father was holding Arya and Ashura, and making faces at the two of them. They don't worship the old gods like we do, father explained between his funny faces. Their god is different, but not evil. Just different. Some of our folk worship the drowned one, and they're the reason we have fish to eat, and shark skin for the sword sheaths, and whale oil for the lamps and lights. They worship different from us, but that doesn't make them mean like the Ironborn decided to be. We'll go down to the fishing village tomorrow and I'll see if you can ask questions of their drowned priest. Mother and father exchanged a whispered conversation, and Arya didn't catch any of it, which wasn't fair. She was very good at eavesdropping. Then father set her back down on the ground, and knelt next to her. There's someone that would like to meet you very much, Arya, father said. She's a friend of your mother's. All right, Arya said. She smiled. Mother's friends are nice. I liked it when Lady Ma-Edge showed me how to stab a man with knitting needles. Promise me you won't stab anyone with the needles, and when you're bigger in a few years I'll teach you how to use a knife if you still would like, father said dryly. Arya nodded solemnly. I promise, father. Good girl, he said, and then stood back up. He directed her attention to a lady in a pretty dark dress with red stitching, and a wonderful grey cloak, crossing the yard from where she'd left her carriage. Father knelt, and mother curtsied, but Arya wasn't sure what to do. They did that for Uncle Eddard and Aunt Ashura, but this lady coming towards them wasn't either of those people. When the lady arrived in front of Arya, the lady knelt to see Arya face to face. Hello, dear heart, the lady said. It took Arya a moment to realize she was speaking the southern court language, and then Arya's face lit up as she took her hood off to display a head of brilliant silver white hair. Hello, Arya responded in the same language. The woman sent a glance behind Arya to mother and father, and then turned her attention back to Arya. I'm Arya Stark, and I'm 6 years old and Ashura is my sister and she's 3, and it's very nice to meet you, my lady, Arya said. I'm Rilla, the pretty lady said. I've been wanting to meet you again for a very long time, and I'm very happy to see you. Arya smiled. You met me before. Yes, Rilla said. I'm friends with your mother. It's been a long time since I saw you both last, a while after you were born, in fact. Lina, may I walk with her? Rilla sent a glance over Arya's head at mother, and something mother must have done signaled agreement, for Rilla held out a hand for Arya to take. Arya looked back at her mother, and mother nodded. Arya took the lady's hand and they walked across the yard to where the horses were being unsaddled. Do you like horses, Arya? Yes, she said and nodded. Father calls them dumb but he just doesn't understand them, but they don't mind. He takes care of them really well. Horses are just like big silly dogs and father's warhorse likes it when I feed him carrots. I see, Rilla murmured, and her hand tightened around Arya's for just a moment. What's his name? Slipper. Arya said. It's a silly name for a gift from Lord Manderley but father insisted. I'm glad, Rilla said. And the dogs? Matrim said they like you very much. Yes. The doggies are all good doggies and listen when I tell them to sit or stay. Watch. Arya put her free hand to her mouth and whistled, and a great baying of hounds sounded. She heard the barking and running that meant they were coming, and sure enough, 6 or 7 of the huge hounds that father used for hunting wolves and bears came tearing around a corner, wearing huge grins and their tongues lolling as they scrambled to greet her. Arya pulled her hand from Rilla and had to stand on her tiptoes to wrap her arms around the neck of the biggest beast, something that more resembled a wolf than a dog. The hound licked Arya's face and she laughed. Father named this one Rag, and Rag's brother is Spear, she explained. Those are interesting names for hounds, Rilla said. And what does Matrim use these two for? Hunting wolves, trying to get after the herds. And hunting wolf heads, but I don't know why he would hunt a wolf head separate from a wolf. Rilla knelt beside the huge dog, and kneeling it was taller sitting on its haunches than she was. She held out a hand for its sniff, and it did so, then gave her a slobbery lick. Very good, she said, and Arya nodded. Do you meet with your cousins often? Yes, Arya said. Uncle Ned writes a lot and mother takes me to Winterfell to see my cousins. There's Rob and Brandon and Rickon, but Rickon's still a baby and doesn't talk yet. Uncle Ben is further south, by the marshes. He married a Manderley, so he spends a lot of time in White Harbor. I think he had a daughter who got grey water fever and died. Father said if my new sibling is a boy they'll name him after father's father, Alaric. But mother doesn't like the name, said she doesn't want him to grow up to be miserly. Is your father's father still living? Arya shook her head. Father says he went to the gods and our ancestors in the afterlife. He feasts all day with old friends and he fights all night with old enemies. Rilla said. I see. Are you happy? Of course, Arya said instantly. I have lots of friends. There's Wyman White, who father fostered since his father is off serving the Dragon Queen, and Rag, and Spear and Slipper, and the stable boys. There's Baron and Leon, and John, and father's friend Sir Hal. Do you have visitors often? Not many. Sometimes Aunt Edge comes from Bear Island with her girls, they're lots of fun. The Glovers come every so often. Once we had men of the Night's Watch come, and they stayed a fortnight before they got sick of eating fish and seal. Does your father beat the servants or Lyanna? No, Arya said, and then made a face. Well, one time there was a thief in the kitchens. Mother gave him the choice of a flogging and staying, or no flogging and being sent to the wall, and Johnny chose the flogging and father did it and he hasn't stolen since. But he doesn't ever get angry at mother. But sometimes he'll get very quiet and kick a wall when he doesn't know I'm watching, but the last time was when Uncle Ned sent for him to go to Winterfell. That was just before the war started. Good, Rilla said, and she smiled. It was a sad sort of smile. Arya let go of Rag and reached over and gave her a hug, and the lady's arms came up to embrace Arya too. I'm very happy that you're happy, she said in Arya's ear. Your father told me that you know he did not sire you, yes. Arya shrugged. He went riding with me, just the two of us, and we stood on a hill and he said that man is dead and he's my father in all the important ways and he loves me and will always protect me. That other man isn't important. I have father. Quite, Rilla said. Well, perhaps you might show me the castle. Arya nodded seriously. If we're quiet I can show you where the best spots to hide are. I'd like that, Rilla said, and smiled. Omake, how Queenswell earned its name. Omake, I literally cannot think of a meaningful name for this that isn't derivative or crass. Edit, nope, got it now. Omake, origins. Underscore. It's just her now and she knows what's coming, she knows. But she keeps moving anyway because it means she'll have another moment more out from under those knives. Her guards fell one by one. To arrows. To hounds. And finally, despite her begging, her tears, even a last attempt at royal dignity, a desperate shield wall on a nameless bridge in the middle of a nameless stretch of forest. Coquel and Smith and Castle, Mycon. So many others. They gained her hours. Hours she used. Despite the cold. Despite the terror and the certain futility. She has ridden for a day and most of a night when her horse goes down. Some part of her just wants to give up. Some part of her just wants it to end as she lays in that place. Dazed from the impact. Wants to let the cold take her. I could fall asleep now and I'd never have to wake up. But Garrick is coming. She know he is. He won't abandon her and she won't abandon him and she will not let good men die for nothing. She crawls, until the dizziness fades. Stumbles from rock to tree, until she can ignore the bruises. Runs like wind for hours. They regain her trail that night. She runs and she prays. Perhaps her prayers are answered then, because she could swear a wolf the size of a pony had run beside her for a time and when the howling began the hounds and men had screamed and the only thing chasing her when she breaks the tree line are men on horses still some 3 miles back. She is utterly beyond sight when she slams into and very nearly bounces off the farmer. Her 40 hours of silence disappear under the fear of a girl chased by the pounding of steel-shod hooves. She nearly climbs him in her desperation and later she'll remember that even as he questioned her he had already been gently leading her around the farmstead. That she only realizes she was about to sprint right by it in her flight long after the fact. Breaking line of sight from the tree line her husband muses later. Better to hide her from whatever had pushed her to flight. He's leading her towards some wells when she is finally able to get the words Bolton and knives out past her hysteria. He pauses for a moment. Eyes dark and furious and sad. He says to her, or to the morning twilight, she can't be certain. That'll do it. He gives her a cloak and a new boot when had she lost hers? To wear in a warning as the rope creaks and he lowers the lid. Stay silent as a field mouse child. Sound carries in the deeper wells. Keep it in until they are gone, or you are found by your kinfolk. No matter what you hear. She can only stare up and nod with wide eyes as the handle creaks and the light becomes a disc and he hollers down for her to hear. There's a shelf of rock near your feet, child. It cuts a few paces into the rock and you'll be hidden from sight if you stay in there. If I don't make it, just know that the rope and winch can hold your weight. When the Bolton scum are gone you'll be able to climb back out. It'll be all right. The wells'll see you through. They always have for me and mine. First she hears naught but silence. Broken eventually by the murmur of voices in conversation. She huddles in her cloak. The voices pass. The screaming begins. It does not stop. Not for a second. Punctuated only by the burlap snap of wet meat or by a snake's dry rasp demanding her whereabouts. In the name of King Bolton. It is mid-afternoon when she hears the horns even over the screaming. Hears the screaming rage of Stark men. Hears the exhausted gentle words of her husband's household guards. "Milady Stark? It's Martin, milady. Torhen Bolton is dead, your grace. It's safe to come up now." She does not feel like a queen as they pull her out of the dark. She feels like a girl who has a man's blood on her hands as surely as if she had held the skinning blades. "Your royal husband is making his way back up the line now. He should only be a few minutes before he gets here, but well." He shrugs and she barely chokes back the sob. Can barely remain standing. He never stopped looking for her. She'll see her husband again. He'll not last much longer, your grace. The farmer, I mean. The Boltons. They know their way around keeping a man alive under a knife. But never for long. Never after this kind of torture. Another shrug. Helpless and admiring. Stubborn, he is. He's lost a lot of blood, but he made sure we knew where to look. Once we secured the farmstead. There's a strange sort of dignity to this ruin of a man who had been whole only a few short hours ago. She felt as though she'd gag from the stench alone, never mind the sight that greeted her when they come around the cattle pens, to the knot of men desperately keeping the ruined form of the farmer alive, if only for a few minutes more. She had paused then and had only just managed to school her features into a passable facsimile of gratitude and composure when a choking, gurgling laugh rose from the pile of meat and gristle that was the master of this farm. Surrounded by her royal husband's sworn men, conversing with them even as the blood bubbles wetly with every word. Why the coat though? To keep him warm mayhap? They must have given up putting him in it though, because now they're just packing hastily prepared bandages where the skin had been cut away. She realizes they're all chuckling at some jape one of the younger men has made. "Don't you go makin' me laugh now, yeah, sorry cunts," he gurgled from a ruined throat. What she'd swear was amusement under the agonized clenching of partially exposed teeth and muscle. "I'll not live long enough to meet the king if I do too much of that right now, and I've always wanted to meet the king. How can he make merry?" Her approach slows and her feet almost seem to have become lead. Suddenly she feels a need to pull the old winter cloak he had given her more tightly around herself. There's something like shame burning in her belly. She's barely a queen, honestly. Just a girl. Why should she be safe while a man is mutilated feet away from her? Why should he, and her mask is slipping and she can't keep it up, and she feels suddenly that she would like her mother with her, because how old is 17 really? And his grin has faded into a gentler smile under the torn meat when he notices her and her guard coming to stand in the ring of men around him. "They get you out then, girl? Shelf's not the most comfortable, but it's been a protection from all manner of things for my family over the years. I. That's good. That's right." He's fading. She realizes. He was waiting to make sure she was safe. He's letting go, and Arryn Stark can't let that happen, not yet. It's not right. It's not. Not for her. No one has a right to expect those kinds of screams, she thinks. No one should be made to weep as he had. Or to beg as he had. But not break. He never broke, did he? "Oh girl," his voice is low and tired and proud. "None of that now. These things happen when men like the Boltons make monsters of themselves. But. No, buts. Girl." His eyes turn. He shifts and her face crumples. That's not a coat. You ran, child. Running is all you could have done, and your guards knew that, and they stood until they fell, and I screamed until your husband came down on the Bolton whoresons, like all the wrath of the gods. But you, oh child, it's no man at all. Who would turn aside a crying girl in naught but a shift, and a single boot in the spring snows?" She finds herself shivering, on her knees beside him. A low sound that she only realizes is coming from her a few moments later. Nearly drowned under by the murmured agreement of her husband's men. "I'm sorry." It's a hoarse declaration after the screaming and the running and the cold. "Am happy to serve the Queen of Winter. Makes it doubly right, a thing to do. Nice to know she's strong enough to run when the world tells her to fall." His whisper a ragged wet thing. A few of the men, mountain clansmen she thinks, clatter their shields at that. Agreement? Support? Recognition? She doesn't know. Grandfather always said that we dug the well so deep for a reason. Tell my children. Tell my Ida. A keening, wounded animal noise tears from her then. She's clutching his hand, the one that hasn't been flensed. All propriety forgotten and weeping openly. She doesn't know how long she knelt there. She only knows the feel of her Garrick's hand as it sweeps gently over her back. The same as it had done on their wedding night, the same as it had done when her father had died. Now, suddenly, the wailing is only hers in this farmyard, as her royal husband comes to his knees before her in the mud and blood and holds her while she sobs the story of a common farmer's final hours into his cloak. The wet sound of metal meeting meat and coarse laughter as she huddled on a shelf of rock in a tattered cloak, and a man named Baron screamed and screamed and screamed, but never uttered a word of her.